Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to get into the last match of day one here at Singapore as Cloud9 will be taking on KaBuM Esports. Earlier today, KaBuM lost to NaJin White Shield by being strategically outplayed across the map. And just 2 games ago, Cloud9 took down Alliance by outplaying them strategically. Probably high outplayed Froggen in that matchup.
For sure. 99
CS at 10 minutes. It is as near to perfect as you can get. Talk to me about the play, talk to me about Hyde and Cloud9 and how they're looking in their first game.
I think a lot of teams are kind of undervaluing Syndra and not really understanding what she brings. And Hyde, that's just perfect champion for Hyde. Has super early game potential and a lot of potential to stand up on its own 2 legs. So Hyde was able to push his advantage without any jungle pressure. And if you watch throughout that game, he's taking Wraiths and Wolves whenever he wants. And on the other side, Froggen can't take jungle camps when he wants, because if he leaves, Syndra will be back in that lane shoving to the turret. Yeah,
KaBuM on the other side. They put up a decent showing against NaJin Shield. I don't think they were absolutely smashed in the laning phase, which is quite positive. Freak, I know you're talking quite highly of the Brazilian scene in this squad. Yeah. Do you think they're going to put up a better fight against Cloud9?
So I think KaBuM is going to be somewhat like AHQ was back in Group Stage 1, where honestly they're better than people think. Okay, Dark Passage didn't do very well. Brazil, I think, is ahead of the curve there. I think the top Brazilian teams could actually qualify for like the North American LCS, for example. Probably. Careful, Tinon's coming for you. But honestly, like, it's an underrated region. There's actually a lot of good players there. I talked about it in the previous show. They're a region that's been importing some players, and yet KaBuM was able to beat out the teams that had imported some sort of B-tier Korean. So they are a team that I think can pull out a couple of wins. We'll see. I think they're worth talking about, but they are, of course, an underdog.
Cloud9 is just one of the most consistent teams in North American history. I mean, Cloud9 is synonymous with just being top tier NA. They are like the cornerstone of North American talent. So it'd be really surprising for me if KaBuM even won one lane.
Probably final thought before we move on.
I do want to ask Freak, since you're a big KaBumer.
Yeah.
Who's the star of KaBuM?
Honestly, to me, it's Tinon's. He is a very good mid laner. He's actually a player who's going to pull bans. His Orianna, I want to see it come out here. He's been very good with it. And he sort of was one of the big factors that carried them in the wildcard qualifier. So
two things. Number one, analysts are not queuing their own replays. Number two, analysts are not asking their own questions.
Yeah.
Screw it, I'll do some analysis. Tinon's is undefeated in Orianna from their regional playoffs as well as international wildcard.
In how many games?
Booyah. 7-0.
Oh, I need to correct myself, by the way. He's coming for all your jobs.
Let's roll this on.
You're all bottom tier LCS.
Earlier today, guys, hashtag KaBuM was actually trending on Twitter worldwide, so they might be the underdogs in this game, but they've got a massive amount of support from their fans back in Brazil. We'll see if they've learned some from that previous game. We're going to throw over to the casters, but before that, let's hear how Cloud9's High has been burning things up in the Korean solo queue.
I'm excited to play. It's been about like a month since we've done something competitive. We've been practicing in Korea for the last 3 weeks, and I'm just excited to play now. I've been doing well in the Korean solo queue. Just the games went really well for me. I have kind of hit a peak for the moment.
I just won like 10 straight games. The early matches mattered a lot because it determines your MMR. And since he won like 10 straight games, his MMR became really high compared to me.
프로랭크에서 보면은 미드라인을 섰을 때 자기 포지션을 섰을 때 확실히 캐리력이 있는 선수인 것 같은데.
He was playing a lot of the roles. So he was taking support, he was taking mid, he was taking AD. He wasn't like only playing his mid lane role. Being selfless and shot caller helped him win a lot of solo queue games.
I feel like playing a lot of solo queue, which me and him did, will strengthen us as players and can only be positive. I was kind of expecting a mid laner to make it first, like Bjergsen or Froggen, but High kind of surprised me because he wasn't like the guy to look out for to make it first. So him making it first was really impressive, actually.
It always means something if you just get to the top and you like to stay there for a while. So he was like the only guy getting challenger there. Korean solo queue fits him very well.
I don't necessarily think my challenger solo queue games will help that much for performance, but it helps more than it hurts.
High's been working super hard and doing well in solo queue, and it has translated into our scrims. Like he's been doing really well in almost all the games. So I think High will have a really big impact in Worlds for us this year.
Well, we'll see if Hai's performance in Korean solo queue will help to carry his team. So far, we could say so good for Cloud9 and Hai. We're going to check out the starting lineups, though, for this game. On the blue side, it's Cloud9 from North America, with, of course, Balls in the top lane, Meteors in the jungle, Hai in the mid lane, Sneaky on AD carry, and Lemon Nation on support.
And on the red side, it's Brazil's KaBuM Esports. In the top lane, it's Lep. In the jungle is Danagorn. Mid lane, it's Tinones. At AD carry, Minerva. And the support is Dans.
Yeah, and we really just saw the momentum that Cloud9 is probably going to have in their game against Alliance. However, KaBuM did have to play what is most likely the most difficult team in the group. They had to play NaJin Shield. It wasn't necessarily pretty. I believe they got 1 kill in the whole set of shenanigans there. They're obviously the underdog, as the analyst desk was saying.
But how much of an underdog? Because Freak seemed quite confident in the fact that they could be the AHQ type team that we saw from groups A and B last week in Taipei. They themselves managed to take a win off EDG right in the very last moment and force that tiebreaker match. Can KaBuM do it in this group, though?
I mean, I cast the international wild card in Seattle with Freak, and they were definitely really dominant in that one against the Latin American team. So I'm not sure, because it's all about these teams that are amazing, but it's all about relative power. A team like Dark Passage was completely undefeated in their region and then was completely steamrolled on the world stage. And like Doublelift was saying, Cloud9 is the pinnacle of North American excellence. So it's not like they're just going to play a North American team, they're going to play Cloud9.
Well, if they're going to focus on anything, it would definitely be get either Minerva going, get that AD carry spot in a strong position for them. Dan's the shot caller. We'll see him making quite a bit of calls throughout the game, but the picks and bans, we'll see what Lemon Nation can do with these for Cloud9. We already see the Kale, Maokai and Kha'Zix coming out to stop Danagorn and that top lane Lep.
So, first 3 bans then already in from KaBuM, and Zed, I feel, a good choice to get rid of. We do see, though, that Meteor's going to have first pick coming his way. They actually take Lee Sin. They banned out Kha'Zix themselves, of course, which was a champion that Meteors ran that last time around. Poppy and Nah
playing the crowd a bit.
Not sure about that one.
As they double lock in and everyone explodes. But no, I think the Lee Sin first pick is just to try and diminish the playmaking potential from Danagorn. Cloud9 feels like the only way they lose this game is if KaBuM can successfully pick a bunch of playmakers and then basically, there's a word for this, complete on a bunch of really high-risk plays, convert a bunch of really high-risk plays.
Danagorn looking to lock in that Vi. We did see that come into regionals for him. Had some pretty sufficient ganks pre-6 before getting that ultimate in. He is a very aggressive jungler. Looks like they'll actually leave that one away since they see the Lee Sin already. Take the Thresh and Lucian for the Lifesteal lane.
Yeah, I think they'll be happy with that for the first couple of picks, get themselves onto something comfortable here. It's no secret that Minerva is going to be a big part of getting this team going. We'll see how KaBuM can translate from these picks into the game itself. For Cloud9 then, jungler already locked in here for Meteors, and what are they actually going to add into this one? Of course, Zed taken away from Hai. I'll see if he actually goes for something for that mid lane in the second round of choices, with a couple of different options being taken off the table. At this point, there's still a hell of a lot open for him.
Yeah, I almost feel, Joe, like something has fundamentally changed with Cloud9's pick and ban phase, because this is now 2 games in a row here at Worlds where they're waiting until near the end of the clock. Obviously, the double lock-in is the smart thing to do. Never lock in one champion and then wait on the next, because it will give the other team more time to prepare for your pick. But they're just doing a lot more discussion than they previously would. It used to be everything just shoots back and forth really quickly. They're still getting strong and powerful picks, but they're much more sure or cautious about it here at Worlds than they were in NALCS.
Definitely putting a little twist on the thought process KaBuM has to choose each champion. They just see it and then they are forced to answer what they have going. Obviously, they do want to create something that will be able to stop Cloud9 and whatever the composition they're putting together, but is it safer for them to kind of just play what they know how to play and kind of go straight down the line with their comfort?
I feel like KaBuM are going to have to take some calculated risks to pull off upsets in this group. I mean, they, I think themselves have got not too much to lose. Of course, a massive Brazilian fan base that they have. stood behind them. So, you know, pulling out a win here against any of these teams will be a massive deal for them. They decided in their second round to lock in Jarvan for the jungle there for Danagon, and of course taking Lulu as well.
As an example, AHQ picked Blitzcrank multiple times in their group back in Taiwan, mainly because of the playmaking potential. It never paid off for them, but it was still their attempt in swinging team fights in their favor. Thresh is a similar style playmaker. I'm expecting Tanones maybe to just play Orianna, honestly, because he will be able to make plays on that. Cloud9, though, picking their tried and true.
Yeah, the Janna goes in for support. See Dan's taking that Thresh. Didn't see it at the International Wildcard Tournament, but they will throw it in for this composition. And Hai gets the Yasuo. We were saying, or I think it was Crepo saying, or no, probably something he can stand on his own 2 feet, as well as carry the game if necessary. So again, he locks in that champion and an all-around huge scaling team into the late game here for Cloud9.
Yeah, it's a whole bunch of scaling. Again, the Janna for the safe disengage. That will come in so handy against Jarvan. And I really wonder what Chanones is going to pick against Hai here. As Freak was saying, he would be the star for this team if one is to emerge.
That Orianna is up.
See if that is the choice for them. There's a lot of discussion going on there, back and forth with KaBuM, and he will end up playing the Syndra. So Tinone's got to come out big here.
I mean, it's a calculated risk in the sense that they don't want to lose lanes. They need to try and control them here. Syndra is a stronger laner than Orianna against Yasuo. We've already seen today Xiao Syndra come out on top of Cool's Yasuo, so it's a matchup that can tilt a little in Syndra's favor. It's a skill matchup, though, with all things considered, but I do not disagree with that pick from Tinones.
Meteos on his Lee Sin, ready to create aggression, as well as Danagorn. Somebody, as we said, likes to really just get in the face of his opponents. I believe this is going to be quite an aggressive game here. As KaBuM watching Cloud9 play a little bit safe in their early game. I think they may try to take it to him.
Yeah, and that's somewhat of a, I don't know if you can really call it an advantage, because it's called Cloud9. We'll have seen KaBuM play earlier on as well, but taking those risks, try and set up something a little bit different, something a little bit, you know, surprising from Cloud9's side of things, and try and just throw them off a strong-paced early game, which will, of course, play into KaBuM's hands. The question is whether they can translate, even if they pull off something amazing at the start of the game, whether they can actually follow that through and turn that big play early on into a win. That's a difficult thing against these teams that have so much experience.
So much of it will have to be with Danagorn's jungle Jarvan, and basically Meteos' ability to neutralize him in the early game. Meteos is coming from a place where he has so much trust in his lanes that the only way they really lose is if Danagorn swings them, so he basically just has to turn himself on to shutting that down.
So guys, don't forget that you can vote on Twitter who you think is going to win this game. Tweet hashtag C9win or hashtag KBM win to @LOL Esports, and we'll check out your vote shortly. But for now, we are going to get into game. It's Cloud9 versus KaBuM. And can KaBuM pull off an upset here against Cloud9? It'd be a massive one at this stage.
A massive one indeed. The champion select elimination was able to come up with for the team is very scary. Like we said, that's scaling into the late game, so Cloud9 can pretty much play any game they want with this one.
And while I said there's nothing for KaBuM to lose in this one, which I really think is true, from Cloud9's side, this is the win on paper that or the game that they'll have been looking at on paper to say, okay, that's a win and that's a win. Those are the games that could really mean that a tiebreaker happens, or you get edged out of first or second position if you end up slipping up in these, David and Goliath matches.
And we know that Cloud9 actually understands the potential for this upset. I've talked to multiple Cloud9 members, and they have legitimate fear of KaBuM and the upset potential, because they know that KaBuM isn't coming into this with the mindset of having to go 4-2 or having to win the group. They're coming in with the mindset that if they win a game, the World Championship is a success for them. And that gives you a lot of freedom strategically and as far as risk-taking goes that could very well play a spoiler for one of these favored teams.
Well, it doesn't look like too many risks as of yet. They want to make sure, as we heard the analyst desk say, a strong laning phase. Not thinking that Cloud9 would let up in any one of those lanes, so it's up to KaBuM really to get at least an advantage in one of those lanes that could carry, hopefully, Tinones.
And you can see right here, Cloud9 playing no different against KaBuM than they would against other opponents, much like they do in the North American playoffs, much like they did against Alliance. They are doing the 80 carry in the top lane to neutralize the laning phase and get Sneaky some free farm.
You see that Lep is headed up in that general direction. LemonNation just going to force him away completely. Says, right, shield on myself, do that extra damage. Dan's is going to come up to join Lep, so that will leave us with the 2v2 on that top side, and also means, of course, that there's a bit of free farm down the bottom lane for Minerva on Lucian.
I wonder if that free farm is going to turn into a fast push. The freeze has been broken for him. He can't turn this into an extended 1v0 without getting some turret damage down, and it will actually mean that Balls can pivot down to that bottom lane very easily and pick up a bunch of farm.
Well, he knows, we know Balls loves to just stay in lane and keep himself safe until he can make a huge impact on it. Clicked on that CS. I saw it. He stopped halfway.
This is KaBuM not playing the swap properly. It's something that requires a lot of practice. You have to be able to get good reads early on. You have to play wards early on in the game. But the fact that Minerva was in a lane all by himself without support help, and he did not set up a proper freeze, means Balls can very easily go in there and get farm.
Oh, Meteos actually connecting with the Q there onto Danagon. They're both double buff. Where are the mid laners? Danagon actually going deep onto Meteos. Couldn't quite get that knock up, and now High trying to turn this one around. He's going to get a lot of damage off. Who's he going for? Puts the Ignite towards Danagon. He wants those double buffs, and Danagon flashes to the safety of the brush.
If Danagon did not flash at that exact moment, High had the point blank knockup on it, and it would have been the double buff. So High, despite burning his Ignite there, definitely pressures Danagon, and it should give Meteos a leg up.
Playing the flow very nicely, gets in for more damage on the Pinones. We saw this between Cool earlier as well. Xiao, he was taking a bit of damage, but Xiao was able to play that Syndra very strong. So Pinones, with the damage he's taken, still in a good position here. 17 to 21, not too bad on CS, as High tries to keep it aggressive.
So after the first few waves in that mid lane, there is going to be High that has a slight advantage. The AD carries actually Sneaky with that 2-on-2 pressure that is edging ahead of that of Minerva, who of course is now in a full-on one-on-one versus Balls, and there's a good amount of damage here coming out from Balls. He needs to be careful here as Danagon comes down, and well, read like a book really. Balls has gone back toward the Tribush, but will he realize that Danagon's in there? He's got good range, no flash to go even further though.
It was a choose your own adventure, and he definitely chose the wrong one in that path. He does not have the ward in the right spot, but Danagon is really waiting on this one. Maybe for the last burst of mana to come out of Balls here, or maybe that rune.
He's hoping for the Rune Prison, that's exactly it. They just don't bother waiting any longer, and it means Balls was not trapped in any cast animation, so he could easily flash the flag combo.
So, the flash down. We'll see if Danagon can keep the aggression up from lane to lane.
Means that Meteos that entire time though farming the top side of his jungle. He's almost approaching a 10 CS lead, and he's going to keep that trend going as he heads onto the bottom side and towards his own racers. Lep doing some good damage there towards LemonNation. The hook coming out. Max range landing onto Sneaky. Not followed through. The Flay does come in, and a bit of pressure there in that 2v2.
A bit of miscommunication. That was the ward coming in from Lep. Dans didn't think he was going to hit that one possibly either, but it's good harass, and they keep it strong in this lane.
And we've seen this through a lot of the teams that end up near the bottom of these groups of Worlds. The laning phase is usually quite close. We've actually yet to see a laning phase twist in the favor of the underdog. If that happened, I'd be fascinated to seeing how that progresses on the game, because as of now, if the lane is close, the better team will play off better, but that's another hook. That could be a kill.
All the shields in defense right now. LemonNation low on mana. The Ignite goes down. It's High flashing in. Oh, he dashes through and the exhaust is down. Can he still keep it? One last Q. High to pick up first blood. Oh, what a play from Dans to save Lep more than once. Also gets the grab, but there's nobody there to pick up on it. Great play from the support of KaBuM.
And the amount of pressure lost by that monstrous roam up top from High is going to buy so much time for Pinones in this mid lane to pull ahead of High.
You can see there the farm 50 to 37. Pinones doing a good job. Will also get some minion damage onto that turret. So not all bad here for KaBuM. Minerva continues to farm, has now pulled ahead because of the fact that Sneaky and Lemon Nation had to back away from that top lane. Should be able to push it straight through onto the turret. Meanwhile, Lep will use his teleport to get up there on that top lane and get a decent wave of farm as well.
A really nice chunk there. Thought they were going to miss it, but the teleport was still up. Fiendish Codex buys for both Tinones and Lep on their first backs to keep themselves a bit more powerful in lane. Minerva safely backing. Dan's on the roam everywhere right now, trying to keep the wards up, trying to keep Meteos out of some dangerous positions that could really put KaBuM behind here. 7.5 minutes in, really great back and forth so far from both teams.
Still feel that KaBuM, despite having this good early lane phase, have to make plays, have to have a bigger lead going through into the phase of the game where Cloud9 are going to be stronger than them. But we've seen surprises already. I don't think anyone expected AHQ to pull out that win against EDG last week in Taipei. We'll see if KaBuM can do that here over Cloud9. Of course, sit 1-0 in the group after that great victory against Alliance earlier on today. See Meteos here doing his red buff, and we'll see if that means then a visit towards this mid lane. I don't think the bottom's much of a question. Actually pushed quite far out as Minerva having a good little trade there with Sneaky.
He's got the level advantage in that bottom lane, and he's trying to bully that weak mid game from Trist. Sneaky has not actually respected the 2v2 lane matchup in the slightest with this item build. He's won an Avarice Blade first. You'll actually often see a Trist build an early pickaxe and then go into a static shift, so the pickaxe gives him some type of trading potential in lane. He's basically doing nothing in that lane right now, so they're playing victim to KaBuM's superior laning phase at the moment.
Very surprised they're taking trades here. BF Lucian to just that gold generation. Not going to work out too well for Sneaky, but the shields are coming in big from Lemon Nation. Meteos and High trying to get in. Great ward here coming in from KaBuM, already in the death brush. They'll see this pink ward. Nah, possibly not. Don't take the time to take that. Looks like they're going to try to work something off this. Danagorn, I love it. He sees something and he wants to try and make a play off it.
Trying to force that bottom lane all the way through onto Sneaky's tower here as well. Lemon Nation already leaving the lane to get a ward inside of the river and make sure that KaBuM don't just go straight in there for that dragon. But with this lane pushing up, there is definitely a possibility of that happening. However, Meteos on the bottom side, just in case a dive comes in.
We see Danagorn and Tinones entering the jungle, but this is maybe not where they want to be. Come up behind High. He's already got himself in a safe position. Great job in mid to know nobody's here. And I want to stand right in the mid.
Yeah, based on the positioning of Meteos, setting up for all these counter ganks, even the itemization of Sneaky, it's almost as if they were expecting KaBuM to just lose their minds and do these really crazy, aggressive, high-risk plays, because that's what all of us were expecting from KaBuM. But what KaBuM is doing is they're just playing standard, strong lanes with solid vision control. Because Cloud9 has postured themselves so defensively, they're having to give up a lot of stuff to KaBuM. This dragon's going to be an attempted steal. As long as they wait it out, Meteos won't be able to make it in. Oh no!
Stolen away there. Meteos is going to pay the price though. Will go down for first blood, but getting in there nicely. I'm quite surprised that after that ward actually went down that someone didn't move to the backside to try and block that Q from coming through, but it was a smite, of course, from Meteos that got them that pickup on the dragon. It leaves Cloud9 after all that said and done, not 1,000, not quite that much just yet, 100 or so gold in the lead here over KaBuM, 10.5 minutes in, and that bottom lane once again going to be starting to push out as Lep and Balls going head to head, and Lep losing far too much health there. He needs to be careful, although Balls is on decently low HP.
Yeah, the late game scaling of Cloud9 is vastly superior. Rise plus Trist and the disengage from Janna. But with that being said, this early pressure and mid-game potential from KaBuM is pretty great. We'll see what Tinones can do with this double buff on Cinder, because he's out CS High by a pretty big margin. Some of that's from the roam that High did top lane, some of that's now that he has the double buffs, but it's Tinones' time to shine.
And we also have Minerva, 95-72 on Sneaky, so they're taking hold when they need to with the damage, putting it in their belts as well. That pickaxe coming in onto Minerva, helping him trade with Sneaky in the bottom lane. Really, we've seen the shield be defensive for Sneaky, not really trade-oriented here. Dan's and Minerva continuously little poke plays. You can see out by the ward. A little off on his sweeper there.
Not a problem. Pink ward going down, and that will mean that Jarvan can come through for that lane gang. They need to clear out those minions though, because they will have vision on the top side of that brush and may even give things away if they just try and fast push. That one, Sneaky actually going out with his ultimate. There's the hook coming in, goes wide. Elimination will flash away from the flag and drag of Danagon, and nicely avoided from Cloud9.
Yeah, that was some pretty swift play there by Elimination. If any of those spells landed, he was dead to rights, but he burns Flash, does not even have to burn his ultimate, and he escapes that gank unscathed.
Sneaky using his ult on that. Seems like he'll feel safe in lane still with Lemon. They get that pink word cleared out of their forward brush, and they were able to regain control. What kind of damage they can put on this? Oh, a little bit of miscommunication. Didn't take the minion out first, but they still pick up a safe lane here. And maybe a roam from Tin Owens. Looks like they want to get inside the jungle. They don't have too much vision on it, but they do see Meteos here and there. They want to make sure he's not making any of the plays. A lot of aggression coming in. Cloud9 collapses towards the top of Dragon, but nothing comes of it.
Yeah, and a very quick flash by Tinoz. He knew that he was out of position, and he immediately had to retreat. But with that collapse from the Cloud9 bottom lane, it does expose the bottom lane itself to being taken down.
Oh, I think, man, left being up a little more than he can chew there. Has to use the wild growth. How to go back at walls. He will just pop straight through those pots, get himself healthy once again. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, he's still pushing here. Minerva might have gone a little bit too far into this one. Gives a blast back. We did have Danagon waiting inside of the brush, but Meteos and High both coming around. The point blank Q actually missing there, and Danagon will just slide over the wall to freedom.
Nice grab. The box is down. Lemon's caught in the Cataclysm. Heal comes out from Sneaky, so they are still well within staying in this fight. It's going to be Minerva going down. That's the 80 carry DPS out of the fight. The teleport comes in as well. They're going to know it's going to be stopped in the top lane, actually. It was left with enough mana, but does he bring in a fight that he does not want? The Spell Flux able to come out and take him down.
And just like that, Cloud9 gets 3 for 0. It took them 13.5 minutes to set up a play, but they were able to find one right there. The collapse down from the mid lane worked this time for High, and they just clean up from top to bottom.
Almost 1,000 gold lead here with 2 minutes until that dragon comes up. Let's have another look at that one in the top lane. Balls 1v1 stop from TPing and says, okay, then I'll kill you instead.
Yeah, I think that was just one of those situations where Balls knew he was already in a favorable position in lane, so he didn't care if the teleport got interrupted. If he gets to teleport down bottom lane, he gets a kill. If Lulu's gonna dare to interrupt him, he'll just kill Lulu. So it was a smart, heady play by Balls, and he gets a kill anyway.
Minute and 30 coming in on Dragon. Looks like they will be able to lock down a bit of vision, but KaBuM has the same thing in mind. Coming out with a few pink wards. Going to be able to help this out more with sweepers. The orb already grabbed from Minerva. Definitely doesn't want to be caught out in these occasions.
Credit as well to KaBuM at this point. If you look at the minimap, the bottom side of Cloud9's jungle is pretty much all warded up. There's a pink ward in the side of the red buff and one in the tri-bush there for Cloud9, but still a couple of deep wards out of KaBuM. They don't have one in this top lane though, which could be a problem if they decide to dive on through. Let will try and speed himself up. The Q will land. He's going to go in front of him. Wild growth is used from Let. They get his ultimate and might just be able to finish the tower now.
Yeah, but in the meanwhile, KaBuM is pushing down that mid lane using that attack speed from Jarvan. They're answering most of Cloud9's moves pretty well.
Well, a little too far behind on a few, but not all. And such a great early game here. They said the lanes couldn't or wouldn't be won on the analyst desk, but KaBuM's doing everything they can to keep the pressure onto Cloud9. We've seen, as you said, Cloud9 play that safe game no matter who they're up against. It seems like KaBuM has found that as a way where they can get under their skin.
Cloud9 is playing remarkably safe in this one as well. I'm actually very surprised that Sneaky decided to go straight for the Static Shiv instead of stopping in the middle for a pickaxe, so he'd at least have some type of trading against Minerva. Now with the Static Shiv, he can be respectable in this next dragon fight, if that's what it comes to.
Well, it looks like he will. The dragon just pulled out of its pit. Meanwhile, Lep is going to be having to go on this top turret. He does have teleport available to him if he's going to come down. Minerva will use an early cull in there. They pulled in balls and half-decent damage done to him. There is the TP coming on top, but he's got no HP left. He comes in with nothing, and Cloud9 just kill him off.
Bit of a whoopsie.
Not a good TP. Not in the slightest. Lep
It probably seemed so good in his head, but he just was not in sync with the rest of the team. Down and Gordon was not initiating. They had no stun follow-up. He just gets blown up.
I think Kobe would say something about that. But moving on,
That's,
4-1, 17 minutes on the clock, and a 3,000 gold lead is what Cloud9 is looking at right now. They were actually, it's kind of like a mousetrap. They were kind of leading KaBuM into where they wanted and when they wanted to fight. They warded up perfectly, and they bit as soon as they were able to. 2-1 in turrets. KaBuM still has a bit of map pressure on that front, but is it going to be enough to carry them through this mid part of the game? The Rod of Age is already charging. We see a few core items built up on High and Sneaky with the static shifts here, and they're not afraid to start making plays.
Feel it's fairly reminiscent of the Alliance game, right? Play it safe, slowly but surely get yourself a lead, and well, if you look down their team comp, that suits them fine. Yes, maybe they're not going to flashy win up in 20 minutes over KaBuM, but that's not really what counts at the end of the day. Lep once again may be in trouble. That top turret is very low. Actually, Balls pulls the aggro early on. Lep uses an early wild growth, and now Danzer's coming in as well with the thresh. What can he do?
Whoa!
Kick there into both of his teammates, and that should be the end of that one.
Not the easiest thing to do.
An escape right there. Just getting the geometry just right to knock all three of them up.
Because math.
Hey, right there, maybe KaBuM gets a turret on the backside, but Cloud9's going to really get mid lane and bottom lane out of this.
There's another one. Outer 3 are dropped. They can start to easily move into Cloud9's jungle, but wait a minute, Sneaky's trying to easily move into a little bit of Minerva's personal bubble. Takes him down. He'll be out of the game for a little bit here. High trying to take it out with Tinones. He wants a blue buff, but it doesn't look like he's going to get it. And Tinone says, get off of my turret right now. Trade a kill, and he may not go down. Oh, no, he's going to go down. The last tick hits, and that's a shutdown, actually, onto Tinones.
High was playing a very dangerous game, dancing around a turret there in the face of a DFG Syndra. The DFG active didn't actually get used by Tinones there, so a little bit of a misplay. Luckily for High, he still picked up the kill, despite getting a little bit nuts.
And I think why not trying to look in there, maybe something risky here to just edge him out. Speaking of edging out, we've seen Balls just bring that farm back in the top lane. Of course, sat on 1-0-0 after that solo kill onto Lep just a little bit earlier on. And had that tier stacking up for a good while now, and he's going to be picking up that Archangels pretty soon. And that's that fight once again in mid, and you see that Tinone's actually lost vision of High there for a moment.
Yeah, well, he hit him with the ultimate real easy. The wind wall blocked so much, but then High ran out of his duration. Of course, Tinones is just going to ult his face at that point. He figured he'd get a 1-for-1 trade. That's the best he could get once his wind wall had fallen. Not really sure what High's play there outside of hoping to trade a kill.
Nobody gets a blue buff. Well, he's got it back anyways as he comes back in the lane. Tinones still happy with that situation. 20 minutes on the clock, and it looks like Cloud9 starts to gather in the mid lane as they want to start cracking down on this pressure. That mid turret, about 5% HP left. They only have a little bit of work to do, but the whole team of KaBuM says, not this one, not right now.
Couple of wards cleared out, the hook coming through from Dance. They had vision of that one thanks to the ward over the side. The Q lands, but no follow, but there's the knock-up onto Tino's High. Gonna go in for this one. He himself will get next knocked up, but Sneaky coming around the side as well. Down and Gordon will throw down his cats and clear them, but Sneaky just knocks him back through the back wall, and that is a 2-for-0. This tower's going down now.
That was some exquisite Yasuo play. Right into the wind wall, flew that Cinder ultimate, and that is how you play the matchup. High destroying right there for Tinones, and the rest of Cloud9 following up just right.
And there was one person missing from that as well. This guy in the top lane still pushing by himself. The split push working out quite well, and with how big High is getting, they'll probably be able to do this in every lane quite soon to start spreading KaBuM thin.
Now, and of course, Ryze not going to be taking those turrets down very quickly, but if you get that entire time all on your own, you're still going to take chunks out of the turrets. The rest of the team come through, and that will be at 21 minutes into the game. Well, we're closing in to a 10,000 gold lead at this point. 8-2 up in kills, 2 with the AD carry, 3 in the mid lane. Spread really nicely across the entire board. And this is that knock-up and ultimate from Yasuo again onto Tino.
Yeah, the impressive thing to me wasn't the initiation, it was that wind wall. At the very moment when he spread between Tinones, it's like, okay, now is the time we'll try to retaliate. Let's make that an impossible feat. So he throws out the wind wall, Cinder can't fight back, High takes almost no damage, and they get 2 kills.
Something you can't take away from KaBuM, the strong individual play, but you see the separation when it gets to the team fights, the coordination that the teams outside of their realm of play just start bringing to the table. It's too much for them to handle.
KaBuM's trying to set something up here, but can they pull it off in the end? Cloud9 just push the minion wave through and say, nah, you're going to be hiding around that corner. Let's not fight that one. Ward goes over the top, and that will spot pretty much the entire KaBuM team just waiting over the side. Just half a minute until the next dragon comes into play. And Cloud9 already set up nicely, clearing out those wards as they come down. And there is the Q actually landing towards Lucian, but he's high that's going on to Danagon here in the middle, and he's taken a lot of damage already. A late Wild Growth will save him, but that pretty much just guarantees the dragon now.
Yeah, Cloud9 still playing to a level of safety and caution, but they're turning up their aggression ever so slightly the larger their lead grows. This is only 22 minutes in, but they have assumed control.
With the safety we've seen lately from Meteos, the rest of the team, it's really been High the one to start going in hard on these fights. Yasuo allows them to do that a little bit stronger. They're going to go ahead and pick up another dragon within this game, all of them, for that fact. Looks like they are happy to head back right now, take their time, get back into this one. Great warding all around right now. Pink wards are already out. We'll probably see Cloud9 start to move those up as they disappear from their side of the map. 23 minutes in right now, 8-2. Seems like they started to pretty much just clamp down on KaBuM strategy.
And Balls might even feel comfortable enough to go full on into Minerva at this point. That Archangel, Rod of Ages, and not often we see Rise being able to split push so effectively, but certainly pulling it off this game. KaBuM, you know, unable to really answer him this far up into the game. You see the wards on the bottom side of KaBuM's jungle put down by Cloud9. They're even going to be clearing out now over towards the dragon side, and they've sent Minerva to try and deal on that bottom side of the map with Balls, but, well, if he's then pushed away from the tower, he can just TP over towards the Baron or wherever else Cloud9 might be pushing.
Cloud9 really holds all the cards in this matchup, and it just means they can catch people in the jungle.
Big hit onto Dance, throws down the box, the disengage, but they know they have what they want. This is almost exactly what happened in their fight earlier. Not a kill's going to come out of this, but all the pressure that they need to make something happen will.
Yeah, I mean, they get people so low here, they're thinking they could just do the Baron. They were expecting KaBuM to try and check, but when they realized how cautious they were, they're just going to start dealing with two men. That is a Scrying Orb, though, that will spot them.
Minerva's pickup.
Waiting off to the side. Actually, stun comes in onto Balls here, but sneaky off to the side, able to put some damage back. Dan's even stepping forward there, maybe looking for a hook, but Cloud9 already backed away from that one. And you feel like this game really teetering on a knife edge here, where Cloud9, if they get that chance to just nip over and finish off the Baron, or KaBuM can actually get in there quick enough. The Scrying Orb, a vital pickup at this stage, because they just can't keep up with the vision war on that side of the map.
No, they're falling so far behind. And one thing that happens when you do Force Sweeper and a Scrying Orb as well is because you're dropping off trinkets, you actually just have to place more purchased wards. They have the double side stone, which should aid in that, but it's just not necessarily keeping up with what Cloud9 is doing. Damgor uses everything to get in.
That's a pretty headstrong clear he's got himself going into there. It is going to be, oh, the Lantern gets stopped, but he is able to put his left foot out and do the hokey pokey. Gets out on that, and he gets himself to safety. 26 minutes coming up on the clock. Looking grim for this Baron for KaBuM. It looks like Cloud9 wants to throw themselves into this. Just face check and brush right now. You can see how confident Balls is, how far ahead he is right now. Level 14, and it's just about the highest in the game besides Sinnoh.
Sinnoh's actually just recalling there. There's a wind wall coming down. Will stop most of the culling. Leaves minions still alive underneath the tower, and Cloud9 just walking in for that one. Will take another inner turret. Leaves just the base left alive now for KaBuM. That 10,000 gold lead is just moments away, you feel, for Cloud9. There's Lep spotted by Meteos. And if you look at the minimap as well, it's pretty much all blue at this stage. Only really got that Scrying Orb to work with, which is going to be coming off cooldown, and will probably get forced into being used in just a moment. Meteor's actually waiting off to the side here. As soon as he can get in for a cheeky little pick.
Cloud9 definitely not letting off the gas here. KaBuM is hoping to get some type of pick with that Deathfire Grasp onto Tenones. Just one kill to hopefully create more of an advantage. But it's the other way around here. Cloud9 is definitely the ones dictating because you don't actually get catches without vision control. That's where it all begins. Cloud9 holds all that.
And it's hard. You have High initiating as well with the Guardian Angel. Their catches kind of be for naught if they use everything onto him. And High can really force that to happen. Goes into the minions. He's going to get his Qs here. Might just initiate his own fight, but they are using this to push the team back left just on the outside.
Hiding behind his wind wall there, they managed to catch out Danagon, he will go down. There's a 3-man ultimate coming out from High. Good stun back though. Guardian Angel will bring High back to life. The hook comes through, actually hits Lemon Nation. I don't think that was the intended target. He was trying to time High's regen, and that will be one man down on either side.
Hey, they got a kill, still counts, but now Cloud9 is trying to push on. Sneaky is a monster.
Oh, Sneaky indeed, tearing through the base by himself, looking for Lep. Gets his reset to jump out of this one. Lep's doing everything he can. He just wants to kill. Whimsy speed up. Will he be able to lock it down? Meteor says, eat my foot, and he's going to be out of this one. Minute left onto Dragon. That's not Baron. And it looks like they may actually just decide to walk this one out. Dragon can go to KaBuM. Cloud9 knows what they want the rest of this game.
Yeah, nice stun there by Tenones to prevent that dive from becoming more painful. Obviously, High landed a pretty good stun there, and a cool little thing before that fight. Cloud9 had all 5 pink wards down on the map. Every single individual had a pink ward that was unkilled, and KaBuM had 0 of their own. But they've since pushed out, gotten one of their own down, and they're trying desperately to clear a few of Cloud9's.
Utilize the time, didn't even need to scan that. Oh, check out if any green wards are down. Danagon gets another pink taken away, and some vision of his own in the back of that Baron pit. Well, Cloud9 did go back and, of course, shop up from this one. No, I'm not sure that's actually what Danagon really needs at this stage. They're going to take a lot of damage from this one and actually has to wait for his flag to come up to get out of the pit. Disaster.
A little bit of a whoopsie there. They're able to get him out safely, but that means their jungler is very hurt for something that Cloud9 has wanted to do for a while now, and that's Baron.
They're still going to proceed with extreme caution, however. The only way Cloud9 loses this game to KaBuM is through a miraculous Baron steal or a Baron fight gone wrong, so they're going to control their expectations. They know they have 6 turrets down. They're going to make sure they have vision containment, and then they would go for Baron.
With 30 minutes on the clock, Cloud9 has a 10,000 gold lead, one of the biggest they've had here coming in with their 2 games. But it is meaning that they know to put their foot down, like you said, Jack, keeping that pedal to the metal, and now attempting the Baron. Lemonation on the outside for a full amount of disengage. There it is. Oh, Meteos over the wall. I thought that was going to be High as well. He gets himself back in with a safeguard, easily taken on Baron. Lemon's forced to flash. Balls now, it takes the defense on trying to stop them from getting into Baron.
Really slick Lee Sin play there by Meteos, jumping out to kick Danagon away and then just flying back inside the pit because Lee Sin. And then Lemon Nation aided a little bit as well to blow him back away. Danagon had no way of getting into the pit.
Keeping them completely under control here. Cloud9 looking to make 0 mistakes on their way to another victory. And currently have a massive gold lead. We've just gone past the half-an hour mark in this one. KaBuM really looking to just find anything in this game that could give them a glimmer of hope at this point.
Yeah, and honestly, a Cloud9 victory here would actually mean that North America goes 4-0 on the first day of this group stage. LMQ went 2-0, Cloud9 went 2-0. Now remember, they have yet to face the Korean teams in both of the groups, so this will definitely kind of set the stage for some pretty big clashes. Heavy favored Korean teams versus LMQ, definitely not expected to go 2-0 today, but early showings is a strong show for North America here in these groups.
A lot of momentum that they would need as the fans consider it to go against those teams. And right now they're using all that momentum to just take out each member of KaBuM methodically. Surgically removing him from the map now, looking at the middle inhibitor turret as trying to engage over the wall. I wouldn't put it past Sneaky to be the first one hopping in.
Well, the Gonna wait at least for now for that next minion wave to come around. You can see Meteor stepping forward high. Will also get up in KaBuM's faces, but they take that inhib turret without any push back from KaBuM. The inhibitor itself will go down. And to be honest, Minerva is still down for 15 seconds here.
I mean, if Cloud9 can get the right kind of fight, I don't know why they wouldn't continue to push on, aside from it being a little bit too risky.
Not many minions to be working with right now for Cloud9, but they are definitely staying in that risky position. Midwave is just on the front step of KaBuM's base, and they have everything in HP and Baron buff and stats that they need to continue this fight.
The next wave coming in, they're going to basically force KaBuM into doing something aggressive. Windfall, this is just like an inhibitor turret at this point, except behind it is a Nexus.
There is the second Nexus turret going down as well. KaBuM got no defense left alive. I'm going to jump straight in there onto Tinones, get one kill, but they're focusing the Nexus down, and Cloud9 going to be picking up their second victory of the day. Couple of kills still left to be had here at the end, but they will finish it off. And a convincing win once again for Cloud9.
And just like that, it was over. What seemed like a very slow start from Cloud9, potentially a little scary when KaBuM started getting some niceness in the lanes. Cloud9 kind of turned it on. They knew they had the strong mid game. They had the Janna for the... They knew they had the strong late game. They had the Janna for the mid game. And they definitely had the strategic advantage and the confidence to close this one off right.
Able to stave off a bit of that Danagorn aggression from lane to lane on the Jarvan. Pretty much banned out a few of the junglers he would like to use this game. KaBuM doing what they can in the laning phase, but it seems that teams find them in the fight phase and are able to pick apart the mistakes.
Yeah, and I feel like we've almost repeated this story quite a few times because we saw a similar thing last week as well in Taipei, that the underdog teams did well in the laning phase, and I guess that's kind of the fundamentals that you learn from playing League of Legends right at the start. You learn to have a good laning phase first of all, and then they're falling apart when it comes to the more team-oriented plays. We saw Cloud9, they made literally no mistakes in that, or maybe here and there slightly too deep, but playing everything really by the book. And you're saying we use this to practice turning an early game good start into an actual victory.
It's one of the reasons I actually like the World Championship in this sense, because we see players at different stages of competitiveness. We just get to see the strategic depth of League of Legends, because you know how good these guys are in lane. Mechanically, individually, they're all fairly good, but it really just comes down to the team play, and it's not even close in how these games go out. There is a super low % chance that some of these teams can take down the greater teams, and it's just, you never see this type of difference. The monstrous, I can't find the words for it, the monstrous differences in skill at the World Championship.
Well, it's definitely been shown here quite a bit today. Teams doing all the homework that you'll find it. Don't worry about it.
Eventually.
Teams doing all the homework that they need to. And like you said, NA coming out very strong, as a lot of people put them kind of to the wayside, but we haven't seen them play who everybody wants them to play, and that's the Koreans.
Yeah, both those games will happen tomorrow.
As the European guy, I'll just stay quiet here on the end of the table. Not the greatest start for Europe, that is for sure. But of course, we are going to head back over to Quickshot and the analyst desk for more on that Cloud9 win.
Thank you very much, Joe. I'm sitting in the analyst desk in LA, and I'm happy to support North American teams. Cloud9, once again, playing very, very well. I think I want to talk about KaBuM. Their lane swap, questionable. Jet touched on it. Crepa, I would like you to expand. But I think Dan's was an incredible Thresh. And toe-to-toe, yes, KaBuM had stronger lanes. They bullied Cloud9 around for the first 10 or 12 minutes.
Yeah, I think Cloud9 kind of played this with a little disrespect. Early game going double average play when you already have like a triple hyper carry comp into what is arguably like really strong laners. Then they definitely threw KaBuM off guard, because when the lane swap happened initially, Lucian immediately pushed in wave 1 into the tower because he was too late to freeze that. But then he pushed a second wave into the tower. He didn't start freezing. Balls came into the lane, got half a wave for free XP. Freeze started stacking up. Balls got way more. And then even in the top lane, the Lulu Thresh combination from KaBuM was actually beating Sneaky and Lemon in lane. So imagine if Minerva would have played that freeze out properly, Balls could have stayed under level, and they could have actually exploited their early game advantage. But even though Cloud9 went sloppy mode and went double average blade, they still won that game. So
I do fear a little bit for Sneaky, honestly. Like, I was hyping him up as a very improved player towards the end of the split, but I know that when I was talking to Cloud9 near playoffs, they said, we lane swap every game because we're not sure of our bottom lane 2v2. they need to kind of step up a little bit. So they lane swap every game. And they've done so 2 times so far, both their games so far at Worlds as well. And in this game, you saw Sneaky go 40 CS down in a matchup where Trist is arguably a 50-50 matchup in Dilution.
What?
So it is. And it's mind-blowing because
he built average plate, though.
Yeah, the build was wrong, I agree, but you should not be 40 CS down, especially, no offense to Minerva, but he doesn't have very much competition. Sneaky has so much good AD carry competition in North America, it shouldn't go that way.
I do want to quickly highlight one thing about Dan's in terms of the duo lane and maybe why the Sneaky was suffering in CS. Thresh has been picked 5 out of the 6 games today. 3 out of 3 in Group C, 2 out of 3 in Group D. I looked at the stats. In Group A, he was featured in all 13 games, including the tiebreaker. Banned 4 times, picked 9 times. Group B, only 1 game out of 12. Now, I'm going to theorize the competitiveness of the group could correlate to the number of Thresh picks, but this is something to discuss another time. Freak, let's get back to the game.
Yeah, well, 2 things. So one, actually, I think there's actually a lot of good Brazilian AD carries. BRTT is a lot of guys out there who are actually very incredible. Maybe not as good as you, Deadlift. I know you're pretty much the godsend AD carry, but as far as the rest of it, I know you're referring to yourself as far as competition for Sneaky. But I know, I'm messing with you, but I think there actually are quite a number of good AD carries in Brazil.
Okay.
Second, though, you're implying that TSM is worse than like Dark Passage or something. TSM clearly the best team to ever exist in League of Legends, so I don't know why you're saying B wasn't competitive. But okay, yeah, but you're right. The laning phase was so darn good for KaBuM. Again, Tinones did great. We've now seen Syndra's be more ridiculous, probably. I'm sure you're loving seeing that. The laning phase is good. Cloud9, it's unfortunate for me to say this, but like they still look like the same team that played in North American regionals, where their early game is really weak. They wait for the team fights around, and they play this really, really passive game. And I hate seeing them on champions like Lee Sin that are normally playmakers, but instead he's just there to have a sight stone and wait for 30 minutes. And like you ban the Cosmic, which is the ideal jungler for the wait for 30 minutes jungle pattern.
Cloud9 did do one really aggressive play that kind of turned the game in their favor, which is the one clip we do have that I want to kind of run through right now, if you don't mind pulling it up right now. All right,
that works for you and it doesn't work for me.
So magical.
We like it more.
Drops
so nice.
the mic, walks away.
So let's roll this clip right now, and we can see right now, Meteos just pushed Syndra kind of out of lane and kind of scared her. So right now, Hai is starting to move down, and Cloud9 just saying, get him, get him, get him. We have an advantage right now. So they're trying to get on Jarvan, but Jarvan gets out, and Lemon does a super good bait right now. Gets hooked, and watch for the Monsoon coming out. Monsoon hits right into Yasuo ulti, and this is just perfect. Lemon's just on survival mode right now, and Hai is just there to clean up. At this point, Hai is the only one that has kill potential, kind of, and he gets in there, gets his kill, and watch how C9 doesn't back off. They follow Hai and keep right next to him, because if they had left Hai, Syndra was going to be able to kill him. So I really like C9 coming together and like kind of protecting their shot caller from getting picked off at the end.
And at the same time, the TP that came in was cancelled on top lane and balls as well. If you cancel my TP, I'll just take your life and simple kill top lane. That single play just turned like all the advantage that KaBuM had, all those good laning phases just got punished because you just gave 3 kills around the map against double average plate, triple hyper carry comp.
Do want to give some props to KaBuM. I think they have shown up somewhat in their first 2 games. They've got 4 more to step it up. So with 6 games complete here in Singapore, let's actually check out those standings because I've got some more questions for this analyst desk once we get that up on screen. I want to start talking to you guys about the LCS team performances. It has been a great day for North American squads. Not so much for the European teams. Both Alliance and Fnatic really looking lost, I think, is the best way to say it. Cloud9 coming in here, doing what Cloud9 does. LMQ on the other side have really surprised everybody. A lot of players, actually every single analyst, barring Crumbs, wrote them off against OMG. Crumbs did get it wrong against Fnatic, because he did say they were going to win, despite him not being here.
You can't prove that.
Let's talk about the LC. I can, actually, because it's written down right here. CZ, I don't know if you can zoom in on that, but there's the predictions for absolutely everybody. Right. Now that I've proven it, let's talk about the teams. LMQ surprising us, EU disappointing us. Double lift start there.
I think the biggest surprise for me, Cloud9's Hai. Winning lane against Froggen. Not what I expected at all. Actually, Monty ranked Froggen as the #1 mid in the group, and I definitely didn't expect Hai to be able to out-CS him in that matchup. I think it was Xerath versus Syndra. It's just ridiculous. And the biggest surprise, obviously, LMQ, Moore and Xiao showing they're super world class. We all wrote them off except for Crumbs. God bless
Yep.
Xiao Xiao. I'll never lose faith in you again.
Probably.
Please listen to the show. But yeah, going off of that, yeah, you look at Froggen and Peke, and EU's kind of brought up as their mid laners are amazing. And then look at NA coming in there, though. We're taking the good, best mids back.
Yep.
Well,
Probably,
I can't
are you
disagree.
part of that conversation?
Yeah?
I
Who are
can't-
you? I'm
So
a mid
sorry,
in NA.
North American LCS mids are good?
Hey, most of the time.
Too soon.
Most of the time.
Low blow. Crepo.
Yeah, all low blows aside, I just want to like point out like both your teams seem to have a problem with like split push in general. Alliance didn't go far enough in the split push like angle. They just sent Wicked back too early. They didn't put any pressure on the side lanes with that kill. There was literally nobody on the enemy team that could stop the kill, yet they just couldn't make that happen. At the same time, Fnatic was having issues with their split push. They weren't sure like do we want to protect the AD comp? Is our AD carry split pushing? It's almost like as if this wave was stacking up on the side, and they're like, okay, like if we just ignore it long enough, it'll disappear. But eventually they had to send somebody, and then they lost all the vision control in return. So both European teams rather have issues with silent control.
Yeah, same thing even happened last week when we had Candy Panda on Vayne, who was like the key win condition, and thankfully for them, TSM screwed up and won the game for SK anyway. But all the European teams have had trouble actually making split pushes work.
Yeah, it's not something that has been super prolific towards the end of the summer split. EU as a region was doing very well earlier in the end last year, but definitely not towards the end. So we talked about the LCS squads. I do want to pick your guys' brains about the Korean teams that we did see, despite it only being, I think, one game apiece for NaJin, Shield, as well as Samsung Blue. We're going to see them more tomorrow, as well as OMG. OMG didn't really impress me today, maybe quite as much as I was expecting from them. Samsung Blue and Shield, on the other hand, I think living up to the levels. Shield, Blue, do we see any weaknesses? Do we see the LCS teams being able to take games off of them? Double if you're excited.
I just want to say that the LPL teams have really disappointed me. Coming in, a lot of the analyst predictions was like, China might be the second best region, by a pretty decent margin ahead of NA and EU. But honestly, EDG, Name was like a huge disappointment from Group A. And then in Group B, I feel like Starhorn Royal Club and TSM are pretty equal. You saw that the Starhorn Royal Club started slipping, TSM won the game, and if they had won against SK, I really think that TSM would have taken the first seed in Group B. So, and then finally OMG, a really big disappointment. I just am not impressed with LPL teams.
So we do actually have that graphic completed. So let's quickly pull that one up onto your screens and take a look at where these groups are shuffling themselves. Here we go. LMQ, surprising everybody, 2-0. Samsung Blue with just that one game to their name. OMG, the surprises, 0-2. Group D, it is, of course, Cloud9, 2-0. NaJin White Shield, 1-1. We'll see more of those games tomorrow, but we'll keep this up as Crepo, you're going to share some more thoughts on some of the Asian squads that we're seeing.
Yeah, just in general, I think I get a trend that Rumble is involved in a lot of these upset matches. Rumble seems to be the new pick that wasn't in the metagame back when all the playoffs were happening, so he's coming up on the scene. Thresh always shows up at these world events come out because his kid is just so good at doing what he does, the CC and everything. So I'm wondering if the pick and ban patterns are going to change the next few days.
I really think Rumble, yeah, you're right about that. It's like, these LPL teams are teamfight teams. And then Rumble is arguably the best top lane team fighter. I mean, what else do you have? Tanky tops like Lulu, Ryze, like those don't compare to Rumble in a big team fight.
Yeah, I agree. And I also kind of want to get back to the point that you were talking about, Double Lift with Name, where I remember back in the very, very beginning in the preview show for the very first day, we had an interview with the man, and he said he's comfortable or he's confident because he's played against these AD carriers. He understands them, and he's confident because he knows he can beat those guys up. Once we see EDG again, they're going to be against Starhorn Royal Club. He knows Uzi. I think we're going to see him come back to form. Again, this is Name's first international tournament. So he's only going to kind of grow from there. I think we will see specifically EDG get better throughout the tournament. If I think they can win their quarterfinal, I think they can move on and start looking a lot more impressive, and maybe they will make that deep run we expected of them.
They simply cannot afford to get any worse or stay where they are at this point in time. All right, guys, thank you for the thoughts. It is time to stealth through the brush as we prepare to jump into the action with one of my favorite segments. It is one that we call Thank You Very Much. First clip comes from Samsung Blue versus OMG, and this is Spirit grabbing first blood on Going, who is going nowhere.
What was Going thinking here?
Face check very much, yeah.
Oh god, it was he just didn't respect the level 1 Lee Sin Rumble chase down. He's so far away from his tower.
You should notice, even if you've played against a Mundo before, like it's the exact same thing. Once you get hit by a cleaver, like you'll have to burn your flash.
Now, Crepo, I know you like this play. It was Fnatic versus LMQ. And you know what? Fnatic they saw LMQ and just thought, screw it, let's go ham.
Yeah, I really think they capitalized really well here because they had the vision and they know what they're doing. That bubble really seals that. The Lulu Q comes in, the combo comes in from Jarvan EQ, and basically this guarantees 3 flashes. I think LMQ was in the right spot though, but they should have just sent 2 people bottom to get that wave pushing out. But good reaction from Fnatic.
Yeah, very good indeed. Next up was Cloud9 versus KaBuM. This was a pretty good, I think we'll call it a no gank Q.
Beautiful kick from Lee Sin. I just love how Meteos starts scooting behind Thresh because he knows he can line up this kick. It wasn't a luck kind of thing.
Yeah, one cool thing with Lee Sin as well is during the quarter-second cast time, it roots the opponent, so you have a guaranteed trajectory that you know is going to go exactly this direction. You actually can't outplay it once it starts, and so he just knocks him down like bowling pins.
Today I learned, and as Jat said, because Lee Sin. All right, guys, thank you very much. The excitement in the Singapore group stage continues tomorrow with a whole lot of pressure on the LCS teams as they're going to have to prove themselves. Alliance and Cloud9 will be doing battle with NaJin White Shield. We will also see if Samsung Blue can live up to the hype as they take on Fnatic and LMQ, and then OMG and KaBuM will get a chance to bounce back from today's defeats. Those matches will begin tomorrow at 11 AM Central European Summertime, which is 2 AM Pacific. That does it for day 1 here in Singapore, but we do have 3 days of matches still yet to come as we head to the quarterfinals. In the meantime, I'd like to once again thank all of our special guest analysts on the desk, as well as myself and the entire World Broadcast team. Thank you guys for watching. We will see you all tomorrow.
非常想证明，不仅是中国队，包括其他队。월드 챔피언십을 오게 돼서 굉장히 기쁘고 영광이에요.
That's the hook that counts. That is going to be let going down.
We've worked all year for this. I'm ready to play.
They managed to catch out Dade. He will go down. The 3-man ultimate coming out from it. Taipei was a fantastic week. Let's see what Singapore brings.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day 2 of the 2014 League of Legends World Championship. Once again, we're coming to you live from the Singapore Expo, where rivalries, both old and new, are heating up. Today, 8 teams will continue to do battle for a spot in the quarterfinals in their quest to become the best in the world. Currently looking at shots just from moments ago. NaJin White Shield in their ready room. Alliance as well, getting themselves warmed up and ready for both of the games they will be playing today. Welcome, guys. My name is Trevor Quickshot Henry, and on the analyst desk for our first 3 games of the day will be Evil Genius's Mitch Crepo Forceballs. Next in line, CLG's Peter Doublelift Peng. Neil, Prolly, Hamad from Complexity, and rounding out the table, it's OGN's caster, Christopher Monte Cristo Michaels. Guys, we're only one day into the Singapore group stage, and it's delivered a few surprises, definitely Alliance in my mind. I want to talk to you guys about what your impressions are coming out of day one, coming out of Group C and D. Let's start with Doublelift. What's your take in Singapore?
Well, so far, NA is a lot stronger than expected. 4-0 in their first day. It's like kind of a debut because you didn't really know what to expect from Taipei because TSM, their group was kind of weird. They ended up taking second seed, but LMQ showed up way stronger than anyone expected. Everyone had kind of discounted them except for Crumbs, and we were all proven wrong.
It's a good day to be a mediocre player in NA because the top is doing a lot better.
It validates your performance a little bit. Hey, it validates mine a little bit too.
Exactly.
So, but yeah, I have to say, I have to eat a little crow. Like, Xiao, I ranked him 4th, but this guy has really delivered on day one. He looked just spectacular. I'm looking forward and not looking forward to the Samsung Blue later today because both him and Dade, it'll probably be the most boring lane of all time, but it should be spectacular once the team fights start.
And we'll have to see how that plays out. What about some of the European mid laners, Prolly? They really didn't deliver in my mind.
Yeah, not to be the downer of the group since everyone's talking about how well people are doing. Yeah, I was really just surprised with Froggen and xPeke. I was expecting like some star-studded show, and I really didn't get that. And I think coming into today, this is their time kind of to prove everyone wrong with what happened yesterday.
Yeah, I do think Froggen just has a lot of room just like to step up. I mean, he played Xerath, which is a passive champion. I think if we put him on something else, he'll do a lot better. But what I learned from yesterday and just from all the games is just the Koreans are so good outside of laning phase. Regardless whether they win their lane or not, lose their lane or not, once the 15-minute mark hits and the map is being played instead of the players, they do it so well. The vision is good, the rotations, the side wave control, just everything goes just the way as planned.
Yeah, this is what kind of drives me nuts, is a lot of people will say, oh, yeah, we can really keep up in the laning phase. I'm like, hey, guys, this is a team game. And so when you play as a team, that's what actually causes you to win games.
Killing Nexuses that actually gets you those wins. So you've heard what our analysts have had to say, but I want to ask you guys at home on Twitter, what surprised you the most from day one of Singapore and why? Send in your answers to @LOL Esports. Throw on that hashtag Worlds, and we'll actually read the cream of the crop a little later in the show. There was a treasure trove of huge moments to choose from over on Twitter, thanks to your guys' hashtag Worlds Big Plays. So let's highlight a few of them, starting with our first one that comes from the battle of the LCS with LMQ versus Fnatic. At TayQT's writes, it was so much more. See what you did there. It was, and he hooked your number 3. Let's roll the play.
That LMQ won't try a hard force. And also, just faith in Xerath. I think it's very hard to Baron against Xerath. That isn't going to last for long.
Oh, more coming into LMQ right now, and that is a hit up.
Death Sentence obviously comes out of the fog for Peke. That means Xiao can follow in. There was nothing there from Fnatic.
That was just a spectacular play. I mean, Thresh coming over the wall, but the wind wall set up in advance, and then the immediate Rumble ult as well. Just such a clean tower dive. And, honestly, LMQ did that so well. I had hoped to see more of that from Cloud9. They weren't as aggressive on the tower plays as they could have been in their game versus Alliance. That's where they have to step up. But, man, LMQ is looking clean.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can keep that up. They play Samsung Blue at the end of the day. Right, earlier in the day, it was also LMQ, this time against OMG. And at Razaloner, wow, Vasily First Blood and Dragonsteel. The Playgrat play is your number 2.
Drop to the side, going tanking of the dragon, taken very low. Vasily fancies this one, he comes around the side. Vasily steals the dragon.
Let's take a look at this burst from Vasily.
Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, and just the balls on that guy. I mean, what is there to say? One auto attack, it was very lucky. One auto attack giving you a 1,000 gold advantage is ridiculous. But the balls on Vasily and just the way he played yesterday was spectacular.
Yeah, it definitely worked out. Most valuable auto attack. Right, finally from Samsung Blue versus OMG at Bruno Marvs. He tweets, that play, Spirit Dragon's Rage into Dade last breath. Holy moly. Here's your number 1.
So looking for the drawn-out, spread-out team fights here. Trying to get the little skirmishes, but it goes Spirit!
Straight on, perfectly placed on towards Cool. They get themselves a double.
Blue, as soon as they group up, huge advantage. Boom. Take that combo.
Such a great tower dive. You guys at home, remember to keep a lookout for more of those highlights to share with us throughout our games today. To share them on Twitter, use that hashtag WorldsBigPlays when sending them in. We also want to take a minute to salute the players who sort of laced up their dancing shoes and brought the fancy footwork to to escape death's embrace in today's edition of Dem Dukes. The first one, Samsung Blue versus OMG. Going, dodges that Lee Sin Q.
And this guy, just a testament to his mechanics, he hits S and dodges this Sonic Wave on reaction. I mean, the reaction time on this guy is ridiculous. It wasn't a prediction, it was a complete reaction.
Well played by Going. Next one, Fnatic versus LMQ. More with some Dukes.
And the 8 of a win wall. But yeah, he decides hit the first one, gets hit by the next one. And then yeah, 1 out of 3 is definitely on the lower rate of the Xerath ultis we've seen.
Manages to get some help from teammates, still counts. Coming up today, guys, we do have 6 games lined up for your viewing pleasure, and it's going to start with Korea's 3rd seed, NaJin White Shield, taking on Europe's Summer Champs Alliance. After that, it's Samsung Blue taking on Fnatic, and then NaJin White Shield step back into the arena to battle the North American Cloud9. As always, you guys can find the complete schedule over on lolesports.com. While you're there, cast your vote for who you think will win each match by clicking the thumbs up, and if you've missed any of the action, click through to our VODs page for all of the games from Taipei as well as Singapore, and they are all spoiler-free. Now, as we turn to our first match of the day, NaJin White Shield will devote special attention to one player in particular because they believe the road to the quarterfinals passes through Alliance's mid lane.
프로겐 선수는 지금 저희 조에서 거의 제일 강한 미드로 손꼽히고 계시는데
계속 꾸준한 실력을 보여왔고 지금 또 다시 전성기를 찾은 것 같아요. 얼라이언스 팀의 중심으로서.
해외 페이커다 막 이러면서 얘기를 하잖아요. 솔로 랭크에서 만난 적이 있어요. 그때 한창 애니비아 하실 때였는데 되게 잘했던 기억이 나거든요.
항상 남들보다 더 많은 파밍을 할 수 있는 선수였고, 그리고 그 강점을 이용한 스킬샷이나 이런 게 좀 완벽했기 때문에 항상 팀에서 미드를 강하게 지키면서 좀 팀을 캐리하는 역할을 맡았는데 그런 걸 보고 많이 배웠었어요. 첫 챔피언스를 참가하게 됐는데 저희가 그때 4강에서 CLG EU 팀을 만나게 됐었어요. 그때 프로겐 선수가 되게 잘하셔가지고 저희가 4강에서 떨어지고 3위를 하게 됐던 경험이 있어요. 인상 깊었던 선수였고 그걸 이번에 D조에서 풀기 위해 열심히 준비했어요.
Great to hear the team talking quite highly of Froggen and putting a target on his back, but he needs to step up from yesterday's performance if he wants to do anything. We'll talk about that in a second. It is our first match of the day. It's going to be NaJin White Shield against the European LCS Team Alliance. Interestingly, this is the first time in the 2014 World Championship that an LCS team will be doing battle with a Korean squad, and that Korean squad is NaJin. They're 1-0 in the group stage. They took down KaBuM yesterday, and I feel that this is their first real test at Worlds because, yes, they beat KaBuM yesterday, but now they're up against Alliance, and I think Alliance will have something to prove.
Yeah, NaJin White Shield, for those of you who are unfamiliar, are a team that's all about tempo and control in the game. They're not as flashy as Samsung White, but even then they still play a lot of assassins. And when we look at Goong Zed yesterday, this is really a core pick as of recently for this player. We talk about Goong having a relatively small champion pool, but he really excels on these high mechanic assassins or burst champions. Used to play a lot of Nidalee and LeBlanc. Now he's back to Ahri, which is one of his old school picks, and he's picked up Zed as well. And his Zed game was very conservative in the laning phase, but he really broke out afterwards and made some big plays.
Yeah, I know yesterday I kind of knocked it incorrectly about his Zed taking the door and shield, but it makes more sense watching the Korean teams how they play laning phase. They were just trying to get to their item spikes and then team fight, so he's not focused on making the big plays in lane.
I convinced you, didn't I, probably?
Yeah.
A little bit of a debate. Alliance, on the other hand, they struggled. They did not look strategically adept against Cloud9, despite some mechanical misplays between certain players. It just felt like Cloud9 had their number and ran them in circles.
I am so concerned for Alliance because they play Shield next, and it's just like Shield plays a very similar style to Cloud9 where they're both very objective focused, right? But Alliance lost to that yesterday, and it just seems like they're going to struggle against really objective focus, less kill-oriented games. They might start the group off 1 and 2, which is really concerning.
I think you're absolutely right to say Cloud9 played a lot like Shield yesterday. Shield is a team about these late game rotations. They've recently kind of mixed in a little more early aggression, but they're about manipulating minion waves, and minions are the joke of NaJin Shield. The number of games they've won because super minions are like taking down your Nexus turrets is ridiculous. They're not the same flashy team. They're the team that controls the tempo for the entire game. They always have their hands on the steering wheel, and they just choke you out over time.
I really think Alliance is smart enough to do it, but they just dropped the ball yesterday. A couple of players that stood out was basically Wicked in terms of his split push yesterday. He should have drove that kill all the way down bottom lane or top lane. He should have never grouped with the team, let alone during that Baron play. Yeah, he had teleport up. He was in the bottom lane, but he didn't choose to split push. Whether that's his call or team's call, I'm not even sure. And then at the same time, basically in the middle of the map, Shook was a little overeager. I feel he really wants to prove the world how good he is and why he's praised so much for his mechanics, but I'm not sure if that's... It wasn't needed. They played a late game composition and it didn't need to be that overeager.
Well, yeah, Alliance might get better today, but really, I mean, yesterday Wicked was playing balls, who is very good. Probably one of the best, if not the best, top lane in North America. But today, they're going to be playing safe. And this guy's like the top lane superstar from Korea. So it's really... Wicked will have to play so much better to keep up.
Well, we're about to get to predictions. Just as a quick aside, it was a very low kill game. Shook dealt 3% of his team's total damage to champions in that game, and Nif dealt 6%. Again, it was not a kill game, so you know that number is a bit skewed. I heard Jat talking about it. Let's get to the predictions because we do need to roll onto this first game. I want to know who you guys on the analyst desk think will be picking up the win in this matchup. Doublelift, who's got your win and why?
I'm going with NaJin Shield for pretty obvious reasons. Alliance lost to Cloud9 yesterday, and I feel like Shield is a slightly better version of Cloud9. Slow, methodical, objective-focused game. It's going to be Alliance.
Crepo?
Yeah, I'm going to have to agree with Doublelift said. I think if... I'm going for Shield, obviously, but I think if Alliance stands a chance, maybe they just need to go for lanes, not lane swap. Don't get Wicked screwed over and try and just somehow come out on top of that top lane with an Irelia pick. But even then, yeah... Hearing the stories of the god that is saved, it would be very hard.
The last of the top lane carries. Prolly, your prediction, please.
Yeah, I'm going to have to go with Shield here. And I know it's been said by Crepo, but I definitely think that Save's going to make mincemeat out of Wicked. I think Save has really good TPs, and he has a really, really unpredictable champion pool with Kassadin kind of being thrown in there and Kale. So I don't know how he's going to be able to hold up with that.
And Zed as well. I mean, that's the thing is like he plays champions and nobody will play with teleport except for him. And yeah, I got to go with NaJin White Shield as well, although I disagree with Doublelift that they're the slightly better version of C9. They are the significantly better version of C9. And that's concerning. I think if the Alliance has a chance today, they have to put Froggen on a playmaking champion. No more Xerath, no more passive champions.
Anivia. It's time for Anivia.
It's time for Anivia. Anivia, Irelia, we're going back.
But I don't know if you can do that against Shield, because we were talking about Gung and all the Korean mid laners being safe. And how are you going to be making plays against someone who's so good at playing safe and farming?
Well,
they have good word vision. They're not going to let him roam.
We will find out the answer to that question. Before we do, let's take a look at how you guys at home have voted according to lolworldchampionship.com. 52% of you think Alliance are going to take this match. That's actually very even considering the Western fans. So we'll see who will be victorious as we send it to the casters to take us into game number 1 here in Singapore.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot. Hello, everyone. I'm Joe Miller here with me for the first 3 games of Joshua Jack Leesman and Sam Kobe Hartman-Kensler. This first one going to be an absolute beast of a match. Europe against Korea.
Yeah, I think this entire day is going to be beasts of matches, but for sure here we have teams we didn't really get to see much of yesterday. They both only played 1 game, and I just want to see how Alliance bounces back.
Yeah, very excited for today. All these matches on paper look really close, so it should be a very action-packed day.
Well, let's not waste any more time then and get straight into the starting lineups for this first match. On the blue side, representing Korea, is NaJin White Shield, with Save in the top lane, Watch in the jungle, Gung in mid, Zephyr the AD carry, and Gorilla on support.
And on the red side, of course, from the European LCS is Alliance. Wicked in the top lane, Shook, of course, in the jungle, Froggen mid lane, and that bottom lane of Tabs and Nif rounding out the line.
So, as we move towards Champion Select then, I have to talk about Rumble because he's been making waves and no one's banning him out, but he keeps winning. Are we going to see Rumble banned here?
We're trying to research how much Wicked may have been playing Rumble. He's played it 3 times in his competitive career here, but a lot of people have been saying he's been practicing it, and we checked his Korean solo queue. He did have a Rumble win in his last 10 games, so maybe they could block it with a pick, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, plus Save could always play Rumble. Thing about NaJin White Shield is he likes to play these carry champions as they were going over. That's one thing, even on blue side, they will ban Maokai because he doesn't feel like wasting time with tanks. He's looking for more damage.
Well, we are going to be getting into Champion Select here in just a couple of moments. Day 2 here in Singapore for Group C and D. Of course, this one a big one. Alliance having a disappointing almost no-show loss yesterday. They just didn't really turn up to that one. And we see the first ban out of the gates here. Fizz and Maokai for NaJin and the Nidalee from Alliance.
Yeah, just like Kobe said, they're going to be banning out the Maokai. Very targeted bans coming from Alliance's side. They have to ban out the Nidalee. Save actually played a lot of AP Nidalee during the Korean regional qualifier that they managed to run the gauntlet on, and Zed because of yesterday.
Yeah, and also this Fizz ban really early on from White Shield, taking a shot at Froggen, taking away one of those champions where he can roam and where he can make plays early on. You know, Alliance losing the way that they did to Cloud9 yesterday, I definitely think they're going to switch up their strategy this time around, pick some more mid-game oriented champions and try to make those plays.
Curious choice as well. Froggen only played one game of Fizz over the entire summer split and into playoffs, but if they're going for a certain style here and they don't want Fizz as a counter in that mid lane, that could certainly be the strategy here for Shield.
And it also depends on where White Shield is researching, because if you just check his Korean solo queue account, Fizz is his most played champion as well, so he's definitely been practicing it a lot. I'm not surprised if we see a Lee Sin first pick here, because it is pretty much Shook and Watch's best champion. There are also multiple times in the regional qualifier where they were first picking Lee Sin.
Yeah, Watch, spectacular Lee Sin performance during that gauntlet. Very, very much worthy of a first round pick.
So what will Alliance be going for? A lot of people criticizing some of the picks that came out from him yesterday. Froggen on a more passive mid lane and not the style that I think Alliance need if they're going to win a world championship. And we saw Kale for Wicked. And again, just not exactly, in my eyes, the champion that you'd expect Wicked to come out strong on. So I hope for Alliance's sake that they've had a good talk about this overnight and they come in with a different idea.
Yeah, going over those top lane picks is pretty interesting because also a blue side Ryze ban from Shield. And Save definitely likes to play Ryze and very capable of it. So that is very, very perplexing for the matchup that Shield want to choose into on this Alliance game here.
Yeah, but something we don't see very often
Zilean
is
getting
Zilean
through.
actually getting through, not even being first pick. And I think that's going to be Froggen in the mid lane. Even though Nif could play it in support, they've had some success with Froggen playing into the mid lane. It'll be a more accelerated pace of the game here for Alliance, which is kind of what they're going to have to do against White Shield to push them off their game a little bit.
Also, everybody is probably glad to see Shook on Kha'Zix rather than that Elise that he had last time around. Much more early game. He should feel a lot more comfortable in his early game because his jungle champion pool actually has been fairly shallow.
So on the other side, we're going to see Gorilla bring out the Thresh here. Of course, Janna has been a big pick across the board, and Gorilla is a amazing Janna player. Has a perfect record with that over that OGN season plus the NLB playoffs, and it's going to actually be Thresh here coming down, along with a bottom lane pick for Zephyr as well, taking Tristana.
The good news is for White Shield is that he's an amazing Thresh as well.
Yeah.
His Thresh yesterday was very impressive, and even though Janna was his pick for the regionals, Thresh has been his pick for much longer.
Yeah, that's definitely his go-to champion, and he performed on it very well yesterday. I want to see about this Alliance team, though, because we've seen so many cool compositions when you have Zilean, freeing up assassins like Kha'Zix to play very aggressively. They can combo this with more assassins and the speed up of Zilean, as we've seen teams like EDG do it, that Twitch they were just hovering over. But it looks like he wants more lane pressure here.
Do the Aurelia. It makes so much sense with the Zilean to speed him up. They're also not against a Janna, so the disengage isn't as great for NaJin Shield. It makes so much sense if Froggen locks this in here.
And this is what people are looking for. More mid-game focus from Alliance. They're throwing that late game out the window here. Wicked back on his favorite pick, and Tabs with the AD carry. He feels like he can bully anyone on.
And this is what everyone wanted to see, and almost what everyone was expecting even yesterday when the Rumble was picked against him and ended up going for Kale. He has a magnificent record with Aurelia. If you go back even 2 seasons by now, ridiculous win ratio with Aurelia. There's a reason why a lot of teams ban out Aurelia against Wicked.
Whoa. Yeah, the Aurelia for Wicked. Oh, But, okay, before we move on to the Riven, I just want to put the magnifying glass on this Tabs, Lucian versus Triss, because this has been a topic of debate, even on the analyst desk. Krepo and Double F disagreeing on the matchup between Lucian and Tristana this time around. Tabs has been very outspoken that he will punish any Trist in lane into the ground with Lucian. Well, now we can switch over to the Riven.
Well, I still want to see Riven's old news. I want to see what happens if we actually see a Zilean in the mid lane and what support Nif decides to pick, because it looks like we're lining up for a Lulu. See, White Shield actually has a lot of flexibility here. They could do Riven mid lane if they really wanted to, even though I don't expect it. It's probably Lulu in the mid lane, which is a bit of a throwback pick at this point, because we really haven't seen much of Lulu mid since very early on in the summer split.
Very interesting.
Yeah,
choice.
see, they can just swap the mid lane around
now
that they've seen a different matchup.
And it looks like we may be seeing Twisted Fate coming out here by Froggen. He's second most played champion over the LCS Summer Split and playoffs. Actually has a perfect record and an 8 KDA to go with that Twisted Fate. This is a playmaking champion that we have on Froggen finally, and we'll see if he can make those plays. He has to make those plays.
And there's a few things that I really like about the end of this champion select. Obviously, when Alliance was locking in their first picks, they were going all in for that mid game. And NaJin Shield actually answered that fairly aggressively with the last two picks, trying to pick Riven and Lulu to at least have some type of pacing, since they've already locked in that Trist, which is going to be more punishable late game. They're kind of trying to shield against Alliance's mid game in that sense. And I can't wait to see that Riven pick.
I love the actual combo. Not only did they pick up Riven late, but they also comboed it with the Lulu, because Riven, you're going to build full offensive. It's going to be all that damage. If you have a Lulu ultimate knockup to combo with a Riven stun in the mid game, that can be devastating. Plus, very good matchup versus Aurelia. He can punish him early. I expect there to be jungle influence in that lane if they actually meet up 1 versus 1.
The question is, how is that all going to go? Is Shook going to have more of an impact than yesterday and help Wicked get through that lane? We heard the last of the top lane carries a label floating around for save, and a champion like Riven is a champion that you can definitely carry games on.
Well, he lives up to the hype, at least in champion select. He's willing to pick the Riven into an Aurelia like this.
It's a snowball champion, so that this is going to be a really exciting game.
Well, as we get into it then, and the champions have been locked in, who do you guys think are going to come out on top? Tweet hashtag NWS win or ALL win to @LOL Esports, and of course we'll be checking those votes as we get on into the game. But this one, gonna be a thrilling match to watch. NaJin White Shield taking on Alliance. Of course, both in different positions after NaJin White Shield won their first game. It was against KaBuM, who are the big underdogs in this group, so this will be their first real big test.
Welcome to Summer's Rift.
So, early wards then going down. And surely a 10 start to come in this one. Gorilla going to spot the vision being put down by Tabs on the bottom side of that river. For now, Goong just waiting and making sure that no one crosses over in towards that red area. For now, just set up in a simple line across the map.
Right, so let's wait and see if they drop one of these trinket wards deep in one of the lane bushes to try and find the matchup. There it is, the lane ward deep in this bush. So NaJin Shield trying to see which lanes Alliance are going to go with, so they can actually find that favorable swap.
Highly swappable lanes here. Zephyr doesn't necessarily want to be punished by Tabs. I wonder how Save would be able to do in a 1v2 against the harassment of a Zilean and a Lucian.
So Riven's actually fairly decent in clear speed in the jungle if they actually start off with the double jungle here, because they are going for the lane swap up top.
Alliance would know more than anything about that too. Shook played multiple jungle Riven games. Obviously no smite, no jungle runes, but definitely that exceeded clear potential. And that's probably what they're going to do. I'd expect 2v0 freeze attempt in the top lane with some double jungling from Watch and Save.
We can see that Wicked starting out with that Doran shield, Doran's blade for Save. That will set them up for these 2 versus 1s. Of course, this mid lane is a big one as well. A lot of eyes on Froggen. See what he can pull off here in another World Championship appearance.
So Wicked actually, Alliance did not expect this lane swap. He goes up to the lane. Let's see how much experience he can actually soak up there, because if he can't and he gets bullied out here, then they will fall behind. Looks like he is going to be able to soak experience at least.
He's soaked half a level so far, but it all depends on how well White Shield can maintain this freeze, and it actually doesn't look like they have froze all that well.
They didn't group those minions because they were hiding in the bush to see what lane was going to turn out up here. So they didn't group the minions to get them to focus fire on the blue side.
Yeah, at this point, actually, since the wave is going to slow push into the turret, Wicked would actually have to be concerned about a potential later tower dive. It really depends on if they want to try a 3v1 or if they just want to swap this off and turn it into a 1v1 lane, because the full experience denial isn't really possible right now. Not a freeze on the other side either.
Yeah, this makes me want to watch where Gorilla's going to go, because Alliance would potentially have the duo down bottom advantage. So, they swap everybody down there. They want to deal with this push from Alliance. Let's see if Alliance can actually shove it into turret before they get there. It looks like the push will be too slow, though.
It's going to work out just right for White Shield here. They're going to be able to get a whole bunch of experience on a save.
There's that wave going through. Save already getting into position. Gorilla will be just behind him here, but needs to wait until Gorilla gets there before he can just edge out from that tower. And there it is. Takes the instant bomb and he blasts from tabs as he goes through. Those bombs, of course, not going to be doing all too much to pain him. And actually, Gorilla's completely backed away now on this bottom side. And look at Shook moving into that bottom brush.
I mean, this is what I was scared of for Alliance with Wicked getting dove, but this is a real potential dive onto save if they can get the right minion line. But it's going to be a really long time until they could try that dive. I feel like Shook was a little early to the party down in bot lane there.
And because they're camping so many people down bottom.
Oh, face check straight into it. Actually will be forced to use the flash away, and just when it looked like Alliance's luck was running out there, Save decides he was just going to have a bit of a peek. The beauty of Riven, of course, you still have that bit of mobility to get you out of those tricky scenarios. Shook is now recalled.
Because Alliance spent so many people down bottom, though, waiting in this bush, there was a double roam that White Shield got off mid. They forced Froggen back. Froggen's already down 10 CS on this Twisted Fate. Going to get pushed in by Goom.
Bottom side has now seen Gorilla actually join in with Save, just to give him the extra backup on that front. Shook is actually coming down the mid lane. It seems like he's just going to go back into a farming pattern. Save and Gorilla do in fact push that lane completely out. There's a hook coming in. It actually will land onto Nif, but Save had already backed away there to put a ward down.
The minions did so much damage when Gorilla hooked Nif into that, and that actually kind of tapers the aggression that they'd be able to put in that bottom lane completely.
And Nif did have a ward in that side bush in the river, so the reason he was going up there to group those minions and try and freeze is because he saw Save walking away. The only thing he didn't see was Gorilla inside that bush, but he knew Save wouldn't be in a position to capitalize on that hook.
Is it going to get scary here for Wicked? Watch is just waiting on the side brush. Wicked had already used his stun there, but got rid of that minion wave fairly quickly. Watch will, in fact, be recalling out completely. A lot of pings actually towards that top lane as well.
The good thing for Wicked is that Aurelia's kit is basically built to deal with being dove at a tower. She gets so many advantages. Low health, you get the stun, so her passive gives you extra tenacity. So that's the champion that you want to be on if you're going to get tower dove. Plus, he can jump around to these minions that are going to get shot low by the turret if he is under pressure up there. That being said, though, they don't want to risk it. Good ward, and Shook also goes up top.
Yeah, I feel like Wicked will be all right. The rest of Alliance is actually doing quite well, just holding off in the early game here. Soon they will hit level 6 before White Shield because of the experience from Zilean. And I think the champ select plan that Alliance had formulated is working out pretty well. Wicked is out farming Save. The only downside is they haven't really been able to deny Zep.
There's once again Froggen landing the stun card onto Goon. Trying to be a little more aggressive now in this mid lane. Went for the 2 Doran's rings and the boots as well, which since he's now level 6 may just help him get involved in any of these other lanes. If you look down CS, Wicked actually 10 CS above Save right now and not having too many problems, although White Shield are basically just focusing on that tower.
And Alliance have also done a very good job prepping this bottom side with pink wards. After that roam up top initially from NaJin White Shield, they dropped 2 pink wards on this bottom side to protect Froggen. So they know that he has at least one side he can sort of cheat to. Some good vision inside that river. Plus now he's level 6. If they want to try and take advantage of Save and Teleport with that Twisted Fate, coordinate that gank with Shook, it could be explosive.
And I think this is also a decent time to talk about just NaJin White Shield as a team. They weren't the most spectacular team in Korea. They were fairly low in circuit points. The main reason they were here is because they ran that huge gauntlet in the regional qualifier tournament. They beat KT Bullets, then the KT Arrows, and then they were able to destroy the Season 3 World Championships champions in SK Telecom. And because of those 10 games over 3 days, everyone's seeing them as this powerhouse. But honestly, I think they have to really come out strong against Alliance and Cloud9. And we shouldn't just be accepting them as this first place team in the group.
Yeah, I totally agree with that one. I mean, it depends how much work they've done for that one, how much of that, of course, carries through now into the World Championships, and definitely playing a different, I don't want to say caliber of team, but definitely a different style of team coming into this World Championship. So far, so good for them, of course, with one win on the board against the group underdogs KaBuM. Alliance, you know, they lost out yesterday, but they are far from done in this World Championship. Have to play everyone twice, of course, if you didn't already realize that.
And look at Wicked. Wicked just bought his Sheen, heads immediately down towards Dragon. Alliance with a lot of focus on this side of the map. We already mentioned they spent a lot of their ward coverage down here, and now they're bringing all the champions, allocating pretty much every resource down to the early Dragon and defending this blue.
And Wicked has actually maxed his E on Aurelia, which will be higher in the burst damage category with the Sheen, but he's kind of in, get the Sheen off, stun them, hit them once, and then back away before damage can be traded, which will give him lower sustained damage in a potential team fight, but more upfront burst.
I'm not a person to want to question Wicked's builds on Aurelia.
He built them every way.
Yeah,
He's
there have
so
been some different ones. Yeah, he's not scared of experimenting on that one. We'll see now as he goes into that 1 versus 1 with save. Actually, good 15 CS up. There's a hook onto Tabs. It's going to be a quick blast back from Zephyr. And these hooks so far from Gorilla caused or had the possibility, let's say, to cause a few problems for Alliance, not being able to turn them into a kill. But watch Angung here having to go on this middle turret. Froggen coming in. They've got Shook over to the side who can leap in. Meanwhile, Wicked actually going to go aggressive onto saving this top lane. That's a lot of damage done.
And he's backed off. He's waiting for the ult activation. There it is. He didn't want to get too low for more execution. Good trade there from Wicked. Being able to meet back up with Riven after he's already got his Sheen. Very, very big bonus for Alliance. Good time to swap back.
Gorilla not quite in the bush there as he waits off on the side. That's Froggen pulling out that stun card. They just cleared out that pink there, so Shook is actually going to revisit this middle lane. There is Watch coming around, actually misses the Q. Shook going to go over the top. We do see Destiny popped here. Stun card goes on to Watch, but he preemptively flashes that one. Wild growth as well for Goong, and they basically trade a few summoners left and right and the ultimates.
It seemed a little bit early on the ultimate there from Froggen, but he wanted to see if there was any support help coming up, and there actually was, which is why they didn't commit farther onto that kill.
Speaking of support, here comes Nip.
Nip coming in from the side. They slowed down Watch, and there is Froggen, able to pick up first blood. Shook gonna dive in. Where's the ultimate going? So goes to Gorilla. It's a double kill for Froggen. The ulti was on Chunk just in case. And Alliance moving the support to mid, really working out big for them.
And the support's hitting level 6 before the support of NaJin White Shield was huge there. Gorilla could not deal with the box, and Shook could get extra aggressive because they knew they had that resurrect from Zilean.
See what Goong can do with that mid lane, though. He's going to be able to shove one extra wave. Pretty much, Alliance come away with a clean 2 kills, first blood down. What a roam up there from Nif. Very timely.
Oh, Alliance sitting pretty for now at least. 1600 gold lead that they have. If you look down the CS as well, it's Wicked that's going massive in that top lane, and that is a big vote of confidence from you guys at home. 72% of you voting for Alliance to pick up this win. I feel it's not who you think is going to win, more of who you want to win at this stage. Of course, Alliance coming out of Europe as the #1 seed, the only team to ever win an LCS apart from Fnatic, as we are going to see them now going towards Zephyr. There are 3 men there. Bomb is down, a nice lantern will take Zephyr away. Whoa. Oh, the void spikes landed, but the damage not quite enough.
That might be enough to turn to Dragon here. That's a huge chunk out of the AD carry. They definitely have the numbers, Alliance. Plus, they've got their teleport ready from Wicked. Save just went back to base. He would be able to answer teleports, though.
At this point, it would all be about a steal from Watch. He has his flash down, though, so it would have to be remarkably crisp.
It would
with
be a
his
lantern
entrance and
back out.
exit.
Oh, Gorilla is going to come up to that. Still have Zeph
Gotta be
below.
careful
There's the
about the
hook coming on
damage.
to Shook. He will actually jump away, and I think Wise here from Alliance. They spot Goon coming in from that middle lane as well. They back away from Dragon. What? Shield not quite healthy enough at this point to say, okay, we forced them away, get in the jungle though, we can do it ourselves.
Gorilla comes over with a timely hook. Kazak's very squishy jungler. Yes, he does have good damage for controlling the early dragons, but they didn't have anyone who could actually take that damage. Needed to juggle aggro if they wanted to do it.
Yeah, and even though Froggen was able to pick up that double kill in the mid lane, the turret damage has already been dealt. White Shield put so much attention onto Froggen very early on in the game. The double roam to initially give Goon that CS advantage, and he has been unrelenting since. Yes, they got the double kill to return, but if they can fall that mid lane turret, NaJin White Shield would be able to catch up in this game very quickly.
Where do those plays come from? It looks like Blue Buff will be giving over to Goon here. Both him and Froggen picking up that Athene's Unholy Grail. The top laners, despite that big lead that Wicked has, there is the Brutalizer there for save now. Against that Sheen that Wicked went aggressive with earlier on. And did a good chunk of damage to save as well. And we'll see how Wicked decides to play now as they both are around that level 10 point.
Yeah, skipping that early part of this matchup was huge for Wicked, and now it just gets better and better for him. As you can see, he's stacked some armor after the Sheen rush. Now his tab already completed, plus the shield, so he has a lot of attack damage reduction, which is exactly what you want against Riven. Pretty much all of her damage coming from there. He feels much more confident in this matchup. You can see freezing it close to his turret. This is ideal for Wicked.
So a lot of vision on this bottom side of River. Still in favor of Alliance. There's the ultimate used by Wicked, and actually gonna push save right on back there. And Wicked, honestly, having a completely black and white difference game to that one yesterday.
It's one thing when you played hundreds of games on the champion. He knows the matchups, and maxing E is so good against Riven. It's allowing him to win all of these trades, but it's not helping him win the mid lane here where the pressure is unrelenting.
Look at this immediate roam down bottom.
This could be enough. Actually, there is the Cully coming out. Gorilla is gonna fall down. Where is Froggen?
He went top for kill.
Top lane. He went top lane. I thought he was coming down bottom. He went to the top, and just like that, Alliance pick up 2 kills.
That means there's going to be no answer here from NaJin White Shield. They can't try and get any more objectives. They can't go for this dragon. They just flash kill down there. It's going to be a free top turret for Alliance.
And they'd already killed the mid lane. That was the answer if you were going to try and respond to the kill down bottom and the gank up top. That's a little bit aggressive right here.
This is a 3 versus 3 bold move.
Bad idea.
Well, there are only 2 men there, and Alliance, I think, again, wisely say, yeah, let's not mess around. We've got a lead here. Let's only take the safe options. We'll stick around here to at least defend Dragon. But let's have a look at that one again with Froggen coming up top.
So safe goes for the all-in, but as we said, if there's going to be a fight like here, Froggen can easily roam up top, and everything is already used here from safe. So they re-engage when he has no cooldowns, stun-locked, no chance for him, any rebuttal.
I mean, surely Save might have to build Mercury Treads, which isn't an ideal item on Riven here. It's a 2-second stun from Rally and more from TF. He won't be able to do much on Riven.
It's also a snowball champion. If you shut down Riven here early, it's going to be hard for him to become relevant in this game, especially with a Zillion on the other team.
This is big, though.
Oh, they're going to go for Goon. He will pop the wild growth on himself, but he's gone. They've taken him already. Watch will get a good kick off. Nif, in the meantime, was focused there, but he had already got his ultimate running on himself. Watch is going to have to try and dodge away, but he's underneath the tower. Froggen picks up another to go on the rampage. That 2 kills, and Alliance going to go into Dragon.
The stun locking from Alliance right now is really catching White Shield off guard. Goon, while he could ult himself, did nothing else. He was just stunned the whole time.
NaJin White Shield are just falling apart right now. Alliance, precision, objective control. Now they clean up the dragon, got everything on the map that they wanted.
Well, he said that Froggen has to play something that he's comfortable with, something that he can make plays on. So far, he is certainly delivering. The same was said of Wicked. Let's see that fight again.
All right, so this will be a very late teleport in. You can see he's already dead before Save even arrives to the fight. And then, even when he arrives to the fight, he's on the backside. So Alliance easy chase down for the 2nd kill. That stun lock catching them off guard. Goon was just, there was nothing he could do.
I just got to say, what a turnaround from Alliance between yesterday against Cloud9 to now against NaJin White Shield. they picked such a different team composition, and their mindset coming into the game is just night and day. They're looking to make plays. They picked mid-game centric champions. They are executing and taking risks. None of the things they did against Cloud9 yesterday.
And all of the things we were looking for them to improve on today. So they've definitely kept their heads about them. This was just one game yesterday in the group stages. This is the very beginning for them.
And that's what we have to keep talking about. These are groups where everyone plays each other twice, and these are very close groups across the board. There will be so many matchups that get traded 1-1, and every day I feel like will change the story vastly.
Oh, they're going to go for Froggen. There's a Q from Watch Landing, but the wicked teleport is coming down. Stun card onto Watch. There is Shook coming around the side as well. Wicked dives in, and Alliance turn around the gang brilliantly. However, Wicked might still be in trouble. Nif will come in though, which means the chance of anyone actually dying is 0, and Alliance pick up their 7th kill.
And once again, this play from Froggen, as soon as he comes under fire, they get pressure on him, he pops his ultimate to judge exactly how many members of NaJin White Shield are coming. Then they can judge this fight, call in the reinforcements, and turn it around. Very, very early TF ultimates just for vision of all the enemy champions. He's not been using it to teleport.
So far, so good for the European #1s. They're currently 5,000 gold ahead at 18 minutes and 50 into this game. See how they start to move and turn this lead towards victory. If you look down some of the other items for Tabs, he's got himself Bloodthirster, the Sheen, and a pickaxe. Bit of a mixed bag there after the Bloodthirster. Definitely a different Lucian build to what we're used to.
I think the big thing Tabs is worried about is getting bursted down in the duration of a Riven stun, and if he can stack up his own Bloodthirster shield, that's going to be much less likely. I personally am a big fan of Bloodthirster on Lucian. We just don't see it that often.
It also could definitely aid them in some early tower taking. Bloodthirster and Sheen are the items for taking early towers, especially with Lucian. So this Alliance team, they're looking to snowball this lead, which is exactly what they should be doing. They don't want to rest on their laurels and just wait like they did against Cloud9. They have this early lead. They want to push down turrets.
Hit the point as well where Wicked has a Trinity Force. As you see, pushing in towards this bottom turret. There's not much health left on it. They need to be careful of being closed upon, though. You see Zephyr there. There is the hook, and he's going to land on towards Nif. He should pop an early ultimate here. Watch will come around the side. Tries to kick Tabs, but it already got away. Shook is there. Froggen's going to join in. Nif will flash. They booked Froggen. Nif managed to escape that one. The disengage and slow across the group from Shook. And just like that, they walk off.
What a hero teleport from Froggen! He teleports in and takes the hook for Nif.
He took a bullet for him, but luckily Froggen had the vest on, so everyone gets away alive.
Insane stuff. Where was this Alliance yesterday? Certainly looking like a completely
They were
different
farming
team.
in lane yesterday.
Yeah. That didn't obviously work out all too well for them. You just saw Save and Wicked basically crossing paths, spotting each other, Save clearing out those wards. So how NaJin White Shield going to deal with this now? Behind by a fair distance here against Alliance.
And that's what we need to talk about now is NaJin Shield's plan to try and get back in this one. Zephyr is mostly going to be the person it revolves around. With the mid lane Lulu, they would be able to get a pretty nice Protect the Trist going in the late game. But because Save was pushed so far behind, they don't have that much overall damage. Tabs needs a friend, though.
Well, he's having to go at Zephyr here. He's actually going to flash the hook. Actually makes it. He turns around towards Zephyr. Well, they've got the damage to get through it. Nif was trying to get in range, but his ultimate wasn't up yet.
Yeah, no reinforcements this time around. Froggen doesn't have his teleport either, so they don't want to call for that collapse. Wicked as well. His summoner teleport down, so they have to work around this discrepancy. Now that Save actually has his teleport, so they've got much more ability to turn these small skirmishes. Even though Riven is behind, he now at least picked up the Tiamat, which opens up so many more combos for Riven. And being able to combo with Tiamat animation cancels for Riven greatly increases her damage output.
And I have to say as well, Zephyr getting that kill is about the worst thing that could have happened to Alliance. That's the one person they need to be able to keep down more than anyone. They've already done their job to keep Save down, and now with the death cap on Goom to provide larger shields to Zephyr, it's going to be an even heavier focus on trying to keep Tristana down.
Oh, there's the hook, and Nick's just going to be blown to pieces. Yes, he's got his ultimate. Will he be able to escape? Let's have a look at this one. He gets the slow in there, but Zephyr able to finish off that kill there with the buster shot. And that will be his second, and you were just talking about the last person that needs to get the kills now on NaJin's side is Zephyr with that Tristana, who's going to be getting stronger and stronger, and that's just in time for Dragon as well.
Plus the Dragon setting up, they have perfect vision coverage over it. They sweep out everything. They already have pink wards in place. NaJin Shield taking back
so many hooks.
Yeah, not a lot to say about that one, I'm afraid. Shook just getting too close with no vision of where NaJin White Shield were. That is the jungler down. Froggen has actually just altered up top with his Destiny that he used just to check the area. Will clear out the waves, but they lose the Dragon.
There was no point in Alliance contesting that after 2 people had been picked out by hooks, but those hooks are, while nice shots by Gorilla, the products of vision control, and something that Alliance struggled with yesterday against Cloud9 was actually clearing vision. Per minute, actually, in wards killed in these group stages. Obviously, it's a small sample size. Alliance had the fewest wards killed. They killed 20 wards in a 37-minute game, and that's something they've struggled with this game as well. All of Nif's deaths have been, or even his catches, have been when he's trying to clear vision and gets cut out because there's just too much wards on the map by Shield right now.
Yeah, that number for Alliance is the smallest of every single team here at Groups, at Worlds. However, as you said, it's an extremely small sample size. That was only 1 game, and it was a game where they were getting pushed in. So take that with a grain of salt.
Well, we'll see about that, because if you look at the map now, it's basically all blue wards, and we'll see what Alliance actually do. They've got Nif outside of the Dragon Pit saying, okay, I'm gonna try and get some control of this map back for us. However, there are still a good few wards in there that he is giving complete vision of himself on. Well, I don't think there's any chase onto him for now. Meanwhile, Wicked has come down to this mid lane since Froggen did use that Destiny teleport to go onto the top side of the map. Alliance is still on top of wards.
The thing is, though, this is the mid-game where Alliance needs to shine. They honestly did well in what is the early mid-game, and this is kind of the late mid-game. But because they're walking on top of wards all the time, and it's Gorilla who's finding all the fights, they're just losing their advantage.
So, yeah, I'm not really sure how come they did spread out. As soon as they got that Bloodthirster Sheen, thought they were going to start grouping to take down these extra turrets, but look at them. They still are sitting on only that 1 turret taken. Now, they're finally getting that TF split push, going with the 4-man squad, trying to get down to the bottom. The only thing is, with those extra kills for Zeppa, he has his Infinity Edge plus Static Shiv combo already. That's clear right there. He's got plenty of wave clear with Lulu added on.
Froggen, you know, there were just 4 men down in this bottom lane. Alliance didn't actually see most of those 4 men in there, as Zephyr actually going to take some damage. Froggen has pulled off the Destiny and said, oh, okay, so that's where all those guys were. They managed to take that turret. They're going to lose the top turret, but are they going to go for this one? Every Alliance player is down on the bottom side.
They're committing so hard to shoving this. They do not want to stop. They're going to call his bluff.
Oh, onto Froggen. He will actually get kicked to safety there by Watch. The teleport from Save is going to come in. Goon coming around the side as well. Tabs is actually fairly low. Flashing from Save. Gets the double stun off. There's the hook that doesn't quite land. But Wicked is now running as well. Wild card will come through. Wicked has the ultimate on him and will be dropped. They're going to try and turn this one around. There is Shook diving to the front. Good group slow, but Alliance themselves are just too low here. They're now going to turn around and run.
What a high-level fight we just saw there. Everyone getting away with a sliver of health. Stuns, flashes, all used right before someone is going to die. And it just goes to show how much NaJin White Shield has come back in this game because they're competing toe-to-toe.
Froggen just getting that gold in there. He's going to be going home to shop up decently as well the next time that he decides to go. Let's have another look at that one, though. It started off again with a great Gorilla hook.
All right, so the good kick as well to Froggen, that delayed his whole gold card. Froggen never got to throw that gold card, so it bought time for Save to join the fight with his teleport. The flash stun comes in, but they didn't have it backed up with the Lulu ultimate, so there wasn't the extra chain and crowd control needed to take him all the way down. Wicked gets time enough for the Zillion ultimate to go down.
They're just so scared after Shook jumped in there. The amount of burst damage that both teams can throw down on the right targets makes these fights really difficult to jump in on now. Wicked is becoming a little bit more tanky, but outside of that, it's a bunch of squishy targets that have to be very careful about where they go.
Also, that flash blown by Save in the last fight is going to be crucial for them. That's a very big tool for their actual initiation. Other than that, they really need to rely on either Watch or Gorilla landing some skill shots.
definitely have Shook doing more than 3% of his team's damage this game, that's for
Say
sure.
that again.
Got himself that last Whisper now into his build. Froggen still to die at 4-0-2. Zhonya's Hourglass with the Athenes, and looking like the Death Cap will be next on the cards for him. This gold has crept back slightly in favor of NaJin White Shield. 2,500 is the difference between them. As the blue will be given back over to Froggen. And I think now Alliance, somewhat nerve-wracking moments for them coming up in this one. We've seen that they have been a little less decisive in the plays that they've made.
Yeah, they're definitely kicking themselves for those mid-game picks that they gave up. Farming in the side lanes and then trying to gain ward coverage in a very dangerous area. That's really come back to bite them here.
Especially considering the fact that Alliance is already 0-1 in groups, losing to Cloud9. They lose this one, and then they've lost to their two main competitors in their group. It's only top two that make it into the quarterfinals here. And Alliance built this team to succeed at Worlds. Losing their first two games could be devastating. That has to be on their minds right now.
Yeah, and they definitely need to use these breakpoints they've just hit. They have not only the Trinity Force, but Frozen Heart on Wicked. It's a great item, especially against a team that has Riven on it. Does mess up your combos a little bit when your attack speed gets thrown off like that if you're not adjusting for it. Plus, they also have Froggen with the ability to initiate now. He has Zhonya, so people who are looking for those plays from Froggen, the big carry TF plays, now he's got the potential to pull those off. Almost completed Death Cap as well, so when he goes in, his combo is going to be devastating. If he can get in on the right target and combo before having to use his Zhonya's.
This Dragon, though, is just being...
Trying to take the turret in exchange here. They're trying to take top from Froggen.
And looks like he actually will get this one. He will, in fact. The Dragon does go down, but Alliance is going to push that one through. So trading in a turret for a Dragon, and they're going to get Baron vision control.
Yeah, they trade vision control of the bottom side of the map for the top side of the map here. So Alliance making the gold trade as well as the vision trade here for the higher priority side of the map.
We'll have to see if it works out there. There's a lot of golden experience in this part of the game for giving away that Dragon, and Alliance didn't want to walk into that area anymore because they knew they had tried to get vision around the Dragon and they'd already failed a few times. So it is smart. They trade the gold pretty generally with the turret there, and the Baron control, at least for the next 6 minutes, will be more valuable.
Alliance do have to commit their champions there, though. You can't just lay down vision and leave the area. You have to defend your vision. That's a huge part in the vision wars, actually using all the champions to defend those wards. Not letting Watch do exactly what he's doing right now, sweeping out the wards, bringing in pink wards. NaJin White Shield slowly eroding all of this work that Alliance just traded the Dragon for.
I feel like that's a very European trait as well, to come and get your wards down and then say, okay, peace, we're just gonna leave now, and then they come in and clear them out. And, you know, when you get two teams doing that, that's when these Baron dances, you know, last the 10, 15, 20 minutes, when they're just trading wards left and right. I don't think that White Shield are a team that are going to let you just walk in there and clear out that effort they've put in.
It's a very, very important part of this game, too, because both teams have the potential to turn the game on a pick. They both have the ability to pick off champions. Froggen here is waiting around bottom by Wicked, by this pink ward. So they're using some bait here. Froggen slowly sweeping in with this line of vision that they have. They're hoping Save will go aggressive, but he's down a level, and Wicked's got the two items.
I do have to commend the item builds here. Mercury Treads could very well save multiple lives here. They have 3 pairs of Mercury Treads already on their team because they know the main way Alliance wins these fights is through stun locking. There we go. Baron vision control vanished.
They're trading top side for bottom side here, though. They're daring NaJin White Shield to go with this shove. They're actually going to take it. It's going to be a game of chicken.
Oh, there is the damage coming out towards Save. Wicked is absolutely ripping through his gold card. Oh no! Last second wild growth from Goose. He actually comes back to the base. Ignite goes down. Meanwhile, Tap's taking all the damage. Will be brought back to life thanks to his support. Zephyr jumps on. There is the hunt coming in. They kill Shook. Can they kill Tap? He's still going. He's getting the kill back. And Watch has to turn and run from this one. I think he's saved. Meanwhile, down on the bottom, they did get the kill on the Save as they come around. There's the bomb. Has he got enough damage?
Watch for the shield.
No,
one more.
Not quite enough. One bomb will do it though. Oh no, there's no mana. The bombs. He's got no mana. Those bombs are so tasty to him as well. And Watch, thanking his lucky stars there that he got away.
even so, that fight was so close across both sides. Tabs will use that gold for good use. Last whisper completed now, and it just goes to show how close these teams are. Fights on both sides. Either one could have swung the game.
So let's take a look at this fight, because remember the itemization of the AD carries. Tabs is a much more brawly AD carry here. Lucian, close quarters with the BT and Trinity Force. Whereas Zephyr, very squishy. In goes Shook, takes out the full damage AD carry. And look at this lifesteal here and burst from Tabs. Lucian working in those close quarters. As we know, Watch eventually gets away here. Even though Nif does his darkness to chase him down.
Could have been so swingy. The fact that Froggen actually used his Destiny right there is a little bit preemptive, but the turret's down, so it has to be respected.
Remember, that was 2 turrets bottom for Alliance in exchange for 1 from White Shield. So the calls from Alliance here, very good calls. They were able to get the inhibitor turret down, and as you said, you always have to respect that TF backdoor.
Trist with a Lulu picks does an absolutely ridiculous amount of damage. Nif is taken out of the fight by a few auto attacks.
And to be careful here. Very careful. There's a 4-man team waiting inside of the brush. There's no vision there for Alliance. There's a speed up. It's going to be Zephyr that steps forward, gets a big crit onto Tabs. There's another one. Oh, basically 3 shots. Tabs goes down before Nif could even get the ulti in.
Level 16 Tristana. Definitely something to be wary of. Froggen also has to worry about this hook. Gorilla doesn't pursue though, even though he's got mobility boots, there's no vision in that side of the jungle.
Destiny down, 80 carry down, flash down on Froggen with vision control. It will be very hard for Alliance to stop this Baron without suffering major casualties. And they just have to give it up.
They can't even answer down bottom for the inhibitor because there's no way for Froggen to get there, so they just have to settle for an outer turret. 1 outer turret in exchange for Baron. NaJin White Shield looking to catch Froggen.
Oh, that turret is not going to go down either. They managed to keep that one alive. Froggen does head towards the bottom side of the map, but he's got to decide now.
He's their wave
push bottom. He has to come back because this inner turret already down to half HP. That should be taken without any problems. They've got shields galore here to make sure that Zephyr can just get in there, hit the turret without any minions, and that one is going down. Froggen finally rejoins the team.
It's all about withstanding the mid game for Alliance, and that's what Shield has been able to do. They've been able to get Trist to a big point, and now they've just got the Baron buff, so Alliance has fallen behind in this one.
Now they have to do their best to wave clear here. Once again, very, very important for Froggen not to get caught while they try and get this wave clear down. Gorilla has been on point with his Thresh hooks. That would be devastating for Alliance. Culling not available for this wave either.
Wildcards will come through though, and you can see that they are successful in taking all but 1 minion out of that one, so they do have wave clear to hold on to it, but will NaJin White Shield decide to really dare it? I mean, if you look down their lineup, they've not got anyone that's massively tanky, although you could also say the same about Alliance. Wicked, of course, though, with that Frozen Heart will also be getting a bit of extra protection going forward. Dragon is available, but for White Shield, they've got that Baron buff on, and they're going to look to make it count and leave Alliance with only their bases. Wicked gets hooked, but no follow-through. That turret survives.
We've seen it so many times. The late game Lulu plus Tristana is so difficult to deal with. Sped up and shielded up, gets to take down those turrets very easily. Retreat back to Dragon, and look at that global gold, getting right back to even. Only 1,000 separating these teams now.
Yep, plus it's over 700 range to go with all that damage and shielding. Plus you can see, I actually like the Alacrity boots on Zephyr there, just to make sure he's got that extra little bit of mobility to chase down near the end of fights. It was the one thing that Alliance needed to ward off, and it's the one thing that NaJin Shield knew they had in their back pocket. If Zephyr could get a few kills, if KaBuM could get enough ability power to provide proper shields as well, when Lulu gets EP, it also amps the damage that Zephyr is going to be doing from picks. It's all starting to come together here for Shield.
Plus they have that all-important Mikhails to break the stun lock that has been Alliance's go-to mechanism.
And a QSS now for Zephyr as well, as he comes back out of the base. So, yeah, not going to be easy to lock them up, that's for sure. Well, we see KaBuM picking up the Lich Bane, so basically your towers are dead if they ever get anywhere near them.
Alliance focused more on that mid-game this time around, but after they had the good mid-game, gave up a couple crucial picks. And NaJin White Shield going to punish them for it. That late-game Trist coming for your inhibitor turrets.
Wicked got his Guardian Angel on though now. What's he gonna do with it? There's a couple of hits onto Froggen. Half HP just disappears like that. And we'll see if he decides, I gotta go back to base. You'd imagine so. This turret seems to be going down either way. As Zephyr just steps up, 4 or 5 auto attacks will bring it down to just over half health, and the shield blocking out all the damage that the turrets do to him.
You can see how threatening it is right now. Zephyr is playing with so much confidence, and unless Alliance is willing to commit, they can't deal with them. The more shots they take here, the lower their chances of defending this turret become. They may give it up because they don't want to fight shield with Baron buff.
Look at Zephyr just walking up the steps there, not even scared of what Alliance can throw at him.
If they're going to commit, it has to be the next wave here. That thing's going down to 2 more hits.
The Baron buff is still on them, though, for another little while. I almost feel like it's smarter for Alliance to give up the inhibitor, but the culling does get burned out, gets a good amount of harass down.
On to the priority target.
Great
going. They're going for this one. Shook stepping forward there. Baron does time out. Froggen had also stepped forward with the gold card, but decided not to go aggressive. But there's Wicked diving in, tabs on the backside. He's going to duel with Zephyr. Nif, though, is all on his own in the middle. They've gone for Froggen, who uses that Sonyas. He gets shut down. Kills coming back here for Alliance, though. Look at Tabs. He's almost untouched and stealing that life back. Wicked going to come up. Gorilla mistimes the hook, but they managed to lock him up, and that a 1 for 2. That might be enough here for NaJin White Shield.
Tristan is still full HP. This is going to be the base for Shield.
It's so hard to use Chrono Shift on the right targets in these team fights, and Froggen is the one who needed it at that point. He was the first to die. The one on Wicked was worthless because by the time he revived, the rest of the team had to back up, and this could actually be game.
Zephyr once again stepping up, gets knocked back though by the culling of Tabs, who was left relatively untouched during that last fight. Seemed to be the hope almost of Alliance as that fight was going on. They've managed somehow to hold NaJin White Shield away from it for now.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that fight again because Froggen and all of Alliance went all in onto Zephyr, and they were unsuccessful in taking him down. The Mikhails was burned, the QSS was burned, pretty much everything was expended, yet at the end of the fight, Zephyr ran out of there with full health.
And Save did a really good job flanking around to get in the middle of the Alliance squad, so he was able to zone off the rest of Alliance and break them up so they weren't able to capitalize on Froggen after his Zanyas.
Yeah, at the start of this fight, you can see Zephyr's off around the side. Wicked jumps in very quickly. Zephyr's trying to lifesteal up off those rates, so the start of this fight is very critical. You can see the priority already put onto Zephyr.
Save wraps all the way around, comes from their own inhibitor to chase off Shook and Tabs.
And that is what ended up isolating Froggen away from the rest of the team. The Chrono Shift was actually on Tabs. It was completely worthless. It's the Guardian Angel that revived Wicked. So, an even worse Chrono Shift than I ended up thinking it was. It just needs to be used better for Alliance if they want to come out in these team fights, because late game scaling wise, it's the Triss Lulu ruling the day.
Kind of explains why we thought that Lucian was untouched in that last game, because they were like, well, what's the point of killing him now? Let's take out Wicked at the front, see how it goes. And well, maybe that's Nif getting a little bit nervous in these scenarios, thinking if I hit it earlier, at least he's got it on him if that happens, but choosing to ignore it means that Chrono Shift does absolutely nothing for them in the fight. It means now if we look at the gold, still in favor of Alliance, but the tiniest of margins, only 200-300 gold the difference. Froggen has now gone back to a bot lane push, and honestly, Save at this point could kill him.
Froggen only has Ghost to try and deal with this Ribbon, so it's going to take some fancy footwork. Smelled something, and he does catch him out. Let's see if they can actually get an engage here. Save, again, has his teleport.
Yeah, they have to respect the teleport flank from Save.
Oh, there goes Nif.
And they have to respect Zephyr, but that's pretty hard. There they go.
Wicked actually getting in. That's a good kickback from Watch. The hook will land as well onto Shook. He's going to drop one. Does have the Chrono Shift available. Wicked trying to draw them away. That means that Shook is able to get out, but Wicked won't be as lucky here. He's still trying the hop to the ward from Watch. We'll get that one. And NaJin White Shield just moves straight to Baron.
That's going to be easy, Baron, for them. Not only did they kill Wicked, but they got huge chunks out of the rest of the Alliance, and there's no ward coverage. You cannot face check this team. NaJin White Shield now going to march on that top side.
What a comeback by White Shield. Rewind 20 minutes. They were down 7 kills to 0 and had almost no control. But they've been able to control vision from behind, which is one of the hardest things to do.
Controlling the vision, getting 2 picks, and the money funneled onto Tristana. Now she's unstoppable.
Speed boost from Lulu to chase. Don't even know how those little Yordle legs can carry her so fast as the turret does go down. Inhibitor will surely follow. Tabs will step forward, but he's the juiciest of targets, and we already saw the 3-4 hits from Zephyr. If he gets lucky with those crits, then you're just going to go down without anything to say. There is the Inhibitor all in, and there is just not a lot left now of Alliance's base.
We thought Zephyr was scary before. He has 3,000 gold he's about to go by with. So just across the board, you can see a lot of people getting gold in the right places. 16.6 thousand onto Zephyr, 16,000 onto Goong if we look at the gold. It has just gotten a little bit out of control there. Froggen, the only member on Alliance to really be fed, but even him, it's long cooldowns working in between, and he just cannot keep pace with the damage that Triss Lulu is putting out.
And Froggen has been in these, you know, split push scenarios on his own, but the rest of his team aren't pressuring anywhere, so it's pretty easy to shut down in that case, especially when it's Save that comes down that can 1v1 him and outranges him with a teleport.
Yeah, and Zeppa got his Bloodthirster as well, so not only is going to have all these shields and spells to rely on defending him, Quicksilver Sash and all that, but he's got immense life shield. Look at that shield, over 2,000 life. 1,000.
So
no,
1,000, that's still a big shield.
Well, it's enough to kill off that Inhibitor in the mid lane. And that leaves just this bottom side, which, you know, I think White Shield just going to methodically work their way towards the win. Actually, I forgot that the turret was still alive. I didn't realize that one was still there, but they left that from last time. That'll go down. I don't think Alliance will be anywhere near it. Oh, you could just get hooked in like that. Wicked's Guardian Angel is back up, but that's dangerous stuff hanging around there.
With 2 inhibitors down, this 3rd inhibitor is going to be near impossible to hold. I also like how Gorilla built the QSS just in case he's stunned while he needs to use Mikhail's on Zephyr. He still can.
Got all the money in the world at this point to spend. And they're just going to set up, wait for that next wave to come through. And Alliance, well, that's the problem. You try to defend from the front side. Zephyr just said, okay, I'm going to go for it. At some point, Alliance have to say, okay, we're just going to fight and see how it goes. Because there's no other way that they can win.
Their window has pretty much already passed here. I mean, when you focus on more mid-game oriented team, then yes, you look better.
There we are, Wicked actually is going to dive in, but they go for Tabs on the other side. Nip doesn't even get the ultimate down, and well, what's the point in having the Zillion at this stage if you're not going to get the ultimate in there? Zillion will fall. We will end up seeing Wicked go down as well, and NaJin White Shield, despite being heavily behind in this game, turn it around and beat Alliance.
They come back from a 7-kill deficit and thousands of gold in the mid-game to a very strong 45-minute late-game victory. We had not seen mid-lane Lulu in quite some time, and it didn't seem like White Shield was going to be able to turn it around, but boy, did they ever.
Yeah, Alliance had that window to work with. They had the team comp and they had the gold that they needed, but the 2 picks they gave up, the map control, they weren't able to secure with vision. Talked about their stats for clearing out wards from Alliance.
Yeah, I will have to take a look at those after the game because it still seems like Alliance is struggling a little bit at securing the vision advantage necessary to go ahead and make plays. The mid-game was great, but as soon as the stun locking got countered by White Shield, 3 pairs of Mercury Treads, 2 QSSs, and a Mikhail's Crucible at the end of the game to answer the stun cards from TF and the Equilibrium Strikes from Aurelia. And at that point, the control that Alliance held the team fights was just gone, and there was nothing to stop the damage. A lot of people will talk about Nip not landing the right chrono shifts, but if everyone is taking a huge amount of damage from all sources, it doesn't really matter if you revive one person.
And I want to go all the way back to where Alliance was sat at 7-0. And the first kill that came down, we said, oh, you got to be careful with giving Zephyr the kills at this stage because that's how you start to change things around. Then he got a second one. By the end, he was 6-1-5, and you just couldn't control him. Literally, with the shields on him, he could step up to the turret and just pot shot away at whoever was stood too close.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. Like, yes, Alliance made the switch over to try to go more mid-game this time around, but that just gives you a window. If you're facing against this Tristana, and that's going to be backed up by Lulu, then you have to jump through that window when you have the opportunity. Or else in the end, then you're going to fall all the same.
And the question now is, what does that do to the morale of Alliance? Because on one side, they'll say we did brilliantly up until a certain point against Shield. and then we just collapse completely. Does it break them? Does it kind of spur them on? I suppose it depends which half of the game they look at here.
Yeah, they need to realize it's a long group. They have another game today against KaBuM. If they can get that win, it should just say, okay, we're 1-2. We had a close game against Shield. They had a close game against Cloud9 too, even though it didn't look it. And you just have to remember, these are long groups. You play everyone twice.
Yeah.
European teams at Worlds actually have a history of doing poor in the group stage and doing well next game. Fnatic lost their first game of groups last year against Vulcan and then went on to destroy the group. So they need to remember that it's a long event. They still have 3 more days pretty much to play and try and put these losses behind them.
Well, one thing's for sure, they've got to beat KaBuM in that next game. KaBuM are the big underdogs for them. That's a game that Alliance just can't afford to lose. For now, though, it's a fine victory for NaJin White Shield, and we're going to send it over to the interview lounge, where NaJin White Shield's jungler is standing by with shots.
Thank you very much, guys. I am standing by here with Watch Jungler for NaJin White Shield. First up, Watch, talk to me about the strategy and the team comp you guys end up with in this game.
경기 픽밴에 관해서 좀 설명해 주세요.
저희가 픽밴이 질련을 빨리 가져가면 저희가 미드 질련 상대로 연구한 그런 픽밴이었는데 상대가 서포트 질련으로 바꾸는 바람에 약간 처음엔 경기가 힘든 경향이 있었어요.
So our comp was made against mid Zillion, but then they switched their Zillion to support, so that's why I think we struggled in the early game.
Yes, you said in the video before we have to shut down Froggen. Then he gets 3 kills in the early game. So where did you go from there?
그 사전 인터뷰 때 이제 프로겐 선수를 많이 경계한다고 했었는데 결국 프로겐 선수가 3킬을 먹었어요. 거기서 어떻게 풀어나가셨나요?
너무 프로겐 선수가 잘한다고 생각해서 그 선수에 대해 좀 너무 압박을 받고 좀 말리려다가 오히려 제가 더 말렸던 것 같아요. 그래서 초반에 좀 제가 좀 못한 점이 많아서 아쉬웠는데 팀원들이 워낙 잘해줘서 이긴 것 같아서 팀원들에게 너무 고마운 것 같아요.
We thought that Froggen was a great player, so personally I was too pressured in order to shut him down early game. So that's why I made a lot of mistakes. But gladly my teammates, they cover me up, and I think that's why we were able to catch up.
Yeah, fantastic comeback. You beat #1 out of Europe. You're about to play #2 out of North America, Cloud9 later. What do you think of that matchup?
다음 경기 때 클라우드9이랑 경기할 텐데 그거에 대해서 좀 얘기해 주세요.
저희가 사실 D조에선 얼라이언스 팀이나 C9 팀이 가장 잘한다고 생각했고 얼라이언스 팀이랑 C9 팀에 대해 공부를 가장 많이 해왔어요. 그래서 C9에 대한 경기력 그런 건 자신 있고 앞으로 셋이 할 C9과 경기도 되게 재밌을 것 같아서 기대돼요.
So we studied a lot against Cloud9 and Alliance. So we're confident that we paired enough, and I think it's gonna be a really interesting match.
Well, I do as well. Congratulations. Thank you very much. And as for us, we're going to break down this game further over at the desk.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. That was an absolutely phenomenal game to kick off day 2 here in Singapore. And Alliance, they did show up. It was Shield's first real test. Yeah, I want to go straight to picks and bans. Talk about the team comps because we saw Irelia, we saw Twisted Fate, Mid Lulu. Monty, what's your take?
I mean, this was a little wacky, especially from Shield, but I think Alliance had the right idea. Put Froggen on a playmaking champion, Wicked on, his bread and butter pick on Irelia. This is the right direction for Alliance to move in. And as we heard in the interview, we were a little confused about why the mid Lulu was coming up against. I guess they thought it was the mid Zillion.
Yeah, they thought
very
it was a counter pick. I don't know.
Really weird. Also, the top Riven, not something that Save is known for. This is only his second professional game, and he lost his first one on Riven. But just looking at the draft right away, of course, the early draft, Lee Sin, then Thresh and Tristana. But we know Goong has Ori, and if they haven't picked their mid laner yet, why not just take the Ori instead of the Lulu? And then, of course, the Riven pick, just a little bit odd as well, into the Irelia. We saw that was not a very preferable matchup for Save. Had a bit of trouble in the lane swap. But overall, I think a very weak draft from NaJin White Shield. And a pretty strong one from Alliance.
I think White Shield also got lucky that they got the lane swap off. If Alliance... This lane swap was actually so obvious in the sense that I don't think Tristana can ever survive lane against Lucian Zillion. That if Alliance just called the lane swap, this game could have gone really brutal.
Yeah, I agree.
Talking about the early game, we do have a bunch of replays lined up, so let's get straight to the first one. It felt like Alliance had pretty good control of the early laning phase. They seem to make positive moves. Probably talk me through this replay, and then we can discuss some of the early game antics.
So this is right after a small skirmish mid, so they know Watch doesn't have flash. And Froggen takes advantage of this because he sees Thresh hook down, and they go all in and they take out the Lee Sin. And at this point, they have a stronger 3v3 and a stronger 3v2 even. And right now, they just have to kind of focus whoever Froggen's wildcard goes on.
And, one of the things I said earlier when we were coming into this group, Shield is the team that I'm most unsure of, that they are the ones that are most likely out of all the Korean teams to get upset. And a lot of it was, can Watch keep up his performance that we saw in the regionals? He went 0-3-0 early in this game. Just terrible decision-making. Didn't have the knowledge of where Shook was in order to try and make the plays he was trying to make.
And that play just went sour because Zilean showed up all of a sudden. But if your support's already mid, you should be thinking, where is their support going to be? If he's not on the map, he's coming for you. And they completely turned it around. They were far too much overextended at the tower there.
I feel like Alliance, a lot of the win was on the shoulders of Tabs and Nif, because once you have a strong TF, the TF's job is essentially to get your AD strong so you guys can rotate around the map, take towers, take objective, and take vision with the support. But Tabs and Nif, even with a winning top laner, Wicked was smashing top, even with a winning mid laner, Froggen was 2-0, they didn't really do anything.
Let's talk a little bit about the next replay as we keep rolling onto the points. Let's pull the second one up. This was actually Froggen, and he was pushing bottom lane with Wicked if you look at the mini-map. And up in the top, this ends up being quite a dramatic fight. Double F start this one off, and then everyone can chime in as the clip rolls out.
So this is just classic Gorilla. He lands a hook on Tabs. He's been landing hooks the entire game, and Zeppa makes a crucial mistake right here. He overcommits on this when they don't really need to. All he needs to do is hit the champions in front of him. That was a two-man play, and he takes so much damage right here that they actually... yeah, he gets exhausted. He has to flash out. He's at 30% HP. None of that was necessary. He could have been attacking this entire time from the safety of behind Watch and behind Gorilla. But in the end, it's just this really clutch move that saves them from getting triple kill here by Tabs. Watch ends up escaping with barely his life.
Close game.
I just want to talk about briefly the build from Tabs, because I feel like he's going to get a lot of flack. But actually, this early Bloodthirster Lucian build is something that NaJin White Shield did in regionals to great success. The intent of Bloodthirster first into Sheen Trinity Force is to take towers. And the problem was that they didn't take towers. There is no reason that that mid tower should have stayed up as long as it should have. Tabs needed to get his butt into the mid lane, because when you have that with the Zilean, basically, you can speed up the Lucian. He has the shield. He'll use an ability. He'll proc the Sheen onto the tower, and you can just take tower shots to the face with the Bloodthirster shield. You have to snowball it off of tower pushes in the mid game, and instead he just sat in bottom lane.
On the topic of builds, I just want to look at Nif as well right now. He spent 800 gold at upgrading his Sightstone. He spent about 1,300 gold going from... or even more, he spent like 1,800 gold going from tier 1 GP10 item to the full upgraded item. That gold could have been spent on mana regen. Zilean is a champion that excels once he gets mana regen. Get tier or showers or both, drop the Moby boots and get a CDR boots, and your E basically speeds you up and gives you the Moby boots anyways in your kit. Your rewinds come up quicker, you get more chrono shifts if you use them properly, and you need a Mikhails against a Thresh, and then once after you don't have the Mikhails, he went for an Aegis against the team comp with Riven top lane, a Fed Tristana, and a Lulu that was barely doing any magic damage in these fights. Just a crucial build and play error by Nif. I think he must have been nervous or just not comfortable in playing Zilean.
Yeah, I mean, just... you guys are right. We're giving Alliance's bottom lane a lot of flack because really, they did play really poorly. I think Tabs and Nif had very little game impact and were irrelevant, despite the fact, like, once again, Wicked is so strong. He's ahead top lane. He's ahead of Save. Froggen is so ahead mid lane, but they just don't do anything. But I will say, Gorilla played out of his mind. A lot of these plays, the game-winning plays, the ones that turned around, gave NaJin White Shield's avenues to get back into the game, like Dragon getting towers. It was all Gorilla that kind of just hit those magic hooks, and I think that's why Thresh is such a high-priority champion.
I want to keep rolling this one on. We do have a team fight that I think really just completely sealed the deal for NaJin Shield. It is the mid lane team fight where Zephyr's kind of hanging out on the side lane. So Crepo start this one off, and I know probably wants to chime in a little later. Let's roll this clip out and talk me through what Shield did right.
I mean, Shield is just disengaged right now, and then they're just waiting for a turn potential. Look at the Riven on the top. They're looking for flanks. They know they need that. Zepha's trying to distract them. Tabs, he buys into that because he'll dodge left while Wicked's actually going forward. So Alliance is actually splitting themselves up when they don't need to. And the worst part is that the Chrono Shift's already on Tabs, who's now out of the fight. Froggen's all the way on the left in a Zhonya's. No Chrono Shift. He's gonna die. Wicked will die after him. He has a GA. Ideally in these fights, what you want to happen is you want Wicked to go in with the Zilean speed up. You want Wicked to drop, get his GA out. Then the next target that dies gets Chrono Shifted, and you basically fight a 5 against 7. And you could do that because White Shield was split, but Alliance just didn't exploit their opportunities.
what actually happened in the fight was, yeah, Shield was split, and when Alliance was going in, because that's what you want to do when you're playing TF. He's not the best team fighter, but he's the best when the enemy team's split up. So they get the fact that Shield is split, but the second they start going in, Tabs goes off for Trist, and then by that time, Riven was able to flank behind, and then it turned into Shield crushing in on them. Instead of them fighting a split fight, they're actually just getting flanked on.
Yeah. Yep. One last little stat about the vision for both of these squads. It's something that we were looking at. It felt like Shield just had a ridiculous amount of wards. So let's take a look at those numbers. 152 wards were placed for Shield. They managed to sweep out and kill 48. Alliance were 128 wards placed, but they did kill 41. So I'm a little bit surprised by how many wards they killed, but being, 25 wards down in the same period of game, that is a lot of missed vision, and it's in reply because Shield got their wards down first.
Yeah, that's actually less than I thought, just because the Baron vision for NaJin Shield was just so much better, right? And I think that, yes, Alliance did buy a lot of wards, but in the late game, they were not in the right place. You just saw the blue blanket all on the top side of Alliance's jungle. And, I feel like Alliance, they had the picks, they had that early game advantage, they played so well in the early game, but they just misplayed their vision, they misplayed their item builds and their power spikes, and that's what caused them to fall behind. Again, with the builds we saw were good when used properly. The way that AD carry build was used was awful.
Yeah, unfortunately not working out for Alliance. Guys, thank you so much for the input. We do have to take a brief break, and when we return, Samsung Blue will face off against Fnatic in our next game of the Singapore group stage. Guys, stay right with us.
Ignite goes down. Meanwhile, Tab's taking all the damage. Will be brought back to life thanks to his support. Zephyr jumps on. There is the hook coming in. They kill Shug. Can they kill Tab? He's still going. Nif, though, is all on his own in the middle. They've gone for Froggen, who uses that Sonya's. He gets shut down. Kills coming back in for Alliance, though. Wicked actually is going to dive in, but they go for Tabs on the other side. Nif doesn't even get the ultimate down, and, well, what's the point in having the Zillion at this stage if you're not going to get the ultimate in there?
Welcome back to the 2014 World Championship. This week, Season 1 World Champions Fnatic joined the ranks of other past winners to have gotten the championship skin treatment. So now, along with the Taipei Assassins and SK Telecom T1K, you can show your EU LCS pride on the Rift by heading to the store and picking up the Fnatic Team Bundle. Don't dawdle, they will only be available until October 31st. Then they will go back into the vault. The Shushe Graga skin in particular is absolutely incredible. Guys, let's keep the matches rolling. Our second bout of the day, it will be Korea's #1 seed, Samsung Blue, taking on Fnatic. I think expectations for Dade and the rest of Blue were very high. They delivered a fairly convincing win over LPL's OMG in traditional Blue style. Slow to start, strong to finish. Let's talk about the team. Monty, you're the expert.
Yeah, I mean, pretty conventional stuff that we saw from them. Hart went to 10-1 all-time on Nami. Interesting fact about Hart, you let him get on to Thresh or Nami, and he's now 26-5 all-time. Probably champions you don't want to let him have. And then Yasuo coming up big for Dade as well. And Deft, it was very interesting. He did have a slow start yesterday, was not having the best KDA. He overextended, let himself get killed in a teleport play, ate a hook, but then comes back and absolutely dominates, gets himself back into the game at 8.5 KDA. This is the kind of play that we were expecting to see from Name on EDG, but Deft is the positional ADC that delivered.
Yeah, he really did. The other side of the Rift, however, it was a disappointing start to Worlds for Fnatic. They took a loss to LMQ, despite having a fairly positive early game. I would never say they were in control, but they were dictating the tempo until LMQ arrested it back. What went wrong for Fnatic yesterday, Crepo? Or, what do they need to be careful of against Samsung Blue?
They just didn't snowball their small lead they had and their mid game well enough, and they just lost control of what was happening on different sides of the map. It felt like they tunneled around areas way too much and just forgot what was going on the sideways, for example. And then they finally had this stacked wave coming into bottom lane, like who's going to take care of that? And then that's how the image that Reckles is always AFK farming on the side lane gets created, because Fnatic doesn't deal with a problem until it's too late.
I mean, that's not an image. That's what happens.
Yeah.
I mean, Reckless is a very good AD carry. He's good in team fights, good in lane, but his team and he just haven't played. I mean, it reminds me of how Doublelift used to play, honestly.
Used to.
Doublelift, how difficult is it for Reckless on the stage right now to actually realize when he needs to join the team? I mean, yesterday it felt like he wasn't there.
I can tell you from first-hand experience, anytime you lose when you're split pushing as AD carry, I feel terrible. Like I feel like, wow, if I had just grouped, then we totally could have won the fight. Like yeah, sometimes people get hooked. So, for example, last time xPeke got hooked 2 times, and it really lost Fnatic the game. But at the same time, you're not just going to go up to xPeke and say, wow, why'd you get hooked? It was more like, I made that situation a possibility. I gave that team an avenue to win because I was off split pushing. So I feel like Reckless is smart enough to also kind of have that mature standpoint. And this time, I expect him to group earlier and really just stick with his team and team fight.
I sincerely hope that is the case. Let's lock in some predictions, guys. See who you think is going to pick up a win here. Let's start this one off with Monte Cristo. Samsung Blue or Fnatic, who's taking it and why?
Samsung Blue, I think that we're going to see just more of the same yesterday, that stellar team fighting. Samsung Blue is a better team at grouping than Fnatic, and they'll push that advantage harder. And there's so many dangerous picks, too. I mean, we saw Acorn's Rumble. This guy was known, back on his old idea of Chunju on MVP Blue before they became Samsung, as the best Rumble player in Korea. He was getting it banned against him when it wasn't a meta pick. I hadn't seen it in a long time. I was super happy to see it yesterday. He performed. They have to eliminate these comfort picks. No Yasuo, no Zed, no Rumble for Blue, but even then I think they'll still win.
I'm glad you highlighted the mid picks because probably you've yet to chime in on this matchup. Who's going to be your winner and why?
I will choose Blue, but the reason I haven't said anything about mid is because so far I'm 2 for 2 for talking down mid lanes, and then the next game they perform really well. Froggen did that, and Zhao Zhao did that. So, xPeke, you're a really big disappointment. Incoming Pinnacle for xPeke. But they'll still lose, in my opinion.
Still lose, in your opinion. Crepo, you're the next on my hit list. Who's winning and why?
Well, yeah, I'm just going to join the guys with Blue. I think they're just, as a team, way better. However, there's some really interesting matchups that we get to see. We get to see Deft against the European Deft, as he called his account, I believe. So I'm looking forward to that. I think Soas can always surprise on top lane. I've stopped counting him out because he always has something up his sleeves. So I hope for a good match. But yeah, I think Blue collectively will take the game.
It needs to not be Lulu, in my opinion. Doublelift, final vote.
Yep, Samsung Blue, just like all you guys said, just every lane I expect will win for Samsung Blue. The only chance I can see is if Fnatic's bottom lane goes really aggressive at a good time and somehow all ends Deft and Heart.
I'm glad you actually mentioned that because both Deft and Reckless have had a lot of mutual respect building up to Worlds, hence calling one another their opponents' names. Anyways, let's see how the predictions compare to the fan vote. According to lolEsports.com, Samsung Blue is leading Fnatic with 54%. That is very impressive, and it is something that it'll be an uphill battle for Fnatic. Let's send it over to the triple cast. This year, Samsung Blue has been a team that is transformed. The team gave the lion's share of credit for the success to the man that they call the General.
네, 안녕하세요. 삼성 블루팀의 미드라이너를 맡고 있는 다데 NaJin입니다. 저를 수식하는 여러 말들이 있죠. 인간 제드라던가 장군이라던가. 누가 먼저 시작한 건지는 잘 모르겠지만 장군이라는 별명에 대해서 평소에 신경 쓰진 않습니다.
제 생각에 엄청나게 많이 의식하고 있는 것 같아요. 뜨거운 이제 여름날에도 자켓을 입고 있잖아요. 그런 게 보면은 망토 이렇게 들은 대장군 포스처럼 이렇게 느낌이 있으려고
걸음걸이도 약간 다가가면 한 대 맞겠다 이런 느낌의 풍채를 풍기면서 걷고 다들 듣고 있네. 8강까지가 그때 당시 오존팀의 최고 성적이었는데 다데 선수가 들어오고 나서 바로 우승을 했고
MVP 미드 다데입니다.
다데 선수가 평소 연습 때보다 대회 때 거의 한 2배, 3배는 목소리도 크게 하고 말도 많이 해요. 그만큼 이기고 싶은 것 같아요. 누구보다도 더.
충격이었죠. 네, 롤드컵을 그렇게 빨리 타격할 줄은 정말 몰랐고 제가 할 수 있었던 건 새로 준비한 그라가스와 리산드라였는데 제가 지금 와서 정말 냉철하게 분석을 하면 다데는 기본적으로 장군이기 때문에 칼 하나 정도는 들고 있어야 되는데 그라가스를 여러분 보세요. 굉장히 둔해 보이고 칼을 들고 있지도 않고 뭔가 뚜렷하게 뭐 잘생기지도 않았습니다. 당연히 질 수밖에 없었죠. 감독님의 속마음까진 모르겠지만 사실 굉장히 기분이 나빴습니다.
그때는 블루가 더 못하는 시절이었잖아요. 좌천됐다고 많이 느꼈을 것 같아요.
삼성 블루는 정확히 이 상황에서 어떻게 해야 되고 이런 부분에 대한 결정을 하는 사람이 없더라고요. 고민 끝에 바꾸게 됐죠.
처음에는 솔직히 서로 의견도 잘 안 맞고 많이 힘들어가지고 트러블도 많이 나고 그랬었는데 우리 장군님께서 딱 들어오시고 난 다음부터 한순간에 갑자기 우승, 뭐 마스터즈 우승 뭐 난리 났잖아요. 팀의 중심을 잡아주는 역할을 진짜 잘 수행해주고 있는 것 같아요.
그 한타 때 우리가 이거 이겨줘라는 판단을 다데 선수가 합니다. 냉철하게 보는 일이 다데한테 있는 것 같아요.
뭐 어쨌든 간에 블루에 와서 우승을 한 거고 결국 잘 되긴 했죠. 어떤 때나 미드라이너들을 거론할 때 제 이름이 빠지지 않는 그런 선수가 되고 싶어요. 뭐 한국에서는 제가 장군이라고 불리는데 외국 시청자분들께도 제가 왜 장군이라고 불리는지 똑똑히 알려드리겠습니다.
Confident talk there from the general himself, and we'll see if he can march in on his steed here at Worlds and conquer the title.
I mean, all the stuff they said about him in that video was true, about wearing the jacket outside. It's really hot here in Singapore. He's wearing his sweater outside. When he's on the bus, he's just so in his own zone. The rest of his team is talking and laughing at the back of the bus. He's just staring at the front of his seat.
He's definitely got that laser focus that you're looking for in a general.
Well, we'll see how he does in this game. We are going to get to it and see if Fnatic can shake off their day one loss or if Samsung Blue will keep the momentum going. On the blue side for this match is, of course, Samsung Blue with Acorn in the top lane, Spirit in the jungle, the General Dade in the mid lane, Def the AD carry, and Heart on support.
And on the red side is Fnatic. Up top is Soaz. In the jungle, Cyanide. Mid, xPeke. AD carry Reckless, and support Yellow Star.
And of course, that sets us up for our featured matchup. And in this game, it's a clash of the carries with Deft versus Reckless.
Or, you know, as some call them by their live accounts, European Deft versus Reckless, who's actually Deft. Both of these guys are very strong team fighting AD carries, and they have a lot of respect for each other.
Yeah, and you can see they're both really good laners. Deft actually surprised me when I saw he normally is almost 6 CS ahead of his opponent at 10 minutes across all his OGN playoff and regional games. So really strong in lane, as well as being legendary for his ability to dodge in team fights. It's just going to be a focused matchup. So much mutual respect, but a lot of weight on their shoulders for success.
Yeah, and we'll see. I think a lot of that amazing CS lead that he has over everyone else coming down to the fact that Samsung Blue done amazingly from these lane swaps, getting Deft really going. We'll see what they do here against Fnatic. This is an important one for both teams, for Samsung Blue to really stamp their authority on this group of Deft, as Reckless called it on his Korean account. And for Fnatic, obviously, they need to show up here and prove that they've got what it takes.
Yeah, I mean, definitely it would be a morale boost for Europe. Definitely to take down Blue, #1 in the group right now. If one of these European teams was going to get a win to rally, you know, the whole region, this would be it.
Yeah, we almost saw Alliance take down NaJin White Shield. These groups are just so close in skill, I still feel like. And Blue, yes, they are the #1 seed in Korea. Their game against OMG, they did give up a few kills early. It is the group of death for a reason. I don't think you just go into the group of death and expect a 6-0 team.
So is this game then won in the early stages by Fnatic? I mean, we saw Alliance win in the early game, the mid game against NaJin White Shield. And people have said that if you're going to beat Blue, you probably have to do it in the laning phase and somehow hope when it comes to team fights that you're far enough ahead, because these guys are insane at
I think it was going to be some sort of surprise factor from Fnatic. One of those famous Soaz teleports down bottom, or some sort of shenanigans in the mid game, switching things up.
Well, if they have a mid-game advantage, they need to be able to press it very quickly. Blue, the best team really at coming back from mid-game or early-game deficits, yet it's not like they're bad in the mid or early game either.
Let's have a look at the bans then. We've had 4 already. Zillion and Alistair banned away by Samsung Blue. On the other side, Twitch and Lee Sin taken away. So no Twitch for Def, no Lee Sin for Spirit. Maokai will also be removed from the battle. So I'd like to say that shrinks Soaz's options here, but it is of course Soaz. And well, if you look down if each champions played, I'd be here for about 3 hours telling you each of their names.
Also, they still have that Rumble on the table that we've been talking about. Ridiculous stats so far here at Worlds. Jungle focus here on Spirit, trying to limit his champion pool.
I am so shocked that Fnatic would be the ones to ban away Kha'Zix. I thought for sure Cyanide would want to pick that with one of their first 2 picks. And I guess they didn't want to chance Samsung Blue using their first pick on it because they had already banned away the Lee Sin. But
so
Zed's up.
If they give away Zed to Dade in exchange for choosing one of the earlier junglers here for dueling, yeah, he's got his pick of the litter right now. He's actually almost smiling for once.
That's not an almost smile. That is
all right.
That is very much a smile.
No bans thrown at Dade.
So I got an interesting story here about giving Zed to Dade, because this is something not a lot of teams like to do, and for very good reason. We were talking to the Cloud9 guys, and they're like, yeah, you know, in some of the scrims versus Blue, we actually gave Dade Zed once. And what happened was, in the early game, it wasn't even fed. 0-0-0 Dade, 1 versus 2, gets a double kill by himself. So they never gave him it again.
Yeah, I think the key part of that sentence was once. We gave him
gave it to him once.
But Fnatic going for that, and actually coming in here with Thresh, which has been a mega pick for Soaz, for Yellow Star. He's pulled off some amazing hooks throughout this season, at least for Cyanide. And yes, we have a fair amount of jungle bans. Is at least the right choice, though?
I'm very curious about these choices because they put such a high priority on jungle banning and picking away, but Spirit is a Rengar player as well, and people who are Rengar mains have had spectacular success at the World Championship. He could very easily still just pick Rengar or even Jarvan. I do not think they're getting much value out of these Lee Sin, Kha'Zix bans and Elise picks.
Yeah, it's a strange one, right? Oh, I'd love to see Rammus.
You guys are really excited for half a second.
He's definitely joking around here. Having some fun with it. So, as we said, like 2 of the early duelist junglers are banned out, but there are plenty more left. You know, Elise and Jarvan, fairly equal on that account. Both of them depend on hitting their CC. If you hit the cocoon, then you can have the advantage with Elise, but if Jarvan hits his knockup, then it's a fairly even duel there.
So what a Fnatic going to add into this one? Of course, have last pick, so could wait for Peke's choice to go up against Dade Zed. See about that one. For now, support and jungler. So Fnatic not really given too much away at this stage, I think.
I'm still a little flabbergasted that Dade was able to pick Zed so easily with these jungle bans going away. The team composition Blue is putting together right now just fits them so well. Deft obviously on KaBuM, probably his favorite AD carry. It gives them a magic damage sprinkle, which is what they need if they have a full physical mid laner. Fnatic's going to have to pick something extraordinary here to try and make up for this.
Yeah, plus Acorn could very easily pick Lulu up top or a Kale up top. Or again, as we said, the Rumble once again to really top off that mid game. Kog'Maw Rumble we've seen have a lot of success.
This is interesting. Peke going with that Ahri. Putting a lot of faith in his skills here, allowing that Zed to go through.
So, Fnatic are a team that really excel with picks, and they're really going all in on this pick. I mean, they need to make these count then. The hooks, cocoons, and charms have to be on point if they're going to win this game.
I mean, we look towards the Champions Summer Final where Samsung Blue was defeated by the KT Arrows, who didn't even end up making it to Worlds. And KT Arrows was arguably the best early game team in the world, and they were able to punish some of Samsung Blue's vulnerabilities there. So the way you do that in the early mid game is you try and get picks. You try and make aggressive dives, and Fnatic is building towards that.
There's that Lulu, though, that we were looking for in the top lane for Acorn. He will give some extra peeling here for Kog'Maw. Lulu plus Nami locked in at the same time provides a tremendous amount of peel for him. They'll also probably be rushing one of those Mikhails because they are facing this pick comp.
I just want to look at the statistics from the last OGN and playoffs. 100% win record for Lulu for Acorn. 100% win record for Def on Kog'Maw. 100% win record for Dade and Zed. 100% win record for Nami and Hart. 100% win record for Spirit on Jarvan. He's not played it. 100% nothing is still nothing.
He hasn't lost on it,
but he hasn't lost on it. So, I mean,
the undefeated composition.
They're pretty strong picks right now. On the other side, Soaz is going to be busting out Irelia.
I guess.
Well, so a little early on, if they bring Cyanide's jungle Elise up there and they get this, fairly early on squishy Lulu, they can get a kill on her. But I mean, they put so much emphasis on this jungle pick. We're gonna have to see some early jungle play from Cyanide, going very aggressive with this Elise.
And if Fnatic doesn't do that exceptionally and have at least a 7,000 gold lead by 20 minutes, they're going to lose in team fights. They have almost all single target damage, and scaling roll the roll is not really better than blue in any single position. So they're really needing to go all in on this pick.
And that's where you've got to hope that Fnatic have somehow found a bucket load of confidence hidden somewhere inside the venue here, because yesterday they didn't look like a super confident team. There were some very sketchy moments for them, some very nervous looking plays, and with this kind of composition they just can't afford to think too much about the play that they're going to make.
With those kind of stats,
you kind of fudged the last one 100% on Jarvan.
Like, yeah, shove that one.
I'll go with undefeated as well, but the fact that they haven't lost with any of those champions is a little bit ridiculous.
Well, guys, remember, we want to know who you think will win this match. Tweet hashtag SSBWin or FNCWin. Win, not win. And we'll be checking in throughout the game to see how your vote changes. A scary, scary lineup here for Samsung Blue. Of course, the favorites coming out of this group, you could argue, along with their sister team, Samsung White, the favorites for the whole thing here in the World Championships.
And, once again, just because they did give away that first pick Zed to Dade, I'm going to go over this mid lane matchup once again. I said it yesterday, but now that Zed spawns behind you when he uses his ultimate, Pekka is going to have to be on point with that charm. As soon as he comes in, you have to immediately throw your charm right behind you to tag him. Or we've already seen it yesterday at groups. Zed diving turrets against Ahri, and you don't even have enough time to get away with the Spirit Rush if you don't hit that charm. But good news is he will always spawn in the same spot, so if you're expecting it.
Unless you turn around too early and then he's kind of back where you thought he wasn't going to be when you throw your charm.
Better time it right.
Better time that one right. We'll see how Peke handles this one. Of course, a Season 1 world champion. Got pretty close last year as well. But I think it'd be very much a dream scenario for him if he was to be able to pick up a second World Championship. There's some early wards going down on the bottom side. Yellow Star inside the brush will spot Hart and the vision that they're getting down.
Ooh, in range for a play.
Might not. Oh, that was brilliantly waited out by Hart. We'll see if he's waited too long here. The Ignite is going down. It's not going to be enough damage to get the kill. And Death along there with the roam from Dade will be able to force him off. Hart going low. Didn't use his flash or exhaust, so really being so patient and knowing exactly how much damage he could take.
I feel like that would have been a summoner spell if he had started Flay for the easier to hit spell, but he went for the 100%. He went for the kill. He wanted to go all in, go for the hook to bring him in.
But because he missed the hook, it ends up being a summoner disadvantage for Fnatic. They were saying on the analyst desk one of the only ways they see Fnatic winning this game is if Rekkles and Yellowstar can go aggressive at the right situation. You can see they're even building towards that with the Ignite and the Doran shield onto Yellowstar. It's like they wanted to trade. Now that those items have been spotted out, you can see Deft is just getting away from that lane. They're not going to allow the Doran shield to be a lane advantage. Instead, they'll take the extra ward control that Hart started with and the gold generation from his item.
See if he can continue those great stats as well. The leads that he's had at 10 minutes in the lane when it comes to farm compared to his opposite number. Rekkles himself, not a bad farmer, that's for sure. And we'll be looking to make the most of that 2 versus 1 scenario. This mid lane, Dade already putting down, and also missing one shuriken there onto Peke. This lane is definitely one to be keeping an eye on. Peke's got to go all out in this match.
Yeah, he's got to constantly try and shove Dade under that turret. Use this lane control to try and make something happen with that early Elise. All right, so as after seeing the lane swap here, they finally brought him down for the double jungle, but he's much later on it. Acorn's already got a level on him because they started with the double jungle, them being the ones that decided to go for this lane swap.
On the top side, Spirit actually double buffed up already along with Acorn. Gonna make a bit of a play on this one, getting the wards in. Is it a case of clearing out the jungle, or are they gonna put 4 men straight on the tower?
Well, it was a delayed lane swap, so the freeze couldn't be set up properly in the top lane. Because of that, they're going to be going for a fast push. Whether Fnatic answers with the dragon or with a fast push of their own is yet to be seen.
And even if they could answer with that, well, it looks like they are actually doing a fast push of their own. They're going to try and go turret for turret.
They can absolutely answer with the dragon, but they just don't want to, it seems like.
Will they be able to time it fast enough to go for that bottom turret and then swing around to that dragon? Not sure about that front, especially since they pulled away. So they're going to leave Reckless to go for the tower. They'll send the other 4 towards the dragon.
So the thing is here, a lot of teams take this trade, dragon for top turret in the lane swaps. However, if you pull that top turret lane swap correctly, you kill the tower correctly and then group the minions to get them pushing back at you after you take this turret, then the ramifications later in the game are actually in favor of the team going with that top turret. Because for Dragon, your top laner is going to get much less experience. It's only 150 experience for this early Dragon, and that's split among everybody who's at the Dragon. So you can see Soaz is going to be at a experience disadvantage, whereas up top, Acorn shoving the wave, you get 206 experience per wave, and that's not even counting a cannon minion, plus an extra 30% if you're sharing it with people. So the team overall, that would bring it up to 268 experience just for that lane. Now, investing in experience is an investment in your future gold earning potential. So even though the initial gold trade is the same, the level discrepancy of your top laner is a great tool that a lot of, especially Korean teams, have made use of. Now they're going to be matching up.
That was a charm from xPeke, landing Dade may be in trouble. Cocoon lands back range there from Cyanide, but I'm getting a bit overexcited from that one. The damage not quite there yet.
I'm happy you got to use those numbers, Kobe. I saw you prepping them all pre-game. I'm going to save that one so I can remember those numbers for later as well, but you can definitely see Fnatic with the slight gold advantage, but as you said, the experience is a whole other story.
They got the minion wave pushing back against them. That's the key part. After they killed the turret, they grouped them up and got the minion wave pushing in Acorn's favor, so now Soaz has to play on his terms. What this does is because Soaz doesn't have a turret, sometimes it will draw the jungler up there to try and protect him. Cyanide, though, and the rest of Fnatic, focusing on the bottom lane here, do get seen by this pink ward.
Whilst we were earlier on talking about Alliance having the worst amount of wards cleared per minute in their games, Fnatic have the best, and we see it there once again. Yellow Star moving in with the rest of their team. They see the pink ward going down. They will group up and just get rid of those big areas that you...
Well, here it is, 6-5!
They're going to dive straight in on top of him, but no, not quite the damage. Well, nowhere near the damage to finish off.
Yeah, he was jumping on that level 6 to level 5 advantage to get a health advantage. However, xPeke with a good response there. We talked about responding very early to that Zed ultimate. So far, so good for xPeke.
I think we're really just starting to see these lanes balance out now. The junglers are pretty even. xPeke has survived that lane remarkably well early against Dade and wasn't even harassed down heavily by the death mark. And we get to see this 2v2 lane happen now where Reckless does have the experience advantage as well as CS advantage over Deft. Plus he's a pickaxe to a longsword health crystal, so if Fnatic can get a little bit aggressive in this lane, they could start pulling some individual edges.
Yeah, he is going to get that level 6. They could even shove down another wave with his culling and try and get turret pressure here. The problem is ward coverage right now in Blue's favor. They've got ward coverage all over this bottom side.
However,
jungler shows top though, that means there's no more threat.
Jungler showing on that top side means that they can do whatever they want. There's a bubble there onto Reckless, and it seems like they've managed to force Fnatic away, at least for now. There's the culling coming through, but actually Hart walking into that entire amount of damage there, going very, very low.
A pretty big misplay there by Hart there. If he hugged the wall, he clearly wasn't getting hit by the culling, and he seemed to walk into it. But now he's extremely low, and there's no reason for this turret push to stop except to teleport.
Oh, that teleport coming down bottom. Yellow Star's on less than half HP. Here comes the reply, though. Soaz is going to come down. Yellow Star staying out of vision this entire time. Dade's onto xPeke, flashing from...
No! Yes, they got him in the end! Down the bottom, no one actually died in the end, thanks to those reverse teleports coming in. Soaz coming down to answer Acorn. It was all about the mid lane and the minions bringing Peke back in, but first blood went to Dade.
So in the end, even though down bottom, Acorn misses his Glitter Lance and they don't get a kill, there's no kill down bottom, they have control of the wave, and Deft gets to shove it into turret here. See how many CS, Reckless, and Soaz can pick up under the turret. Looks like all of them.
That mid lane fight was pretty cool, though.
Yeah, we'll probably get another look at that here. All right, so here's the duel once again.
Good
Charm already used, so that's why Dade is going to go all the way in here.
The thing was...
2 minion shots! That ranged minion, what a hero!
What a
MVP. MVP of Fnatic's game so far. And that, I mean, Peke choosing to go for the flash without the minions, that wouldn't have been worth it. Gets it in the end though, and he's going to come back into lane with a needlessly large rod. If we look down the AD carries, actually Reckless deciding to go straight into his boots here, picking up those Berserker Greaves and the pickaxe.
If we're looking at this game big picture though, as we saw in Champion Select, Samsung Blue has ridiculous edges in team fights, and this early game has been fairly muted. It's been very close, which is something that is very comfortable for Samsung Blue. One thing I like to say about them is Blue is very unimpressive until they straight up win, and that might be the story of this game.
Well, this is how you certainly get your stats buffed when it comes to killing walls. Have your supports trading them off inside of that tri-bush this entire time. There is Yellowstar, gonna scan down and find that one out as well. So big war on the vision on that bottom side. This turret though, dangerously low, and with Cyanide's presence, I think Blue have to back away. However, they have Spirit coming around here. The hook comes out, lands onto Heart, followed up by the Cocoon. Can they get in there? Spirit himself does have flash available, and he goes for it. They trap in Yellowstar, and will be able to get away. Max range knock him though, and Spirit will take down Yellowstar.
So what happens here is they use both the hook and the Cocoon on the Nami who's under turret. There's nothing to protect them on their escape. Dade circles around, but they've already gotten away from this turret.
Deft was just raining chaos on them right there. He landed pretty much every single ultimate there, and just because of that little bit of over-aggression by Fnatic and a nice defense there by Spirit, it's going to be an easy dragon for Blue.
Going down without Fnatic doing much about it. And that will put them almost 1,000 gold into the lead. Credit to Peke, who took half the health off that middle outer turret before either Dade or Acorn could come down to that one. Well, Reckless on his own here on this bottom side of the map needs to be a little careful. Heart can land a good bubble. He might be sent back home once again. It does look, however, like Blue are just recalling from that bottom lane to spend up. There's Dade once again, getting charmed, and half of his health disappears.
I just have to say it one more time, how I like Blue's attention to detail in the bottom fight, counting the cooldowns from Fnatic, because all of their cooldowns used on Heart under the turret, they chase them off 2 versus 3. They know that they have the spell advantage, and they come up with the kill. Earns them the objective as well.
I do have to talk about Peke in the mid lane, though. He's doing very well against Dade thus far. There hasn't been a massive amount of jungle pressure by either side, and he does have a bit of a health advantage. Another charm!
Diving straight in there. Can he finish off this time? Saving the Spirit Rush, the Ignite. The minions joining in as well for a bit of fun. Either way, it's not a kill, but it is a turret for Fnatic.
Really hoped he was going to go all in on that, but he isn't that bold. Doesn't want to risk losing his blue buff to somebody coming up the lane. Spirit is a guy known for having a knack of being in the right place. So if he's there, ready to counter gank you, and Peke uses his last Spirit Rush to dive a turret, then he ends up losing his buff.
You can actually just see how much Blue is relying on their ability to be in the right place. Boots aren't really an item for them 12 minutes into the game. Dade has tier 1 boots. He's the only person on their team, whereas we look at Fnatic, everyone has tier 1 boots, and Reckless has even upgraded his, I feel like, to dodge the Bioarcane barrages from KaBuM. Or Living Artillery? Living Artillery. Can't dodge that Bioarcane barrage.
He could run away from it.
Yeah, real fast.
Get out of range. Right now, Deft just getting some fall from that middle lane, but we've gone past the 10-minute mark, and Deft, a man who's been ahead at 10 minutes compared to his opponents, is behind by a decent little chunk here as well. So Fnatic winning out on that front. Of course, have a little lead in this game, albeit just 500 golden.
You have to feel like those kind of leads you have to, take and just throw Samsung Blue's way. Sonya's has now finished for Peke. That gives him a chance to start some things up.
Well, Dade already saw that there was going to be a Zonya's completed because he saw the build path, and he was counting the gold here from Peke, so he swapped over to split pushing now. He's got his Cutlass plus his Brutalizer. He swaps to split pushing down bottom, which is actually something a little bit rare for Blue, not to go and have Dade away from the team here. So he's going to be split pushing against Soaz in the bottom lane, and Soaz has to get more ward coverage down. You can see he's playing very defensively here, getting some extra ward coverage and letting Dade shove it back.
Fnatic once again going in, trying to get some wards down and stealing away the Wraith Camp, something that Peke has done very well over the course of the LCS season. Something that really relies on to just bump his farm by that extra amount. Meanwhile, as you mentioned, Dade going down bottom, Soaz has basically been the answer to this one. And actually, as it pushed up over the halfway mark, he's just a level behind Dade right now. And Dade is going to die for him here. This is surely Soaz going to go down, but he's putting in some decent damage. Ignite will be used, but finish off, and that is Dade's second of the game.
It's just a smart move. He had gone to split pushing. Soaz had not itemized armor, and once the death mark was on, Soaz kind of had two options. He could either trade flashes or save both flashes. He just decided to accept his fate, kept his flash. Dade did as well, though, and Dade picks up the kill.
Top lane Reckless looked like he was being collapsed upon there, but now his death just coming up. Spirit moving through the jungle. Actually, they were spotted by wards, so Reckless had that early warning system in place. Meanwhile, a blue buff will be handed over to Peke, who, funnily enough, is now looking like he could be headed down towards this bottom side of the map just to get a wave or two's farm. Push that one back in Fnatic's favor. On the other side of the map, though, Samsung Blue all grouped up here. 4 men around that blue buff after seeing those wards going down. Doing a good job of clearing out most of them, but that's a cheeky little spot there for Fnatic inside of the wolf camp.
Yeah, Fnatic are going to do their best to get that deep ward coverage. They have a little bit in the red side jungle, but they also have to worry about blue wards and clearing those out, because actually both teams have the potential to pick. Yes, Fnatic definitely have the advantage in that area, but we've already seen Dade's ability to 1 versus 1. Now he's level 11 too. That was only a level 1 ultimate before.
Yeah, and I'm just waiting to see how Fnatic can set these things up. Blue is a tremendously talented defensive team. They have also withstood a lot of the potential pitfalls against this Fnatic team. When they're able to get that 2v3 turnaround at the bottom lane and secure the dragon, they kind of secured themselves safety up until 20 minutes, and unless they give a bunch of kills to Fnatic here, they're almost assured in outscaling them. So even though Fnatic is acquiring vision control over this next dragon, Blue doesn't have to contest it because they've already secured a dragon for themselves. They're getting farm in the right places, and they feel like they can weather whatever mid-game Fnatic storm they have planned.
The group, no, there's only 10 seconds for Dragon, and Yellowstar has done a good job of just pushing his way through to Samsung Blue's red buff and clearing out the vision along the way. They have full sight. Oh, there's a charm coming through. Actually, the orb did connect onto Spirit, but they couldn't get any more than that.
With Soaz up top, Fnatic shouldn't start this dragon. They should just delay Blue right now. Blue would have to be the ones to force something. So if Fnatic play this carefully, then Blue are actually going to have to be the team that start up the dragon and start taking damage from it, because Soaz is gaining advantages. He took the turret, he's still shoving, he's getting solo lane experience, he's pushing as hard as he can.
If one team knows how to use the teleport advantage, though, it is Fnatic. Blue, though, not hesitating and just going for the dragon. Here comes the teleport.
Gotta move in for this one. Yellowstar will flash. They get the hook onto Spirit. He puts a cataclysm down. Charm comes through. They do manage to take down the dragon as well. And Fnatic surely just gonna turn and burn from this one. The Spiderling comes on through. Soaz in full vision there, but Fnatic do get away with their lives.
So how do Fnatic get their advantage? Teleport usage. Vision control over dragon. They have Soaz in the right place. Beautiful call there from Fnatic. Blue take the bait, run right into dragon to try and force them, because they'd already committed 5 members away from the split push. They had to do something.
Even though that was an overall win for Fnatic, I do have to give a shout out to Spirit for that escape. Not many people think to Cataclysm when they get caught. just so they can EQ out. Most people would try to EQ immediately. Because he cataclysmed it first, it assured his escape.
He was able to escape. Good job once again, Soaz with the, Cyanide with the quick fingers for Smite as well, secure for Fnatic. So they got 2 objectives out of that call. Top turret as well as Dragon. They do need to snowball that lead though.
Every single lane was able to come out of laning phase with a pretty big edge. 25 CS in the top lane, almost 40 in the mid lane for Peke, and even Reckless is doing a nice job of out farming. When they hit their item peaks, which they're kind of close to now, they need to continue to force objectives. Baron has to go down before 30 minutes for Fnatic if they want to win this game.
This is where, once again, that real test comes in. We saw it in our last encounter. Alliance had a big lead at this point in the game. Were unable to convert that into a victory. And you could even argue that Fnatic are up against an even tougher opponent when it comes to closing out the game, especially since the fact that Death going to be getting stronger and the team fight potential of Blue is incredibly strong.
The scaling is way more out of whack in this game than it was in our last one. Blue is just head and shoulders above Fnatic as far as team fight ability late game. So this 2,000 gold advantage will mean nothing 15 minutes from now. Fnatic needs to make this a much larger edge. I kind of put my ballpark of what Fnatic needs to have accumulated by 20 minutes at a 5,000 gold lead if they wanted to win. They're not there yet, so they still have to make some pretty aggressive moves if they want to win.
And it seems to be that sticking point once again of outer turrets are down. How do we change outer turrets into those inner turrets and then go even further with that? You'd argue that vision is the first step. If you look at Samsung Blue's map, despite having all those outer turrets down, Fnatic have no real wards in there. They've got one over the back of the Dragon Pit, which of course you can place on the safety of the Dragon Pit itself.
Yeah, Blue got 4 pink wards down on the map. Fnatic trying to do their best to clear them out now, but before Fnatic can make a play, they have to establish control of one side of the jungle to actually make that play on. Soaz walking right into darkness.
Why?
Oh, there's the bubble coming in. Spirit's gonna knock him up. Soaz's health bar gets demolished, and it will actually be Hart that gets the kill. Caught out.
It was just a bad path to take. Fnatic has a defensive pink ward in their own jungle. Use the controlled, safe vision. Do not go walking into the fog of war. They would have been about the same time to get up there anyway. Big mistake by Soaz there.
See how they can recover though.
That's the pink ward he was supposed to use to get to top lane.
This buys more time here for Blue as well. Now they're going to siege up around mid. Dade still split pushing.
Pain coming through there from Death with that Trinity Force now on. It's going to be a little bit of an issue for Fnatic once Samsung Blue start to step up a little bit onto those turrets. We can see as soon as Fnatic come out, Samsung Blue saying, nope, we don't fancy this just yet. We're going to back away from you. Good slow from Acorn towards xPeke, and Reckless almost be burst down there. Deft doing some good damage. Half of Reckless health bar gone.
Yeah, Deft doesn't care about the 68 CS disadvantage he's facing to Reckless right now. Kog'Maw with double buffs and Trinity Force. If you walk into his area of presence, he will punish you, and Deft did a great job there getting damage done onto Reckless.
And here comes the push towards the tower, and instantly Reckless pulls the trigger, gets that core.
This is their opportunity.
Oh, Peke actually started to flank around the side there, but in the end, seeing no opportunity for him. He's just gone straight down towards that bottom lane. It's actually a really big wave with him down on that bottom side of the map as well, but with Samsung Blue pushing this mid lane, not sure that Peke can necessarily stick around for that.
And he didn't even shove it all the way into the turret here, so walking up towards mid, let's see, they would have to hit a skill shot. Fnatic unable to grab the crucial pick. Wards have timed out for Blue on their bottom side of the map though. Fnatic really need to jump on one of these quadrants, focus their vision efforts, and try to make plays in that area.
This is a period of the game where we're seeing so much won and lost. European teams, Alliance and Fnatic, have both held edges at this point in the game, and especially against Blue and Shield, it has really just shown that Blue and Shield own this part of the game. Their vision control is superior, they're the ones that have been able to find the picks, and they're the ones that have been able to prevent getting killed. This Dragon will have a big part in deciding whether Fnatic can continue their lead or whether they're just going to succumb to the late game of Samsung Blue.
Do they want to fight for it? Just 2,200 gold separates the two teams. And here comes Samsung Blue. Charm will fly wide from Peke. Has to use the ultimate to get away from the bubble.
And there goes a lot of their team fight presence. Peke is their main source of damage. The only guy on their team to have a kill even.
They're running. Oh, what a switch. So they're going up mid. What a feint at Dragon.
Nice move.
Nice swap.
And they're going to get this story here as well with both Soaz and Reckless. They will rip through that one. One more auto attack will do it. Deft and Acorn both coming across the side there. And we'll see where they do decide to chase. Peke, of course, using his ultimate early, won't have that available to him. And now Samsung Blue just pushes them straight back up the mid lane and moving straight in towards Dragon. That's a decent charm from Peke to chunk Spirit somewhat.
But he still doesn't have Spirit Rush. So this Dragon, whoa, here they're going for it.
Blue knows that Fnatic can't really team fight them without Spirit Rush, so it's a smart take.
And Cyanide not even trying to get in on that one, through the Spiderling forward, hoping that it might just get it if a mistimed smite comes out of Spirit. That of course doesn't happen. Samsung Blue get themselves a Dragon, and Deft here actually going towards Reckless, not quite got the range to get him slowed, and he took the Lantern to safety anyway.
Pretty much all about that wave clear now. They're going to have to use the culling this time around. Blue have to watch out once again though for the skill shot. That's always a real threat for them if they do siege up. Because the wrong person getting caught out, even if it was the front line, even if they caught Spirit, they could burst them down. So they don't even try it, spread back out defensively, they don't have to press it.
Blue, to me, has just done such a good job of tapering their aggression here and coming out with a successful stall. So many teams, when they're in a late game mindset, will give up everything without questioning it, whereas what Blue is doing is they're finding nice ways of getting Dragons. They're still getting those pick kills, even if they're not willing to commit to team fights, and they're doing it all while avoiding the picks from the Elise, Thresh, Ahri, Aurelia team, a team that is completely built around finding kills in the mid game, and Fnatic has gotten one single kill, and it was a 1v1 kill where they traded.
See that Soaz now coming down to his bottom lane, actually with that Trinity Force and his Warden's Mail, might be feeling a little bit more confident going up against Dade. In the end though, Heart and Death both show themselves, and Soaz says, okay, I have to just leave now. I definitely can't hold on to that one. That's going to be the outer turret, the final one. Actually, that's a lie. Fnatic's middle turret still stands. They took away the blue on the way out as well though.
Seems like we have hit that point though, on the power curve of Samsung Blue. They don't have to trade for objectives anymore. They just get the clean upper hand here. Turret for nothing, because Fnatic do not want to fight them straight up. Uh-oh. They bring over.
Knows they have to make a move. They have a numbers advantage on this side of the map.
Oh, that's actually nice. On towards Dade. He's actually going to get the wild growth out of Acorn. They're coming through. Reckless gets the one. Can they shut down Acorn as well? They do. It's a double kill for Reckless, and this tower is going to fall. Who's tanking it up? That will be Yellow Star on the backside. The minion wave comes through. Fnatic take their 5th tower of the game.
Reckless flashes in for that as well. Fnatic very willing to go in, and we said they needed that pre-30-minute Baron. I don't think this is enough to be able to go for a Baron, but they can at least establish some control.
They're going to try and get another pick here. This is the dangerous time walking into Fog of War for Heart. Oh, they missed both of them.
Everything missing, and Deft trying to turn this one around. There is a tidal wave coming in. Cyanide down in the middle though. They managed to pick up Deft. Spirit's in the front. It's going to be Soaz that gets one at the back, and now they're trying to chase out Spirit. To be honest, they could try and turn here and go towards Baron, but Spirit's still up there, still with a smite. You want to get him out of it, not let him even have a chance of getting in. Somehow still alive in this one, finally gets hooked and controlled, and that's a win there for Fnatic. But what can they turn that into?
Nothing. Dade and Acorn are back up. They can't overextend. They can't get an objective after it. They did get several of the kills that they wanted though, and vision control over Baron now being... Oh.
Yeah, this was such a good
both of them missed.
And even though they missed, that almost kind of baited Blue into bit of overconfidence right there. Deft gets way too aggressive, and then Spirit just goes all in. But remember, their 2 solo lanes were dead. They were never going to win this fight.
Because Fnatic have so many skill shots, Deft was like, okay, 2 are down. They missed the hook, they missed the cocoon. Now is my time to shine. I'm going to run up here, but they still have Charm left, and Peke does land one. So 1 out of 3, still enough to get Fnatic a couple of kills.
Almost 30 minutes into the matchup now. 39,500 to 43,500. Decent little lead for Fnatic. It's still not quite the 5k that you were talking about at 20 minutes. Whoa. Still further into this one. Spirit actually going to be caught inside his Cataclysm there. They went for Yellow Star at the first push, and there is the Culling actually coming through. Spirit loses half his health. They force the wild growth out. Peke's got to come up big. There's a stun onto Akon. Peke blows him up as Dade goes towards Reckless, but he's just going to QSS that off, and surely will get the kill. He does pick it up. They've managed to kill off Spirit as well. 3 men down. I don't see Deft escaping. It was a charm again coming out of Peke. Time to turn and go Baron.
Let's count the skill shots on that one, because Fnatic hit everything they had. It was an ace!
Heart's going here. Someone's going to splash away through the bubble. He is exhausted, but he won't make a difference. They get the ace. They're going to Baron.
Everything went perfect for Fnatic in that last fight. Not only did so many cooldowns get burnt on Cyanide, who is a full tank Elise, Peke got the flank, they had a spread out fight, the AoE didn't matter, and they got that pre-30-minute Baron.
All right, let's count them here then, because Spirit, very aggressive. They have the whole team here, but Soaz has his teleport, and Peke, you see him walking up right now. As you said, dumping everything into Cyanide. They get him under the turret, and then Peke flanks around the outside. Soaz sets this up with the stun. Cocoon hits, Charm hits, Peke gets the burst, and they still have 1 left for Dade. Hook does miss, but that doesn't matter. They already hit 2 out of 3, and they can easily follow it up. They bursted Acorn down. He got no chance to do anything. Soaz sets it up with the Aurelia stun, and they never got that Lulu ultimate off.
Yeah, well, they actually did. It was on the initiation beforehand with Spirit.
They missed on Spirit.
They blew so much just trying to kill Cyanide. They used it as an offensive ability when they built this entire mid-game about finding the right team fights later in the game, and then when they actually pull the trigger to make it, they flubbed. Samsung Blue, with all that build-up, did not deliver in that team fight.
So, Jack, you were almost rescued on that 5,000 statement. Since we get to 30 minutes, it's almost 10,000 now. What a swing that ace really brings in for them. Ace into the Baron, into a Dragon as well. And now they're going to be pushing for their 6th turret of the game. They have that cannon minion there. Did have a cannon minion there. That is going to be smited away by Spirit, but Fnatic say, screw it, let's just tank this up.
Yeah, by no means is this game over either, because Fnatic doesn't miraculously have a greater team fighting team, but they still have so many advantages. Look at how far Reckless is, and he can take turrets fast.
Yeah, you can tell. Blue, they switch footing. Yes, they're super far behind now, so they immediately go to try and trade objectives. They don't want to straight up 1-for-1 defend these. They try and get 1 turret, they get him in.
Oh, they landed the charge. DFG comes down, but they didn't follow through onto it. Peke was scared about going too deep. There's the Culling back, and they will decide to just walk away from that one. Close stuff. If the DFG had been, well, hit, if the charm would have landed then before the DFG, well, it doesn't matter now. Didn't happen for the Yellow Star, getting bubbled, but he's inside the bush.
They have to be really careful right now. The Michaelis is almost completed for Heart. Once that happens, these picks are going to be much less punishing here. Fnatic live and die by these skill shot CCs.
And they're trying desperately to...
Oh, it's completed now. They have it for this defense.
We have to watch out now if Peke lands a charm, whether that actually baits them into an initiation, because it's very hard to track enemy support itemization, especially as soon as he gets it here.
So, Fnatic stepping up. Deft trying his best to hammer away. Oh, there's a cocoon going for Deft. He's been blown down. Almost finished off there.
He didn't use it. They still have it.
Yeah, but I mean, that turret might not last by the time Deft gets back. He doesn't have home guard boots. He builds a longsword instead, but the wave does not cooperate with Fnatic's plan.
That is bold, to not immediately use your Michaelis on the first skill shot that hits, so that Deft can dodge the consecutive follow-up ones. But they save it for this round of defense.
Well, let's see. if they're gonna need it. Those waves just destroyed. There is the crowd coming onto attack, and they don't use it. They don't use it. Dade is gonna dive to the middle of them, and he will fall so low there as well. Manages to just walk back into the base, but they've killed off the AD carry. Again, Fnatic decide, screw it, let's max range onto Acorn. We'll get the one. Heart will be the next one. Fnatic could win the game right here.
So many skill shots. It's a skill-based game. Depth was just hyped up so much for his ability to dodge all these skill shots, but Fnatic is still landing one after another.
And Hart, you need to move your Mikhails or something. The button's broken here. He still hasn't used it. Is that a bug? Is that a spectator?
It's not a bug. It's not a bug.
I haven't seen it go off.
It's because it hasn't gone off, Kobe. He's not used it.
All right.
Oh, Dade, face check! Reckless, unstoppable. Thinking that Fnatic have completely backed away.
What is happening with Blue right now? We have to remember Dade has failed against Fnatic before on the world stage, and this game has obviously not been on Dade, but Fnatic always seems like they can step up in these key situations. They're just landing every skill shot. Let's just watch this one. There's the charm. Obviously, they burst him down so much, the Lulu ult doesn't even matter.
I think Blue was out of range.
The right fight. He was. He
was miles away.
Oh, he was back too far. Yeah, well, from that point, they've already killed Depth, and it's easy for them to take out the turret.
Look at Reckless right now as well. 7-1-4. The CS advantage really kicking into high gear here. He's been putting out so much farm. Every roll is actually over-farmed. Spirit miraculously has 142 on Jarvan. He needs it to be able to initiate in. As soon as he jumps in, he's going to get stunned and try to get bursted down. Baron control will be very pivotal.
What are they going for? Spotting out a ward there. That's the yellow start. Trying to get a full control of this side of Samsung Blue's jungle. And we'll get that as well. That gold lead now is at 12,000 in favor of Fnatic. Just over half an hour into this game. Actually pinging the mid lane there. That one is actually pushing up towards that halfway point. Fnatic want the pressure in all three lanes to move forward.
Look at that gold difference between Reckless and Depth right now. 15,700 to 10,000. It's a 5,500 gold advantage.
And look at the team fight impact, the difference between Peke and...
Oh! Barry's gone for it and then dove in. There's only 3 of them there from Fnatic. Yellow Star will come round. He's hooked a minion. Now the target he won. And now Dade is going to go for Reckless. What can he do? He's got a QSS. The death mark is of course gone. Not able to finish him off. And now we see Peke right in the middle of the group. Soaz down towards Death. He's now all alone. They're going to turn this one around. And Soaz is the man to fall.
Wow, what a miraculous team fight by Blue there, down over 10,000 gold. They jumped the initiation before all of Fnatic is there. It looked like Dade had lost his mind. He almost was able to kill Reckless and still got out of his life, despite going in what seemed like 1v3.
That quick silver sash for Reckless.
Yeah. Woo. Even so, they still lose the fight.
Yeah, Soaz too close there, and the Blade of the Ruin King active. Going in too close to Kog'Maw, gets slowed down, and he can't escape. Fnatic, they've got that one inhibitor down, but Blue have made stands in games down more than this.
We're 36 minutes in. I like the fact that Blue has put so much farm onto Spirit. It allows him to be able to go in and actually initiate without immediately falling prey to anything Fnatic puts at them. But with that being said, 12,000 gold, Baron's up. Vision control has actually not been acquired though.
I do want to take another look at the beginning of that fight too. What triggered Dade to go all in for Reckless? Did he see an early
I mean, he knew Peke was off on the side. He knew Soaz wasn't there. I think he was just trying to get as much damage down as possible.
He almost got him, even with the sash. Ignite not enough though. Fnatic do retain control of the map. What they need to do now is, again, set up that line of vision wards. They need this line of wards inside the jungle of Blue for them to control this Baron, for them to get those bait picks that they need before the full 5-on-5 breaks out.
How are Blue gonna handle this one? Their wards being removed from the map. There's one coming over the top of the wall into that brush, and Fnatic got nothing to really sweep that one out with at this stage. There was a hook pretty much blind going through. Didn't land though. And Fnatic realizing that they have to push this middle wave back. That bottom lane, of course, is going to be pushing in Fnatic's favor, although the inhibitor has now respawned.
Fnatic can't chance around this for too long. You can see Reckless is almost item capped. Deft is only going to get stronger from this point. Cyanide and Soaz going nearly full tank builds. Fnatic is pretty much running a two-threat team right now, so if it gets super late game, they would struggle pretty heavily. They have to force quickly. That's a smart move.
Great little sneak there. Because they saw a couple of these wards placed leading up to the Baron in the river, they work around the vision that they know Blue has, not feeding them any unnecessary information and keeping at least a few members mid to draw Blue's attention. So they come up with the Baron, and now they need to use that Baron to take down that inhibitor, the exposed inhibitor. Try and get some picks around it. Be careful about those quick initiations from Blue. Last time they got to the doorstep, Spirit pulled the trigger.
Insane game so far. Fnatic well up in the lead. Another Baron buff now to try and push their lead. And we said that they had to be decisive. There was a point in this game where I thought that Fnatic were moving around the map with no particular aim. They seem to have righted that ship for now. Obviously, having that fight down in the bottom lane, going in for that two-man Baron, working out for them up until this point.
It's almost like they waited to the last possible moment to turn it on. Then they took a risk. Fnatic doesn't like making high-risk plays, but they had to make one. It paid off, and now they're just trying to snowball it to victory.
And you have to do that when you're running a comp like this that has so much variance in it. It's all dependent on all these skill shots that land. This is, you know, why Fnatic are a lot of times considered a kind of a swingy team, because it does depend a lot on how those turn out.
I was watching an interview with Spirit before now saying that Blue had lost an embarrassing number of scrims to Western teams by their standards, and honestly, it definitely seems like Fnatic, I've heard they've been showing up very well in scrims as well. Obviously, they're not scrimming against Blue because they're in the same group. But even in the first game we saw today, Alliance versus NaJin White Shield, Alliance put up a great fight in the mid game. I mean, these European teams, they came to play.
Yeah, these groups, this group,
it's a group of death. Like, it's not
disappointing.
Easy for anyone.
Said they were going to be exciting at the beginning of the day.
And it makes this group, if Fnatic are to win this one, absolutely insanely wide open. Fnatic are going to go in towards this bottom inhibitor now. There's no turret there from that push earlier on. Inhibitor spawning back in. Fnatic just have to be confident about this one. They have to use the advantage that they've got going. There is Reckless stepping forward. The Culling will knock Samsung Blue away, and that is the inhibitor going down.
It's a smart move to concede that by Samsung Blue. If they fought them with the Baron buff and no turret to aid them, it would have been game. They're going to try and force the final fight of the game at one of their inhibitors that is at least defended by a turret.
And honestly, one line of super minions is manageable as long as it doesn't snowball into two lines. Like, they still have the ability to clear the side wave here with Dade fairly quickly and then move right back up if the fight breaks out. The thing is, if one of these hooks again lands onto Deft, where they can burst him down before the reactions from Acorn and Heart, same story will be true.
Culling is back off cooldown as well. That could be what Fnatic need here to force Samsung Blue once again away from this turret. Yellow Star keeps those hooks flying through, trying to just catch someone that Fnatic can make the jump on. We'll see about that. Peke does step forward now, and there is a Culling coming through. It's Death that it connects onto, and that means that Fnatic have already got that inhibitor turret down. It's very good. Oh, last second wild growth. They got the tower, and they're going to get Acorn. This could be it for Fnatic. Now they're trying to get away. Peke goes massive, gets the double kill. 2 inhibitors down. Are Fnatic going to look to win the game? No, they want to do it by the book. They're going for top.
They've killed both solo laners, so the defense for the third inhibitor is near impossible, but they seem like they have the momentum. Big death timers, third inhibitor potentially on the way. Deft Spirit still alive.
Fnatic stepping up once again. This time Samsung Blue back away. Soaz gonna go towards Spirit. No stun, he's too healthy. Only gets the slow, but he'll force them away. 3 inhibitors down for Fnatic. Super minions coming in through that bottom lane. There's another Culling towards Deft. They're gonna try and get in. The hook pulls a minion. Can they land
one of those big CC chains and lock a man down. They go in for the Nexus turrets. They get the first one.
They just gotta
Very
focus
trying
the
to hold
turrets.
it up. We've still got 15 seconds for Dade to come up. There's the second Nexus turret. Peke using a last second Fnatic. Fnatic are fighting here. Is it going to go well for them? Is it going to go their way? They finish it up, and Fnatic take down Samsung Blue.
Can I just say that Peke showed up and proved everybody this game that he still has it. They let Dade on Zed, and he went into that counter pick in mind, chose the Ahri, which is skill matchup, all based on hitting that charm, and he had such a tremendous impact on the team fights. Pick after pick after pick, bursting down that single target champion, and Dade on Zed did not have the same success.
And guys, this just makes Group C wide open. We have LMQ at 2-0. Fnatic is now at 1-1. Blue is also now at 1-1. What is going to happen here? Fnatic looked incredibly strong here, pretty weak against LMQ. Every team is about the matchup now.
Judging teams on single game performances will get you guys into trouble.
Absolutely.
That is
right
what your
there.
takeaway from the group of death is definitely going to be.
Blue becomes the first team here at the 2014 World Championship from Korea to drop a game. And that has to hurt their confidence.
And Dade, the only member from Ozone to drop a game in group stages this year. He has something to prove. That hits them very hard. As you said, again, it's Fnatic who deal that blow to him.
2-5-1. The rest of his team wasn't performing that great either. They had that strategy of a late game team fight, and they never quite crested. They were never able to find the right kind of team fight. And they look devastated after a single loss.
Yeah, Def there is absolutely gutted. And you know, there was this mutual respect between him and Reckless, and honestly, out of the two, it's Reckless that's shown up today, and you can see for Def exactly what that means. Tears being shed, and that's because there is just so much pressure on Blue right now. They're the team that everyone looked at in this group, if not for the entire World Championship, to pick up the win. Fnatic came here yesterday, lost to North America's 3rd seed, and then they just beat the Korean #1 seed. Insane.
You almost don't believe that it could happen, right? Coming into this game, it was so unexpected.
I believe it. I saw it.
It just happened. Yeah, it definitely happened.
This is not Dream Jack.
Yeah.
But I just want to say, on your point on Def there, not only is there a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but in this game, it's all about so many skill shots he has to die. This is what Fnatic bring. This is why we say it's all about them. It's a risky style. They put everything on this. They have so many chances, and you could see multiple times in the game where Def is like, okay, there's 1 dodge, there's 2 dodge. Now it's my time to go forward, but the 3rd one's going to hit him.
Well, it was an absolutely insane game. Fnatic, of course, picking up that victory. And while it's fresh in your mind, head over to Twitter and share your favorite moments from that game. Might take you more than 1 tweet, I suspect. Tweet at LOL Esports and use the hashtag #WorldBigPlays. Absolutely amazing win. Fnatic taking down Samsung Blue. We're going to check in with the analyst desk for the ins and outs of Fnatic's win.
Thank you very much, guys. And that game proves even gods can bleed. The group of Deft, Reckless manages to shine, coming up against his opposite number. Peke delivered, and Yellowstar had a great game. Probably, I want to go straight to you because I think this game really sort of summarized the play by single target skill shots and just individuals really stepping up. Individuals that the majority of the desk had counted out. But I think let's talk about the game a little more.
I will say I betted on Blue, but I knew Peke would show up. So that makes me 3 for 3 in my predictions right now. I downplayed LMQ Zhao, downplayed Froggen, and downplayed Peke, and they all showed me up. So I'm going to do one more bold statement, but Complexity's Prawley, you suck. You're terrible at this game, and you're just a disappointment to North America. So learn to carry, man. Get it together.
Let's pull the replay up very quickly of that, summarizes this play. Probably, I still want to stick with you because you were particularly excited about this one. Set it up.
So this one I like the best because watch Yellowstar and Cyanide because they should be getting all the credit and they don't. But we can roll this clip right now. So he sees Dade's shadow being down and he just goes straight for it. And then Dade's forced to ult early. And watch Cyanide, he just hits that cocoon. not where Dade is, but where Dade's ult shadow was. And now it's just up to Peke and Reckless to follow up on it and clean up. So they're kind of the unsung heroes. They're not going to get the credit for it because they didn't get the kills, but they're the stars of that play.
Yeah, xPeke's play, I mean, the casters were talking about this a lot, just so impressive in that skill matchup. And I mean, I was concerned with the drafting phase coming in because for those of you who don't know, before this game, Dade is 17-2 all-time on Zed. And he played Zed quite poorly this game. He was ulting the QSS AD carry, and, you know, he had a poor roam, which caused him to fall behind in CS early on in the game. But it's dangerous. It's super dangerous to let him have Zed. But they really powered through, and what an excellent game from Fnatic.
And definitely not trying to take too much away from Peke with the Dade play, but Peke was able to land charms in lane. And that's super risky, because in that matchup, if you shoot your charm out and it misses or he dodges it, Zed all ends and you automatically lose a trade. So it was really a confidence pick, picking that Ahri, giving him the Zed, because he goes, I know how to play this matchup and I have confidence with this champion.
Well, I'm happy you actually stopped there. We will be back to break down more of that amazing game, but first we're going to throw it over to Shox at the interview lounge for a word with one of the winners.
Thank you very much, guys. And I want to welcome Fnatic's Reckless after that huge win over Samsung Blue. Let's take it back to the beginning first, because a lot of oohs and ahs when you guys let the Zed through his first pick, but that was a manageable risk to you guys?
Our plan going into bans and picks.
I think you're good.
Okay. Our plan going into bans and picks were really different from yesterday, because we felt our game yesterday against LMQ, we kind of lost the game already in bans and picks, even though we did a lot of mistakes. I can't admit we didn't, so. But still, like, having a good ban and pick phase actually gives you a lot more opportunities in the game as well. So we tried to think really hard this time, and we didn't really expect the Zed first pick, though. We thought they would always save the mid lane pick for last pick, but they seemed to be really confident with picking Zed early, which gave us a really good lane swap, sort of like catchy combo with Elise and Thresh. And with that, I don't really have the peel that I usually want, so I decided that Lucian would be a really good pick here.
Yeah, you went in there with Lucian. You guys did good in the early game, but people always say versus Samsung Blue, you have got to have that huge lead. So tell me what you concentrated on going into the mid and late game.
Once we actually got the lead, and I think it started with like a double kill top lane and got their tier 2 tower, we kind of tried to break down the game like step by step. So it was more like on how to follow the game flow without being picked off in between. So we were really trying hard to get a tower, and then in between getting next tower, getting the vision required to not get catched out. So we were really taking it slow, and I guess the game was a bit longer than it could have been. We could have finished a bit earlier, but then again, we were kind of desperate for a win here after yesterday, so it felt really good.
It must have. Talked me through facing Deft, because we know that you guys have built up quite a friendship in your time in Korea.
I mean, I didn't really talk to Deft in person before I came to Korea, and then he kind of approached me over the League client and added me and stuff. So after that, we talked daily, and then once we met here in person in Singapore, basically the first thing I did was give him my jacket, and then he gave him his to me, and then after that, it kind of just went on from there. So playing against him I was really nervous, actually. It was one of the few times when I've been so nervous. And once they lane swapped, the nervousness just let go, and I got a really good lane swap, actually, and we're pretty far ahead of him once we got into the 2v2. So I felt like it was a bit unfair, maybe, but in the end, he played really well as well.
Talk to me a little bit more about being nervous. After All-Star, you told me, I want to shine on that big stage, and it hasn't happened yet. So how do you keep this going? You got a huge matchup versus OMG coming up later.
For me, before All-Stars, I didn't practice as much as I should have. Meanwhile, now I've been practicing as much as I can, even cutting down my sleep schedule a bit. But now, once we got to Singapore, I tried to catch up. So I feel really confident now, and I think we feel really confident, and we trust each other. So we were a bit dismotivated yesterday and kind of had to come back somehow, and facing Blue and beating them is a really good motivational thing for the team. So going from here, I think we have a really good chance to place top 2 in this group.
Yeah, you definitely answered on the Rift. Thank you very much, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
All right, now let's pass it back over to our guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, Shox. There's so much to talk about for this game, so I'm going to open up to the panel and see where you guys want to flow with it. Let's start. Samsung Blue, starting out traditionally, struggling in the early stages of the game. The difference here, Fnatic, their lanes, especially mid and duo, played exceptionally. They played Dragons well. and I'm going to say it, and you can argue or not, they out-rotated Samsung Blue convincingly in the mid-game.
Absolutely. I mean, there's not really they took the objectives better. They really utilized their power spike because when you were looking at the team comps, they had to win that mid game, and they were aggressive about the way they played Dragon. They were aggressive about the way they played towers, and they made some moves. I mean, they got that huge chunk onto the tier 2 mid after baiting out that Dragon, and yeah, they did out-rotate Blue for sure.
I think this was one of the few times we see a team that's not in position for Dragon, but trying to contest it, play around it perfectly, and have like the rotational advantage. And I think we have a replay of that as well, if we can get that over your screen right now. Hey, it worked today. Yay. So basically what I want to show you is basically right now, what happened prior to this clip was Soas was split pushing top lane. This puts a timer on Samsung Blue. Blue is stuck on the right side of Dragon as well, because Fnatic has a position on the left side, upside. So there's two things Fnatic can do all the time. They can go mid or they can go top.
Yeah, I thought that that Blue had just seen Soaz use his ult as well, so it was a bit of a surprise that he teleported in because he was at a little bit of a disadvantage. So I don't think Blue thought this was a possibility coming into this.
Yeah, Soaz Blue is ulti to just like speed up that timer. He wants the wave top to hit. He wants to have the option of the wave mid to go in. Even if Fnatic says after a while, hey guys, like this Dragon seems to be uncontestable, we can still trade that for at least one tower if we five-man roll mid. Now if we roll the clip, is this really good what happens? Fnatic TP's in. Yellow Star, beautiful flash hook. That will hit at least somebody. Somebody will get hit by that hook. He plays him in. Spirit does a good escape though. He does the Cataclysm in and then EQs out. But Fnatic picks up that Dragon, I believe, and at the same time is in a good spot to rotate left, back into like where the objectives are, the towers are. They go a little bit deep, Peke got a little bit chunk, but even then, like, just the positional play is good. A lot of these times, teams stay on the right side of the Dragon Pit, and that's how you exploit that. You keep pressure mid. Ideally, you have pressure top as well, and then the Dragon 50-50, but Fnatic took it.
Before we get to Prolly, double chime in.
And I just want to point out the catalyst for that play. Why was Fnatic able to push them off so quickly and win that fight? Mostly it was Thresh. It was Yellow Star's amazing play, and I just want to say, like, wrap up the statistic. Thresh, 85% kill participation so far in Singapore, just in Singapore. 4-2 win-loss, but those two losses, Dade 777 from OMG and Dan's from KaBuM. So really, those guys are kind of they didn't play very well, to be honest. They might be the worst supports in their group, but 4-2, now 5-2, insane kill participation. He's going to be a high priority pick for the rest of the group.
I just wanted to point out a quick thing with Peke was not grouped that fight, and it was on purpose. Normally when you see like the Thresh, Elise, Ahri, skill shot, monster combo, you want to be grouped for this, but he wasn't, and it actually made the enemy team mess up their positioning, because they could no longer just stare at Thresh and dodge Thresh. Because now they have to dodge his Thresh here and dodge his Ahri Charm here. So it actually made Blue kind of like scatter a lot more than they needed to.
Fnatic layered them as well. Rarely would you see both of them go at the same time, except that one time where they went for a pick. So they send that one, this forces the guy to either left or right. The second one comes out, and then it's more likely to hit, and then the third one comes in after, and then it's almost guaranteed to hit, or the dude's all the way zoned out. So like I really like this like triple like missile launcher system that Fnatic had to catch out Deft over and over again.
It helps when you can actually land those targets, because they did manage to do it. Let's pull up the third replay that we do have queued up for you guys, and it's really the team fight that led to the Baron that sort of sealed the deal in Fnatic's favor. Let's roll this clip out and Double Lift start us off.
And right here, Spirit has a beautiful initiation on two champions with no flash, but Acorn really blows it right here. You see that Lulu ulti knocking Yellowstar out of the Cataclysm, which lets him walk away and Lantern Cyanide. That actually was a really great initiation by Samsung Blue, but just because that happened and two of them got away without dying, Soaz can just come in, get a stun on Acorn. I feel like Acorn really dropped the ball there. Yes, Dade ended up ulting the QSS Lucian, but it's not really his fault. He doesn't really have a choice here. It was really Acorn who blew up the Cataclysm initiate and then ended up dying for free.
Well, and it was just the itemization here that allowed this to happen. xPeke did go for that very early Zhonya's in this game, and then because Reckless got so far ahead, he was able to get a relatively quick QSS as well as a fourth item. And so just perfect itemization. At that point, Dade can't do anything. He missed his window of time. He was not split pushing. He was too far behind to win the split push, and that was it.
And Yellowstar lands another hook on Deft. I think there has been 4 or 5 just crucial hooks that breaks the entire momentum of that team fight, especially with the Kog'Maw having so much of the damage output in that fight. Peke flanks, and they just clean up.
Yeah, actually, when Dade was splitting, they actually responded perfectly well. Ahri rushed that Zhonya's, and she just matched the split. She wasn't trying to fight the Zed, but she was just wave clearing everything, so Zed could never really build up that kind of big wave where you look at it and you're like, Zed's in the side lane, let's run.
End of that game there, we did see the players taking some time to actually look at the screens. We saw Aranea, Peke, and Reckless looking at the end game stats, and the reason for that is it is damage done. I've had the fortunate to take a look at some of the numbers here. Reckless dealt over 335,000 damage over the course of that game. Peke, 275,000. The closest to them is 215 from Deft. So massive, massive goals between the carries. It is, of course, a 2 damage there. Anyways, we do need to move on, so we're going to step away for a quick moment. And when we come back, we will see how NaJin White Shield stacks up against North America's Cloud9. Keep it tuned right here for more of our World Championship coverage.
That's actually nice on towards Dade. He's actually going to get the wild growth out of Acorn. They're coming through. Reckless gets the one. Can they shut down Acorn as well? They do. They're missing a Deft trying to turn this one around. There is a tidal wave coming in. Cyanide down in the middle though. They managed to pick up Deft. Spirit's in the front. Peke's going to come on big. There's a stun onto Acorn. Peke blows him up as Dade goes towards Reckless, but he's just going to QSS that off and surely will get the kill. Nice! Again, Fnatic decides, screw it, let's go! Max range onto Acorn! We'll get the one, Heart will be the next one! They got the tower, and they're gonna get Acorn! This could be it for Fnatic! Now they're trying to get away! Peke goes massive!
Welcome back to day 2 of the Singapore group stage. We are on to game 3 of the day, which will feature NaJin White Shield taking on North America's number 2 seed Cloud9. And when you looked at the 6 games from today, this was the headline matchup. How the hell it's going to follow what just happened, I don't know. Let's start by talking about Cloud9. They looked good yesterday. They went 2-0. I instantly want to say hi and Meteos. They stepped up on this stage. Let's talk about some of their play, how they perform. Maybe probably kick us off talking a little bit about Hai and how we looked yesterday.
I'm actually really happy with Hai's performance, mostly because he's going up against other star mid laners. He's not going up against weak players and performing well. He's going against really good players and outperforming them. So it's kind of like not just playing well, but playing better than other really good players are.
Well, I mean, he did have a very favorable matchup against Froggen with Syndra into Xerath. But even so, I think that I was talking about this before the games, but I think that he had the most to gain out of going and boot camping in Korea. I think Korean solo queue can do this guy a world of good, and it looks like it has. He stepped up, and he's still that excellent shot caller that we think about.
Yeah, definitely delivering. Meteos, on the other hand, only 1 death across their 2 games, also a stellar performance. If we look at the other side of the coin, Shield, a little bit questionable yesterday. Some things there, Monty, you want to chime in?
Well, Shield is a team that has actually picked themselves into a corner in picks and bans multiple times. This is a characteristic of this team. And what happens is that they have these nail-biter games that go to 50 minutes, an hour long, where they eventually just out-rotate you, and they're so patient, right? They don't always, pick up the ball in those picks and bans, but at the end of the day, they're the ones who have the consummate patience to wait for that one opportunity that's going to win them the game.
What I will say, though, is about Shield, I'm not really convinced by their performance versus Alliance. They were really far down early, and I really think that the only reason that they won was because Tristana just outscaled Lucian really, really hard, and their team comp just worked really well together. So, yeah, they have, decent picks and bans, and like Monty said, sometimes they pick themselves into a corner, so that might not even go off them in this match. But if they fall behind so much early game, they can lose to any team.
Yeah, but you've got to give some props to Gorilla as well. Yes, Tristana was representative, but Gorilla playing that Thresh yesterday, hook after hook after hook. Probably was talking about Thresh earlier. Crepo, care to chime in a little bit on Gorilla, how he handled himself yesterday?
He's just, I think, by far the player that has impressed me the most on that team. Just super solid. And when I watched his games before, what impressed me the most was not his stress, was just like the Nami and the Janna play coming out, but he definitely stepped up. He just showed the world how good of a support he really, really is.
Right, we have a large contingent of North American players on the bench now. We need to step back. Cloud9 has just watched...
It's not a bench.
Cloud9 has just watched Fnatic secure a win against Samsung Blue. Cloud9 put up a hell of a strong performance yesterday and are looking good. So I want you all to put your cards on the table. Tell me, who do you think is going to win this game? NaJin Shield or Cloud9? We'll start with Monte Cristo. Who's going to pick up the win and why?
I think NaJin White Shield. I don't think they're going to make the same mistakes in picks and bans, but again, with this team, you never quite know. But their patient style, I think, will hold them out, and they will be able to win this game. Probably a long one, though.
Crepo, you're up next.
I'm going to surprise, and I'm going to go with Cloud9 here. I think they have what it takes, and I really like Meteos' play. He played so smart. He was putting pressure in different areas of the game all the time. It's like when you break down a wall, you can like hammer it down, or you can just drill a couple holes in like the right spots and then just completely deny the structural integrity of that wall. And that's what Meteos does. He's always in the right place, and yeah, C9 is going to take this one.
Prolly?
Dude, I'm going with American Pie. Apple pie, whatever, all the pies.
Apple pie.
I'm going with C9. I think High is doing real well. I love Meteos right now. Like, I think they got this really well.
I hope the non-inverse of what you've done, when you call people out for playing bad, they play well. We will see. Maybe it's your fault. Maybe it's your fault. Double lift. Who's picking up the win and why?
I'm also with Cloud9. I think Meteos, once again, just like Prolly just said, Meteos is playing spectacularly. His vision control, he doesn't make those ridiculous plays that Watch does, where he, or I shouldn't say ridiculous, overly aggressive and get killed. Like you said, 1 death in 2 games. So Cloud9, I think, has this. They both have the same weaknesses also with the bottom lane that plays kind of passive. I worry a little bit for Sneaky and Lemon, but really, I think Cloud9 is really solid right now, and I'm so scared for Shield's early game.
Yeah, based on what we saw from Alliance earlier in the day, I too am waving the American flag, and I hope Cloud9 brings it home. Right, fans at home have locked in their vote as well. According to lolesports.com, it's Cloud9 who our viewers think will win this one, but it is only 60% of the vote that is not convinced by far. Let's send this one over to the guys at the caster desk for the play-by-play.
Thank you very much, guys. The crowd is pumped up for this next match, so let's get right to it with a look at the rosters for both teams. On the blue side this time around, representing Korea, is NaJin White Shield, with Save in the top lane, Watch in the jungle, Goong in the mid lane, Zephyr the AD carry, and Gorilla on support.
And on the red side is Cloud9 from the North American LCS. Up top is Balls in the jungle, Meteos, mid-high, AD carry Sneaky, and support Lemon Nation.
And of course, then Goong and High take center stage for this game's featured matchup. High died to Froggen, but outfarmed him in lane.
99 CS at 10 minutes there. Froggen had 89 as well. So, you know, High has been performing very well in a lot of these things. That's 86 CS at 10 minutes. That's his average, I think, in the tournament across both games. So we'll see if he can keep performing. He has so much power from Korean solo queue, and it definitely feels like almost the Korean lords have been lifted off of these guys. I think the analyst desk got, as soon as they saw a Korean team lose, like, all right, I guess everyone can do it now. Cloud9, 3 votes on that desk. We'll see if it's true, though. Both these teams are 2-0 group.
As easy as that, one game.
Yeah. It's like, well, yep.
Definitely, though, and whenever you talk about High, you have to talk about shot calling as well, which was great against Alliance. But Goong, this guy is also a very strong player in the mid lane when he gets his specific champions. Now, both of these mid laners have been criticized for the small champion pools in the past, and they've both worked to actually change those champions pools, something Goong himself had to work on when, you know, Nidalee was reworked and LeBlanc was reworked. So we'll have to see how these guys kind of clash here, especially if picks and bans is something that is a difficulty for Shield. That's usually where Cloud9 excel. If both mid laners have kind of small pools, which do overlap a little bit, by the way.
Well, let's stay on that point then, since we're going into Champion Select next. Where are the big picks and the big bans in this game?
So the big thing that overlaps is, of course, the Zed for both of those guys. Ahri, not so much. That's more a Goong thing. And the Syndra is probably more of a High thing.
Yeah.
Actually, more even of just a North American thing.
I think specifically the Syndra is a pick that a lot of other regions have not been respecting that much. It's good in almost all scenarios that Cloud9 wants to try and create. Really strong lane bully, and it has the ability to create fights in the mid and late game, which, since Lemon Nation is on this Janna tick, it's actually one of the only champions who can create fights without fully committing. It's actually very key to Cloud9's strategy, I think.
It's actually a champion that during the North American regionals, we saw a huge surge in popularity of Syndra for all these teams because she's so strong at forcing things in so many different scenarios. Her stun is probably one of the best utility spells you can get from a mid laner. Even comparing him to Xerath, who has a very comparable stun, Syndra's goes through champions. It has an extra 50 range on it, so you can get those Fog of War stuns. Plus, it travels much, much faster. Have to look up the number again. I had it before we started.
You and your numbers today, you did so much nice research.
All right.
You've got experience in minion
It
wave.
travels 200 units faster. So Xerath's stun is much easier to dodge. Syndra's travels at 2,500
miles an hour.
It's
Teemos. It's
missile speed.
It's Teemos. It's 2,500 missile speeds.
So let's check in then and have a look at the
it's banned! No!
Yeah, you were going to get to do your numbers once again, but banned away here by NaJin White Shield, along with Maokai for Cloud9, taking away Alistair, taking away Zilean as well.
Well, at least we know Syndra was a smart ban right there. But
they did their research too. He was like, 2,500, that's way too fast.
It makes it a little scary for Cloud9 to actually find fights if they do want to go with Eliminations Janna once again. But remember, this is against Gorilla, the guy who wanted to show the world how to play Janna.
We'll see there though, because he's definitely not been sad about going onto that Thresh.
I just wanted to point out that Cloud9 actually having both Zilean and Alistair banned against them in their previous 2 games, and today they say, well, we actually don't want to play them anyway, so we'll just ban them out.
It's a big blue side ban there.
And the final ban will actually be Lee Sin. No final ban there for NaJin White Shield, which is an interesting.
So, were they docked a ban?
Not that I know of.
Yeah, we weren't notified that they were docked a ban
on one of their bans. So,
and you said earlier on that Zed was going to be a big one in this one, and that was left open, and Shield first pick it, similar to what we saw earlier with Dade.
So interesting, we were just notified they for sure were not docked a ban. They passed on that on purpose. They ban out the Syndra, and they take the Zed. So the overlap they decide to take, they ban out the one that they don't have an overlap on, and we will see the pools of these mid laners being crucial in this matchup.
Well, first off, I like the fact that Meteos was able to lock down Kha'Zix. I feel like Kha'Zix and Lee Sin are the 2 big junglers here at the World Championship. They get the only one left available. I'm also curious about whether Hai will break out Fizz. It's something he's put a fair amount of practice in. I've never really seen him have a great game on it, but a lot of people trained it to play against Zed.
Well, if you're throwing out possibilities there for Hai, he's also played Kha'Zix in the mid lane. But you made a really good point, though. With Lee Sin already banned and Kha'Zix locked in, that's the jungler that they probably want to go with. Hai has not played mid lane Kha'Zix in a long time.
So on the other side then for White Shield, picking up Rise here, will also at Gorilla on Thresh. We heard a bit before we even said it in the last game as well that we saw Shield in that. Now people have been talking about the Janna and the Nami from Gorilla, but his Thresh has been so good.
Better than his Janna, because honestly, they're undefeated. He's made so many clutch hooks. He was one of the sole reasons they made it back in that first game of the day against Alliance, just finding hooks.
And it's such a playmaking champion that top-level players can really excel on. The analyst was just talking about it. So many of these really top-level supports making plays after plays with Thresh. He has so many options with his kit.
So for Cloud9 then, Lulu going to be locked in along with Nami.
Tristana protection right here coming in. They've got double support, semi-supports already locked in.
I wonder if
they have
Orianna in the mid lane.
threats already, so they can actually put their defenses on whichever of these threats is actually under fire here. They don't have to. You don't always have to shove everything onto Trist in the end game here. You can also use all these shields to protect your Kha'Zix. Oh!
Or Talon. That's the other thing. One thing about high
Talon
champion
into Zed?
I guess so. It's not that great of a mid lane matchup, but it's something that Hai has been training the crap out of. Pretty much all of his main mid laners outside of Syndra are all physical damage dealers, so they need to have that magic damage top lane. But into a Zed, yikes.
All right, so we can definitely say this for sure, not just to protect the Trish combo, because they've got 2 other very high value threats here. This is a 3 squishy threat, 2 support system here from Cloud9. This combo takes a lot of precision to pull off. This is going to be this is going to take a lot of very crisp communication and crisp team fighting from Cloud9 to pull this off.
And are you going to then put forward that argument that Cloud9, if any team were to do that, are possibly that team?
Yes.
Especially from North America. I mean, good. I have to look at White Shield's composition as well. With the first pick, Zed, it is a scary amount of pick composition, but they're super late game scaling. Yes, they have Ryze in the top lane, but Trist versus Corki, it does seem like they might actually get outscaled a bit.
And so here's the thing. These two assassins that Cloud9 have picked actually work really well together because Talon is actually sort of a team fight oriented assassin. He's not like Zed, who's definitely thrives on that split pushing. Talon actually can have a huge impact on team fights because he does so much AoE. So if he jumps in, does his AoE burst, Kha'Zix can clean up. They've got Tristana firing from the back for late game insurance. So many options here from Cloud9. Let's get into it though.
Well, remember, we'll be checking in on how you guys are voting during the game, so continue to tweet at LOL Esports and use the hashtag NWSWin or C9Win for who you think will prevail. But for now, we are going to get into game. It's NaJin White Shield versus Cloud9. Basically, the game right now to seal who's going to be sat at the top of the group. I also got a last little bit of information about White Shield's missed ban. We have translators actually listening into their champion select as well, and apparently they were discussing the ban, couldn't decide on one, so just left it.
Hey, sometimes no decision is better than a bad decision. But with bans, you know, they didn't want to ban their own champion. That's one thing. There's a lot of power bans that get traded back and forth. Do you ban Ryze? Do you ban Zed? They end up getting both of them, and those have been bans in the past.
All right, let's see how that matchup does turn out because, as we heard emphatically from Prawley on the desk, very difficult matchup here for Talon. Small margin for error. Hai can pull it off. This is not like a hard counter, but there is a small margin for error.
Hai has stepped up in huge ways, say his teammates, since that North American LCS playoff defeat to TSM. They do get scouted by a nice ward there, so White Shield will have an early game edge here in that regard.
Spotted them coming back out of the jungle though, so White Shield know that they're actually safe in there. We'll see if that actually influences where what will be starting. We also see Zephyr and Gorilla starting fairly well pushed up this lane. This could be interesting if Cloud9 decide to face check in.
So he's standing here to see if there will be that blue invade, to see if there is that swap up top and late side blue invade. NaJin White Shield. Looks like they're actually going to try and start here for a watch. I wonder if they saw that ward go down. I don't think so.
Well, they saw them coming in, could probably surmise from that one as...
Now they see him in lane.
Gorilla, yeah, will actually show himself there as well. They were waiting for quite a while inside of that brush, but it will be a normal 2v2 start here. So I guess we can stay there and talk about this lane matchup.
Yeah. We say it's normal, but this is actually the first time Cloud9's decided to go for a 2v2. They've done so much swapping, both in the North American playoffs and so far in this group stage. We'll have to see how this Trist Nami plays out.
And you can see, Gorilla and Zephyr were up in the lane just in case there was a lane swap. They kind of expected it from Cloud9 because they've done it so often. They were ready to pool those minions and get them to focus to push the minion wave back. And that's also maybe why the rest of the members were sitting up by that blue. But Cloud9 this time around, not going for the lane swap. Nami does help out Trist a lot in the lane phase, but early shove here and an early hook.
And that's going to be good here for White Shield. Sneaky losing half of his health bar instantly as White Shield hit level 2. There is Cloud9 getting themselves up to level 2 as well. Meteos may be called in, and Watch is actually already down on this bottom side.
It would be an incredibly dangerous and also out of character gank for Meteos if he actually tries to gank this lane early on. I think he's just going to try and get a bit of vision control and go back to farming. That's generally what he likes to do, is just let the other jungler try his first gank, and when his laners dodge the gank, he then has an edge on the enemy jungler.
So far, Hai is giving as good as he gets in this lane. Now, he has started with the Crystalline Flash, so he doesn't run He can use his abilities to trade more effectively. He tries to get minions in with the harass when he throws out his rake, or tries to get harass in with his minions when he throws it out. 2 for 1.
Currently very even as well is that lane. One lane that's not quite as even at this point though is that top lane. We'll visit that in just a moment as we see Watch coming around from the vision of Cloud9. They see Watch looping in there, so they're going to be aware that they could be in danger here, possibly. Watch is going all the way up and we'll get a very deep ward inside of Cloud9's jungle.
So, super early on, Meteos doesn't actually want to fight Watch unless he has, you know, some big vision advantage on him and he can get the jump.
Or if he has backup.
So later on, he'll be fine and he can outscale. But early on, doesn't want to take those 1 versus 1s because if at least hits that cocoon, it's going to be devastating.
Yeah, they're basically just trading pink wards, or sorry, trading deep wards on the map here. It's not unlike Cloud9 to almost sacrifice one lane for the benefit of the other. This game, very early on, they are definitely favoring Balls' side with that deep ward because they know that Sneaky and Lemonation are going to be playing passive for most of that lane. Since they know Balls will be pushed up against Save the majority of the time, the deep wards are much more important on that side.
Oh, here comes the hook from Gorilla, but it was pretty much a mile away from Sneaky. Aimed off to the right-hand side. Sneaky just basically standing still there, and that hook just whistling on by and allowed Sneaky to actually get a good
Watch thinking about an invade. Oh, they're pinging for the gank up top on Balls. Watch is going to go through Cloud9's jungle. The deep ward didn't help. Yeah. Balls is going to be
It's such a deep ward that it missed the ward in what would be a likely scenario.
Oh, here comes Safe. Then Watch going to come through into this one. They're going to wait until the cocoon comes out. It's a good flash from Balls.
Pretty much a textbook escape. That's the best he could have done. That
problem is now his lane is shoved, and so Save up here should be able to. Oh, never mind. He's got an extra ranged minion. It's fine for Balls. It's fine. Doesn't have to burn his teleport either because he doesn't want to overextend in that lane. He brings 2 wards for himself. One is pink. Meteos also takes that opportunity because Watch shows top. He invades the bottom side jungle. Watch's ward though sees him. Ooh, that's looking to counter. Better get that quick. Nah, Watch does not come up.
Well, actually headed towards that bottom side of the map where, to be fair, Sneaky and Lemonation have pushed out a little bit from that turret. There are actually no wards in position, so not being able to get up far enough to get that vision down. They do spot Watch coming in. There's a flash into the play. Can they lock one down? Balls is going to TP in, but Lemonation is going down. His first blood for Zephyr. Balls is there. Oh! Sneaky going aggressive. Looking for Zephyr. There is Meteos as well. Gorilla's low. He will be the focus, and Balls will get the kill back. Meanwhile, Save finishes off Sneaky on the top side. He's kind of in no man's land now, though. He's got to escape.
It's a 2v1 for White Shield so far, but this fight is not over yet. Zed trying to mirror high. It's going to be a fight.
Oh, there's the death mark coming down. Save will move in from the side. Goong going to get some decent damage down, but he's being burnt down by the Ignite. He's able to escape, though, in the end. Save did a big loop, and he also lives.
High used his ultimate in lane, so he didn't have it there, or they would have been able to turn around on Goong. That's why Goong had the confidence to chase down High and open up an escape route for Save.
That fight in the bottom lane, though, was so close. The fact that White Shield came out 2v1 for that one could have very well gone the other way. Let's check this one out real quickly. Obviously, Gorilla starts it off nice. They get enough damage down onto Lemonation. He was close to being able to escape this one. Such an amazing glitter lance by Balls here. I thought they were going to get more casualties, but Sneaky is kind of caught out a bit by himself.
Gorilla once again plays on this Thresh, a crucial pick for NaJin White Shield. Gorilla, because of the initiative that he took in the bottom lane trade, even with their teleport coming in later, they still come out ahead.
And a 14 CS lead is what remains of that one. A lead for Zephyr. Goong is slightly ahead here of 5, but for all intents and purposes, it is level there as Goong gets the blue buff gifted over to him by Watch. See what High decides to go for. A pickaxe start actually for High.
I do have to say the biggest beneficiary of everything that happened was Save in the top lane. The last of the top lane carries on Rise. First off, Watch's gank early on relieved the pressure Balls was placing on him, and then when he could teleport down to get a kill as well, considering his early game disadvantage, he is sitting pretty up there and primed to carry. He's already got his tier and his catalyst.
Building up for him, only 8.5 minutes into this game. Falls back into that lane. Of course, he's going for his Athenes first. Talked about High going for that pickaxe, and actually he's going to go pretty damn aggressive there onto Goong. Is that a signal that he wants to head back? Save again, throwing out the ultimate onto Balls in the top. He's feeling a lot more confident now.
Yep, he's got his mana stacking items. He's got that kill you talked about. Balls did get one as well, though, so we're evened up on that. I just want to go over that exchange that we just saw mid, though. Hai actually spamming his ultimate here in lane. As we said before, he used it in lane before the last exchange for lane control. He gets a lot of damage down on the Zed, but also clears the minion wave very quickly every time he uses his ultimate as well, shoving in Zed.
And with the blue buff, it's on a remarkably low cooldown, only 62 seconds, so basically a minute, and you can see he almost has it back up.
And it's something we even saw KaBuM using when he was on Talon against Faker.
Oh, Save actually has no flash here after that last encounter down in the bottom lane. Meteos waiting inside of the tribush, so there is a ward there, but Save needs to be careful as to how far up he goes. There is the step forward, and Meteos decides that is going to be the time for him to come in. Can he lock down Save? The slow will come in there. Will they even dive this one? There is a wild growth coming in together. Knock up. There is the lockdown coming back, and Meteos taking a lot of damage. Will they get the kill?
It's a pretty common Cloud9 trade. A 10-minute gank up top isn't warded against because the enemy team can just take the dragon on you. They're trading, trying to shut down Save for a big objective.
Excuse me, it was Pawn. But yeah, they are going to trade that for the dragon here. NaJin White Shield able to secure that simple exchange of jungle pressure.
So, we've hit the 10-minute mark already. So 1,500 gold lead for the Korean side of NaJin White Shield. This bottom lane still being held by Zephyr. Thanks in part to Gorilla's amazing play so far. I think we've seen one hook that's gone wide. The rest have been pretty much either dodged with the jumps away from Sneaky or landed to set things up. That might even happen now once again, as Zephyr just stepping up there to put as much deep damage down as he can, which will include single auto attack this time around only onto that tower. Meanwhile, KaBuM's got some free time in that middle lane because we did see Hai recalling to pick himself up the Tiamat.
So really, it's just Cloud9 trying to stall this one out a little bit. If we're going into a NaJin White Shield versus Cloud9 game, we can't expect fireworks. The way these teams have actually been able to win games has been through fairly slow, methodical manner. At the moment, though, the lanes are going in White Shield's favor, which is much different than their alliance matchup.
It will be explosive, though. With the comp that... Ooh! Cloud9 are running.
KaBuM going to go in there, but Hai being invisible dodges most of the damage to come out, but KaBuM says, no, I think I'm done in this one. I am running back away. The Ignite was put down by Hai. Meanwhile, Gorilla had also come around the side to maybe try and get involved, as had Watch, and Zephyr had even moved up that river area. Nothing really on the table for them, though, so no kills will go down in that mid lane.
Yeah, Cloud9's bottom lane's leaking a little bit right now. I'm wondering when Zeph and Gorilla are going to start putting pressure on the rest of the map, or if they're going to be able to clean that bottom lane quickly, because Gorilla's going to try and make an impact.
Now he's going mid. He's making his impact now.
Oh, they're going to go in. Can they hook him? No. Flash actually going to be forced from Hai, so, I mean, moving in for that one, forcing out the summoner spell. A win.
We saw exactly this same thing from NaJin White Shield's bottom lane last time. Corki Thresh, they got an early lead. Gorilla started roaming. He got mobility boots, and he affected the rest of the map.
Uh-oh, Sneaky could be in trouble. Lemon Nation could actually be in trouble here. The hook will land into the box. He's slowed for days. The cocoon follows. There is an exhaust down, and Watch can't get through. Luckily for him, the white comes up there, and he's able to back off. Gorilla might not be so lucky, but the TP from Save is going to come down. Sneaky at less than half HP. Balls is there as well. Oh! They finish him off. They do get one. Save is going to die to the tower, though, and Balls somehow still alive. Finally finished off, but Hai comes down, and he'll clean up that one. Gorilla needs to run as well.
In a 5v4, Cloud9 trades the kills beautifully, and Meteos just now arrives.
Said it was going to be explosive with the comp that Cloud9 are running. All very squishy, but high damage output. And the dive there from NaJin White Shield turned around very quickly. Gives also Cloud9 some control around this dragon pit. They do clear out the pink ward, but man, those deep wards, NaJin White Shield invading really hard on this blue buff side of Cloud9. Gorilla, as we said, making play after play with this Thresh, flashing that Nami tidal wave.
Right after I said it'll be a passive game, this happens. Obviously, it looked a little confusing that they backed off, but that's because the balls teleported came in behind the fight. He arrives just about the same time Rise does, and because that's bad.
Another kill.
Another kill.
It's Lemon Nation caught out of position there. I mean, there's 3 men on top of him. Can't really afford to go through there. Meteos also has to just leap away. Means that blue buff is going to be stolen away by NaJin White Shield.
And look at the allocation of wards here. NaJin White Shield, they litter the blue side jungle with wards, as we said, and they continue to fight in that side of the jungle. Cloud9 have 3 pink wards on the top side of the map, but there's nothing going on up there. There are no fights. That is not the battlefield.
And what's going to happen with mid-game Dragon Control at this point? It definitely seems like White Shield is going to continue to take those. And how is Cloud9 going to make up for that gold deficit? Yes, it's nice that they're trying to let Balls have success in that lane to shut down Rise, but when you have a solo lane Lulu and a Trist, you kind of have to help Trist out in the laning phase a little bit. I'm scared here for Sneaky falling too far behind.
Especially when he's against a Corki, a Trinity Force builder, a caster AD carry. This is going to be a huge boon for NaJin White Shield in the coming teamfights. They've got this tremendous damage output with a Trinity Force Corki versus the Tristana sitting on Avarice Blade and pieces of items.
It definitely seems like Cloud9 may be pulling off the top lane strategy a little bit. It's going to be hard pressed though, because there's so many deep wards already in their jungle. They cannot possibly clear these out before the next dragon spawns, and they will be at mercy to Thresh.
And if, well, I was just about to praise Gorilla as he comes through, not quite landing there, as Cloud9 were just trying to clear out those wards, but Gorilla's hit clutch hooks today.
And now that we are having more teamfights, we see the armor focus here from Save. He's going straight into that Glacial Shroud.
This is such a scary teamfight for Cloud9, though. Trinity Force, as you mentioned, completed, whereas Sneaky's sitting on components, part way to a Static Shiv, very far away from his Infinity Edge. High would have to play this team fight exquisitely. Save already has his Rod of Ages. It feels like Shield is a stronger team right now.
Oh! Getting caught from this one. The damage is massive. Deathmark actually going down. Gorilla will fall though to Sneaky. Well, what can they do? We see Watch and Zephyr going deep. Sneaky goes low, tries to jump away from things, gets away, but Meteos will be given up. And that is going to be a 3-for-1. They lose the support, but they take top, middle, and jungle.
That's going to be Dragon, definitely, for White Shield. As we can see there, Zephyr, huge amounts of DPS going out, claims a red buff for himself, and they've got control. They can shove the waves up.
NaJin White Shield paying attention to the power spikes. Trinity Force for Zephyr. Save, even though he wasn't immediately in the fight, could make it over. It was time to fight. They just break this game wide open after that one.
All right, so let's see here. High does go for the 100% on Gorilla. This is the support, though, so taking him out did not really affect the team fight. They did draw out his exhaust, but after High uses everything to take down Thresh support, there's so much damage left here from NaJin White Shield, they take over.
NaJin White Shield, after that Alliance game, obviously said, guys, let's not do that one again. Let's not do it the hard way. Sat 8-5 up in kills, but it's the gold that's the real big difference in this one. And White Shield gonna go for a hook, just a little bit wide on that one once again.
White Shield definitely picked a much stronger mid-game this time around, and they're gonna try and close the deal, which is something Alliance could not do.
Sneaky was also harassed down at the very beginning of that fight. Didn't get to add much to it. Let's see about this top lane focus, though. Meteos sitting on that pink ward. That was a short jump. Everybody's moaning, but it's an unevolved wings. Yeah, he did clip the end of that little round there.
Oh, I actually got aggressive after that. Being lured into it. Actually has to flash though. Where's the Lee's gonna come down? Right on top of him. Watch gets the execute, but here comes the TP. Paul's gonna join in the fight. Watch is low. What can Paul's do? He has to use his own wild growth on himself, and he's gonna fall. Goog, meanwhile, in between the remaining 3, will drop off, but Save keeps going. There is Corki joining in. They get the tower, but NaJin are low.
Why is Cloud9 continually fighting? They are not at their power points yet, but High decided to go in, immediately flashed away, and everything else just collapsed upon them. Cloud9 loses another fight because they are behind.
Yeah, they keep fighting. It's kind of snowballing against them. They got that feeling that they're behind and they didn't want to give much more. You could tell, though, High, he doesn't want to let any aggressive move go. And even though it missed, or there was no follow-up on this hook, decides to jump back in. I mean, that ward, by the way, didn't see Watch coming down.
They know how strong Zephyr is at this point. He jumps straight into his face. And Sneaky, if he was a Trinity Force Corki right now, of course that fight would have turned, but it just takes more time for Triss to get in there. Rise can counter the Lulu teleport very easily. Balls basically teleports into Dade. and NaJin White Shield takes an even greater edge.
See if Cloud9 can turtle. They go aggressive down bottom on Goom to get his flash, but that's all. Focus up top here. Now Shield are going to answer, swing everybody up top, take that turret, and claim this red buff side for themselves.
Try and choke Cloud9 now out of this game. Wards down. In fact, if you look at the map, that is a lot of wards down for NaJin White Shield right now. All five bottom side and the top side. You can see the path they've taken through. That tower's going down too.
And it's not just Gorilla. Yes, Gorilla's doing a magnificent job of controlling the map, but it's also Watch with the Sight Stone. Here's the 1v1.
Oh, he's going to come out on top of it. It's going to be the death mark, but Ignite is down, and it's great.
He upgraded his sweeper to get the Oracle lens so early on to go for that 1v1. It does afford him the experience of winning that 1v1, but they still trade.
That's actually really good for High. He gets a shutdown bonus, and maybe he can use his talent for a team fight victory, but the global gold disadvantage and honestly the power of Save and Zephyr at the moment just seems like much more than Cloud9 can deal with.
Definitely is too much to handle mid lane.
Yeah, the gold disparity across the board is pretty devastating. Top lane AD carries both about 2,000 gold behind their opposite number. And we're closing in on a 10,000 gold lead here for NaJin White Shield. And that's with just the outer ring of turrets going down. Plus, of course, that one here in the middle that we're looking at right now. We've got 1 minute and 40 until the next dragon comes up. I think it's going to be a case of having to maybe give this one up for Cloud9.
Yes, please. Yeah, at this point. Otherwise, they'll lose the game before 30 minutes. They may already have lost this one, depending on how well White Shield knows how to close. Sneaky needs a lot of time to get more and more items. Infinity Edge, Berserker Greaves, he's probably going to even need a Last Whisper, since Watch and Save have started working towards some major armor itemization already.
Clear item path for them with 280 assassins. Tristana. Small win there for Cloud9, both skill shots missing, but that was 1 ward in 10 that are on their side of the jungle.
At least 10. That's a whole hot down there. We do see KaBuM just doing a lap. He was obviously pushing that top wave out. Actually, we'll wait here inside of the enemy jungle, just looking by that raid camp to get some free damage down. Meanwhile, Watch was determined to come around and get this pink ward. Will finally be able to do so. And White Shield now strangling the bottom side.
And you can really see NaJin's focus on ward control and commitment to it. A minute ago, there were all 5 pink wards down for White Shield. They're currently still having all 5 down, yet they have 4 pink wards in their inventory just in case one gets taken down or if they need to move their vision. They are just maximizing their ward limits on the map.
And not only is it a double sight zone, he's upgraded to a Ruby sight zone as well, so he can stay out on the map longer and still have wards.
Yeah, Save is gonna just turn around and kill Meteos because it's just that strong right now.
That's bad. Yeah, that's really bad. For all the attention that Cloud9 put into trying to shut Save down, it has failed, and it has cost them Sneaky's farm as well. It's one of those games where everything goes wrong.
It was the play coming in at the last second there. Pink ward goes down to spot High, and they're going to keep chasing here. The Rune Prison's going to come up in a second. There it is, and the finisher from Save up at 5-2-2 after 22 minutes on Rise.
They should push in now. Looks like they already have control down bottom. That's where they're making their move. This tower gonna go down to Corky here, trying to put on work, but they go mid.
Sneaky, I feel that he may be falling prey once again, and the deathmark does go down. It's Watch actually that finishes off the kill. Meanwhile, Zephyr has been pushing that bottom lane, and across the map, White Shield are just demolishing Cloud9.
They got the kills and the turret down at the exact same time. They are not letting this mid-game window go to waste. There's no way they're going to wait around for Tristana to scale up here. NaJin White Shield pushing it very, very hard.
And NaJin Shield is kind of proving that they can play multiple styles. They had the late-game turtle against Alliance when Alliance had the mid-game composition. They probably also watched a little bit of Blue's late-game composition fail to Fnatic, and they say, you know what, this late-game thing is a little bit too risky. They go for a mid-game composition that still has some strong late-game insurance with Rise, and they're just destroying Cloud9 here in 24 minutes.
So, yeah, I mean, if we look at the actual goal totals, it's not a pretty picture for Cloud9. The only turret left outside of the base is in that top lane, which itself has already faced quite a lot of pressure. We still see, I believe, 4 out of 5 pink wards are still alive on the map for NaJin White Shield. Continuing that vision dominance, making it so hard for Cloud9 to actually walk away. The pink ward is down. High is going to get the support from Balls here, but Save just going to blow him to pieces. Sneaky comes in, actually blows him back into the lane. Slow comes down. TP, no, can't get away from the wild growth. Turns back to do the damage onto Balls, and Cloud9 gang up for the single
all
kill.
5 of them.
But
And
the
it's going to
entire
take their
base
base.
has been pushed, yeah.
That is just a bit of an overcommit there by Cloud9. They had a mission to kill Save. However, that goal not working out.
No.
Oh dear.
They lose the middle inhibitor turret. They're going to lose the top inhibitor turret. One of the inhibitors may go down here as well, and maybe even worse if Gorilla can land a hook. Goong in the meantime still hammering away. Sneaky is pushing the bottom lane. Going to get an inner tower for that one, but there is Goong going on to elimination. Where's the splat? There it is, and he goes back, and Cloud9 left. Oh, where did he go? Okay, back to the middle lane, still alive. They could even get both in him with the kill. They will. They're so far ahead.
Yeah, that is a case of winning the battle for Cloud9 with their mission to kill Save, but losing the war. Their entire base is demolished. That's wide open for NaJin White Shield.
At least he didn't get away with that teleport. I mean, that would have just been a disaster. At the end of the day, though, High on the run yet again.
One more missile?
Is out of options here in a lot of different ways. It's crazy too, because imagine how this group is going out, and it's what you touched on earlier, Kobe, in not being able to judge these incredibly competitive groups off of single games. Cloud9 looked really good against Alliance. Alliance had a really good mid-game against White Shield, and then Cloud9 had a horrendous mid-game here against White Shield, who's going to be trio in this group.
Baron is going down here, no doubt about that one. No one around from Cloud9 for even a sneaky attempt to get that one away. In fact, Goong almost stopped from recalling. Even that went wide. Certainly not looking like Cloud9's game. There's more items just going to be collected in. And, well, there's a stark difference between these two lineups. He just will be getting himself a blue buff for what good that will do. They, of course, have 2 inhibitors down. With those super minions streaming in, only the bottom lane still has a turret and the inhib left remaining. But if White Shield wish to take that one, I think that they will just go in there and take it.
Yeah, inhibitor number 3 should not be far away. There is so much armor on the side of White Shield. Balls is not a big enough threat on Lulu. Rise or Elise can probably just walk into the turret. However, that's actually a really clever catch there by Cloud9, being way further out than NaJin White Shield expected to be. Save's here to save the day, though.
Oh, there is the tidal wave, but the death mark will come through. Wild Growth comes in. Oh, Goong tries to get out, didn't get the kill, and will fall to Sneaky. They hold.
About the only possible way they could hold as well. They get a catch, and then they catch Goong and some over-aggression. If all White Shield did was slowly move as a 5-man unit and wait for the super minions to draw the attention of 2 people on Cloud9, the 3rd inhibitor would have been comically easy to attain. But they didn't, and now Cloud9 gets to devote all their attention to wave clearing the super minions, and White Shield can't push with 3.
Yep, wait around for round 2 here inside the base. They still can't really venture out onto the map. Pretty much the entire map now, NaJin Shield territory.
That's a scary sight, that vision toggle right there. Cloud9 literally sees nothing of the map. Oh, sorry, I lied. There is 1 ward down by the bottom of River. For what good that will do at this point.
Didn't even get swept yet, so they got that going for them.
Which is nice.
That is nice. Cloud9, they really needed the Turtles one out. They need a few more minutes for their inhibitors to come back up. I don't think we're going to see NaJin White Shield get caught out yet again. If somehow they could force the fight the instant NaJin White Shield groups, that would make it so the super minions don't necessarily have time to finish their Nexus turrets. But looking at that wave in the top lane, High actually has to go there right now, which is bad timing considering White Shield is knocking on the bottom lane door.
Oh, Hook coming through. Doesn't get the fish though. Lemon Nation survives for now, just waiting for that next minion wave.
The top lane wave would kill their
rolling through. Yeah, they're going to just go straight in on towards that in turret. The hook again, aim this time for Sneaky, doesn't connect. Turret goes down. Lemon Nation being caught out on one side. He is surely going to fall here. It will be GaBuM to pick that one up. Inhibitor number 3 is going to go down. The super minions are already through there and taking the tower aggro. Hook comes down onto Balls as well. He will use the wild growth. That won't be enough though to keep him alive. And White Shield just ripping through both Cloud9 and their base here as they go. Both Nexus turrets are going to go down. It looks like Save wants a bit more of the action here. Will be able to get in there. It's actually GaBuM that steals the 1 kill. He takes down Sneaky, and NaJin White Shield finish off the game here in classy style. A very one-sided encounter. Brilliant performance from Shield.
And they take command of their group now. 3-0. They have beaten every team in the group in their first matchup. This one, very convincing. They struggled a little bit against Alliance, but as far as their ultimate goal, which is advancing through this group, they're looking pretty good.
It's funny as well, I think most people, if they were to look at the 3 Korean teams, would look at Blue and White to go through their groups without problems, and maybe White Shield the ones that were beatable on paper. So far, NaJin White Shield looking very, very strong. Not untouchable though, Alliance pushing them a very long way in that previous encounter. But we've got the points on the board, and that's what counts after your first 3 games.
And Cloud9 trying something we have not seen from them before. This 3 very squishy threat team with the double supports not working out for them in group stages here.
And that's the beauty of the fact that everyone plays everyone twice, right? So you can come in the first game and say, we've got this curveball strategy that might work out for us, that we might be able to catch them off guard with. Yes, okay, if you lose, you're losing the game in the group stage, but you can always revert it and change it for the next time that you meet.
And I definitely feel like when Cloud9 watches that game again, they're going to be very disappointed with themselves because they had pretty decent chances in the early game, and once Corki picked up that Trinity Force, they didn't necessarily need to fight. But as soon as they started, it was almost a 10,000 gold lead that just appeared. So that was what cost them the game.
And I think that there's been all this talk about, you know, the solo laners of this team, Shield. However, you really got to pay attention to this Thresh pick. Gorilla is all over the place. When they pick an early game bottom lane like that, it opens him up the roam, and he gets these early mobility boots, creating plays all over the map.
And we have to get the shot of watching their melting fans' hearts for a long time now. And, you know, a fantastic win overall for NaJin White Shield. Not all bad news for Cloud9. They've still got 2 wins on the board from their first 3 games. And for a breakdown of that match, let's check in with our team at the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Joe. I love Watch 2. Before we get to picks and bans and breaking down this game, I want to kick off on something that Kobe was talking about, the Thresh pick. Gorilla's played Thresh 3 times out of all 3 games. The entire team has secured 45 kills, right? 45 kills. He's been involved in 36 of them. This is a plea to Cloud9 and Alliance. Take Thresh away or get rid of it.
Typically, just because of Gorilla's reputation on Thresh in Korea, you do see a lot of Thresh bans targeted at NaJin White Shield, and I mean, he's a playmaker. It's not only just the pick, though, it's the way they play. They're a very conservative team. They wait for their support to get there, and then they make the play.
Probably talk to me about picks and bans and champs like Talon into Zed again. I'm still not convinced.
I think, well, it first started out with the bans. They were blue side, NaJin White Shield was blue side, and I think that's the best blue side bans. Not the third misban thing, but the fact that they ban out Syndra and first pick Zed. Some kind of variation like that against Cloud9 I think is the best, especially because it's forcing high onto Talon, which isn't like notably way better than Zed in any way.
To be fair, he was doing well. He was holding his own, and even later in the game, they traded 1-for-1 on the bottom. So I'm pretty sure if that lane played out the way it did, and the rest of the map just played a little better, that could have been different. I would have liked to see C9 lane swap, because what's putting a timer on Cloud9 here is that Ryze. That Ryze is going to get incredibly big, let alone Save is just a monster on him already. I just wonder, why did Cloud9 not lane swap? They have the weaker bot lane. They have the top lane that gets less, my English is very hard sometimes, gets less punished if you swap. Lulu has utility. It's a utility mage. All you need is the ulti and the slow in fights. Ryze is a beast who needs farm. Why didn't you swap?
Well, I don't know. I have to disagree because honestly, Cloud9's bottom lane matchup, which is Nami Trist, one of the strongest lanes. I've been saying this for so long. Nami Trist has insane everything. The laning is amazing. The trading is amazing. The scaling is amazing. I don't understand how they fell so far behind against Quirky Thresh, which, like I said before, is just a kind of so-so lane. Yeah, they might fall behind levels 1 and 2, but they shouldn't have been so down. And there's so much spillover from Gorilla. This guy was roaming everywhere.
I've actually watched that lane. Like I watched the first 4 minutes of it, and basically what ended up happening was level 1. They missed the race to level 2. They could have won it. Sneaky basically stood still and like went left and right, and he probably could have put in 3 more auto attacks, tied the race for the first wave, and then just challenged level 2. Instead, they desperately tried to get level 2 and then got out-traded really hard, which put if you go for the race and you lose, then you lose really hard. If you give up the wave, you can just farm on the tower. But if you both challenge to get to level 2 and you're the one on the losing side, that's when you get punished really hard, and that ended up happening.
Well, I think that NaJin Shield put a lot of emphasis on that bottom lane. It seemed teleports going in, it seemed roams, it seemed ganks. Let's pull the first replay up onto your screens. It's quite a chaotic one with a whole lot of people getting involved. Roll this one out, and I quite like the play. Zeph and Sneaky going toe-to-toe, but look at the minimap. Look at the pressure on Elimination, and over the course of the next few minutes, everybody gets involved. Monty, talk to me through the play.
Such a good flash over that tidal wave, and Elimination's going to get hooked right here. And what you're going to see is actually Sneaky jump in and then heal to get Elimination out of there. Now at this point, they're trying to chase it back in. Save is now trying to TP between the turrets. So he's going to come in, flash forward, go down onto Sneaky. Of course, there's the Lulu. Now, a lot of kind of awkward positioning here from Shield. They went in a little bit too deep and got caught out. They try and run 2 through the turret. I think that split there was really suboptimal, and by the time High gets in, he's going to pick up another kill as well. So
I don't think Watch should have repelled to the wave there if he knows his top laner is coming in with teleport.
Yeah.
So Monte Cristo, you were the only analyst to correctly predict the winner of this game. Anything you want to say to your fellow analysts?
Yeah, guys, come on. The rose-colored glasses, after a Western team wins, you can't just put these things on and say, hey, one game, now everybody can beat the Koreans. No. You take them off and you say, Koreans are still Koreans. Do you know, let me ask you a question. Do you know the last time a North American team beat a Korean team? This guy should know. He was on that team. CLG, back in 2012, Champion Summer, beat MVP Blue the last time. Okay?
I beat Acorn, boys.
So just very quickly, you guys can have that back, because you know the last time a European team beat a Korean team? Right!
Yeah,
guys, after a day and a half of action, let's actually see where our teams stack up. Pull up that standings graphic and we can quickly see. LMQ, of course, 2-0. Fnatic 1-1 after taking down Samsung Blue, as I have just rubbed in our analyst noses. Group D, NaJin White Shield 3-0 after completing their first half of the group stage. Cloud9 2-1. Alliance 0-2. I guess I'll take some of that salt back. Guys, we do have to go to a quick commercial break, but when we return, OMG and Fnatic will face off in our 4th game of the day. Guys, don't go anywhere.
Don't be too afraid. It doesn't matter if we win or lose in the grand scheme of things. Let's just have some fun and play well.
Sneaky at less than half HP. Balls is there as well. Oh! They finish him off. They do get 1. Damage is massive. Deathmark actually going down. Gorilla will fall though to Sneaky. But what can they do? We see Watch and Zephyr going deep. Ball's going to join in the fight. Watch is low. What can Balls do? He has to use his own wild growth on himself, and he's going to fall.
Welcome back to the League of Legends World Championship, as I am joined here by LMQ Zhao Zhao and assisted by Kate for the translation. Zhao Zhao, my first question, talk to me about your first day in the group of death here at the World Championships yesterday.
是，请你讲讲你对于昨天比赛日第一天的表现，你是怎么来看的？
因为我们这个组其实几个队伍都非常强，然后昨天的话我们要打 OMG 还有 Fnatic， 可能说他们外人眼中觉得我们可能说比较弱，然后我们私底下也针对他们就是制定了很多战术，平时也就 非常就在按蓝色方跟紫色方去练，然后昨天取得了2场胜利。
Okay, so there are a lot of very strong teams in our group, especially we are playing against OMQ and Fnatic yesterday. So a lot of people think we're not as strong as them. But we actually did make a lot of strategies specifically to deal with their own strategies, especially to play on both blue team and red team.
Well, indeed, some people were maybe underestimating you guys and having question marks how you would do in the mid lane. How does that affect you going into those games?
小学校就是当你作为一名中单选手去和其他中单选手对抗的时候，很多人在想你是这些对抗是如何对你造成的影响的。
因为首先这个组其实其他3个中单都非常强，然后我们一开始就是制定的一套以前期打得比较凶狠，然后去控制小龙，然后进行一些抱团。所以说，我觉得一般我的话，只要打出我自己要做的东西，因为整个队伍大家都发挥得很好，然后我相信我们能赢。
So we are doing pretty aggressive and in the early game and try to control the dragon area. So I think out for our teammates play pretty well. So I want to just play well on myself.
All right. Talk to me through how this group will go from here, because Fnatic, for instance, is really well in their second game here.
因为今天你看到 Fnatic 在第2次比赛中表现得非常好，你对本个小组的形势发展怎么看？
因为我们组外界人称之为死亡小组，然后因为可以说我们这4个队其实差距其实并不大，大家2个队之间都有可能互相赢，然后可能说今天 Fnatic 这一场打得特别漂亮，然后赢了韩国队，因为韩国队之前一直被认为非常强，其实我对这一场比赛看的也是非常的精彩，恭喜 Fnatic 赢得了这场比赛胜利。
So people know that like they all call our group as Dade's group because all the teams in our group actually there's not a big difference between the skill levels. So I saw this game for Fnatic versus current team. So actually I think Fnatic did pretty well, and there's a lot of changes in the future. Congratulations to Fnatic.
All right, very nice. Final question. You have a huge game versus Samsung Blue coming up at the last game of the day. Talk me through that matchup for you.
就是最后一个问题是你们今天晚点的时候会打三星蓝，你这次怎么看？
因为三星蓝其实在以前被我看来在外界人认为中非常强，然后今天看了上场比赛，然后因为 Fnatic 也可以说打得非常漂亮，赢了三星蓝。其实我们现在可以觉得就是韩国队没有传说中的那么强，我觉得我们如果打得好一点。就是大家都尽量犯失误，然后在选人赛的时候做一点功夫的话，我们还是有机会赢得下一场比赛的胜利。
So people always think like Samsung Blue is one of the most strongest team in the world, but as we saw the last game that Fnatic overplayed Samsung Blue, so we will for ourselves we will do a lot better and try to perform well, and especially on some strategies.
All right, very interesting. Thank you very much, and good luck in that matchup. And now let's hand it over to the guys at the desk to set up our next match.
Thank you very much, Sharks, and best of luck to LMQ later in the day. For now, I'd like to welcome Alberto Crumser and Hufo from Dignitas, as well as David Freak-Turley from the North American LCS, to the desk for the next 3 matches. Welcome, guys. This match will feature LPL's OMG taking on Fnatic from the European LCS, and there's kind of a contrast here. OMG played surprisingly bad yesterday, and Fnatic played surprisingly well today. Let's start with OMG. They're 0-2. They simply can't afford to drop another game if they are looking to make it out of the groups. It's a little risky. It's a little scary. Freak, you're turning your nose up.
Yeah, I mean, you always can make the comeback the second half of the groups. It's always mathematically possible that you can fail the first 2 days and come back the next 2. But OMG are just playing worse than I expected. Cool is normally this big, hard carry for the team. They're mid laner here, and yet we saw him get kind of completely dominated so far in the first day, and that's very uncharacteristic. We know he's got a wealth of international experience. We know he showed up last year at Worlds and did phenomenally. The dude beat up Faker last year, and suddenly he's really weak, and I'm just so surprised.
Doublelift, you felt quite strongly about Dade in particular from the squad. As a support player, what does he need to do to shape up?
Yeah, I don't know what to think about Dade really, other than there's some supports I think that are very inconsistent, right? Some of them will get caught all the time, but then they'll make the game-winning play. I think a good example of that is Moore. Sometimes he does die for free, but a lot of the times he makes the play that wins them the game. Dade seems to just die randomly. His vision control is actually pretty decent. He has a good number of wards placed compared to the other supports in the group, but overall, Dade is really just, I don't know, he seems to just die for free, but he doesn't make those big clutch plays when he needs to.
Now, Crumbs, we haven't heard from you all day long. Talk to me about the Fnatic game that I know you were watching backstage. What stood on your mind of how they took down Samsung Blue, and what will they be taking into this match?
I think what impressed me the most was obviously xPeke. He really, like, when you take the Ahri into Zed, it's a little bit of a favorable matchup for Ahri, but you need to be really confident in this one. You can't just say, oh, I saw someone pull this off. You have to have rehearsed this matchup, and he beat up the guy that's known for making Zed's comeback. I was really impressed with that. And then on the other side of the coin, Deft was just getting hit by everything. Charm after charm after charm, just like in a straight line, not even like any sort of attempt at juking, and then he got destroyed by Reckless and CS. So those two things really showed up, and Fnatic just completely outplayed him.
I just want to quickly expand on the CS mark, because both xPeke and Reckless are averaging ridiculous CS per minute numbers. Across both of the previous games, 8.88 CS for Peke. More impressive is Reckless at 9.97. Game 1, fair enough, he wasn't with his team, he was split pushing, but this previous game, he had 10 CS per minute, slightly over in that game, and he was with his team taking down Samsung Blue. Crepo, what sort of achievement is that for Reckless coming into this game?
Well, usually the CS numbers are pretty high on Reckless regardless, but what impressed me the most this time was that he was getting that CS while consistently playing with his team and playing the map correctly. Fnatic was not the Fnatic of yesterday. They were rotating better than their opponents. They were team fighting well. They were like making picks where they had to. They conceded objectives where they had to, and that was the most important part. They only went in when they knew they had the advantage, and I just think they played a lot smarter and just a lot better as a team. So with that momentum, they're going to go in really like just hot in this game.
Crumb, save that thought for the prediction game. We do need to roll this one on. So I'm going to put everybody on the spot, and ask who's going to win this matchup. OMG or Fnatic? Freak, you're first on my hit list.
I say Fnatic. I don't think they will ever look quite as good as they did last game. That was a just cacophony. It's not the right word. Everyone just played so phenomenal the last time. I don't know if we're going to see that quite again, but I would love to see that Fnatic the rest of the tournament. Anyway, I think they're going to win here, though.
We will see if they can pull out that same level. Double lift, who's going to win and why?
I'm also with Fnatic. Reckless is just incredible. xPeke seems to be back, that clutch player that Fnatic needs to like hold them together mid lane. But really, Reckless and Yellowstar, those guys are the stars, and I think San and Dade don't have a chance.
Crumbs.
I'm going to have to go with Fnatic, and I'm really glad that we saw the interview with Reckless, and basically when they figured out their draft, they got kind of the jitters of having a bad team comp and were able to play to what they really want to be doing. So I think they'll get their team comps down and win off that. 3 for 3, European pride is flying high. Crepo, is it going to be 4?
Yeah, but I have forsaken Europe in the past, and I will never do again so I'm going with Fnatic. The matchup I'm looking forward to is actually Soas against Going Top. I think that's the only one that's up in the air right now. With xPeke on fire, he should be holding his own at least against Cool, and then the bottom lane should also be a mismatch. Maybe the jungler matchups can like sway the tide for OMG, but Fnatic looks confident for this one.
Yeah, I do want to say that in the previous game, Prolly had doomed High to fail by praising him. He's not given praise or disdain to either of these mid laners.
We had to remove him from the death.
We had to. Guys, the majority of fans are agreeing with our analysts, and 70% of you are voting with Fnatic. We'll see if they make it 2-0 on the day. The game is about to get underway, so let's send it over to the brand new triple cast to take us into the Rift. And as we go, Fnatic have thrown themselves into a very intensive boot camp to prepare for the international stage and say they're ready to face the best from around the world.
The bootcamp for us started a long time ago, like right after Gamescom. We went to America first, to PAX, and I think at first we were really rusty, but it was good that we had that week in NA to warm up, because when we arrived at Korea, I felt like we were a lot better.
Going into Korea, we had a different mindset. We really wanted to improve because we knew that we had the possibility to be even better at the game.
The bootcamp was really good. I think going to Korea was the step that needed to be done to get to the next level. I think if, for example, we stayed in Europe or stayed in NA or any other region than Korea, we would have had a worse chance than we do now.
We learned a lot about vision control and the OP picks that not many people in Europe picking. So I think like from the EU meta we shifted a bit to the Korean meta.
I felt like the bootcamp was really beneficial for us. I think it helped every single team, not only us, but every single team.
We were really happy to practice against the best teams in Korea, and we learned a lot. So in the end, it was really good for us.
Absolutely learned a lot, and they learned how to beat Samsung Blue, it seems. Let's see if they can do it against OMG. So, hello everyone, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and of course I am joined by Martin DeFicio Lunga and Rivington Bisland III for the next 3 games.
How's it going? I'm feeling pretty good.
Feeling
They had some
very
crazy 3 games in the beginning, so I think it might even just get crazier.
Yeah, they have been absolutely fantastic games. Let's move straight into the starting lineups for this matchup. Starting out on the blue side, for China's LPL, it is OMG. Starting out in the top lane is Going. In the jungle is Loveling. Mid lane is Cool. AD carry is San. And support, of course, is Dada777.
And on the other side of the map, the red side, is Fnatic. That's Soaz in the top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, Peke in mid, Reckless at AD carry, and Yellowstar at support.
And coming into this game, you've got to think, obviously, after Fnatic, they took that victory earlier on. Their morale, it was down here yesterday. It's up here right now. It is sky high out of the arena. You know, just beating Samsung Blue immediately. Everybody was saying, you know, it's a possibility. And we were backstage, obviously, talking about it. It seems to be all about the mid game, and that really worked for them throughout the entire tournament. Problem is, OMG are kind of good at that area as well.
Yeah, so, I mean, normally we would see OMG be really good in these mid-game team fights, but their performance yesterday was very strange. It didn't look like OMG at all, and if we talk about Fnatic being like up here in terms of morale, OMG's down here. They're under the caster disc at the moment. After losing 2 games, I mean, the entire Chinese community is looking at OMG as well, and they're failing to perform.
And this is the big deal. I mean, this is the Chinese team, because the whole China region believes this, because it is a pure Chinese team. They look at, obviously, Edward Gaming, they pulled together. They were a little bit upset about World Elite, the mix that went on back at the start of the season. They look towards, obviously, Star Hong Royal Club. There's a mix of Koreans in there. So this is the team they see as representing China. There is a massive amount of pressure on this team.
And they just haven't been able to perform. And now, looking pick and bans here. Rumble yesterday destroyed OMG in 2 games. Fnatic didn't play Rumble yet, and yet OMG actually banned it because they don't want to take the chance anymore. Rumble is so good in these mid-game team fights, and that's where OMG has been losing their games.
The thing is, like, while Soaz, we've say, can kind of play everything, I don't remember the last time he played Rumble. Definitely wasn't during the entire summer, that's for sure. But who knows, maybe it's in his bag of tricks. Alistair also banned out, continuing to be one of the most banned champions throughout. Gragas banned out. That comes out of left field.
Interesting. Peke possibly using that to create what we thought was going to be a composition that wouldn't work out for him earlier with the picks, but maybe able to create a little bit of that.
And this Gragas ban is very strange. It could again be a ban towards the top lane. I'm not sure why exactly they banned Gragas. Maybe they know something about Fnatic we don't know. But on the other side for Fnatic here, Rise banned against Going and Cool. It's a flex pick for OMG that makes a lot of sense and will probably be banned pretty much every game. And Lee Sin banned against Loveling. Remember, Cyanide, he's not a big Lee Sin player.
We talked about the mentality of these teams coming into this one. Fnatic using that last win as rocket fuel pretty much coming into this game. We know momentum is huge for them. And they're looking at the Zillion pick, which means OMG is going to be able to get the fights they want and be really reckless with those fights as well.
And OMG should be pretty happy here by getting the Zillion pick, because if you look on the other side of Fnatic, yes, okay, you take away the Kha'Zix jungle, but that's one of the worst junglers for Loveling in the jungle of OMG here, so it's not really a loss for him. He can go Jarvan instead. Now he can have the Zillion, so he can go really aggressive in the fights if he wants to. We have seen him play Evelynn in the past in LPL as well. Could be a pick for him. Not a champion we see very often. It's kind of fallen out of favor after she got a lot of nerfs.
And this is an interesting pick. The Aurelia getting locked in for the top lane of Going. It is one of his main champions, played it 10 times during the summer. Of course, we've seen Soaz playing it this matches earlier on today. We also heard he wanted to play it yesterday against Cloud9, but they didn't actually go. They went with the Lulu.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that gets countered. More importantly, what is going on for Cool? What is he going to play? Talking about on the analysis desk, the amount of pressure on this man in the mid lane. It is going to be instead a jungle pick, so he's holding his cards close to his chest right now.
We've only seen one Evelynn game from Loveling actually in OGN, but sorry, in LPL. Still, I'm looking at this combo from OMG, and they have a lot of mid-game pressure already with the Aurelia pick. Get your Trinity Force, you have your big power spike. Zilean has a lot of damage in the mid-game. It will fall off going into late game, but he does bring a lot of damage and a lot of utility. And now you have the Evelynn as the stealth threat here, so what you can do is you bomb her, you speed her up as well, and she can flank around the enemy team really easily, land her ulti, bomb explodes, and you have a lot of instant burst damage onto Fnatic if they're not warding with pink wards on their flanks.
The big thing for me right now is the mid lane look. Obviously, we saw Peke going pretty big earlier against Dade. Zed is on the table, Yasuo is still on the table, so there's a lot of options for Cool. I wonder how it's going to get countered. It looks like it's going to be a Lulu in the top lane once again for Soaz, and Reckless happy to get Lucian.
Very strong with his AP picks towards the top. Was surprised, actually everybody with only one play in the regular season took that Aurelia last time, but we do see Going has taken that away so far. And the Lulu, we see that locked in, so Peke can round out the composition for Fnatic here because pretty interesting coming in here for OMG.
Yeah, they will have the last pick option against Cool, who's been looking very, very shaky. We don't know if it's going to be Zilean mid lane just yet for Dada 7 down this bottom lane. Otherwise, a champion like Braum would be open for him. He's played it a lot in the LPL. Otherwise, if he locks in Nami here, he didn't look very good on Nami yesterday. Like, his tidal waves were completely off. He did have a few good bubbles, but his ultis were... no offense, but they were terrible. But the idea is simply you have the Evelynn, speed her up with the Zilean, that's your flank, you land the slow, and then tidal wave is your like follow-up engage, which means if Fnatic is caught in the jungle in a choke point, you can hit multiple members, and suddenly OMG can just collapse onto them and pretty much blow them up from the start of the fight.
The final choice. What will Peke choose? Or will the Lulu be in the mid lane? Who knows? Of course, Kog'Maw and Nami were picked in, not Name, were picked in for OMG. It does give the final choice. What do we think here? Make a guess.
So we have seen Syndra against Zilean in the past, where Syndra will win early on because she outranged Zilean, but then Zilean ulti in teamfights is just the hard counter to Syndra's ulti here. Could be an option for him. The Ahri pickup is open as well. Somewhat the same deal.
Yeah.
You want to burst down one target, Zilean is there with his ulti to kind of stop it. And Zilean is a great pick against Fnatic because they love to get like these picks.
Oh,
wow. That's an old favorite of xPeke here.
Exactly. Fnatic pulled Kassadin out in the groups last year at the Season 3 World Championships and caused commotion. I believe it was against Samsung Ozone as well, where they picked up that first victory. And consequently, Kassadin was pretty much banned out for the rest of the tournament against Peke. We'll see how it is. It's been a lot of changes since then.
It is definitely not the same Kassadin. The last change where his ulti now, you need to wait 20 seconds before it actually reset on the stacks, was a big deal because it means he's not as good as chasing anymore. You will run out of mana very, very fast and you can't wait for it to just run out and then redo your stacks on the ulti. But Fnatic's comp right here, once again, they love like these skirmish comps where they can go in, burst down one target, then quickly disengage again, and if they can see an opportunity to chase, you have Lulu to speed you up, you have Kha'Zix with the slow, you have Kassadin, probably the best champion in the game at chasing. So this is all about quickly go in, land some burst, disengage, see if there's a target low, and then you re-engage and just pick up the kills.
Well, both of these teams coming out winless yesterday. We see Cool, we talked about that emotion a little bit, where FC Fnatic is going to be riding high off of those wins. So hopefully with the Zilean pick, they can kind of turn back time here, set the clock again, and get themselves some victories.
Yeah, and in the same vein, OMG have got to be looking at a win here because 0-3 is a stark start to the group, honestly, with all the pressure on them. Of course, you guys at home, be sure to head over to Twitter and vote for the team that you think has the edge. Send us your hashtags OMGWin or hashtag FNCWin, and don't forget to put at LOL Esports in there. And we'll see how the Vans are picking up shortly. I'm pretty sure I know which way that's going to go, of course. We're kind of missing a few Chinese fans on this stream. I'm pretty sure it's all the English-speaking world. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The game is getting underway. Game 4 of the day. We've had 3 fantastic matches already in day 2 of Singapore. Who will set themselves apart in this halfway stage in the groups?
Look at the lane matchups here. Kassadin in the mid lane should actually be able to do just fine against Zilean because you have your magic shield from the Q to absorb a lot of damage from the bombs here. And xPeke should be able to just get a lot of farm early on. He decided not to go teleport actually, so I want a bit more lane pressure here. While in bottom lane, I mean, when you have Lucian Thresh, it's very aggressive lane. but it's really, really hard to lane against something like, again, an army pick on the other side. And I wouldn't actually be surprised to see Fnatic, if they want to send Sana down to try and help the bottom lane, because you have the lantern option to set up an early kill.
And we do see that Doran shield for a little bit of aggro from that bottom lane. Looks like they will get a 2v2 matchup down there. Wards are going out. And we've seen that be a problem for a lot of teams towards the late game, not warding as a team. The picks start to happen. It's how Fnatic came out big with their pick comp earlier. They just kept grabbing the front line as they tried to go out for some warding.
Look at this start here. They're going to spot San when he moves in. Staying ready for Fnatic's side. And it's going to be delayed.
So, we're going to see OMG now. A little breather for themselves. We see San raising his hand. May just be a peripheral issue for that. But we did talk a little bit about OMG's emotions, kind of having the jitters coming in. We saw Champion Select take a little bit longer as some of them needed to step aside last time. But they seem a bit more composed here. Hopefully they'll be able to start the game that way as well.
Yeah, people really need to realize how much pressure there's on OMG.
A ridiculous amount.
Thinking back to All-Star, when they lost the final to SKT1K, when they came back to China, we heard a lot of stories about how the community was very harsh on them. Pomelo, who was the jungler at that point, he was like, okay, I pretty much have to stop playing here because everyone is telling me to step off the team. And the community can be very harsh on certain players, and especially when you're representing your entire region and you kind of are China's team here at Worlds.
Well, you can see it is San that's pulled the pause, hasn't got his headset on just yet, so clearly an issue of some kind. We're just waiting to see how that will get sorted out. But how do we take these two team compositions overall? You talked about, obviously, Fnatic. They're looking at getting in, getting out. This is quite a different comp. I mean, technically still a pick comp that Fnatic always run.
Sure, I mean, as soon as you have a castle, then you kind of always fall into
always
like a pick
that
comp style. And also we see Reckless on Lucian here, being very aggressive in the way he plays. You always want to look for these one-on-ones or 2v2 fights, which is what you can do on Lucian. But OMG is really running what I would call an OMG-style comp. A lot of focus on 5 versus 5 team fighting here, and just hard engage on the enemy, and just start rolling over them. Because again, we keep talking about this Evelynn pick. Even though that's new from Loveling, the fact you can flank around if Fnatic doesn't have pink wards on the sides to get you engaged, follow up with Nami, and then you have so much AoE damage from both Zilean and Aurelia coming in with her ulti just to take down targets.
Definitely going to be interesting to see how Loveling utilizes that. San getting his team audio turned up a bit. It was too low, so he didn't want to go into battle without being able to communicate with his team right away. We'll get that fixed up. Still looking at the rest of the team, scaling for OMG to come in here. We said it was going to be about a late game, and it seems like they've put together a composition, as Fnatic has, to do just that and be pretty safe in that mid game.
And there's a pretty good power spike for OMG in the mid game here. You have Aurelia getting Trinity Force, your AD carries building Trinity Force as well, and of course Zilean is just super, super strong in early mid game fights with his damage, and then late game he becomes more about the ulti and the utility he brings. So you have some very good Trinity Force power spikes from OMG's side, and that's what really cost them games yesterday. The fact they were weaker in the mid games and still took fights, because they are a team who will contest every single dragon, every single baron, every single buff if they can. And it cost them yesterday against the Rumble picks. They didn't know how to handle it, and they always lost the mid game fights.
We have to see also if Going can get himself really in a place where he can carry the team, can do some damage. We saw him kind of get hit up on Kale, 0-7-7. Versus Samsung Blue, and Maokai in his previous game versus LMQ 0-3-4. So he hasn't really been able to contribute to the team too much. A little bit of focus towards him.
And the problem is he was up against a bit of a lane bully. He's not the same power that Lulu used to be back before the changes, of course, to the picks, but very much going to be under pressure early on in terms of farm. You can see he's already picked up the Crystalline Flask to start with, so expecting that harass early on.
Yeah.
For sure, and Lulu is one of the champions who can fall behind and still be very useful. But she wants to be in the one-on-one. She wants to be able to bully her lane in the start.
All right, well, let's see what bullying can start here. We are back onto the Rift. Not much time has passed, and teams haven't seen each other too much. At least San doesn't know that Yellowstar and Reckless are down here in the brush waiting to get an attack on. No skills chosen yet for San. Doesn't look like it would help him that much either. It's really about Yellowstar, and if he has that, usually taking Flay in the beginning for Threshes, but a play with a hook could definitely be made to blow that flash early on San. Very good patience. San does not step too far forward. And it looks like we are going to get just an easy laning phase to start off here. And that level 2 is going to be where the pressure is really given.
Very nice start by Reckless here. You hit the minions and you get a hit onto San as well, just to get some early pressure here, but OMG instantly trying to respond. It's all about the race for level 2 down this bottom lane, and right now it's definitely in favor of Fnatic.
Yeah, you expect them to be a little bit aggressive. They have got a Lucian Thresh after all. It is a very strong combo, so expecting to put the pressure on certainly in the early levels. So no surprises. We see Reckless pushing in. Had a fantastic performance earlier today, of course, beating out Deft, which is going to give him ginormous amounts of confidence as the AD carry.
Oh, for sure. I mean, this is a combo, Yellowstar and Reckless together on Lucian and Thresh. I mean, if you land the hook, you can be super aggressive. But once you miss it, you're going to take a lot of poke in return from OMG's bottom lane here. But the level 2, heavily in favor of Fnatic, because they were starting in the bush. They got the first Q from Reckless onto the minions and onto Sand, just giving a small advantage in the start.
Lots of hook being thrown out by the Threshes of all the games today. Not so many hitting, but in the late game, they have been making extreme plays. But you miss every hook you don't throw, so you got to take these chances. Still creating pressure. The level 2 comes in for Fnatic to start out here, and they keep it pushed pretty well against Dade and Sam.
You can really see how Fnatic value this good start for Reckless on this Lucian, because Yellowstar, once again, he's starting with the Ignite. He has the Doran Shield as well. Like, this is full lane dominance focus. No GP10 item for him on Thresh. So they want to make sure they can win this bottom lane 2v2 and make sure Reckless gets a good start.
Very early backs here for Fnatic. Go straight out, get themselves a couple of items out there. You can see second Doran's Blade being picked up. So they want to be overly aggressive, I feel, in this bottom lane. We did see Dade going back as well. He realized he needs to go get a chunk of wards just like Yellowstar has. So we'll see how that early back pays off. It does, of course, mean that Sand will get himself a bunch of free farm, keep himself even with Reckless in farm.
It's going to be a pink ward war here. Who sets theirs down first to get it taken out? Looks like they're going to keep it safe, but Yellowstar could easily lose that on the side of Fnatic. You're going to read this one out, and they knew it. Very good homework done by both sides. Should have enough for this, and it's going to be the roam down actually from Cyanide. Double buff Ignite goes down. Dade's getting, Dade 777 getting hit up. He's going to get first blooded just off of nothing.
But that was such a nice setup by Fnatic here. You saw Cyanide move down with Yellowstar, and they knew Dade 7 would come toward. Let's see what happens in mid lane here, then we can talk about it.
Oh, they're going to keep on pushing around. Lovelin, unsure, unseen actually. He will spot, and that's another pink ward being used by Cyanide. Good early vision from Fnatic here, setting up that kill.
And a very good ward as well in the jungle here. Notice how the wards on the Golem and at the Wraith camp. When you're against Evelynn, it's all about deep wards on the camps, so you can spot her when she starts to clear it. She gets out of her stealth, and then you know where she is on the map. But the play before here, it was so smart because Yellowstar was waiting. He knew Dade was going to come back to lane with a pink ward, and he was going to place it, so he just waited and waited, walked in, found him, and Cyanide was already ready to join in and pick up the first spot.
Dade holding his flash so he doesn't get taken down by a hook in lane. Still trying to keep it safe there. Cyanide not done yet. Trying to go from lane to lane, possibly getting one on this, but he does not have red, and he cannot connect off of that to keep cool on the slow. Doing quite well for themselves in the mid lane. Looks like Peke is going to get it back here. Cyanide will soak up some farm for him as Loveling is making sure that Cool is as safe as can be.
We'll see how this trade works out. Of course, Peke will fall behind in terms of CS. He is against the Zillion, a very strong laner early on. Of course, Cassidy needs to get going. Soaz very high in lane here. This is a desperate trouble for him. He will be able to shield and speed himself up. Goin's actually pretty low on this one. Baited into it by Soaz there. Now Loveling's going to catch on. Has to get the flash across. Can speed himself up. And Loveling's going to give chase. Should be able to get on with the hate spikes. One more hit. The shield goes on. The hate spikes are still going. He's got no support. Peke couldn't join him. He'd already gone back to base. And it's the first kill for OMG.
And this is one of the very strong points about Aurelia up in this top lane, is even against a ranged champion, you're going to take a lot of poke, but it simply means you can set up your stun easily when the jungle gank arrives. And Going, he will always max his E first, which means longer duration on the stun, more instant burst as well. Easy pick up here by OMG, and no wards to actually try and spot out where Loving was on the top side of the map.
I did see Soaz throw a ward down there for a second. Peke usually running that teleport. Maybe was looking to see if he had it, but switches to Ignite before the game actually went into play. Might have been trying to get something out of that. Could have been help from Cyanide, but nonetheless, good pressure still from Cyanide in the bottom. Yellowstar's taking a lot, but that baits OMG in just enough, but not enough to get them for the full grab on that fight. Level 6 Sand able to draw some big damage here.
Yeah, we just saw the damage. Oh, Yellowstar flashing away here. Cyanide still down this bottom lane, but he was already recalling.
But that was the flash from San, and that is a flash that's now down that surely Cyanide's got to be looking at and thinking, I fancy that one. Of course, Peke has hit level 6 now, so his Rift Walk's available. That is dangerous, aggressive play from San.
It is. It definitely opens up for Fnatic to set up a roam here. Teleport was used in top lane by Source, so he won't be joining, but xPeke can roam down towards this bottom lane here, land a hook from Yellowstar, and easy pick up then onto San here. But aggressive play. I mean, they, as a bottom lane from OMG, has been underperforming a lot. Now definitely trying to make some big plays. Didn't actually work.
You see Peke, or rather Soaz is back here, putting some rings on the finger. Knows he'll probably find a little more aggression from Loveling, so he's going to need that HP in the ganks. 1-to-1 across the board here at 8 minutes. Good forcing into the jungle here from Fnatic. All the pink wards that OMG has laid down, super defensive. Fanatics are sitting in the river. They've been there for a while. Another one right inside the Wraith, giving them vision of Loveling. 6 on Peke, and the safety of the Lantern. We could expect to be seeing them do that the entire game.
Well, Dade coming around, get a little bit of poke on towards Peke there, but he wasn't too flustered by that one again. As you mentioned, that ward earlier on in race spots that out early on. Blue buff is going to be taken by Peke here, and that's going to be gifted across. Looking at Soaz, of course, has gone towards that triple ring build that he's pretty much commonly goes towards. Good pressure from Go-Going. Has he got enough here? The shield turns around. Glitterlance does not get fired towards Go-Going. Happy to just continue farming. Pretty low on mana though, Soaz, so Go-Going starting to give him some serious pressure in this top lane.
Yeah, again, once you hit level 6 on Aurelia, you get a huge power spike with your ult, and you can suddenly start trying to all-in people here. But Soaz, whenever he's one-on-one on Lulu, you just talked about it, triple Dawn Ring pretty much every single time. He wants the lane dominance. Let's see what happens down the bottom lane. No flash on San.
Oh, the bubble onto Cyanide. This could be big. He is going to go down. The team says, sorry, buddy, we cannot help you with that one. Couldn't grab the Lantern.
And every single member from OMG was standing on the Lantern here. He can still click it, but it just becomes even harder. Let's see what happens in mid lane.
Peke turns it back around on Cool here, tries to put the pressure on him, turns around with a couple of buns. Oh, Peke's going down, tries to turn it back around. The Ignite doesn't matter because Cool has his ulti, and he will be safe.
So 2 very aggressive plays by Fnatic, one in the bottom lane, one in the mid lane, and both completely backfired. Counter gang from Loveling and a nice bubble by Dade 7. Suddenly Cyanide is dead. And then in the mid lane, xPeke has one job, farm, farm, and farm. You don't have to try and all in a zillion.
Good back and forth as OMG gets a bit of what they want here. The mid game can start to sway in their favor. The Dragon nicely taken. See the Catalyst being taken out by Peke, so he's going to be a little bit safer in lane. We're looking at this bottom lane right now. San in not a good spot. He blew that flash earlier. If Yellowstar can hit, slows for the hook. He is going to throw it a little late here, and the dodge just comes out quite easily.
That was an easy dodge, and San should not have got away with his life there. That is a bit of a problem for Fnatic here. Starting to fall behind early, and looking towards the team comp here. Peke is going to take a long time to get going on that Kassadin. This is not playing well for them. Ultimate was already used by Cool earlier on, but it's not quite off cooldown. Cyanide tries to catch on towards him. Loveling goes back around. Cyanide in trouble once again. The bomb is huge! Not quite enough with the red buff though, but Peke now is in trouble. Doesn't quite get gold pearl. The bomb will go off, and he will go down once again. OMG starting to put the pressure on early.
Too much aggression in this mid lane from Fnatic here. Sana jumping in as well. They saw Loveling at the Wraith camp when they placed the ward, and yet they went for their gang in mid lane here. Zilean is so strong in this early to mid game. Don't try and fight him.
They're making great use of the buffs from Loveling as they're still just revolving around him. It's like they have glue on their hands. If it's not the slow or the speed up from Cool to keep him in range, Loveling is right there to keep kicking you in the backside. Pressure to the mid lane. Yellowstar's getting his roam on now, but this leaves the 80 carries to farm it up.
And while we talked about OMG and their morale on the team, how down they would be going into this game here, getting a good start, getting a few kills, you completely forget about the games yesterday and you fully focus on this now and you believe in yourself. They want to kill Source in this top lane.
It's a 3-man dive.
Yes,
you
no
can see Cool is heading up here as well. Soaz in desperate trouble. Cyanide has just backed away. Now he's heading here. I'm not sure he's going to get close enough though. Wild growth available for Soaz. Tries to run away. In comes Cool. They tried to gift it across. Is the bomb enough? I'm not too sure. Cool will go down to the ultimate. There's the bomb going down. Cyanide can't get close to this one. And OMG strike again.
They're simply just pressuring Fnatic in every single lane now because they're getting the kills in mid lane, they're getting the kills in bottom lane. It simply opens up the map. Going once again, get the stun on the source, and you can just go for the dive.
Definitely not looking happy in that player cam as well. Soaz looks like he was getting a call from Cyanide that he maybe should have left that situation. Great play from going in the top lane to create these opportunities for the team, and roam from OMG to keep the fights going. We all know when there's an objective or a turret to be had or a fight, OMG will continue to go for it.
And Loveling in this game has managed to be pretty much everywhere he needed to be. Every single time Sana tried to gank, Loveling was there instantly for the counter gank, turn it around together with his team, and get the kills onto Fnatic. It's not even the Evelyn pick itself, because Fnatic has had a lot of deep wards in the jungle to spot him every single time. It's just Loveling being at the right place at the right time, knowing where Sana wants to gank.
While all that action was happening in the top lane, Soaz again caught out, stunned up, a lot of damage going down. Going fancies this one, Wild Growth going down. Cyanide still not even close. Soaz trying to turn this trade around, but doing next to no damage to going in that top lane. What I was about to say is the fact that Reckless, he had to use his flash earlier on. He doesn't have it available right now, but they're still going to go for this one.
Flash play, the box is down. Dada stays in. Will they be able to take him out? But this leaves Sand to just dish out damage from the back line. That is going to be going coming in. Soaz is going to try to do what he can as well. Already Dada falls. And this is Lovely coming down. He's going to start putting in some damage. They give it over to Cool, who's only getting bigger. And Peke's there to kind of watch the fight happen.
That was definitely a mistake in the communication from Fnatic here, because Reckless, he wanted to take the Lantern and get out of the fight. And Source didn't cancel his teleport. He was just left for dead. He teleported in to 4 people here. It's not over yet.
Well, OMG still pushing on. They fancy the turret. They're going to let the wave crush that one out. They can turn back on there. And that was a quick collapse from OMG. Good reactions from Fnatic, but like you said, that teleport was not in the right place. Lovely hooked in, but nobody's there to follow through. Blue buff looking to be stolen away. Cyanide's going to try and smite it. Doesn't quite hook it. Went way too early on the smite there. And Lovely picks that one up.
A lot of wards got cleared out by OMG. There used to be pink wards on the bottom of the map for Fnatic, but now OMG able to run freely. They have it covered. 1 minute coming up on a Dragon. Let's see this one more time in these teleports. Great start for Fnatic.
Yeah, I mean, the idea is great. You can win the 2v2 fight here. They get the kill. Now, Fnatic just wants to disengage as soon as they kill Dada. Yellowstar places the Lantern and walks back to his own tower. Reckless just want to click the Lantern and get out of the fight. That's where the miscommunication from Fnatic comes in. Because Soa's like, okay, I'm going to join. Now he might die in top lane again.
Oh, Soaz getting absolutely picked on right now. He's not going to live. It's Cool with another bomb. And Cool, 4-0-1 right now on Zilean is going to be a massive problem.
And this is the player we're used to seeing in the LPL. Whenever he gets a lead in the mid lane, he will just roam to the lanes and pressure every single lane. Fnatic trying to push this mid lane, everyone collapsing onto them.
Oh, this could be bad for Fnatic. The bubble comes out, but do they know they're walking right into Loveling? It's not close for San, though. San trying to come into the fight. Loveling getting a few hits off on Yellowstar. A very split fight to start, and none of Fnatic can help each other on this one. Yellowstar says, follow me. I will be the one for the team to die.
And for official Lamb there. Peke was taken very low as well, but the Dragon is spawning. It doesn't seem that OMG are going to go for it just yet. They are backing off. We'll see whether their timing is working out. That's actually going to give Fnatic a chance to get back in there.
Yeah, not sure why OMG just didn't go straight for the Dragon. I mean, Cool was pretty healthy as well. Cool just taking it down now. Fnatic might still try and rush back. It could be a bait from OMG saying, we actually want you to come down for this Dragon here. We want you to try and start a fight, and then we can just kill you because we are so far ahead. Seems to be the reason for them not actually starting the Dragon. Simply trying to bait Fnatic in.
Trying to draw Reckless down to this bottom lane. I don't think he's going to come too close. The tower will go down to the minions. Now the Dragon's going to get started off. Fnatic can't contest this one. It's a 6,000 gold differential between the teams. That's going to stretch to close to 7,000 the moment this Dragon goes down. It is a gigantic lead, 16.5 minutes in, a complete contrast to the Fnatic we saw against Samsung Blue.
A lot of calculated aggression here. Usually we see just going getting the ganks, San and Dada getting the ganks, but now coming in for Cool, he's 5-0-1. They're not going to be able to go in on that because OMG is just wiping the vision of Fnatic. They don't even know what's going on in the node jungle.
No, this early game has been individual misplays from Fnatic, xPeke dying in the mid lane to Cool, and then also every single time Loveling wasn't on one of his camps and he was gone from the map, Fnatic still actually went for the ganks down this bottom lane, and he was just there to counter gank him because we saw Sand use the ulti down his use his flash down the bottom down his bottom lane. So we knew Fnatic was going to focus on it, and so did Loveling. So he was just staying around the bottom side of the map, didn't show himself on one of the camps, and instantly Asana was there, turned it around, and suddenly the whole snowball just started.
Problem is, Fnatic, they're going to be pushed back into their base sooner than they know right now because there's such a gigantic difference between all of the champions. Just look at the mid lane. I mean, gold differential alone has got to be enormous. You can see the Athene's already complete. 6,700 to 4,600, 2k gold difference between just your two mid laners. Rod of Ages still yet to be completed by Peke, while you can see, of course, Cool sitting on the Lucian boots, already with the home guard on them, and the Athenes.
And OMG finishing up the Triforces.
Wearing Lucian's boots. Why not?
The jungle items as well, and the plethora of pink wards in their inventory means they just want more fights. We've talked about it quite a bit, and it suits their style so well. I think it's from the region, maybe.
Well, I mean, OMG is really hitting their mid-game power spikes now, and for them to just win this game, and the win condition from the start of the game for them was, okay, power up early game, get your Trinity Force, get your Athenes completed, and now you just force Fnatic to teamfight because you are so much stronger. Kassadin needs so much more time to scale up at the moment. Every single member from OMG is going to be a lot stronger than him. Maybe if we ignore Dade 7, I'm not sure he can one-on-one xPeke. We might get to see it later.
Well, we'll see how this one progresses. Rod of Ages finally picked up by Peke. That's going to take a while to get going. Yellowstar caught out of position. He's in all sorts of trouble. No escape here. The rest of his team coming around to try and save him. Flashes away. He's safe for now. The wave doesn't land. And Fnatic are scattering around their own jungle. But it does seem they've got away.
Doesn't seem like they have the vision to get back into this one. It almost looked like they could have re-engaged, but blindly. And they make the safe choice to get out of that one. OMG is controlling so well inside of Fnatic's jungle.
This is a possible problem for OMG. When they get ahead, they go a little bit aggressive, maybe, just maybe, a little bit over the top sometimes. And Fnatic may be able to squeeze their way back into it, but that is a big, big ask, and they need to really work in their favor, and somebody like maybe going to be off on his own, not involved in the fight.
And that was a completely risk-free fight from OMG because they had all the wards in the jungle of Fnatic, and they were the ones to engage onto Fnatic as well. It wasn't diving onto a tower, it was finding them in the jungle. You see all the wards on the top side here. It's basically just OMG taking control, using the mid-game power spike to choke Fnatic out of their own jungle. And if you're ever going to find them there, you're going to engage onto them.
And something, you know, Fnatic may have been caught by is they are going up against two completely different play styles today in Samsung Blue and OMG, and maybe just tunneled on one a little too much during practice because OMG seems to be getting their way with everything they want.
And the strangest part in Pele is they picked a fast, early, aggressive, good mid-game team comp against Samsung Blue. It's exactly what they needed to pick against OMG. You knew this was what was coming from them. And yet they seem to have picked a, hey, we can sit back and just farm a little bit. It does not work against OMG.
No, I mean, they did have the Lucian pick here for some of the mid-game power. Lulu as well is strong in this mid-game into late game. But the Kassadin pick up then, at least run a teleport so you can try and help your side lanes, or if you make a mistake in the mid lane, you have to teleport to kind of get back into lane and just keep farming. Don't go for lane pressure against a Zilean who has his ulti as well, just to stop him from killing him.
Ooh, that's a risky play. Peke went Rift walking in a little bit too early. Gets caught out, but he manages to get the wild growth out from Soaz. That keeps him alive, but now tower goes down. It's Sam that keeps on pushing. They are not giving up just yet. They finally will back away. Dragons a minute and a half away. There's not really any other objectives. There's a big wave coming in the bottom. And OMG have complete control of this jungle.
Yeah, look at the side lanes here. OMG managed to start a slow push in both side lanes, and then they group mid lane, forcing Fnatic to stay at the tower and defend, and just waited for all the waves here to push into the tower. Someone needs to go top lane as well from Fnatic to defend. For now, OMG happy just getting one tower, go back to base, use your gold, buy some wards, and be ready for this dragon spawning in 1 minute, because you have to get it. You are so far ahead at this point. Don't let Fnatic back in the game.
Well, OMG is definitely going to want to fight for it. Still looking at Reckless to complete a core item here. 21 minutes into the game as he's pieced together a few things here and there. Looking for that crit to the Infinity Edge with the early Brutalizer to help him out with damage in lane. It hasn't helped him get too many kills. He does have that one kill right now, and we know he can explode towards the late game, but will they have the time to get there? OMG is really turning up the team.
Cyanide spotted out there, and that's just the difference that we've been seeing a lot throughout this tournament. It's the fact that European teams, they will go in, they will ward, but they just won't protect them. They'll just have the back straight out. And again, OMG, you saw how quick cool was to protect that pink ward. Cyanide caught out, has to leap away from the Aqua Prison. We do see Peke, he's in the top lane, he's getting his farm on. That's exactly what he needs. But he needs to start getting some kills on the board, and at the moment there's just zero opportunity for that.
Yeah, so credit to OMG here. They have actually improved from yesterday's performance, where they would place all the wards like we see some of the Western teams do, and just leave them and just let them die. This time around, they defend their wards. They know they have the lead, and they want to keep the control on the map here. Pushing up the lanes once again. Dragon is up if they want to just go back and take it once his wave is clear.
Good pressure on San there, took him low. Cool takes himself a tower hit as well, but that bomb is doing work on Fnatic, and OMG back away. Dragon spawns. Don't think Fnatic are going to want to get closer to this one. It's another chunk of gold and experience going OMG's way.
There are two good wards from Fnatic that placed before when OMG went back to base, so they might actually look to see if they can get a pick. Cool. Let's have Chrono Shift if it is.
Just a few steps ahead on that one, and Fnatic doing everything in defense. In this case, not working out as a good offense either. 23 minutes on the clock, 8-2, and you can just see Fnatic's pink wards are slowly being placed further and further towards their own base, just so they can protect them. And now OMG is happy to move their wards forward. Reckless clearing out 210 to 176 in that lane, so he is keeping himself going, but they cannot fall into the position where he's off farming and the team is trying to do things alone. That gets them into trouble.
Yeah, once you start losing your auto turrets, it also becomes even harder to sit and farm in the side lanes, because there's always the risk of the enemy team simply move into your jungle and just move in right behind you and kill you here. So Fnatic at the moment just have to kind of get all the farm they can close to their own base, keep the defensive wards up, and then hope OMG will be too aggressive, opening up for Fnatic to get a pick here. It's going to be the way back in the game, but they really have to hope OMG is going to be way too aggressive.
Fnatic got to be careful in their own jungle right now, because there was a lot of pings on them from OMG. They knew their position. They are going to sweep across and try and go towards this bottom tower. Fnatic are reacting, going across that top safely, apart from Peke, who will just rip walk around the back door. Reckless in prime position to prevent OMG from pushing any further on that tower.
Cool. Feels safe to put himself here a bit on the front line. The team is ready and waiting to help him out. You can see Fearless with that blue buff in and out, cooling down his times, throwing out the bombs. You can see San ready to throw out living artillery. There's also double blue buff on the damage dealers here to help out. The whole team's about to converge in on, as Jet likes to call them, the death turrets.
Go and shove that mid wave up, which has pulled Peke away. And OMG are just waiting for a moment to strike here. Fnatic, they've held strong on this tower for a while. Obviously, they caught San out last time with that ultimate, which burned his hit point down. But again, they need to do the same again. They're desperately keeping this wave away. Peke using that movement to get back in position, and OMG have kind of held status quo for a while here. Fnatic are doing a good job defending.
Yeah, OMG is not really using going at this point. He's standing with his team, just fast pushing mid lane, then he runs back to his team here. He can never really get in onto the tower here, so unless OMG wants to dive Fnatic onto the tower, they could have going just split pushing at this point. He's so strong in a one-on-one.
Again, the poke on San draws him away. He gets taken low, has to step up, and I think that may well slow the siege down. OMG not giving up yet. There is a cheeky ward just off to the left-hand side around the Wolves, which has actually been spotting Lovelin and going very well, cutting across. So right at the moment, Fnatic know they are very safe right now. That finally, going spots the ward off the side, but there is still the one on Wolves, which gives them all the information they need, because look at the waves. Mid lane, that's going in Fnatic's favor. Top lane, that's holding strong. OMG pushing in. They're going to finally try and brute force the way off this one.
Could be big if Loveland can get in range for the ultimate. Actually backs off just before it looks like he's about to hit it. So the turret does go down. Fnatic lets that one go. They know it'll be safer to fight at their base, but they are losing quite a bit here. Only 26 minutes into the game.
Yeah, mid lane and top lane is pushing as well down towards Fnatic here. Opens up for OMG if they want to leave this bottom lane and start pushing some other lanes here. But I really still feel like they should take going. He's a Trinity Force Irelia. He's the strongest member in a one-on-one on the map. Let him split push. He has teleport ready. You have disengage on Nami, even on Zillion, if Fnatic engage onto you, and so you can wait a few seconds for going to join in on the fight.
OMG's definitely rocking the buddy system on this one, especially helping going out with that chrono shift if he needs it. Fearlessly diving into these fights with San on the back line to throw out the living artillery. Not so much on this one. They want to make sure the hook goes the way they want it, and so far it does. calling from Reckless to give him a little bit of breathing room here on the turret. But right now, when OMG wants something, they pretty much take it. So they're going to wait for this next wave all the way past River before they go again on the turret.
It's all about this top turret here, because now Fnatic actually managed to push the mid lane and the bottom lane, so OMG won't get any help from the minions in those lanes, and therefore, they realize it pretty quickly. We just have to back away. We're just going to stand here otherwise. Fnatic can keep trying to wave clear. We have to dive them if that's the option. Instead, they back away. Can now set up for the next dragon as well soon.
A few bit of spikes and damage. Needlessly large rods for both Peke and Soaz here. Trying to find a spot where they can use them. They're able to clear out a few of the pink wards that have given them hell inside their jungle. Minute 15 on that dragon, so Yellow Star putting a few wards in place to get ready for that objective, which OMG will definitely be on the front doorstep of. Already the Quicksilver Sash here from Sand to make sure he is not locked down in these fights.
And this Lulu pick from Source is just another reason for why OMG should have going splitting, because if he can pull Source up to the top lane in a one-on-one, you pretty much remove all the wave clear except for the Lucian at the tower, making it a lot easier for OMG to get in with all the ranged champions they have and actually get damage on the towers here, because the Little Ants from Lulu is doing a lot in terms of wave clearing. But for now, OMG decided not to keep sieging. Want to start baiting up around this Baron here. They need a lot of wards in the jungle of Fnatic to spot them, because there's some very mobile targets here who can jump over walls and try and come around OMG if they start the Baron. And it could be the way back for Fnatic if they can steal this Baron and get a few kills.
Could also be a way of getting caught out. OMG absolutely will pound.
It is definitely risky.
Very risky plays from Fnatic. They have to maybe make a very big play. Cyanide's been known to get the smite steals on if the Baron gets started, so they've got to make sure he's taken out of the equation. OMG will be looking to try something here. Going caught out, but it goes aggressive on towards Soaz. The lands are thrown out, but he just can't get on it. And he just gets destroyed by OMG as they push straight up towards the inhibitor turret.
That was such a big mistake by Source here. Fnatic had good wards in their own jungle. They could have held off the Baron and then bursted down instantly here. OMG, they're not done.
A great job by OMG to clear the games yesterday out of their head and come into these ones fresh, really putting the pedal to the metal. Everybody stepping up on the team, and we can see them fearlessly now walking into Fnatic's base. Sub 30 minutes to drop that inhibitor turret. They will be back, and everything, like I said before, is being used in defense. All the ultimates, all the summoner spells for Fnatic, so it's hard to re-engage on anything that comes to the table here.
Well, OMG take down the tower. Fnatic trying to push them out here, but it's simply the dragon that they're moving towards, holding steady just in case Fnatic do decide to try and push out heavily here. Fnatic themselves, though, maybe looking to counter, try and sweep out, clear all those pink wards out that have just been placed by OMG, so they'll get themselves a minor part of vision, but I don't feel it's going to last too long.
And they're making this game so hard for Peke as well. I don't know when the last time he got a blue buff was. It's kind of hard to be casting without blue buffs.
And it's also very hard to pick up farm in the lanes when you've lost so many towers already and you know the enemy team is walking around in your jungle here. I'm looking at the items from OMG, however. They're not buying a lot of wards. We have been watching some of the Korean teams, Alliance, Cloud9, Fnatic as well, and some of the games we've seen earlier, buying a lot of wards when they're ahead to simply push the advantage, take full control of the map itself. OMG has a pink ward, and they have one sidestone. That's your wards. That's not enough if they actually want to bait the Baron here and want to completely choke Fnatic out of their own jungle. It's going to be too easy for Fnatic. Look at their pink wards already to just safely stay around their own red buff, and if OMG starts the Baron, then Fnatic can engage onto them.
Well, Fnatic pushing down that mid lane. They're going to try and get themselves a quick turret here. OMG fast to react though, so Fnatic will back away once again. Can't quite get that turret down. Going. Blade surges onto the last minion, tries to chase on, and Cyanide leaps away to save himself. His life sped up by Cool. That is a scary, scary deal. Cool tries to catch on towards them. Instead, will bomb out the minions, wipe out that wave. Remember, this is an exposed inhibitor. I'm not sure that Hook's really what Fnatic want. Instead, Lovely goes aggressive on towards Peke.
Throws down the Randuin's Omen. Peke is forced to keep walking away on this one. The inhibitor should be theirs. They have 4 green wards after this if they are able to make it back to Baron and set those up, but it looks like they're staying for the long haul. Sand walks into that one, but he has picked up that Quicksilver Sash for the exact reason. Looks like they will continue on to Peke, but they are going to find solace under this turret.
Another hook flashed away from Fnatic, going to try and chase on towards this one. Reckless, he desperately wants to get some damage down, but there just simply is too much from OMG. They didn't have to burn anything. A single flash was used in that entire engagement by OMG.
And they're just so far ahead here. Fnatic, they knew they could only try and go in for some poke, and then they had to disengage instantly. Couldn't go for a straight up fight against OMG, so inhibits are gone. And just as we were talking about the wards earlier, OMG actually went back, picked up quite a lot of wards on all of their members here. So now they're ready to set up around this Baron here. You're gonna have super minions pushing into the mid lane. Let's see what OMG wants to do and how they can execute this Baron.
6 green wards from Going, Leveling, and Cool, 2 each, and then the pink wards being brought in from Sand and Dade, because they probably have pink wards on the map already that you're seeing here towards the top. We're going to get those laid out. We're going to turn that top side of the map into a light bright for the rest of this game. The security system, whose is going to be better for the vision? 9-2. OMG's been getting the kills they want to make the pressure on the turrets, but it's about the objectives for them. They will always contest it, as we said, and right now they're going to be forcing Fnatic into a sticky situation.
They're trying to set up a death push, but I'm not sure they want it. Going's going to find Cyanide. He has to jump away. They tried their best to protect that singular pink ward, but it is just so hard right now. They are so far behind. Over 12,000 in gold. OMG very much with all the items they require. Fnatic do have a little bit of damage starting to build here, but they have to evacuate once again. They do get a slowdown on Go, and he's sped up, trying to catch on towards Blade, surges through, gets on towards Yellowstar, draws out the ultimate. Go and gets hooked in, but again, they do pull out the Zillion ultimate this time around. Reckless tries to pummel them with the Cullen. They're going to give chase. The Going's ultimate is going to run off. They can get the kills now, but the question is, can they find them?
I don't know. Sand slowed, and he does actually back off of that. He's just hitting the red buffs to get the slow on. Fnatic getting a little bit of ground there, and OMG realized that was not the fight that they wanted. Still calculated in their aggression.
Yeah, we did see though again the idea from OMG here, just speed either the Evelynn or Aurelia and just rush onto Fnatic here to start the fight. But there's still a lot of kiting potential from Fnatic, a lot of poke here that can land onto them. Sana just taking the lantern out, and this also means behind them.
Going comes around, Cyanide in trouble, tries to flash away. The leap not available, just comes off the cooldown. Going can't catch on towards him. Yellowstar flashes away, Loveland pushes in towards it. Reckless putting good damage down. xPeke comes around the side, and again OMG forced to flash away the Zillion ultimate. Once again used on Loveland and not required.
And we saw here nobody from Fnatic wanted to just jump straight in here and try and get the Zillion ulti procced on Loveling here. They knew if they jump in now, it is suicide. Everyone from OMG standing together. Nice little teleport by Going behind Fnatic, who was starting to clear the wards in the jungle here. It is still fully controlled by OMG and Going.
What a game. Fnatic kind of holding at their own base here. They put up a brick wall, have stopped themselves from dying. They are losing quite a bit of summoner spells in these engagements, which may just give the advantage to OMG as they keep going headstrong for these fights. Going one after the other, making sure the wards are clear, because nobody can really deal with him right now 1v1.
And while OMG has had a few, like, I would call them aggressive engages onto Fnatic, they've never really overcommitted to any fights. This might actually be the first move off for xPeke. Oh, there's a lot of people from OMG to stop him.
They could manage to land the hook on towards Cool, but he's going to follow through the bombs on towards xPeke. He has to use the Sonya's Hourglass. That will be surely his death. He gets away. No, Sand comes around. Yellowstar hooked in. He's in trouble now. He will go down. Cyanide comes around the side. They all have to back away, and just like that, trying to pick up the one blue of the xPeke required, gives OMG a massive opening into the base.
And they're just pushing straight into the base of Fnatic here. Inhibitor just respawn. They can kill that one. Maybe even get a second one. OMG finally getting the picks they want into the base of Fnatic now.
Making very smart moves. It didn't take a Baron this time. It just takes roaming across the map. And like you said, getting the picks they want. The next inhibitor to fall here, and it looks like they may just stay in the base. 2 big waves coming in from mid and the bottom lane. They're going to have some eyes on Nexus turrets. If they want to go to the top side, they do have safety to go back to. And Fnatic is just getting hit on all fronts right now.
Dominant stuff from OMG in this game. That's going to be another inner turret going down, the 8th turret of the game. OMG in full control now. They just needed that one little opening to be carved for them. And Fnatic They just handed it to them on that plate around that blue buff. They think they found Loveling, but the question is, the problem is, OMG are collapsing around the side.
You think you found Loveling, but he's been a tricky guy this entire game. Yellowstar again goes down without the rest of the team as he tries to pull them away, but they will not follow him. They will be looking for the W. Cyanide's in the eyes of Loveling now, but he doesn't have enough mana to take him down, and they are running Fnatic out of their own base to buy more time. Exactly, OMG loving the kills, and they are going to keep going for it. Soaz is only going to live a little bit longer, and the death timers actually not that high. Could give these guys a little bit of time to set up defense. They do have the minion wave that just spawned, but one is pouring down the mid lane, and they have that bottom lane as well that Rekkles is trying to clear.
A lot of super minions here pushing onto the base of Fnatic. OMG, they can finish the game right here.
They're going to keep on pushing through. It is surely going to be the first victory for OMG. Fnatic give us earlier on, and now they take us, because it is going to be 1 and 2 for both OMG and Fnatic in groups. This group is wide open, and the top table is currently Samsung and Cloud9. There is the Nexus falling, and OMG answer their Chinese critics with their first victory.
And we really saw OMG here make sure they didn't go over aggressive, didn't overcommit. They tried to play it as safe as possible to make sure the lead they had going into this late game, they could just close out the game as well. It took quite a while. They could have closed this game 10 minutes earlier, but every single time they committed to one thing, they either got only a tower for it or had to back away because Fnatic managed to stop them and went back to base again. Then they thought about the Baron, went back to base again, and it took some time for them, but they got the picks they wanted to handle it.
And I'm sorry, Soaz, but Lulu in that top lane is not working. It didn't work against Cloud9 when Dade disastrously wrong. 0-1-3, I believe, against, of course, Balls in the top lane of Rumble. 0-6-0 this time around. He was caught out a couple of times, but he died to that straight up 1v1 later on, and then it just got rolling. They picked on him. They managed to find their mark. Also, you got to look at the Kassadin. Kassadin was picked into the Zillion.
Exactly.
And that is not a wise move in my opinion.
This game right here was about two things. The mid game, the mid lane, Cool getting the kills one-on-one against xPeke. He didn't have to go aggressive. He could just sit and farm, and then Loveling with the counter ganks on Cyanide in the early game. It simply meant it opened up for Cool to start roaming between the lanes. Him and Loveling just walked top lane, killed Source a few times with going. Suddenly, those three people were extremely fed, got the Trinity Forces, they got the first few items, and they could just take control of the game from there. The bottom lane just had to actually sit back and farm.
A definite statement made here coming out of OMG. Fnatic just had one hell of a match versus Samsung Blue, and now this happens. It seems like that match got maybe in their head, and they thought we could sit back, kind of play safe. We came out against Samsung Blue, and we can do this. But OMG, I'm very impressed that they came from an 0-2 yesterday to change their mentality. Going not affected by his 0-7-7 KL game that he just got hit up on over and over, but when given the chance, they all stepped up to the plate. And Cool in the mid lane, getting just a little bit of help from the jungle and Loveling was enough to catapult him on that Zillion. Amazing play there.
Well, Riv, you and me have been around a long time throughout many games, and we've seen so many times at World Championships that group stages, Day 2 can be very, very different from Day 1.
Absolutely.
All the nerves in Day 1 get out the way. Teams will play somewhat subpar, honestly, because they're just so scared about losing a game. Once they hit Day 2, OMG especially, they're like, we have nothing to lose right now going into this game. We need victories, and they threw everything at this game so early on. And Fnatic were just caught in the headlights. They had no idea what was going on.
Yeah, there were so many individual mistakes from Fnatic here. Again, the mid lane was the thing that started the whole snowball, and then also OMG realizing, let's pick a strong mid-game comp here. Let's try and get the lead and just snowball. Let's not risk being in the same situation as we were yesterday, where they were the ones who lost the mid-game and also ended up losing the games.
Well, as you mentioned, D-Man, the group now wide open, but we have more to figure out on this, so let's send it over to Shox for a first-hand account of OMG's win.
Thank you very much, guys, as I'm joined here by OMG's Cool, who played a fantastic Zillion. Cool, tell me how you were able to beat out Fnatic, who looked so strong earlier in the day.
今天你选择十王老人基兰表现得非常好，告诉我们你是怎样击败 Fnatic 的。
基兰的这个英雄选择在我们之前的训练赛里面经常会用的，也是我们打得比较熟练的一个体系，所以今天就拿出来用了。
So we practice a lot with Zillion in our practice in the past few days, and we are quite familiar with the combination. So that's why we use the champion this time.
Okay, now after yesterday, you seem to be a totally different player doing so well. What clicked in your mind after yesterday that allowed you to show up here so big today?
和昨天相比，今天你感觉完全判若两人。你觉得是什么重新激发了你的灵感，让你重新回到状态来的？
我认为昨天的比赛对于我来说就是有点紧张，因为是第一场比赛，然后也有一些压力在，就是毕竟是代表中国出战嘛，就是压力会影响到我。今天的话就是打得多了以后，也熟悉了比赛的环境，影响就会越来越少了。
So in yesterday, because it was my first day in the World Championship, I felt pretty nervous and under pressure. And today, after I'm getting quite familiar with the stage and quite familiar with the match, I'm kind of coming back to my status. And the impact of the World Finals to me is kind of mitigating.
I say, well, fantastic job. Thank you very much, and congratulations. And as for us, we're going to go back over to the guys at the desk.
Thank you very much, guys. And Fnatic, they start the day with a surprise. They end the day with a surprise. OMG stepping up their game. They just took charge and punished Fnatic for a lot of their mistakes. It felt like as the laning phase played out, OMG grabbed the lead and punished Fnatic for misplays, errors, over-aggressive plays that they shouldn't have been going for.
I have to say there must be some sort of miscommunication going on because Reckless and Yellowstar were winning bottom lane really hard early. They actually based at level 2 so that Yellowstar could go back and get 3 wards. He placed those wards in the bottom side jungle so that they could know where Eve was. So all Soaz has to do is play safe and wait for Eve to show on those wards when she clears her wraiths, her double golems. But instead he was pushing Aurelia up to her tower, and what ended up happening is he died, which gave Eve an avenue to just kind of come back into the game and kind of negated everything that Yellowstar was trying to do. So by dying, he not only lost his own lane, but kind of struck bottom lane a little bit too.
Yeah, I just want to quickly add something a little bit fun that we've got regarding the wards in Yellowstar. It is a little segment that we're going to throw in, which we're going to call a debate club. And we'll see if...
You've been waiting for this, haven't you?
I have. Freak, you quite like this play.
Yeah, so this is... I wish we could run it slower than this, but basically, clearing away the pink ward like that, normally Dade's supposed to be super safe doing that. It's on his side of the map, his AD carries nearby. There's no way, practically, there's any vision on his Evelynn teammate. And you almost never get to aggressively kill someone else's pink ward. You rarely get to do that. It's usually incredibly greedy. Bubble into red buff Evelynn, you die. And yet here's Thresh hitting it anyway. And Dade's like, why is he doing this? Why is he doing this? Evelynn's not here. Oh god, Kha'Zix. And I feel like as soon as Yellowstar shows no fear, Dade's got to be like, this isn't like every other time. They've got a jungler, and he's got to realize that.
Part of the beauty in that play is that Yellowstar only goes for that after bottom lane is pushed up already, so they occupy sand. He has to clean that wave. That is generally a good moment for you to go into that brush and clean that pink ward, and then it literally becomes like just who has the best bluff there if you have the backup. But Evelynn could be there, but yeah, it's a mind game. But it was really well played, you know. Flay into hook into lantern. Ideally, once you see the hook come out, you almost have to flash immediately. That's like the only way you can survive that.
Besides that bait, the point that I want to look at in the game was when mid lane started getting going. And it was relatively even lane in CS-wise. Zillion was kind of giving Kassadin a free lane. They're both getting equal farm. And then xPeke decided to jump in Zillion and take the 1v1 kill. And he ended up losing for it. And ever since then, the lane just turns into a place where Zillion double bombs it and runs away. And Kassadin has to wait for the wave to hit the tower and just farm. He cannot roam because it's constantly being double bombed. And you just can't stand near it. And that creates such a big window for Zillion to roam around and constantly snowball. We saw him like kill Soaz 3 times and then goes roaming bottom. And it all happened for that 1v1. He should have just okay, look, I'm getting a free lane here. I'm picking Kassadin. I'm a late game champion. Thank you for the lane. I'm not going to try to make anything aggressive. It was really close. He almost had it, but you just can't take that risk.
Yeah, Freak, I mean, OMG clearly camped Soaz. They put a lot of attention on keeping him shut down, but they just got a massive mid-game power spike or control, really, and they never let go. They never relinquished. It took a long time to finish. Nobody can argue that, but they held on to that mid-game and they kept Fnatic on their heels.
Right, so a few things I noticed from this game is Fnatic actually in a lot of ways played very similar to their game against Samsung Blue. It just paid off very differently. And that Peke is still doing very well in minion kills, right? He did well against Dade, he did well against Cool in minions, but we even saw it against Dade as well. There was a point where he has ulti on Ahri, Dade didn't, and he goes for the all-in and actually loses the fight. Casterman has barely traded the kill back, and yet ulti up still loses that battle. And here again, we're seeing Peke go for these all-ins against a level 6 Zilean, whose like big power spike is level 7, level 9, right? Like, and so he's like not even understanding how the fights are supposed to work in lane, gives away advantages there. And yet we saw OMG take 37 minutes for some reason to win a game, which is slower than it's supposed to be. You saw Fnatic actually had these really good ways at holding the pushes for a while. Like Fnatic clearly plays mid to late game fairly well, but my God, did they screw up the first 15.
Yeah, I completely agree. Unfortunately, we do have to roll this one on. There's still 2 games to get through. But before we get to those games, we're going to take a minute quickly to check in on the conversation that is taking place on Twitter. We're going to remind you earlier what the question was. And we asked all of our viewers what surprised you the most from day one Singapore and why. We picked a few of our favorite responses. And I'm just going to quickly run through. From @Satine Low, I was most surprised by Xiao solo killing Cool in the mid lane was so impressive. Double lift. That impressed you as well, didn't it?
Yeah, because everyone had ruled out Xiao except for Crumbs, actually. Crumbs, you're a prophet. But it's just ridiculous because you can think back to when LMQ was a Chinese team. They weren't top tier, and Cool has been a really dominant Chinese mid for so long. You wouldn't have expected Xiao to just come out God mode, guns blazing, and just solo kill Cool like that.
There's a lot of pressure on him. We'll see him again playing against Samsung Blue later. Right, next is from @iRosk. What surprised me the most was the individual skill of KaBuM. They are very close in lane, something no one expected once again except Crumbs. Crumbs was talking KaBuM out before the event, and they surprised you as well.
Yeah, I think that they're going to have a good showing today, and maybe they can get that win.
Maybe they can take down Alliance. We will find out. Next one's from @Yamazuya. What's up, buddy? I'll be honest, I did not expect the copious amounts of apple pie we got served on day one. Please, sir, I want some more. And I think I wouldn't mind some of that as well.
I'd like to mention that, since we're talking about Zhao, seems like the real hyperbolic time chamber just takes a little bit longer to work is North America. It goes from China to NA, goes out of it, beats up the best mid laner in China.
Yep. Is that true?
Yeah, I'm still waiting for that.
It takes a while.
I'm in the chamber, boys. Give me 2 more years and I'm ready.
All right, guys, let's roll this on. You can share your 2 cents by tweeting to us at LOL Esports. Use that hashtag Worlds. We've still got much more league action coming your way. After the break, Alliance will look to rebound and put a win on the board as they take on international wildcard KaBuM Esports. Guys, don't go anywhere. The championship returns after this.
He's going to try to do what he can as well. Already Dada fall. And this is Lovely coming down. He's going to start putting in some damage.
Looking to try something here. Going caught out, but it goes aggressive onto Soas. The lands are thrown out, but he just can't get on it.
Yellow Star again goes down without the rest of the team as he tries to pull them away, but they will not follow him.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of the Singapore group stage here for Worlds. The 2 teams are busy loading into the next match, and it will be Europe's #1 seed Alliance versus the Brazilian team KaBuM from the international wildcard. Alliance, earlier today, they had a strong early, pretty strong mid game against NaJin White Shield, and then it sort of fell to pieces as they didn't really misplay their turret pushing comp in that regard. Spirits have to be shaken. This is a game they're looking to definitely pick up as a win.
So Froggen has been great individually. I think as an individual team of individual players, these guys are generally incredibly strong. His Xerath wasn't amazing. His Twisted Fate, though, was absolutely phenomenal. And Alliance keeps setting themselves up to win games. Every single time against Cloud9, last time around as well, they are set up to win the games, but they don't seem to actually be able to pull the trigger properly. So we had this debate about what Tabs' AD carry build should have been, and sure, a Bloodthirster first can work if you're willing to go push those turrets down, which they weren't. Similarly, when their very first game against Cloud9, they had Kayle on Wicked, and if they just let him split push and ward for him, that could have won the game as well. But these guys don't seem to adapt to the game as it actually is, and they're just in this weird mix of playing the game properly and doing like the right things.
I think Alliance will shake it off very easily from the last game because they had a really solid plan going into it. They kind of derived, and eventually that's why they lost, you know, with the builds, with the actual split pushing and all this kind of stuff. But they're going into it with their picks and bans. It was perfect, suited them beautifully, just weren't able to execute. It's something that they can look at and say, oh, it was this simple. So I think they'll bounce back and do very well against KaBuM here.
Let's quickly talk about KaBuM. I think mechanically they've shown up. I think that's fair to say. Dan's in particular has really impressed me as a support player and shot caller for the squad, ex-AD carry as well. Double lift. What do you think about the team and the player and how they're handling themselves?
Yeah, Dan's actually had a pretty spectacular showing on Thresh. I mean, he's not by any means a bad support. And just one thing I want to point out is Thresh only has 2 losses so far in the Singapore stage. So I feel like one thing you have to note is any support that goes to Worlds must have great innate playmaking ability, and Thresh just kind of brings that out. That's why you see such great Thresh plays all the time.
Well, we'll have to see if this team can pull it out. Alliance, if their spirits are broken, then it will be up to KaBuM to punish them for that. Guys, without further ado, let's throw it over to the casters to get the match started.
Thanks, Quick Shot. We're all set up here at Singapore Expo for our next Rumble on the Rift. Let's see what these teams are bringing. We'll look at the starting lineups. On the blue side, it will be Alliance. That means it's Wicked in the top lane, Shook in the jungle, Froggen in mid lane, Tabs at AD carry, and at support is Nif.
And of course, that means over on the red side, it is Brazil's KaBuM Esports. That means in the top lane, it is Lep in the jungle, is Danagon, Tin Owns in the mid lane, Minerva as the AD carry, and Dans as on support once again.
And I have to say, I agree with the analyst desk here. Dans has looked so good on Thresh. Like, he's the big playmaker here. They need to secure it for him. I would like to see Lucian again from Minerva down this bottom lane, so you have some big play potential. And try and snowball the lane. I mean, Danagon, as a jungler, has put a lot of focus on Lep, at least in the first game of the day we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
Switch then down to the bottom lane, get Minerva going, try and snowball the game.
Speaking about that Thresh, I'm glad there are actually so many supports that are good at Thresh here at Worlds. We've seen so many amazing hooks just completely change games around. Definitely going to be a competitive pick here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Dan's played well. Thresh, of course, for Gorilla, the absolute crazy playmaker on that one. We just saw Yellowstone not quite working out for him in that last game. But overall, you know, Double If just called it there. The fact he's only had 2 losses at Thresh, one of them being in the last game, is pretty crazy. So we'll see if that becomes a big pick. Taipei was all about Janna. There was a tropical storm that came through incidentally. Let's just hope something bad doesn't happen with Thresh, who knows?
And we were shielded from that, so we're all right. We're here in Singapore, the second group stage underway and showing us some zany things, to say the least.
So Alliance have been looking at their KaBuM versus Cloud9 game here. And Syndra first ban against Tin Owns. He actually looked pretty solid in the laning phase, and KaBuM as a team, in terms of mechanics and in terms of laning phase, I know you talked about it, Riff, as well, they actually look pretty solid.
Yeah.
I mean, they are good laners here. They have the ability to surprise Alliance, and KaBuM is a team going into these games with no pressure at all, because they're just here to show how good they are. They're here to represent Brazil and learn as much as possible and try and surprise a team like Alliance, maybe like Cloud9.
And speaking with those working closely with KaBuM, you know, they said their first game they expected it to be a bit one-sided. Cloud9, they were a little bit upset that that went the way it did. Now against Alliance, they have seen Alliance falter, and I'm sure they want to go right for the neck if they see that weakness.
Yeah, both of these teams are 0-2 in the group, so a win here is vital for absolutely everyone. Alliance themselves coming into this as one of the favorites in the group. They have not performed or turned up, and the question is, can they be put on tilt? I mean, there's a couple of pressures. There was always question marks over Shook and Tabs when it came into big questionable situations, and right now we see Shook getting Lee Sin. That's a big champion for him here. We'll see if he can deliver.
And actually a champion we have seen KaBuM in the past ban a lot, because they don't want to play against this early pressure you can do, or you can make on Lee Sin. Shook being able to get it. It's going to be important for him and his confidence, but when you talk with Alliance, they always say, we don't tilt. Especially Shook as a jungler. They say, you know what? He plays like he does at scrims. He's learned it. He doesn't get affected by any bad plays, so he's Flash Cocoon versus Cloud9. Probably not in his mind anymore, and I love the fact we get Thresh and Rumble, who's been winning so many games and who is so damn strong in this mid-game here. KaBuM already looking to win the mid-game fights and take the game.
That mid-game fight indeed, and I love the fact that they always hover. They hover for fun, they hover for the crowd, they know just to release a little stress here in Champion Select, because a lot of things can get just tight here. You kind of get a little stressed out. It's good to keep a clear mind. we'll see that Rumble and Thresh absolutely being locked in. So now, the 3-4 pick, the answer here, or I should say 4-5 pick, coming in from Alliance.
We shouldn't forget, of course, that Alliance did have that 7-0 lead, a 5k gold advantage over NaJin White Shield. They had a big lead in the early game. It worked so well for them. What let them down a little bit was their vision. They didn't keep on pushing either. Now that we're going to see potentially Aurelia once again for Wicked, it is a comfort champion, but it just happens to be a champion that is fitting the meta right now. It is working quite well for the teams that have been picking it. Rumble, on the other hand, also had magnificent statistics. 7 wins, 1 loss so far, 4-0 yesterday here in Singapore, and has only had 2 bans against them, the last one being in the previous matchup, of course.
So one of the tactics we see, or we're going to start to see more and more, is people picking Aurelia into Rumble, simply because Rumble is great when he's with his team in the mid to late game and he can team fight. He's not so great in these one-on-ones against something like an Aurelia who can actually kill him. This means KaBuM has to send someone else up to defend against Wicked, and suddenly you have this one-on-one where Aurelia should be in the advantage, and you're going to have a 4 versus 4 elsewhere in the map where Rumble won't really get to shine in these big team fights. So let's see what Wicked can actually do on his build of it Aurelia pick.
And team fighting is something that KaBuM loves to do. They are aggressive. Danagorn wears that as his middle name. And you can see with the fact that they want Jinx all the time, it gets banned against Minerva. The resets are what they want. They want to be in these fights. Kha'Zix, however, played by Danagorn, allows him to be aggressive, and he did bring that out at the International Wildcard.
I'm happy he goes back to Lucian here. I actually like his performance against Cloud9 on it. Like, solid laning phase, you have a lot of big play potential and a lot of skirmish potential, and once again, mid-game power here from KaBuM coming in. You have the Rumble, you have the Lucian. We're going to have to see what TenOnce wants to play in the mid lane here. We have seen him play Ahri before. Would actually work great into the comp they have at the moment.
Kha'Zix, one of the highest picked champions here at the World Championships. Once again, for Danagorn, it's one of his most impressive champions. It's the one he's had the most victories on, that's for sure. So we'll see how that works out for him. Comfort picks all round so far for both teams, honestly. Of course, Tam's getting his hands on that Tristana. It seems that if he goes for this Nami, would be a comfort pick. Kassadin is available. Didn't go well in the last matchup, but this time around, maybe Froggen's hands feels confident, but Fizz was banned against Alliance in the first game of the day.
And it's been a champion Froggen has spammed in Korean solo queue, and it's a champion a lot of the players respect Froggen's ability on. When you talk with them about Alliance, they're always like, Froggen, he can carry on Fizz here. And Alliance, they want to have Froggen on these carry champions where, again, give him a kill early on. Shook loves to early gank mid lane. Get a kill onto Froggen and let him take control of the game. Let him just destroy the enemy team. Fizz is a great pick. You snowball into late game, you scale really well, you can one-on-one, you can also team fight really well on the Fizz. Alliance right now is setting up for 1-3-1. You have Tristana sitting in the mid lane, static shift, Janna there for disengage, then you have the Lee Sin who can roam between the lanes, and of course Wicked and Froggen are going to be so strong in one-on-ones.
I was just going to say I'd love to see an Orianna, but with the Fizz pick we probably won't. That's a really tough lane, and looking at the team as well, it's going to be hard to hit a shockwave on any of these guys as they're hopping in, out, jumping left and right. That's a risky pickup, but it is something that TenOnce likes to play.
So KaBuM is putting full focus on 5 versus 5 team fights on their side here, but Alliance, if it's going to fit their style, they're never really going to be grouping up in a 5 versus 5 team fight. They can just split up the map constantly, focus on split pushing, because look at KaBuM's side here. Who's going to stop Aurelia? Who's going to stop Fizz? Nobody. They're going to have to group as a unit, push down, force Alliance to come back and defend their towers or objectives, and then take the 5 versus 5.
It's going to be interesting to see whether Alliance decide to turn some aggression in this game, because they've been fairly passive. Despite the great start they had, they were finding picks, of course, against NaJin White Shield earlier on today. They went back to that passive mode, which, of course, they played against Cloud9 yesterday. You'd feel against KaBuM, this is the chance where they can show really the world, we can be an aggressive team, we can go for it. The fact that Fizz is picked in there, along with the Lee Sin, you expect a lot of focus possibly on that mid lane for Shook.
We often see it again, Froggen and Shook, great friends. They were the original members of the super team as well. They wanted to play together, exactly. I expect to see Shook in this mid lane a lot.
It's going to be crazy. We have to consider if Alliance coming in here as the super team, this is what they built for. Will they continue to go winless in the group? Remember, we'll be checking back throughout the game to see how the poll shifts. Keep voting on Twitter by sending either hashtag ALLWin or KBMWin to @LOLesports. It's about to get in game now for another one on the Rift. This one's going to be Alliance versus KaBuM. Alliance looking to pick up a win so they do not go winless within their group. And they are on to the Rift. It's going to be Alliance on blue and KaBuM on the red side.
Yeah, one of these teams will be leaving the halfway stage winless. Who will it be? Alliance or KaBuM? Representing the Brazilian international wildcard team. Qualified, of course, over in PAX. They were an unusual qualifier. Nobody expected it. They were technically the 3rd seed in their region, but they came up trumps when it counted to make it through to that final. Of course, beating PEX over in PAX to the North American. PEX, it's easy to mix up, absolutely. But Alliance, they are the #1 seed representing Europe, and currently yet to get a win on the board, which has caught so many people off guard. But it is a tough group, no doubt about it.
It is, and in this game here, Alliance, they need to be careful because KaBuM's mid to late game comp here is super, super strong, and if KaBuM manage to do well in the laning phase, take the lead, they can start taking objectives and Alliance won't be able to fight against them, and suddenly they can fall too far behind and KaBuM can take the game. So Alliance needs to be careful in these lanes here. It's going to be a lot about Shook, what he can do. You can gank top lane, Aurelia, max E, you get the longest stun duration, easy setup for Lee Sin, and of course this mid lane, Orianna has no jumps, and she's actually not running any defensive summoners like we have seen before when it's Orianna against Fizz and you're expecting a lot of action in the mid lane.
Well, not a lot of action in the early game as they get the buddy wards out. All wards pretty much holding hands here for the safety. KaBuM stays looking for the 2v2 as well.
You just saw Froggen back off there. He's now got 4 health pots stacked up. So he went back and stacked himself up those extra pots. So expecting a bit of a rough time early on against Tinones in that mid lane. It is Orianna, his favorite champion, so you'd expect him to be pretty strong on it in the early phases. Of course, we do see red buff start by Shook, not really leashed out too heavily by Alliance, while a lot of support for Danagorn on that blue buff.
Yeah, that could be a problem for KaBuM down this bottom lane. The fact they're going to lose the early push for level 2. And would actually mean Taps and Nif should be able to push the lane up and into the tower here in this bottom lane and take control of the bottom side of the map. And mid lane, of course, again, Tinones, he's just going to poke Froggen every single time he gets the chance. Flash, of course, is a defensive summoner, but take one a second one. And wow, actually KaBuM coming straight down and starting the push here. Should also get the early level 2.
So just got a glimpse in that top lane. Wicked tried to go aggressive early on. The level 1 aggression from Aurelia, it can work out, but turned it around and answered it very well and forced Wicked back.
No summoners blown just yet for this bottom side. You can see Tinones in the mid lane. Playful Tricks are coming in, definitely taking that shield and ball movement. You can easily stop that dot damage and a lot of pressure, and Tinones knows how to play this one.
And what we often see in this matchup between Fizz and Orianna is they're actually fairly even in CS in the start because Fizz has the flask, has a lot of health potions. But once Orianna managed to poke enough and get Fizz to use all the sustain he has, then he starts falling back and has falling behind. Top lane though, gang onto Lep.
Uh-oh, Lep in trouble here. He does have his flash up very low. He's trying to hold it for the last second. Scrap shield goes on and he blows the flash and goes down. Had to consider the red buff as well there. Would have taken him out past the flash.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he was actually waiting for here. After the dash from Shook, he could have just tried and flash away on the tower.
Right.
Danagorn was moving to the top lane, trying to come for a counter gank. In the end though, you get a kill for Alliance now, and you force the flash.
Oh, double flash in the mid lane as well. Froggen pushes Tinones away. Meanwhile, of course, his jungler was coming around back down the bottom lane. Tabs pulled in, has to rocket jump out. The exhaust was used out there. Nif still keeping the pressure on. Minerva was taken pretty low from that ignite, of Nif. These lanes are absolutely trading early on.
A lot of action here. KaBuM down this bottom lane again. Dance with the hook, start the fight here. They want to be aggressive all the time. Up in his top lane, Wicked still has flash ready, and Danagorn is once again looking towards this top lane. He always wants to gank for Lep.
Lep pretty much forced to push that lane with his flame spitter. Already taking control of Shook from lane to lane. Being very methodical and omnipresent right now in the beginning of this game, getting every use he can out of the buffs he's holding.
This is the Shook we were expecting to see, the Shook that, as of yet, hasn't really appeared in this tournament. Now that he is on LinkedIn, he's of course one of the few Europeans that do very well on that champion. We'll see how he delivers. This is absolutely his time to shine. Tabs in this bottom lane. Had to burn that heal early on as well as Nif's ignite, so there is still the flash and heal available for Minerva, so can get out of that sticky situation. But once again, we see Tabs and Nif putting pressure, pushing them into the tower.
Yeah, again, they did actually lose the fight for level 2, even though they didn't actually really unleash the red buff, and KaBuM did. But that's one of the powers of Lucian coming down and just instantly push lane. And also because Minerva and Dance, they like to play aggressive in the lane.
And we see Tinones warding bot, but it's Shook. Mobility boots top already. Back to make plays, back to take that flash down from Lep into consideration.
And really using the early power of Lee Sin here. He is going to be stronger than the Kha'Zix, and he wants to keep ganking, snowball his lanes.
He's going to walk in, Flame Spitter running. Wicked
wants to take damage and
hard
get
to
the
bait him. Yeah, he's trying to bait him in, trying to keep that Blade Surge going, trying to show that he's using it. There's the kick. It's going to land on towards him, but I think Lep might be safe on this one. You can see he's going to try and get away. They're going to have to tower dive, and they will go for it. They have enough damage. Wicked taking too many tower hits. He just about gets away. Shook will be able to walk off as well. And again, the gank on the top lane is successful.
And Danagorn is not there. I mean, he keeps walking up to the top lane when Shook is not there, and then he walks back to his jungle to farm, and Shook finds an opening in the top lane. If he had been there for the counter gank this time around, easy pick up here for him. He could have killed Wicked, probably also killed Shook, but obviously that's easy for us to say because we can see the entire map.
Good in and out coming from that left, being hit pretty good. Still has the equalizer, but it is going to be quite diminished. Already Wicked at level 6, left still 5, so there's going to be a lot of harass coming in that top lane. Froggen and Tinones hitting 6 at the same time here. No chum the waters there, but that is the in and the out. Fizz always playing the back and the forth in this matchup versus Orianna. It's quite just makes you want to pull your hair out. 6 minutes, actually almost 7 on the clock. Oh wow, going for the dive on this one. Thinking Playful Trickster out, and that is the utility and damage that they bring. I said it was going to be a hard matchup because they're all just going to be jumping around.
And this is a very early dives from Alliance, but they want to get the kills on the solo lane as Froggen now did manage to get the kill. Shook picked it up, but he can now go back to base, buy his items, don't have to care about losing any CS because they just managed to kill Tinones anyway.
Oh, Wicked feeling confident now. He's already burnt everything from left, and now he's just pumping out of the lane. Equalizer turned around, I think almost in frustration from the left there as he overheats, and Wicked will just back away. He's building up towards that frenzy force. He's confident in that lane matchup now.
Yeah, but that was a great turnaround here by left. There was Wicked couldn't dash away from it. She actually had to flash to get out of the ulti from left, so nice play here. Forcing the best. Let's see if Danagorn can actually use this opportunity. No flash on Wicked, no flash on Froggen in this mid lane, just for a few seconds. That's going to be hard to punish.
So the blue buff trying to be used to whittle away Froggen in this mid lane so he doesn't have the aggression to just go under the turret once again, and out with Playful Trickster. Danagorn really being shut down by Shook here. He's been all over the map and has not been able to apply from Danagorn's side the pressure he wants with Kha'Zix.
Trouble is brewing in that mid lane. Froggen out farming Tinones considerably, considering it is an Orianna Fizz matchup on the first 6 levels. Now just hitting level 7. Bottom lane also starting to put some pressure down and forcing them away. We did just see Minerva's gone back, get himself that BF sword. There's the blue buff for Froggen. And that's only going to spell yet more trouble, I feel. All this mid laner on Tinones. Danagorn getting this red buff, needs to get involved in these ganks that are happening. He's trying, but he's just a little too late to the party. This time around, Shook spotted by the ward, and he's going to go face to face with Danagorn.
Oh, the dodge out, very nicely done there. Will he be able to get himself in? Oh, a little too quick of a kick there before the resonating strike comes in, so he can't finish the damage in the end. He kicks Danagorn away, but still, Danagorn, he just came out. Now he's forced to go back again, creating 0 pressure for the team. 201 Shook. Really putting his foot down, still staying towards the top lane, see if he can catch left in an aggressive state. As you see Tinones, he does not want to get close to Froggen right now.
No, and we just again see Shook using this Lee Sin early on to win the fights against Danagorn, to gank the lanes constantly. And Danagorn can only come in for a counter gank. He can't go face to face with Shook at this point here. He needs more time. He's going to outscale him, but that's going to be, I mean, 10 minutes, 15 minutes in the future, which might not be enough for KaBuM because Alliance at the moment are just snowballing these solo lanes.
Oh, Wicked just dashing in, getting a quick basic attack onto Lep and going straight out before Lep can turn it around. Danagorn again is close by. We'll see if he decides to go there. Good culling coming out here. A lot of damage on Nif there. That's going to force him low on this turret. There's a big minion wave as well for KaBuM, but they've got no support because Danagorn's trying to help out the top lane.
Well, for now, he's actually just sitting back to farm because the lanes have been able to stay alive for the last few minutes. He is ahead in farm compared to Shook. Let's see what happens around this mid lane. Danagon is here as well.
Ultimate again. They're looking to get a refresh on that blue buff from Tanones. A nice double shockwave to bring in Froggen and Shook, and it will deter them a little bit from re-engaging. And that one, Glep very low in the top lane as he overheats. He's trying not to get pushed in.
The second they showed in that mid lane, Wicked went aggressive in the top onto Lep. You can see he burned his equalizer and his flash. Danagon finds Shook, kicks him in there. He's got the support of Froggen, flashes straight out of it, tries to force him away. Playful Tricks is not going to find him. The Ignite will not get him.
Calculated,
Just
staying alive.
About heals himself up.
Just managed to flash out here once again, though. Every time we see the two junglers meet each other, Shook has the advantage, getting all the damage on Danagon and forcing him back to base. Back into his own jungle.
And Alliance continuously looking to push this. Shook Sightstone immediately with those boots. Been putting down some deep wards as well. And we just look at the lanes. What damage has this done? The discrepancy gigantic towards that top lane. Minerva doing what he can in the bottom though to keep the pressure up.
Yeah, the way back in the game here for KaBuM is not to keep going with these solo laners for the entire game long, because they're falling further and further behind. Aurea's going to be stronger and stronger, and so same goes for Fizz in these one-on-ones here. KaBuM, they have to try and force objectives. Rumble has Haunting guys and ulti up soon. They could go potentially for a Dragon here and see if Alliance want to try and contest it, and then use the Rumble ult to win the fight.
Tabs making sure he doesn't get tagged up there. The culling comes through once again, gets interrupted nicely by Nef for that Howling Gale. This time around, Danagon was nearby, but you can see there's a ward that actually spotted him in and around that blue buff area. I think it's just timed out, but they knew that he was heading, which is why they're playing a little bit cautiously this time around. Good pressure from KaBuM. They may just take the first tower of the game here.
Minerva would love to get that. Maybe have a lane to farm it for a little bit. Up towards the top lane. Once again, this is definitely a diveable thing. Transcendent Blades coming out from Wicked. They kick him up against the wall, and they are going to take down Lep once again.
It is so hard. I mean, the guy is almost standing at his tower the entire game long, and yet Shook can just walk up, dive onto him. They're gonna need some wards if they want to spot the dive, so Danagon can move up and try and counter gank it. Otherwise, abandon the lane. You're losing it. You keep giving up kills now. Try and go for an objective. Go down towards.
They're gonna go Danagon.
They're going for Danagon now.
They can't get too close. They may be able to land the Sonic Wave. No, not quite. Tries to go for a blind swing and a miss. But they're going to get forced away here. In comes Lep. Can he come around? A good equalizer may be enough if they can catch it down there. It does separate them, but it is going to be a quick back off. Look at this though. In comes Froggen sneaking in on the side. Always going to back away. Wicked really is keeping Lep on his toes.
It's constantly looking for these fights here because they know they are so strong. Teleport was used by Lep up in this top lane as well. Danagon staying around. And Dance wants to join in as well. After they got this bot lane tower, KaBuM can look to now switch their dual lane, maybe up to the top side and try and go for another tower.
Wicked been a bit more vocal lately in the fact that he, as he does well, he makes the calls for the team, feels a lot more confident, and the team themselves feel more confident going throughout the game. So getting him early, or getting him going early rather, is a plus for everybody on the map. So far the pressure has been to the top side, and like you said, Danagon to be pressuring for Minerva, pressure for the mid lane to get those guys.
I actually like the KaBuM idea here of sending Minerva to this mid lane together with Tinones, because Fizz doesn't have a lot of safe wave clear. He has to jump into the minions, and he will take a lot of damage if he does so, which means KaBuM can actually push down this mid lane, get some damage on the tower. Seems though Froggen is not going to be interested in staying and defending. He wants more action in top lane.
Well, the ward will spot him, but you can't stick around, buddy. If there's a fish coming up out of water, you need to run the hell away. Currently though, Wicked, with the help of Shook in that top lane, just give him so much confidence in that lane matchup right now. He's just bullying every chance he gets. Blue buff given across to Froggen. He hops, skipping a jump away. In this bottom lane, they've gone a little bit far here. Dance is going to try and cut them off. It is just Tabs that's having to back away. Didn't have a great deal of vision in their own jungle right now.
But this is some very good deep wards from KaBuM, because they're setting up for the mid lane push, and at the same time they're setting up for a potential dragon, because they have these wards behind the dragon bit now to spot a line if they want to try and contest it. So I actually like the deep wards they're placing now. They just need to use them, try and apply some pressure on this mid lane, or go for this dragon here. You have the Rumble pick with the Haunting guys.
Definitely a possibility. Good wards coming out from Froggen and the rest of the team. Deep wards coming in from KaBuM into their jungle side on the red. Power spikes really coming out of the side now of Alliance. We see a bit of that Lich Bane being built up here by Froggen, but Wicked, Triforce already finished just about 14 minutes in.
That's scary, scary stuff. Already, was such an early Trinity Force.
Oh man, I feel for the top lane Lep. Seconds out, round 4, it could be coming. We see once again Chug heading in there. It's Tabza's going to have to get out of the way. The culling note from Minerva forces him away. Tab's having a little bit of problems down there. You can see he's falling behind in farm. Of course, he is in a tougher lane. Minerva being strong on Lucian early on. That ping ward battle is going to be won out as well by Dance, protecting it, if not able to get close enough. But the movement all seems to be towards his top lane right now for Alliance as they group.
And it is pretty crazy with this bottom lane from KaBuM. I mean, Minerva was actually recruited as the support, while Dance was the AD carry and the shot call at the same time. And then they decided to swap roles because Dance could use, I mean, he had a better view of the game. He had obviously the ability to make big plays on a champion like Thresh, and then he could shot call from the support side, and then Minerva could be the AD carry. And he hasn't been an AD carry for long, and yet they're actually performing really well. Down this bottom lane 2v2, pretty much every single game they've played.
Nif starting to get his roam on a little bit. Also, pink wards for him so they can start moving them up. Minerva wanting to put down the aggression. Buster shot immediately from Tabs. He doesn't want to be taking any light bringers, especially that Ardent Blaze for Minerva to stay in range. He's taking a lot of minion damage right there.
That is actually a very good use of ulti from Tabs because there's not a lot of life steal. It's only the Dawn's Blade for Minerva here. So get him low, use your ulti every time it's off cooldown, just to poke him down, and you should be able to stay in the lane and potentially go for a kill later on.
Swing and a miss from both Shug and Dance there. Froggen looking to try and get himself rolling. Has yet to find that kill. Of course, got just that assist earlier on, but keeping up in farm with the Orianna's not a bad move for Tinones. Doing okay. Wicked sidestepping once again. Not managed to land that leash on towards him. He's going to continue farming, of course, now. With that Trinity Force will be very confident. Still, neither team showing any signs of looking towards this dragon right now, despite the fact we're at the 17-minute mark.
Alliance is happy sitting and farming. Again, your solo laners are getting free farm, they're getting all the kills they need. You can keep this laning phase going, and it's just all about Tabs sitting down his bottom lane at the same time and farming and prevent KaBuM from going dragon.
And it's one thing that whenever you talk to Froggen, he always says, I do not care about my team being flashy, I just want to win games. No matter how they do it. Danagon forced away. They're going to try and turn this back on towards the line.
as well.
Oh, Lep trying to come in. A nice equalizer. Dance missing the hook to keep Shook cooking on that one. They get out quite easily. And it doesn't look like they find too much pressure off of that, but they do draw the teleport up. That might be a little bit of the time they now want to go for the dragon if they don't just kill Lep off of this one. No. He's got to know they're still close. Spent the whole game.
They're going for him.
Oh, they're going to jump in. He gets kicked backwards. Wicked tries to slow down. In comes the rest of KaBuM, though. They try and collapse around him. They do not get the lantern down in time, and Shulk gets himself the 4th kill. He is absolutely on a roll on Lee Sin.
And Lip was actually down the bottom lane here, but then he had to teleport up to the top lane because the fight started. And he was stuck in the lane once again, and Shug and Wicked was just waiting in the bush, killing him. Now they can actually take this tower here. There's a lot of members from KaBuM nearby. They might look to fight.
Could indeed look to fight here. Dance to hit this hook. A very nice Howling Gale from Nif, which pretty much stops everything with a simple Q. The turret goes down 5-0 here. 3,000 gold lead for Alliance, as it looks like they could be heading towards their first win in this group stage.
All of that attention they drew away has given Tabs and Froggen free farm. They've also got themselves a lot of good vision down and around this dragon area, so we may see the first move. Look at this though. Tabs and Froggen just waiting off the side. They know that KaBuM are going to get drawn towards his tower. And oh Lep, jump the waters out and is missed, ladies and gentlemen. It does happen. Froggen misses skill shots.
Gotta believe in the Lep that believes in himself. He got out of that one quite clean. Looks like he's gonna try to make plays with the team here. They are down there. Great moves from Lep because his teleport's down. Everybody's down and ready for the dragon to fish out.
And now they're grouped 5 members here. Doesn't seem like they actually want to go straight for this dragon. There's a lot of wards around the area from Alliance already. But KaBuM, you can't really go back up to Wicked up in his top lane. He's going to kill you one-on-one. You have to try and force something as a team.
And a Hex Drinker now being picked up by Wicked as well is going to cause problems. Like you said, nobody can deal with him right now. He's just going to keep on split pushing, keeping all the problems on him. KaBuM maybe going to try and create a play here. They catch Shook out. This would be some good gold. The kick on Danagon. He tries to jump away, but he will be taken down. The first kill for KaBuM.
Such a nice play here by Dance, interrupting the safeguard from Shook, so he couldn't get away and just managed to pick up the first kill. Again though here, Lep walking around this mid lane. Seems like they don't want to go for dragons because Minerva is actually sitting in this top lane here defending against Wicked.
Two-man defense coming in from Tinones and Lep in the mid lane. They're going to throw down the fire, and they're going to get that cleared out nicely. Alliance not really looking for too much right now without Shook on the map, who's really been a playmaker this game. 4-1-1. Definitely a switch up from the Elise play we saw on day one.
I also have to say, I really love all the support people are giving to KaBuM. I mean, we had yesterday on Twitter where people were with the hashtags as well. I mean, even predicted to win the game here. I mean, they have so many fans. I was looking at Reddit, people are putting posts up saying, let's all support KaBuM here. And they are a really likable team. And I like the fact here, they're really trying to give Alliance a fight.
Well, they said themselves they were not very happy with the loss over Cloud9. They felt they could have won that one. And you know what? If you look at the game, maybe just coming out of lane phase, there was a possibility where it could have turned around for them.
Yeah.
Alliance have to back away from Dragon. Not going to go for it here. Shook is there, but the rest of the team not quite on the same page.
Yeah, Alliance is waiting to see if they spot Minerva up in the top side. They do actually got the ward. So they know he's on top side. Wicked can keep pushing it. He's the only member who can actually stay at the tower to defend, but it simply means Alliance can start the Dragon. They have the teleport advantage as well if they want to take it.
So many wards paying off here. That one as well. You can see KaBuM pretty much backing all over the map, and it kind of leads to Dragons. The first, and finally as they go for Dragon, it's going to be Alliance first. They have all the wards around them. They pretty much paid for this Dragon, so they need it back.
They're getting the best of both worlds. They've taken the Dragon and put a massive dent in towards that top tower. You can see Minion wave in there left. Actually, Wicked didn't really do a great deal of damage to it after all. Kind of stood looking at it maybe. We didn't quite see it on the screen. But it does mean that KaBuM now are slipping slowly but surely away in gold. It's only a 4,000 gold differential. We've seen Alliance already give up a 5,000 gold differential earlier on to NaJin White Shield. But KaBuM, they're going to have to step up something here to slow Alliance's slow chokehold.
Might go for Froggen here.
Stepping up a little bit. Shum the Waters comes out. Dan's quickly stepping out around that one. He's going to come up with a kill for himself. Flashes to land the Trickster. Ardent Blaze hits. One more shot's going to give Minerva the passive movement speed. He picks up the buffs, but what can they gain off of this?
Well, you get assist for your team as well. You get to double buff on your AD carry here. Let's see what KaBuM can actually force. We saw Alliance. They've already been splitting up in this 1-3-1. Tap sitting in the mid lane. Froggen pushing a lane, and of course Wicked pushing the other side lane, which is what they want to do the entire game long. KaBuM ready to respond. Yes, okay. Danagon went down, but you got the assist for your team as well.
Shook trying to sneak around in towards that top lane, was spotted out by a ward. Nif also closing in, but we do see KaBuM closing the gap here. Nif will take that pink ward down. The hook comes through, does not quite land, and a good Howling Gale stops KaBuM in their tracks. Ping goes down in the mid lane on Tabs. He tries to push a wave in. They're desperately defending this mid lane turret, and it's working well.
Seeing the way that they're getting disengaged on these, KaBuM must see that they need to sweep a little bit more. They're walking through wards everywhere. Simple disengages from Alliance are making this a little too easy. Still a trinket up there for Lep as he tries to keep himself safe. And the pink wards getting cleared out as well. So KaBuM is just getting forced back a little bit more here. Maybe they'll find the fight. If Alliance, Shook's gonna be in. Nice flash there. Danagorn also able to help stave off a little bit more of the engage.
Trading flash for flash over in his top lane here. Shook wants to flash Q onto Lep and then try and follow him if he flashed after. Meanwhile though, Minerva and Tinones pushing this mid lane. See the response from Alliance.
Good pressure. Shook's going to find Danagon in the jungle. They're going to trade on this one. Shook doesn't fancy it. Danagon forces him into the Baron pit as the safeguard across. But Froggen has been pulled and drawn into that mid lane. He's just shoved a wave all the way up to that tower right now. And Alliance pulled to defend, but it doesn't seem that KaBuM are going to go for it. Forces the flash from Wicked there. Good bait from Dans.
And Alliance, they know if KaBuM is standing here as a team, they are very, very strong. So if you land the hook onto someone like Wicked who's out of position, KaBuM might actually be able to take him down, respond by taking a tower as well. Rumble is level 12 at the moment, so you have your rank 2 ulti. Very, very strong power spike for him, and I really hope we're gonna see KaBuM for the next Dragon try and go down 5 members and take the fight against Alliance. Don't just give this Dragon away.
And imagine what that fight would be like if there wasn't so much focus top. That's only the place they put it. If you look at the rest of the map, these lanes are quite even. But Shook was able to get so much pressure up top, it kind of ran KaBuM thin. Now, hopefully getting it back with these objectives. They do have the equalizer, they do have the shockwave, the resets from Danagorn can come in, but it's all easier said than done.
Froggen is back in this mid lane, hasn't quite completed that Zhonya's Hourglass, just waiting for his moment to back off, but it does buy yet more time for Wicked to continue his pressure, and his seemingly lane buddy right now, Shook, is alongside him. Don't think they're going to be able to get this red buff stolen away. We'll back off and again. Wicked popping that ultimate. Equalizer goes down from left there a little bit early on that one. Tries to slow Wicked in his tracks. And the rest of Alliance are happy to collapse here. They're going to find on towards Dance. There's the kick in towards the Forest. Will try and lock him up, but he does get away. Tries to turn the death sentence back on him. Close engagement still. But KaBuM are hanging on.
Yeah, Lep really needs to save his ulti though for a potential team fight and not try and catch Wicked. He also had half the ulti coming actually into the wall here, so it was easy for Wicked to sidestep and get out of it. But the fact that Alliance warded up the red buff and was staying around it should mean for KaBuM, okay, Alliance want to contest this red buff here. We might get a fight in the jungle, which is what you want as a Rumble, as an Orianna here. So Lep, he needs to save his ulti. Don't use it to try and catch out someone like Wicked at this point. Have it ready for a potential team fight, and then use it if Alliance is fighting in a choke point in the jungle.
Really wanting to help make plays. There's got to be a lot of pressure on him. He's feeling from the laning phase coming out of this one, but it was really brought on by Shook. I'm sure the team realizes he's still there, and he's definitely still going to make an impact in the game.
Gigantic differential in that top lane, really. 234 CS to 133. Lep is very much being camped on again. Look at this, Shook heading back up to the top lane, absolutely living alongside Wicked in this lane. Does of course mean the fact that Shook has been there for so long that Lep is not too far behind in actual experience. He's just not getting the CS. He's able to stick close enough to the minions going down, just doesn't get that last hit that he's been looking for. KaBuM themselves, for the last 5 minutes, have prevented any objectives falling.
Yeah, Alliance is playing this very, very slow. They're basically just waiting to outscale with their split pushes here, and of course taps on Tristana, getting to his late game point. They don't really want to fight in the mid game. We talked about how KaBuM had such a strong mid game comp with the Rumble. You have the Lucian pick, and even Orianna with her Fiend starts to become stronger and stronger. So Alliance didn't want to go for the fights. Let's see what they do now.
Definitely put a target on his head with that Rumble pick. It has such a high win rate, so Alliance was not going to let that go through the game easily. They take down Lep once again at 0-5-0.
You got to feel for Danagon. He was like looking there, he was like, I'm ready, I'm ready, I'm ready. As soon as he messes up that blade surge, I'm going to go for it. As soon as Froggen came out, he's like, nope, I'm out. I'm done. You're all on your own there, Lep. It does mean, of course, that this defensive unit is going to be tricky. In goes Froggen, feeling confident. He's got that Zhonya's Hourglass completed. Happily slides through. Tinone's thought about closing the gap, but while it's all happening, Alliance just close out another objective, and the Dragon goes their way, keeping the gold flowing in their direction.
It's been all about this top lane here. You even see Alliance place like the pink ward up on the top side here, just above the Baron, to make sure, okay, we can always walk past the Baron, up to the top lane. We know we have a pink ward, so there's no wards from KaBuM, and then we can jump onto Lep again and kill him, get objectives elsewhere on the map as well, because so many members from KaBuM is focused on this top lane here. Poor Lep, he's really been in trouble, and
man,
double Danish.
Indeed, coming up, not even a chum the waters necessary for that one. They know they had the control with the wards around them, and that means all those ultimates are still ready for use. Going a little hard here. Chum the waters now coming out for Dance. The Zhonya, that's going to be a hit. The static Shiv Burst coming in with a nice shot from Tabs. They got eyes on the turret, and Danagorn again forced to watch his team go down. 28-30, one of the first second-tier turrets taken down.
And finally, Tabs actually joins the action here, just walking up, last hitting, getting his first kill. He's just been farming mid pretty much the entire game long.
Here's what that's called, kill secure. Don't worry, Froggen, I got you covered. I'm going to save you with this last cannon shot. So, Tinone's shockwave so close to catching on towards him. Wasn't quite there, not the shockwave, sorry, sonic wave. Got the shockwave.
They were both on the
be a problem. And speaking of shockwaves, we haven't seen one for quite a while. Honestly, Tabs just free hitting on the turret and takes it down.
KaBuM simply can't really step up here. Minerva was in his own jungle actually farming the Wolf camp, and he's looking towards his bottom lane because it's been pushed up already. So he wasn't there for the wave there.
Don't go for it, Minerva. Don't go for it. Froggen's off the side. In comes Nif. Tries to keep him around there. The death sentence will land, but it's Froggen he catches. He's got himself a Rabadon's death cap. Sorry, he's going to build up towards him. Minerva going to get caught out. Froggen taking low. The Zhonya's is not quite off cooldown yet. Will he get picked up? Tinone's dropped. They're going to keep on rushing.
Dan's very low on this one. Danagorn had to jump out, so he's not going to be able to reset back in off of anything because there's no kills coming, and even with Froggen throwing the fish out of the boat on that, they were able to take the fight to Tinone's, and
Dan.
And Leb once again.
Oh no. No piercing the heavens this time.
Well, we say it so many times when Alliance, this is what they want to do, this is how they work in Europe. They just get to that one power point and they push.
Absolutely.
And suddenly, KaBuM find themselves down 2 outer turrets. And this is where it all started. The hook on Froggen, not really the mid laner you wanted.
He's a slippery one.
They get some damage on him, then Minerva actually dancing around here, dodging the fish as well from Froggen, but the rest of Alliance is able to join in. Let's see what Froggen is actually doing here, just dancing around. He has minions, don't have to care about the tower at all. He can just safely actually walk out here and they're feeling him a little bit as well. And the rest of Alliance can clean up the fight, and they're not done yet, of course, killing Lib.
So, Alliance now clearing out all the ward coverage in and around that Baron. I'm not sure that's their target. It may well just be a little bit of bait to draw them in. Good call in from Minerva once again, finding its target, finding the back of Froggen. A little bit of bait as well, it seems, by the sounds of it. Trying to taunt him out, but KaBuM, they dare not go in that jungle right now. They have pink wards on the outskirts, but Alliance have it completely littered right now.
But you can see how teams actually respect KaBuM a lot here in the way they play. They don't just like go over aggressive 24/7 in the game and want to finish it in 20 minutes. They're actually respecting the power spikes of KaBuM. They're respecting the 5 versus 5 power they do have. So Alliance has just been taking it pretty slow, making sure they can get this win here and don't have to risk KaBuM coming back in the game.
Well, someone it is coming. Is Danagon going to try and sneak around the side? Can he get close enough to try and jump in? No, instead forced away. Shook takes down the Baron. And Alliance secure yet another objective. They're now 11,000 gold ahead in this matchup and looking very strong for their first victory. But how much do they really take from it? That's the question. This was a win that's expected of this team. It's the other wins they need. And at the halfway mark, being 1 and 2, not the position I think they'd be feeling they'd be in. Let's not count them out just yet, but it is looking very strong for Alliance here.
Something that we've been seeing from teams as well, NA and EU, because all the other teams are pretty much putting their foot down when they have this big lead, is will they decide to close it out or do they go slow? Give other teams a point to find weakness. And seeing them pushing too hard, they've been happy to stay on the outside. Like you're saying, Deficio, they're definitely respecting that power, but they got to find a way around it to start ending these games as well.
All the way around it is what they're doing now. Once again, Froggen and Wicked in each side lane, push it up here, taps in his mid lane. Level 16, has a long range of Tristana already, and just push down every single tower. Maybe even go for a dive around. Froggen was showing himself, but now they just take the tower. Once again, don't want to go for any aggressive tower dives.
They're going to be careful nobody gets drawn too deep against Wicked. He's looking to pounce right now. Splitting off, all 3 lanes being pushed up by Alliance. It's going to draw KaBuM away from one of these inhibitors. The question is, which one will it be? Danagon just about avoiding the Sonic Wave, and Alliance, they find themselves the top turret. The bottom turret's also being pushed. Wicked's getting the damage down on that one, and KaBuM are being pulled from pillar to post.
They have minions on every lane on the front step right now. Like you said, stretched very thin. 33 minutes into the game, Alliance looking to put the nail in the coffin here, possibly. Aurelia on the bottom side, and it's going to be actually Tabs taking the top side to himself.
Still just pushing every single lane. Might go for Minerva.
Oh, Chum the water pulled in.
Good landing though.
Follows on Minerva, doesn't matter. That's the inhibitor turret going down. The top lane is also going to drop, and suddenly Alliance find themselves in an exposed KaBuM base.
This is exactly what they need. Just get down the first few towers, go towards the inhibitors here, open up the base. Wicked, it's not done down this bottom lane.
Not at all. Too strong to be done right now. 296 to 164 in that lane with the constant pressure towards left. Minerva throwing out the culling to make sure Tabs doesn't get too close to drop that inhibitor. Wicked going 1v1 with Tinones there. Shook was on the backside, but was really hitting the inhibitor. These guys have multiple things on their plate, and they're able really to act on every one of them. Now to the mid lane as the top inhibitor has been taking down. Alliance is turning KaBuM's base into shambles. Wicked could get caught out a little bit here. Looks like the box goes down for a disengage. Nobody follows through.
First time flash being used by Wicked there, but again, all towers now down. The inhibitor is gonna drop. Tabs forced away from this one. KaBuM desperately trying to find a target. Is it Wicked? Shockwave pulls him in. Have they got enough? The monsoon lands. Danagons is gonna get focused. He gets burnt on down. Shook goes deep. Punts left straight back in towards Alliance. They give themselves a second. Tabs gets himself the double. Keeps on pushing through, and KaBuM are forced away. It is finally 1 kill. Shook will drop, but all inhibitors are now down, and Alliance Alliance have themselves a strong chance to win.
They can just go back now here, buy some items, wait for your super minions to also stay around with your Baron buff. I mean, you have a lot of minions spawning into the base here. No super minions just yet, which is what they want. Really make the last push. Still have taps. You can take down these towers in just a few seconds. You have Lich Bane on Froggen as well. TP from Wicked. Alliance don't care about super minions.
This looks like it could be the final push here coming in. Tabs, as we were saying earlier on the analyst desks, liking to see these 80 carries not afraid to step up and hit these turrets while the turrets are hitting back. And we saw Tabs face checking a little bit there. He gets out safely. 402 for him on this game. Doing very well for the team, keeping himself safe on that split push as well. Dragon's live, but it's all about what's in front of their eyes right now. Alliance is still staying to keep this game in their favor.
Well, double super minions pushing in. You gotta wonder what's holding Alliance back. I know the Baron buff's worn off, but come on, guys. You have a gigantic lead. All 3 inhibitors down. It's just time you find a pick here, and that is what they're looking. Double super minions coming in the top. Double super minions coming in the bottom, and rotated through in the mid lane as well. Alliance drawing on through, trying to find that one simple time to push. They're so careful of that Sonic Wave landing. Shockwave landing of Tino. I'll get it the right way around eventually. This time around, Froggen is pushing in. Talon's going to be the focus. Wicked jumps on towards him. They force him back onto the fountain right now. They put the damage down on the Nexus turret. Alliance will finally take their first victory at World Championships. It's been a long time coming, that's for sure. And they still took the time to do it here. Oh.
Doesn't look like it's going to be an easy road, though, with this being the first win the team created to win Worlds, a super team from Froggen. Struggling a little bit, but that win definitely going to bolster the spirits somewhat.
Yeah, and for KaBuM here, I mean, we kind of saw the same tactic. Dance and Minerva down this bottom lane, they can handle themselves in the 2v2, did a very good job, got the tower as well. Minerva didn't even die in the game here. And then Leb is always the focus for the enemy team. You want to kill him as many times as possible in the top lane here. Yesterday, Danagon was sitting in the bush waiting for pretty much the entire game long. Today, he decided to farm a bit more, and suddenly Shook was there to just kill Leb. Not sure if tomorrow if he's going back to the wait game and just hope to counter gank early on. I mean, it is so hard because there's so much focus on Leb up in this top lane.
Yeah, I kind of feel sorry for him, honestly. 0-8-1 at the end there was constantly counting out. Wicked and Shook working very well as a combo, but that's a good sign for Alliance fans, the fact that they did work out so well. But let's not get carried away, because Shook was on Lee Sin, Wicked was on Aurelia, both on their very favorite champions.
Some good picks there. Also, got to consider that win weight on Rumble. They didn't want that to happen again for the game. They actually weren't even able to use a Rumble all in conjunction with an Ori ult around Dragon, where you want it, why you picked them, that mid game. They were able to just kind of shut that strategy right down.
And that was kind of why the game was pretty slow, because Alliance never wanted to go for these 5 versus 5 fights. They were respecting the damage from KaBuM and just said, okay, let's just keep split pushing. Right. Shook can keep going for the kills. Aurelia shows why she's so strong in this top lane of setting up the ganks, of course. Overall, slow win by Alliance, but keeping it pretty safe.
It was a very slow one indeed. So we're going to head over towards the analyst desk for a breakdown of Alliance's first win.
Thank you very much, guys. Alliance, let's be frank, they came out, they outclassed KaBuM, I think, especially in the top lane. Just before we talk about how Shook really pitched a tent and camped Lep's lane, I want to highlight Cloud9 banned Lee Sin against Alliance, and it was first picked away from Shield. And seeing what Shook just did on that champion, it shows why. And I don't know if he's going to get his hands on Lee Sin again, because that was a Shook we haven't seen in the previous games.
One thing I want to touch upon is Aurelia in this tournament so far is 6-1. So we're talking about Rumble being really good. Aurelia is 6-1, and the only loss was Wicked's previous game against NaJin White Shield, which he should have won. So Aurelia would technically be undefeated so far. Just some food for thought.
Yeah, I actually agree with you, but it's interesting thinking about these sort of pick and ban trends, because I feel like we watch a game and we're like, they're never going to eliminate that champion again. Like, Darius' Rumble, one of them. Gorilla's Thresh, yet he keeps getting it for some reason. Like, Peke, his Ahri was unbanned after we just saw him, like, hard carry a game from Fnatic about, 3 games ago. So, I don't know, a lot of teams are sort of focusing on what they think teams are like and not looking at the game that they just had 2 hours ago and being like, now that's the thing.
Yeah, and Minerva must be so sick of playing Lucian, winning lane against Tristana, and then getting outscaled. That actually happened to him against Cloud9 yesterday, and earlier today you saw Tabs play that reverse matchup. He was the Lucian playing against Tristana, and he won lane early, but then later on Tristana just kind of outclasses Lucian in every way. So I expect to see a lot less of that matchup, because it's just such a unfavorable one for Lucian.
Yeah, I mean, well, the thing is also these teams are having a really hard time closing out their games, right? If these teams would be able to finish games in 30 minutes, Tristana would never catch up and it'd be a game win, but they're not doing it.
I completely agree with that. I want to just kick off a point there about KaBuM. Once again, they are showing, at least in the mid lane and their duo lane, they're keeping up with the respective opponents. CS-wise, applying pressure. I mean, Tabs and Nif, yeah, the matchup, you can talk about it, but they were on the back foot. Minerva and Dans were in their face, putting a lot of pressure on them and really forcing them to react. So I want to give, once again, some props to the mechanical side of it, but KaBuM just don't seem to strategically be on the same page in terms of looking for dragons, looking for, you know, tower picks and other decisions around the map.
Yeah, their jungle top lane synergy seemed way off. Like the timing of the ganks combined with the minion waves. There's nothing wrong with conceding top lane when you're playing Rumble, by the way. Just base, go to dragon, force people to come to the dragon, if not take it for free. I mean, if you're going to end up being camped anyways and you're going to fall so far behind that you barely can touch your creeps, you might as well do that and just roam somebody else. Even if something as dumb as just walking straight down bottom and throwing an equalizer down can get you a tower. That frees up Dans, and he can roam around as well. So I want Lep to be more versatile. If he does get camped, if he does get outclassed, transition his play to other parts of the map and then let his teammates fix his problems for him.
Final thoughts, Doublelift?
I just want to talk a little bit about the psychological aspect that nobody really talks about too much. Lep has had a really bad tournament so far, to be honest, but there's two really prevalent mindsets. One is, I'm just going to lose gracefully because I'm not having a good tournament. The other one is, I want to go for aggressive plays and redeem myself and get that glory back to show people that I am world class. I think Lep, maybe, just from what I've seen, he's trying to redeem himself by playing aggressively on Rookie, even though he's not having a good tournament, where he should just try to lose gracefully and let his team kind of move it forward.
Well, we'll have to see if that mindset will change at all. Guys, we are going to take one last break before we dive into the final game of the day. It'll be North America's LMQ versus the Korean squad, Samsung Blue. Stay with us, you won't want to miss it.
Stepping up a little bit, Show 'em the Waters comes out. Dan's quickly stepping out around that one. He's going to come up with a kill for himself.
Minerva going to get caught out. Froggen taking low. The Zhonya's we're not quite off cooldown yet. Will he get picked up? Tino's dropped. They're going to keep on rushing. The Monsoon lands. Danagors is going to get focused. He gets burnt on down. Shook goes deep. Punts and left straight back in towards Alliance. They give themselves a second. Tab gets himself the double. They force him back onto the fountain right now. They put the damage down on the Nexus turret. Alliance will finally take their foot.
Welcome back to the 2014 World Championship. We are setting up for our final game of the day as Samsung Blue will be taking on LMQ. And earlier today, Samsung, they took a very tough loss to Fnatic. I think they were strategically outplayed most of the game, if not all of the game, and Fnatic really showed up. So Samsung Blue will have to bounce back from that earlier defeats.
I think Fnatic definitely excelled so hard on individual play. They won their lanes, something that we know is going to typically happen against Samsung Blue. It's also something that LMQ excels at, which is a good matchup here, but also just the individual performances by Fnatic held Samsung Blue down. Now, if this is Dade having another bad trip to Worlds, that's not a good thing at all for Samsung Blue.
No, I definitely agree with that. Deft as well, somebody who looked pretty good yesterday, less so against Fnatic, Doublelift.
I wouldn't say he looked good. I think, honestly, I don't know. I think Deft has played too much Kog'Maw, to be honest. His positioning has not been great throughout Worlds. Actually, even in their win, he got hooked. And that early game, there was a 4-man TP play on him where he died. So I feel like Deft needs to stray away from these non-mobility AD carries and really just kind of cover up his weakness, which right now is positioning.
We'll have to see if he can do that in this matchup. Of course, LMQ on the other side, this is a team that surprised all of our analysts. They went 2-0. You know, Crumbs, you did have faith in them early in the day against OMG, not against Fnatic. But, you know, they stepped up yesterday, Crepo.
Yeah, I'm just looking forward to, like, is this progression going to continue? And is Xiao going to solo kill Dade? Is that going to happen? Is that actually a possibility? Because before this tournament, we were all thinking that would be impossible. And if we looked at the tier list, everybody would have ranked him way below. But Dade hasn't been playing that well. Xiao has.
I want food for thought, just if we go back to earlier in the day when Monte Cristo was just talking about this matchup, he felt that the lane might be boring as both of these players have the ability to just sit back and farm and wait until they impact those team fights. Crumbs, do you think that's a possibility? Do you think junglers are going to come into play at all if they go for that slower mid laning phase?
No, I would not be surprised if we see more Zed. I think that Zhao would probably be comfortable taking a matchup against him right now. And Dade, he's impressive on Zed. Like, don't get that out of the question. But I think that you can take, it's definitely a matchup that you can take. It's not like this champion instantly wins it for you.
Well, Double F, save your thought for predictions because we do need to move this one along. So, locking it in, who is going to pick up a win here? Fnatic beat Samsung Blue earlier today. LMQ is currently undefeated in their group. Who is your winner, Samsung Blue or LMQ? Crepo, you're first.
Since I've been so bad at predictions, I'm just gonna flip a coin real quick, and yeah, I'm gonna go with Blue.
I'm calling it.
Call shenanigans. That was a really fast graphic change.
Double lift. Who are you picking, and why will they win?
Samsung Blue, but honestly, it's so hard to say. I've just picked them because they're their favorites, just because they're Korean, and I feel like if they just change up their picks a little bit, then they should be able to beat LMQ, but it's so hard. It's like 55-45.
Freak, who's picking up the win?
I'm definitely saying Samsung Blue as well. They have consistently fought against early game teams and managed to handle them. I don't know what's going on today in Worlds. Everyone's beating everybody, but you still have to go with the odds are Samsung Blue wins.
Now, Crumbs, you're the final voice of reason. You've gone one with LMQ. You've got one against LMQ. All of us are like leaning in. Like, what's he going to say?
Yeah,
what's he going to say? Who's going to win?
I'm going to go with the team that I think has the edge in this matchup right now, currently today, because it was told to me in a dream. LMQ is going to take it.
And what is it that they have the edge over in today?
I think that that loss was horrendous for Samsung Blue. I think that is probably the worst loss in the worst possible manner that you can take it. And to recover from that one, I mean, I've mentioned before that, the psychological aspect of it, and I've been wrong in that regard, especially in Group A and regarding the AHQ and EDG matchup. But I think that this one really struck out in terms of how it affected the players from Blue, and Dade probably be having a little bit of flashbacks from his previous Worlds, and I really want to see that LMQ and going in that upswing, meeting Blue, and perhaps it could be a downswing. Well,
we will find out very, very soon and see how you guys at home have been voting. According to LOLesports.com, 73% of you are sitting with Samsung Blue, so that is mirroring the analyst desk percentages. Let's send this one over to the caster desk to get us back into the action. And on the way, Samsung White had a perfect 6-0 start to the World Championship. Now all eyes are turning to the other Korean teams with one question on their minds. Can they dominate their groups? Samsung Blue have not.
Samsung White going to push through, pick up the perfect group stage here.
I've got to ask, can anyone stop Samsung White?
형제 팀이기 때문에 부담감은 되게 많이 느끼고
부담감이 좀 상당히 있고요. 저희도 6전 전승을 해야 하지 않을까 생각하고 있어요.
다 6경기를 봤는데 되게 완벽하게 아무튼 되게 잘했잖아요. 저희도 뭐 6전 6판을 다 이기는 거에 대해서 자신감은 있지만 좀 그렇게 좋은 모습을 보이면서 할 수 있을지에 대해서는 약간 부담감이 있어요.
사실 한국에서 제일 잘하는 팀을 꼽자면 삼성 화이트라는 의견이 많잖아요. 근데 저희가 이번 선발전에서 막 뛰어난 모습을 보여드렸고 또 그 기세가 아직 남아있기 때문에 삼성 화이트랑 아마 붙어보면 밀리진 않을 것 같은 자신감이 있거든요.
나진 실드입니다.
2조에서는 삼성 화이트를 제가 생각하기에 이길 수 있었던 팀이 딱히 없었던 것 같아요. 이제 C조나 D조는 그룹 A보다 좀 더 세기 때문에 방심하면 안 되고 이제 방심 안 한다면은 거의 그 퍼펙트한 경기를 보여줄 수 있을 것 같아요.
한국 저희 세 팀이 진출한 게 되게 힘들게 진출했었고 그 실력이 아마 이번 월드 챔피언십을 통해서 이게 증명될 것 같아요.
Well, one thing is for sure, Samsung White put on a heck of a performance over in Taipei in Group A.
And to answer you, no, nobody did stop them yet.
Nobody did stop them, that's for sure. So, let's take a look at the starting lineups for these two teams. Starting out, of course, on the blue side, it is the #1 seed from Korea, Samsung Blue, currently on the back of a loss. Starting out in the top lane is Acorn, in the jungle is Spirit, Dade in the mid lane, Deft as AD carry, and Hart on support.
That's right, and on the red side, it's LMQ from the North American LCS. That means it's Ackerman in the top lane, No Name in the jungle, Xiao Xiao in the mid lane, AD carry is Vasily, and as usual, supporting him is Moore. This game will be heading to the bot lane. It's going to be our showdown of the supports in our featured matchup. That is going to be Hart versus Moore.
Yeah, and if you look at the two supports here, Hart, he's played Nami both its games, and on the side of Moore, Thresh 2 games. And Moore's actually been outperforming Hart in terms of like big plays and setting up kills for his team. But we have to say Hart, at least yesterday on Nami, he looked very, very solid. Kill participation for both supports is on 86%. That is very, very high. They're part of pretty much all the kills the team is setting up. And it also shows the play style of the teams. We have LMQ. Again, they like to 5 versus 5 team fight. And at the same time, Samsung Blue, same deal for them.
And the thing is, it was brought into question when we wanted to bring this up because we were talking about Moore and how good he's been. But everyone was like, oh, but he's missing hooks. It's like, it doesn't matter. If he lands the ones that count, it doesn't matter how many you throw.
The thing is, yeah, his laning phase, I wouldn't call it shaky, but it's not where he's been dominating. It's once you get out of the laning phase, he's been able to set up picks left and right, a bit like Gorilla has been able to do for NaJin White Shield. And it really helps, especially when you play these fight comps LMQ-like, where once you get the engage from the support, everyone else can just hard engage onto it and win the fights.
And I wonder what they're going to be looking for, because if Moore does get those hooks, Deft was quite on the front line, making some mistakes in the last game. Deft known to be dodging skill shots and hitting skill shots, so they may have something to focus on right in the beginning.
And we need to make it clear, you know, in this group, the pressure is very much on Blue right now. They are 1-1 in this group. LMQ are 2-0. They could be 3-0 if they can take this one. They've already seen a very shaky Samsung Blue. They know that they've got to take it to them early. And that is exactly what they can do and what they've done already in the World Championship.
They've been running these mid-game comps here, which are so strong, and they win their early team fights and just snowball the game completely. Pick some bans here. I mean, we have a few bans like Lee Sin we're going to see often.
Oh, yeah.
Spirit is a great Lee Sin player, but I feel like No Name is a great Lee Sin player as well. This was simply because they don't want Samsung Blue to first pick it.
Remember, Ackerman has played Rumble twice already. We'll see if this is a ban, whether Samsung Blue feel it's worthy of a ban, more importantly. The Alisson Zilean being banned out there. Zilean, we've already seen it. Every game I think he's played in has won so far. I think he's got a 100% win rate, maybe, especially in Singapore so far. Bans coming through. Rise taken away from Acorn. Acorn was incredible on that one.
And Dade as well.
Tell a lie, it was a save that was incredible on that one.
Rise again, I mean, this is mainly a ban against Dade, who is a fantastic Rise player. Acorn, I don't actually recall seeing him play Rise top lane. Nami ban, even though Hart played it twice. Is this going to be a Thresh first pick for Samsung Blue? You ban out the second support for Moore then? Is that what we're looking at here? I mean, Lee Sin is already banned, could have been a first pick. Zilean is banned by Samsung Blue. If Maokai is left open here by LMQ, again, they might bait Samsung Blue into first pick it and then take Rumble into it. But with this Nami ban, I'm probably looking at Thresh first pick from Samsung Blue.
Absolutely. Playmaking to come in from Hart. Shot caller for Samsung Blue, and he's going to be able to make some hook calls as well to help them out with that.
Yeah, and of course we've seen LMQ not only first pick the Thresh, they played it twice already. We talked about how Moore, outside of the laning phase, was able to set up a lot of team, but make some big plays here.
Both of their wins, Moore's had Thresh. So.
Exactly. Well, 2 games they've played as well, so they really, I mean, it's been the #1 pick for him. Hart can take it now. Ban away the Nami themselves, and Kha'Zix being locked in. It's often what we see when Lee Sin is banned. The other team will instantly just grab the Kha'Zix as the 2 top-tier picks, because nobody in Singapore so far has been playing Rengar. I know that Spirit can play it, but we haven't seen it yet.
One thing we do know is Vasily absolutely loves Tristana if this gets locked in. Will very much have a comfort pick. No Name was brought into question, honestly, maybe his play style coming into this tournament. He had a rough time over at the PAX qualifiers. But he has got himself on that Kha'Zix. Maokai, of course, did slip through the cracks. It is going to get locked in for Acorn in that top lane. Riven was picked earlier on. Will he be locked in again?
So this Maokai pick here should mean LMQ can run Rumble into it. But we might see Samsung Blue put a lot of effort on trying to shut him down one-on-one in the laning phase with Spirit camping this top lane here. What we have seen so far from Samsung Blue is you can tell by their warding where do they put their focus. If Spirit goes to the top lane and put a lot of deep wards, we know he's going to camp the top lane. They can do it against Rumble. We saw Lep being shot down by Wicked and Shook in the last game. And once you fall behind, you are still pretty useful, but then as long as you can dodge around the team fights, well, in the mid game at least, Rumble suddenly lose some of his power.
See, the J4 was brought in against Fnatic from Samsung Blue. Spirit felt quite good on it. 2-2 and 3, not a bad score, but it does initiate their go-ahead fight. They love to get those late-game team fight in impeccable at just winning those fights and being able to take more after it. And a Braum we see coming in.
Tepo
will be happy.
Tepo will be happy. Finally, we get to see it here, actually. So Samsung Blue side, a lot of engaged already. You have the Jarvan, you have the Maokai, you can dive onto the back line. But Rumble wants people who dives to the back line and then he puts his ulti down behind them and he zones away their own back line and you just take out the tanks because nobody else can do any damage due to the Rumble ult. LMQ here should be pretty happy about this matchup in the top lane, but Samsung Blue must have a plan to try and shut down shut down Ackerman in the early game. It would be kind of weird if Vasily played the Rumble.
Well, they built themselves a brick wall in the form of Maokai and Jarvan. Let's see where the damage is going to come from. Will it be the Twitch for Deft? Will it be the Yasuo for Dade? Deft looking to possibly switch over to the Corki. Yasuo is locked in for Dade in that mid lane.
Such a standard combo from Samsung Blue, though. Very, very strong in these 5 versus 5 team fights. You have a lot of hard engage. You have good scaling into the late game with Yasuo and Maokai. Corki will fall off into the late game compared to Tristana, but then you have some mid game power now. You need that mid game power against the likes of a Rumble. And LMQ side, they have the Rumble for mid game, but both Fizz and Tristana actually want to go to the late game before they really want to start fighting. So we might see a bit of a different playstyle from LMQ. But they do still have this Rumble here for this mid-game power spike.
And overall, we have to question if Samsung Blue has shaken off the loss earlier. We saw Deft very affected by that emotionally. Dade as well, the pressure on him to not perform like last Worlds, and something that's coming into the light there.
It was a big part in why he was switched in teams. He went across to Samsung Blue. He is, as far as we know, one of the main players on there, though, of course, communication-wise, we have no idea how it goes in game. We know how it goes outside of game, and he's a very quiet person in himself. I just wonder how much that loss may have affected him personally.
I mean, obviously, if he thinks back to was last year, it was horrible for him. He became a bit of a laughing stock in Korea, but he's definitely been picking it up this year. He's been actually one of the shot callers as well for the team in game. We had the feature on him where he was talking about how
he's the general.
He's the general, and he's the guy who's going to yell louder than everyone else in the game because he wants to win.
And don't walk next to him because he'll probably slap you, apparently. So we'll see this coming in before the champs start littering the Rift. Tweet at LOL Esports with either the hashtag SSBWin or LMQWin. And we'll update the poll once we are into the game. Almost there, and looking at Xiao in the mid lane. No regular season plays on Fizz, so we're going to see what he can pull out here on the world stage.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on the mid lane as well. Of course, Xiao has performed impeccably so far at Worlds. Questioned, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Ranked at the bottom as well by very own Monte Cristo at the start of this one, but as of yet, he has performed fantastically well. We'll see how his Fizz matches up to Dade's Yasuo. It is going to be a very tough challenge for them. LMQ, can they keep their perfect record? Can they go 3-0 in this group that many had them finishing bottom of the table?
Yeah, and both teams in this game here running some very, very strong team fight comps, and it's what we're used to seeing from both teams. They want to fight, they want to get in your face, and Xiao actually, when he played Assassins earlier in the split, he would often actually go and start split pushing late on, and now he's going to have a one-on-one against Dade in the late game in a potential split push, and Fizz scales so well. He's going to get an hourglass as well, and you have this one-shot potential going into the late game as a Fizz.
I love it, the story of these games. Mid lane and mid game coming out of everything for these groups. A lot of power from those. We've seen a lot of the AD carries be the beneficiaries of these fights and being able to clean them up. We'll see if Vasily can do that. Resets for LMQ with Kha'Zix and Triss, so that's going to play into their fight style.
One great ulti here from Ackerman. He gets the backline from Samsung Blue low, and suddenly you can see both NoName and Vasily jump in, get the first kill, get their reset, and use that to simply clean up the fight here. So we're going to see a lot of action in these team fights here, both teams. Some very explosive ones. Not a lot of engage on the side of LMQ. In that sense, they kind of want Samsung Blue to jump onto them and then use the Rumble to separate the Samsung Blue team and single out targets. You have single target damage from the Fish, you have it from the Tristana and from the Kha'Zix here. So the Rumble is going to be so important. Split up Samsung Blue, get the small skirmish, get the isolation damage, and then just burst down a target at a time.
Samsung Blue making the push on the red buff while Spirit takes his own. So this is going to be a double red buff start for Samsung Blue, and that's going to steal a lot away from NoName early on in this game.
And that's what happens when you have the lane swap here and one team makes an aggressive move on your buff and the other team simply sits in the lanes. You will pretty much every single time lose a buff. So great start by Samsung Blue. They get a lane swap against Rumble as well. Rumble can do fine. Oh, sorry. Marker can do fine in a one-on-one. Ackerman, we have seen this before. Just sitting in the bush, getting XP. Don't tell anyone. If Samsung Blue didn't watch the NALCS, they won't know the trick.
Uh-oh. Who doesn't watch No XPO? That finds him. Red buff to death as well, so he's going to take a little bit more damage than he would like to in this one. What did Hart take? Looks like he did take the Flay first.
Oh, the Ignite's gone down. He's going to try to kill him out. So it will force him very low. He's got to go back to base.
He's going to go back to base. He couldn't stay in the lane anyway here. Samsung Blue, though, because they actually did the red buff, I'm not sure if they got a free started up in this top lane. Oh, I see. Will push down towards LMQ, and that's why you also see Akon and Spirit instantly joining the top lane. They can ward in the lane now, already have a place by Hart. And if someone from LMQ walks into the lane to try and pick up all this lovely farm being pushed into the tower, because Samsung has to bounce it off, they will die.
Seeing that Ignite down to the top lane, so a little bit of pressure relief there. They've brought it now to the bottom. That more on
Oh, Ackerman, you need to be careful, mate. That is not the place for you to be at the moment.
But he just wants to get back to lane and farm. Dade, Xiao going back and forth, trading evenly on that first one. Lane trying to stay pushed a little bit here so Dade doesn't get hit up into the turret. Xiao going aggressive. Ooh. Not what he wanted to take that tower shot. Whoa, early Dragon aggro trade here. We're going to see if LMQ can quickly put this one in their favor.
Just the correct response here by LMQ. They know there's 4 members in the top lane because the wave was pushing in here and they wanted to make sure they could deny Rumble. And obviously that means early Dragon for LMQ here. Samsung Blue should have the timer. They know it's going down. They know it's happening. And can just time it. That's them valuing experience over getting the early gold here from the Dragon.
One big difference in this mid lane between Xiao and Dade is the fact that Dade's come in equipped with the exhaust, and of course this Ignite for Xiao. There is an exhaust on LMQ, but it is on more, so it's not going to be useful until they do finally group up for those team fights later on. Bit of a buddy system required, I think. Ackerman has finally sauntered off and said,
Same deal.
Can you help me out, buddy? I'm kind of lacking in experience. Uh-oh, they are setting a trap here. And I got a feeling the Moore's going to walk into
the sword ward. The sword
placed on top of his face.
Oh, that actually saved LMQ here. They were about to run under the tower because, again, Deft is pushing it into the tower over and over. So the gank, once again, from Samsung Blue, not actually paying off.
That was a great idea by Blue as well. They timed the minion wave on their side on the bottom, so it wouldn't be seen, but like we said, Braum being there at the time. Not mentioned before, as we get a little bit of action in the mid lane. Level 5 to not. That's right, the Ignite's still there. Flash is down, just used from Dade. Back and forth, there's the exhaust. And a 3v4 fight in the top lane. Ackerman very low. One last attack to him, but somehow he limps away from the fight. Action right out of the gate.
And again, he saves his flash up in this top lane here. He knew he could escape. Samsung Blue want to zone LMQ away from this tower. Meanwhile, though, down his bottom lane, Vasili's just saying, I can just sit here and farm forever.
Yeah, it's working out great for him. Vasili just getting all of the experience. You can see he's just hit level 5. He's got the edge over Dev so far, still equal in farm, but he is soaking up all of that experience. The hook lands on more. He has to pull away from this one. A great play this time around from Hart. Can they lock down that first blood? Unbreakable. Is it enough to keep him away? Spirit takes 2 towers.
Oh,
NoName comes in. He has to flash away. And now, LMQ, they're going to keep on pushing.
The turret finally went down, so they can actually exit through this way. That was huge for them. It is coming in. That's going to be Acorn. Locks down Ackerman. He didn't use flash earlier, but it looks like he's going to be going down this time, and Perseverance pays off for Blue in the top lane.
And Samsung Blue here, they don't even care about Vasili sitting in this bottom lane farming. They wanted the tower, traded for the Dragon, and also Akon getting an experience lead against Ackerman. It's all about shutting down this Rumble as much as you can early on. This was why they left it open. This was why they picked the Maokai into it as well, because they wanted to lane swap and just deny him as much farm as possible.
While this is all happening, we've had this duel going on in the mid lane.
Yeah.
Both have burned Flash, both have burned the Exhaust and Ignites, so it's all summoner spells down. It's just a straight up brawl between Xiao and Dade. They keep fighting. John the Waters completely misses. This time around, Xiao goes out. There's the ultimate. Wayfall tricks as well. The South lane is chasing. He's going to catch on to one. for Samsung Blue.
They're winning all the small fights here. Samsung Blue once again get out ahead. They have 2 kills on the mark early on. They got a kill on Dade as well. Xiao managed to stay alive. The sapling didn't actually get him.
Let's calm down. Everybody calm down. Wow, what an amazing start to this game. Blue, you figure they were playing against White here with the amount of aggression we just saw in the early game. Let's see this again because this fight was incredible. That wall to start as well.
So LMQ also should know the fact that Samsung Blue can move their members from the top lane down towards this mid lane here and surprise them, or should actually be able to surprise them. Yet they come down here, they keep taking the fight, they win it once again. Xiao was already gone. Dade come in, get a last hit. Did actually manage to get it down. Then Samsung Blue just finish it up, but LMQ right here, they should have known Samsung Blue could move from the top lane. They just killed the tower down to this mid lane.
Dade with the last ditch effort to get himself out, and he does safely. Wow, Def putting down a lot of damage there. Safety from Heart brought in with the Dark Passage shield, so they stay safe and they keep this lane pushed. They are down a bit in CS from everything that's been happening. Everybody that's been kind of called out of the lane. More with a nice Unbreakable, keeps that from hitting Vasily, and keep the farm under the turret quite nicely. Back to this mid lane. There's a blue buff on Xiao, but you can see Dade not afraid to trade with that cooldown Fizz, and it looks like he's gonna put him on a skewer right now. Jump the Waters comes out. Beautiful job on dodging the Trickster. The last dash to get out, and Dade is seeing these things way before he needs to make them happen, and that's why he's always in the right spot.
Just dancing around on the minions here, getting out of tough situations. Didn't have his flash. Bottom lane though, more action.
Oh, Vasily having to jump away from that one. Dodgy sidesteps. The stun goes on to Heart. They try and follow him up here. It's a good turn around from Def though, and they will keep him at bay right now. This game, it's teetering on the edge. A lot of aggression. And again, Dade slides on through. Xiao, he's being baited into it. Gets caught out with the ultimate. Spirit comes around, but a playful Trickster again from Xiao gets him to safety.
When you have 2 melee champions in this mid lane, they're just constantly gonna fight it. They're gonna keep doing it throughout the entire game long, because they're the ones who are gonna face each other in split push as well, if they want to go for it. It's not over yet between Xiao and Dade.
Dade also looking to put down those kills, improve himself once again. Yasuo something he's going to be able to do that on. And we see now Spirit looking to make some deep moves for the team. At least get the wards in to create some opportunities for themselves. You see wards also coming out from more. Everybody kind of chills out for a second. We have a lot of action.
Look at the focus on all the deep wards here from Samsung Blue. Let's see what Ackerman can do. He's 2 levels behind this top lane.
Yeah, overheating, can't do a great deal. It's a big difference between him and Acorn because, as you said, he's 2 levels behind. All the kills went Acorn's way early on, which is kind of alleviated and going to mitigate that little spike that Rumble would have got normally over the Maokai, but instead he's way ahead in build right now.
And it was basically just Samsung Blue. With this top lane swap and focusing on constantly just making sure Ackerman could never go to the lane. I mean, he didn't farm the jungle. The only thing he did was walk down to drag and take it. Again, it doesn't give him a lot of XP compared to getting minion experience in the lane here. And Samsung Blue, all the focus was just on shutting him down early.
And we can see it's not just Lep that gets consideration on Rumble when they play it. It's just been too strong, if not taken down a notch in the early game. With the Dragon alive right now, Blue, with their fight prowess, is going to take it to LMQ, put something else on their plate.
And it's just great timing. I mean, there's no ulti for Ackerman. He's not level 6 either. He can't really join a fight, which means Samsung Blue can take the first dragon here. Def just take down his farm and doesn't even actually join. Just needs to be there for safety. And LMQ have to give up the dragon. The Rumble is too far behind. Let him farm. Let your Fizz farm as well. But notice all the deep wards we've seen from Samsung Blue here. Just spot out NoName, and especially in this top lane, one of them just disappeared. They wanted to make sure NoName couldn't sneak in and have a lane gank onto Acorn up there and help Ackerman come back in the game.
Samsung Blue are continuing to push their advantage. More hooked in. They're going to follow through on this one. Unbreakable comes around the side. He just hops to safety on Vasily. Bit of a unanswered aggression between the jungler and support there. LMQ meanwhile sweep out the wards and play it safe for now.
With Samsung Blue, they got everything they wanted to do right here with the invade. Place 2 more deep wards. Once again, you can spot where LMQ is going. You can see if they are rotating to a lane easily. You can even try and get a pick in the jungle. Samsung Blue right now is basically just putting full focus on warding in the jungle of LMQ, getting as much information as possible, and then you can make the aggressive plays in the other lanes.
aggression indeed. This looks like the mid turret could be taking quite a lot of hits as 4 members of Samsung Blue group to the mid lane here. LMQ is forced to react and adapt, but they're not even the step close to do it. Deft here in the bottom lane, just letting the experience go to waste. It would be Vasilis. He's going to be taking this turret down as well and gets that gold for staying in range.
Yeah, Blue know they have the numbers advantage because, again, Ackerman is forced to sit in top lane and farm. You can see Vasily down his bottom lane and they have the ward to spot anyone else on LMQ. Just move in, Fizz can wave clear when you're already pushing on the tower and take it down.
Zhao needs to get a couple more items before he can start creating problems for Dade, who seemingly has his number early on in this stage. They are keeping themselves even in farm right now. LMQ trying to counter with something here, but there's not a lot for them to take, honestly. They're pushing down the bottom. They're going to chase on Deft.
It's going to be a teleport as well. Already down here is Acorn. Deft tries to go back the other way. It doesn't look like he's going to get out of this situation alive. Will go down. Good play by the bottom lane of LMQ to get a little bit back.
And we have seen this before from Deft. During this World Championship, I mean, the guy is staying so far up his lane and nobody else from Samsung Blue is nearby to help him. Nobody else is in a position to push a lane, which means it's completely risk-free for LMQ to walk down, kill him. No other lane is going to get pressured at the same time. So that was just, once again by Deft, greedy play, over-aggressive in his positioning.
Actually, that teleport from Ackerman now down on that play. Acorn hanging out in the top lane, being a tree, doing what he can to keep his farm up, and then even have to join that fight. And they're going to keep themselves going in each lane. Ackerman goes back to the top lane to keep his farm going. Down 20 there, trying to pick up after all that pressure in the early game.
He should definitely have canceled his teleport. He didn't need to go down there now. It's on cooldown. He didn't even get an assist because obviously Death knew he was going to die. He could definitely have saved it and put a bit more focus on the farming. But again, if you could pick up a kill, maybe come back in the game.
That's one fast Braum.
Yeah, he needs to be hot-footed as well because there was a death sentence coming his way that now we're winding it up. Hart sticking around in this bush for a very long time without any support right now. He's all on his own in that jungle. And now, NoName's going to find him. He forces him away. He has got support in terms of Acorn now. He's going to keep him around. Go back up in that jungle.
Doing what he can.
Oh, wow. Ulti.
Whoa. Samsung Blue still wants those fights, and they're going to try to go for it. Chum the Waters. He almost walks it back into the team. A little bit of a misplay by Spirit, but it looks like they are able to kind of recuperate here, get themselves into a safe spot. See the pressure from Deft in the bottom lane.
He's just pushing it. He wasn't even part of the fight. It was only 4 members from Blue and 4 members from LMQ. Ackerman was sitting in the top lane as well.
After that Triforce finished up, so he's going to be able to take down these turrets if nobody pays him attention. More coming down here with Vasily as well. Great shots, and those are the skill shots we talk about Deft being able to hit. See if you can keep dodging them throughout the game here.
Yeah, and once you get your Trinity Force completed on Corki, you just...
Wow, there's a dodge for you.
You hit such a big mid-game power spike, and Retristana is going to be very, very weak. So Vasily, he's going to need some time. If he wants to try and one-on-one with someone like Death, he's going to have to go to late game.
So, Dade backs off. He continues his pressure on them. Oh, look at this. They're setting up. Vasily caught that hooked in. He's going to go down. Oh, is he? The rocket jump. No, Def comes in, finishes the job.
All about the lane ward here, placed by Samsung Blue a few minutes ago. Using it, waiting for Vasily to move down. You land an easy hook. He's not expecting it, and you get the kill.
And look why he thinks he's safe. There's wards all around there, but they were just setting up shop, cooking s'mores in the tri-brush for quite a while, so Vasily walked right into that one, didn't get any s'mores for himself. 4-1, 16 on the clock right now, and we're already up to second tier turrets. No turrets yet for LMQ. They have been playing it a bit safe.
The group of death is absolutely living up to his name right now. Opening things up. If Samsung Blue were to take a victory, it would put both of these teams at 2-1. Long way to go for that one. Look at the amount of pick wards. Every single member of Samsung Blue picks one up. They lock in. Zhao slides away. But Acorn on his own, forcing that 2v1 and forcing LMQ to respect them.
Yeah, trying to see if you can force a summoner away from LMQ here because Dragon is spawning. We're going to have a big fight for it. All the ping wards here by Samsung Blue can be used around this Dragon to secure it, get full control of it, and then LMQ has to walk into your face into a bad situation where you can easily engage onto them. The Yasuo can jump in and you have the Corki with Trinity Force and a Magic Pen Boots completed now.
LMQ trying to bring the greens to the table. The vision wards for them as you see them littering their inventory. see how much these are placed down. Just a few coming in from Samsung Blue to make sure they have the ground they want before they probably start the fight before the Dragon. I'm sure that'll happen first.
A lot of poke though from Deft.
Oh no!
Oh,
no name. Very, very low on that one. Moore's gonna have to put up Unbreakable, throws down the Glacial Fissure, but he will still be taken down by Dade.
Oh, yeah.
Here comes the hook onto Ackerman, throws down a nice equalizer in the bottleneck of the jungle towards that bottom lane, but it's not gonna be enough. Samsung Blue is on a rampage.
And once again, they are in control of this jungle here. They know where all the members from LMQ are, so Death can just move in, land some good poke. The rest of Samsung Blue can engage in, get the kills they want, get the Dragon again, and just keep the lead.
Dragon Blue very much in control here. Dragon goes their way. It's a 6,000 gold lead, and you've got to start worrying for LMQ. They seem a little bit lost when these fights break out.
So again here, LMQ, I mean, Samsung Blue know where every single member is. They know Fizz is not there for the fight, so they can go in, start it, get the first few kills. Now Shao joins in to kill Ahmed. Nice hook coming in from Ahmed. And that's a good ulti here. I mean, you get a lot of members low, but nobody can follow up because you've already lost the team fight.
Just getting stronger and stronger now with a 6,000 gold lead. Still 0 turrets have fallen on the side of Samsung Blue. All 3 on the outside here for LMQ, which only means, as we've been seeing, Samsung Blue putting down the forward wards more and more, slowly moving up that line of pinks as much as they can.
Yeah, and LMQ right now, they only have the Rumble, who's going to be strong in these mid-game fights, and he's even been shut down from the start of the game. Every single member is currently weaker than Samsung Blue, and they can't really go for the fight.
Oh wow, ultimate call once again. Dade moves on in, tries to get himself another kill with more sapling touches down.
It was a blue buff.
Landing damage as well that manages to pick it up.
Why are you trying to fight for the blue buff here? You know you're weaker, you just want to buy time at the moment. I mean, look at Shao. He's been forced to delay his Lich Bane because he needs some armor. He doesn't have it completed yet. He can't fight. At the same time, Vasily only sits on 50.
Oh!
Ackerman going down as well.
He is dead.
The equalizer only said I'm easier to fight right there for coming in. Nice try on a Dade. He tries to get a few back and forth, gets himself taken down, but at what cost? They're going to lose this bottom turret and clean up a minion wave. Not going to be working out too well. Samsung Blue definitely coming out bigger on that one. And they are now going to have a 8,000 gold lead. It's 20 minutes into the game. A lot of those item spikes missing from LMQ's mid-game where they want those spikes. Dragons aren't going to be in their favor, and they're being hit all on the side of Samsung Blue.
And this is honestly a solid response from Samsung Blue. Oh no. Oh no. They are completely got out of position. Vasily leaps away. Is the rocket jump enough? No. Def manages to lock him down. The teleport comes in, but I think that's just going to be another victim for Samsung Blue. Ackerman joins the fight. In they go. Slides on through. Triple kill for Def. Thank you very much. It is all too easy for the Korean team right now.
Not over yet. I mean, that 4 wards in this bush here. That's what you need.
Oh no, there you go. They spotted him out there. Is the Penta available? It's a long way off, but I don't think it's going to work out.
You don't have enough sweepers to put out the amount of wards that Blue is just putting in each brush. Deft over the wall, looking for these kills still. No Name was not able to get out. The bug goes splat. Is it going to be the inside the park Penta here coming in? Shao would be the last one, the 3 before, the 2 now, and that is the extended Penta for Deft.
And LMQ at the moment, I mean, obviously they are so far behind. They cannot win these fights here. It was all due to Samsung Blue shutting down Ackerman in the start. He never got going. He could never get to this point where we could have the first Dragon fight. Perfect ulti from him, get some targets low, then suddenly Shao to pick up the kills he needed to snowball hit him on the face. We're just going to see it again. Setting up a trap here. LMQ is like, okay, let's just push the tower. They already recalled. Nope, they didn't. Managed to finish the Vasily here. Deft is so strong on this poke in this mid-game. I can just clean up the fight.
The ability for Samsung to read these, know that they're going to get everything in their favor is incredible. It looks like these plays are happening without any thought to hesitate.
Diving on in there. As I was about to say, they are really answering the critics very well. Of course, that loss to Fnatic will absolutely have upset them. And of course, their Korean fans back at home. They would have definitely put a gigantic question mark for Samsung Blue. Their early game has been impeccable in this game. They are now 14-2 up with a gigantic 11,000 gold lead. Just 22 minutes into this one. More just being pursued and pushed out of his own jungle. Vasily, he dare not wander from his lane.
I we really do see Samsung Blue with a different style compared to what they did against
Absolutely.
Fnatic. Where they were like, okay, we're 2 members here, you're 5 members, let's go for the fight anyway. Oh, we lost it. We lost our tower as well, and we lost the game. I mean, in this game here, they made sure they had the numbers advantage. They made sure they could always take the right fights. They had wards placed, picked up the kills, got the poke in from the Corki.
And this is with LMQ getting a lot of the champions that they like to play, barring Xiao on this Fizz. More pushed onto Braum. He has as many games as he does on Thresh, 8-2 over his 7-3 Thresh, so he's very comfortable on this Braum. It's just been Samsung Blue playing impeccably throughout this entire game. You can see they want more fights. The Talisman of Ascension finished out here for Heart so they can keep things going. I don't see a disengage in the near future for them. They are engaging everything that they can.
And just taking full control again of the jungle.
Yeah.
Keep talking about how, again, these teams, when they get the lead in the mid game, they go into the enemy jungle, place all the wards, and then you can just start moving between lanes. I mean, look the way they've positioned themselves. Dade down this bottom lane, has his blade completed, did go and pinch second item, wanted to get some one-on-one power, some split pushing power, and then Akon teleport as well, or almost teleport. Let's see though, LMQ, they're looking for the fights.
Jump the Waters will go through, but it just simply is dragged out of. Spirit disengages on that one. LMQ tried to collapse, tried to create just something out of nothing on Samsung Blue, but they are so well equipped, so well covered in terms of vision. Now Heart going looking, he's looking towards Xiao, and Dade just comes on around and puts pressure on! Deft finds another victim, 8-1-4 now on that Corki.
Definitely turning his game around from earlier, guys. It's absolutely incredible. We said the emotions we saw out of Deft were quite strong, but he has put those aside. The coaches obviously helping a lot with the Korean teams to settle their players, understand what the problem was, and then display that, portray it to them in a way that they can then use in the game.
I mean, he probably felt he lost the game against Fnatic because he was caught so many times by Charms from xPeke, and it was a bad game from him. Yesterday, he was also caught out of position in one of the games here. They did manage to win it, but still, we saw some shaky performance from Deft, who's normally the guy known as like the god of positioning and the god of team fights. Definitely stepping up in this game. He only had one mistake where he actually ended up dying, but the rest have been pretty solid.
Currently, Samsung Blue move in, clean out the Dragon, continue their dominance. 5-0 in towers, full control. LMQ. They are pushing towards the Baron, unsure whether they were going for it themselves. Way too early for them to try and push it. They don't have the power right now. Only one item completed on the majority of members of LMQ. They are so far behind in terms of gold, in terms of power, in terms of everything. They have just been outplayed and outsmarted by Samsung Blue so far in this game.
Yeah, Samsung Blue right now should just set up wards around this Baron here, force LMQ to walk out and face check you, take the fight, kill them, take the Baron, and push into the base. They are so far ahead. They have so many items completed already here. I mean, there's no mid-game left for Samsung Blue. They're already way into the late game with their items.
The ability for Dade to put a quick silver sash in already. We see Xiao knowing they're a little bit behind, puts the blue elixir in quite early to try and get an extra spike in his damage throughout these fights. It's going to be Samsung Blue starting off with the Baron. Looks quite dark in the eyes of LMQ as they approach.
But they have to try and go for this fight here and go for the steal. They're going in.
The equalizer goes down. Is it going to be enough? I'm not sure. No Name gets just massacred off of the side there. Vasily now focused on. He has to rocket jump away, but Def finds himself another victim. Comes in, goes up, gets a second, gets a third. Scumbag Dade gets in there and gets himself on the board though. It's a 4-0. Such a clean fight for Samsung Blue. Kind of what you'd expect from a team so far ahead.
Yeah, again, exactly what we just talked about before. Set up the Baron, started, force LMQ to come and face check you and just jump them, clean them, kill this Baron here, go towards the base.
A complete turnaround from the game we saw earlier, and it looks like Samsung Blue begins to tighten their stranglehold onto LMQ here. 47,000, which is going to go up quite a bit with this Baron. Probably hitting 50 on the mark to 32.7. Just a matter of time before they continue in. Oh, Heart getting caught out here. Not even going to need the fish on that one, but is Deft going to try to answer back without the vision? Doesn't feel like he wants it, and he just is outside of the spikes. Oh, man.
Here. They're going to try and put him down. Zhao, is he going to be enough? Because Sonya's Hourglass Death has so much damage. Acorn comes in to support him. They're going to turn this around in a 2v4 situation. He comes in, manages to lock the twist and advance. It's a double for Death. They continue to push on through. The regeneration of the Baron and the power of the lifesteal is working so well. Vasily has to use the buster shot to force them away. And Dade comes around the side and locks him down.
And now Samsung Blue can just push into the base here. They got the kills they wanted, they got the picks here. LMQ, they had to try something, so they just went for a few kills. They didn't have an option. I mean, you can't just sit back in your base and wait for Samsung Blue to finish. They had to go for some kills. Didn't work out.
The definitive moves coming out now when Samsung, either white or blue, knows they have the lead. They put the pedal to the metal and they do not stop. Something, you know, we saw from LMQ in the North American LCS, coming back dragon after dragon. They pretty much go through the batting order to keep fighting, but it just seems like Samsung Blue on a whole different level as they bring around the batting order 3 or 4 times here to keep these fights going.
Currently Samsung Blue pushing on through, 28 minutes in this game, and look at that, they do make mistakes. Double pink ward placed.
What does it mean?
I mean, we saw 4 wards in 1 bush as well. I mean, clearly tactics.
Oh, No Name having to use his ultimate to get out of dodge there. Samsung Blue trying to hook in towards him. Xiao trying to create any pressure that he can, but it is so hard when you're this far behind. You dare not leave their base right now. That middle inhibitor will be respawning soon. And there's one saving grace, and of course Heart's Baron buff was worn off, but on a single skill shot was landed between the 2 supports.
We have to consider the next time these guys face off, it's going to be different. LMQ has played this group, the group of death, very well and can still find themselves in a 1 or 2 spot. Doesn't look like Samsung Blue wants any of that nonsense, though. They go right in onto Moore so he can not help heal for the team. And LMQ is trying to find the fountain because anywhere inside their base is not safe right now.
Deft is looking for a high score record, I think. 14 kills in 1 game so far. Absolutely ripping LMQ apart. And those rockets have been absolutely on point finding that mark. He's just going to look to peel across the side there. Ackerman not going to fall for it. 1 Nexus turret goes down. The second will follow. Here they go. Can he get more kills? There's 1 as he goes legendary once again. Gets himself the double. Tries to get Vasily on the fountain. Doesn't quite have the damage to pour on towards him. He desperately wants to pick up 1 more. But it is 16 kills for Deft in the end. And a dominant victory for Samsung Blue over LMQ.
And they just completely snowballed from the early game here. The Rumble pick was what LMQ had in the mid game to kind of power them up and get them into this late game on the Fizz, on the Tristana. Samsung Blue, they knew it. They put all the focus from level 1 on shutting him down with the lane swap here, denying any possible farm options and kept him down.
You know, we were looking at this game earlier on when we saw Fnatic take down Samsung Blue, and we were a little bit fearful of the backlash potential from Samsung Blue. And that man right there, Deft, he was in tears, distraught at the loss to Reckless, who he looked up and respected, named himself Reckless in the Korean solo queue, but a 16-1-6 turnaround.
Absolutely incredible. It's so much credibility to these players, as well as we said before, the coaches that are able to calm them down, let them know this is the way, that's the way, this is what went wrong. And Deft, that was 100% flip from what we saw in the last game. Perfect positioning, all the Reddit threads we saw coming true, the dodging, the skill shot giving.
Especially
that was the Deft we were hearing about.
It all just worked out well. I mean, they knew that Ackerman was going to be going with Rumble. It's the 3rd time he's picked it in 3 games.
Right.
If one team or one country knows what to do against the Rumble, it is Korea. They were the ones that just championed it for so long throughout Season 3 and Season 2 beforehand. They knew exactly what was coming, they countered it perfectly, and they just completely put him out the game.
And again, they knew, Rumble, mid-game, we need to shut you down. The rest of the members have to go late game here to be stronger than us. And as soon as Rumble was shut down, they could just take dragon fights, they could poke away, and just be so strong as they were here, especially Deft on this Corki. Trinity Force, get some magic pen on your boots, and suddenly you could just become a god. You can kill everyone, 1v2, 1v3, it doesn't even matter. And I love the fact every single member from Samsung Blue after the game walked up to him, started cheering, gave him a hug, and was like, hey, good job, man, you're back now. this was very important for him that he bounced back. It was very, very clear, and the rest of the team knew it as well.
A very strong game indeed. I feel bad for anybody that tries to pick up Rumble after this because it looks like you're going to be a focus in that game. Lep got it, and we just got Ackerman getting it over and over again. And we saw Samsung Blue quite different that game, and I think people are going to take notice.
Yeah.
They turned into a very aggressive early game team.
And of course, Krax's group wide open as well. 3 teams on 2-1 on a 1-2. It is really a group of death.
Yeah. Just quickly go back to the game. I did find it a bit weird LMQ stuck to this top lane with the lane swap. They kept walking up there, and obviously Samsung Blue was there to just constantly fight them, which meant Ackerman never got any farm. He didn't go into the jungle with no name and just said, okay, we lost the top lane, or we lost the top side. It's gone. Let's go down bottom side, get some farm, get a tower. Didn't actually do it. They should definitely have adapted to it.
Maths is, of course, hard. 2-on-2-1, 2-on-1-2. That's what I meant. I knew what I meant, but it is close nonetheless. Of course, we are at the midway point in Group C. Well, you got to keep your eyes on it, that's for sure. For an in-depth look, though, at this match, let's send it over to Quickshot and company on the desk.
Thank you very much, guys. And that was a very exciting game to end off the day. Samsung Blue came out swinging. I think the guys in the desk hit it really, really well. If any region's going to know how to counter Rumble, Rumble's been seen as a very top-tier pick, at least at this World Championship. Lane swaps and really just focused aggression on that champion. Ackerman didn't stand a chance because Blue just completely soloed him out. Let's talk about how Samsung Blue got control and really just ran over LMQ.
Yeah, so one thing I do like is that they kept the aggression going. I know a lot of times we talk about teams that gank a top laner and you give up Dragon for it. It's a pretty standard play. The team receiving the gank just shows up on the other side of the map and hey, they got global gold instead of you getting that kill. But what I liked was that, first of all, Spirit was on a heavy ganking jungler like Jarvan, so they just kind of kept going. And you might get Dragon once, but they're going to kill Ackerman like 7 times and get control of that turret and whatnot. So I thought that was actually very good to just sort of repeat the process over and over again.
I just wonder why did they keep going top? You know, like, have you not learned, like, if you can't get anything top? 2 waves went to the tower and they didn't get any XP. Yeah, sure, you're 3 people keeping 4 other guys busy. Normally in the game of League of Legends, that's good. But if you're not getting any XP, you're not even taking your double golems, you're basically 3 people staying on the same level while everybody else is just farming. Yeah, sure, Vasili's down bottom, like, trying to farm, but he didn't do anything in the game. And then even then, once they started rotating from top to mid, Vasili was still farming bottom, and they need Vasili to make the plays. They need Vasili to get fed LMQ, and that didn't happen, and they just completely got shut down.
I think a key part in that had to be that Blue was able to get 3 buffs in level 1, which completely wrecks the jungler in the early game, and they were putting a lot of pressure in level 2 and 3 in that top side, which, as a jungler, you start thinking, I gotta get back to farming. I can't waste my time and just sit here in this lane trying to watch the other guys. Like, they're just sightseeing.
Yeah, definitely the hero of that game, though, to me, was Deft. And the adaptation he made from previous games where he's playing Kog'Maw, immobile, late game, AD carry, to this game he's playing Corki, more playmaking, mobility champion. I think it suits him a lot better.
LMQ helped him out with the Kog'Maw ban.
That's true.
Yeah, we said that in Picks and Bans.
Wow, my brain like blinked on what I was going to talk about. Oh no, I remember now. Yeah, I like how fast Samsung Blue played the game because you talked about the fact that Tristana's getting solo farm and everyone else is sharing farm up there. So to kind of like spell that out in a different way, Tristana needs to get to about 7,000-8,000 gold, Infinity Edge plus Static Shiver Phantom Dancer, maybe 9,000 before she starts turning on and being useful. She didn't actually hit that mark throughout this game. So Samsung Blue are basically denying everyone else who has mid-game impact. Right? None of them, those 3 guys up there, getting any gold or any experience. Samsung Blue are actually scaling up somewhat here in this game. So then, when 20 minutes rolls around, mid-game happens, well, Tristana's still useless, even though she got that solo lane farm. It hasn't meant a single thing to LMQ, and the rest of the game is snowballing.
So before we go over to an interview, I do have a question for Crumbs, because last time this happened, I remember quoting every incorrect analyst, and then looking at you gloriously down the line. You were of the belief Samsung Blue, psychologically, you were going to be absolutely destroyed, and it looked completely the opposite. They came in here
How does it feel,
as
Crumbs?
stern as ever.
How does it feel?
I've come
to be on
with,
this side of the
with
equation?
only one conclusion. You know, everybody says, oh, Group C, Group of Death. It's actually the Group of Life now, because just like life, this Group of C is a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
It's one's journey through a box of chocolates.
I did not expect that level of like depth, and like my mind is blown. Double F, how do you follow that?
How do you counter that?
I just want to say this is the most interesting group of the tournament for me personally, and I just think it's crazy because Samsung Blue lost to Fnatic, who lost to OMG, who lost to LMQ, who has now lost to Samsung Blue. You have no idea what's going to happen in this group. It's just absolutely insane.
All right, let's talk a little bit about LMQ, of course, on the other side. They really did struggle. We've already talked about some of the decision-making. Actually, I have just heard that the interview is ready, so let's head over to Shox, where she is joined by Deft from Samsung Blue.
Thank you very much. Quick shot indeed joined here by Deft. Deft, first up, congratulations, and immediately the question, why did you guys decide to go so full-on aggressive in this game versus LMQ?
LMQ와 경기할 때 왜 이렇게 공격적인 픽들 고르셨나요, 혹시?
일단 푸나틱이랑 저희가 경기를 할 때 좀 후반에 센 픽들을 뽑았다가 초반부터 질질 끌리게 됐는데 그래서 이번에는 좀 초반부터 강한 픽을 뽑아서 빠르게 이기고 싶었어요.
So our game against Fnatic, we picked champions that needed time and farm for the late games, and obviously that didn't work out. So against LMQ, we try to pick champions that are more dominant during the laning phase.
And you were a lot more dominant as well. We saw you being quite sad after that loss. What do you do in between those games to pick yourself back up?
푸나틱 전에서 진 이후로 좀 되게 슬픈 모습을 보여줬는데 어떻게 좀 기운을 차리셨나요?
일단 팀원들이나 감독님, 코치님이 잘 다독여 주신 것도 있고 또 상대 팀 원딜이었던 레클리스 선수가 와서 막 포옹도 해주고 그래서 어떻게 잘 풀린 것 같아요.
Mainly my teammates, the coach, managers, they cheered me up a lot. And also Fnatic's Reckless, he came over and gave me a hug. And yeah, that was really big help for me.
Reckless also mentioned beforehand how he was very nervous playing against you in that lane. Do you think you can beat him if you get the rematch on Sunday?
레클레스 선수가 여기 인터뷰할 때 데프 선수랑 경기할 때 되게 긴장했다고 했는데 일요일 날 재경기하면 이길 수 있을 것 같으세요?
일단 레클리스 선수도 굉장히 잘하는 선수이기 때문에 이길지 못 이길지는 잘 모르겠지만 코그모만 안 하면은 이길 수 있을 것 같아요.
So Reckless is a really great player, and I think it's gonna be a really hard game. So I'm not gonna play KaBuM next time. So yeah, but I think you can win.
All right, well, thank you very much and congratulations. And as for us, we're going to kick it back over to the guys at the desk for some final thoughts on that game.
Thank you, Shox. And yeah, if a hug from Reckles gives you the power to win a game, then I'm going to be hugging Mata when I get to the
All right, let's finish talking about how Samsung Blue took down LMQ. We do have a replay of that ridiculous level 3 team fight in the mid lane. Let's pull that up onto your screen. And let's start this one off. I know, Crepper, you were talking a little bit, getting quite excited. And anyone wants to chime in. Roll this clip out and talk us through the craziness that's
it's all kinds of crazy. You shouldn't open with a fish here if you respect your opponent. Dade can win well that all the time. Good roam from Acorn comes in. Xiao Xiao somehow manages to come out here alive, even though Ackerman TP's in. If you look at the bottom facility, he's nowhere near.
He throws an Acorn right here, trying to catch him off with a part of himself. Too slow.
Crumbs is too proud of that pun, by the way.
But yeah, they're too far ahead. They're all, I think everybody's a single level higher than, or at least like 1 or 2 levels higher than their single opponent. And look at what Dade is doing.
Watch Dade here. It's ridiculous that he can live in this situation.
He just went with the flow.
And then he stabs him in the heart. Look at this guy, dude. What a thug. He's just like, right in the face.
Yep. He hit him so hard he doesn't even have a name anymore.
Oh, no. Okay, first of all, Acorn pun, no. Flow, yes, but you shouldn't have reacted. Nevertheless,
I like the Maokai so much because it's kind of like Acorn grew up into a mighty tree.
No.
Right, we're getting a bit silly, so let's...
I'm more of a chestnut kind of guy.
Let's scroll along. It's a time of the show where we walk a mile in Crumbs or the Jungler's shoes for the segment that we like to call... Thank you very much. All right, first clip. It is NaJin White Shield versus Cloud9 and Balls. He narrowly avoids a gank.
It's a good reflex on the Cocoon, basically. As soon as he sees the animation, he thinks that was probably Cocoon coming out there. It could have been an auto attack to mess with him and just throws Cocoon afterwards, but still a good flash.
Next up, NaJin White Shield versus Alliance. This was a mid lane.
It's a good roam from Nip. Really good roam from Nip, and then just clean up immediately. Froggen aggressively flashing in with Gold Card is exactly what they needed right here. And then Nip levels up to level 6, has the ulti to safety. And once you get winning in a fight with Zilean and you know your support has ultimate and you trust him enough to use it properly, you can just go ham.
Finally, OMG versus Fnatic, and so as he dropped
At this point, I think Sauce was just on tilt, to be honest, and he's just getting 3-man here, and there's really nothing he can do. He also shields nothing here, because he expects the double bomb. He shielded too early.
The shield was already on.
It
He shielded from like Aurelia and stuff.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Nice. It's like you've done this one before. Let's take a look at the standings after the 6 games have been played and are now locked into our match history. We've got a lot to talk about. Group C, as D-Man so rightly pointed out, 2 teams on 2 and 1 with LMQ and Samsung Blue. Then Fnatic and OMG at 1 and 2. Fova in the Group D side, NaJin White Shield currently 3 and 0. Cloud9 2 and 1. Alliance 1 and 2. And KaBuM 0 and 3. Nobody's completely locked in this spot. Nobody's guaranteed to advance yet. If you drop games in this next half, it's going to be very difficult to bounce back. Freak?
So the interesting thing is, especially in Group C, all the 1 and 2 teams, they can actually guarantee a #1 spot of the group by just winning the next 3 games and then winning any potential tiebreakers. Like, Fnatic and OMG both can just be like, all right, just show up in the last 2 days and just, just win against everyone else.
Right?
But as far as like mathematical possibilities, they're in complete control of their own seeding.
I'm really glad I won't be on the desk for some of these games so I can avoid the predictions for Group C, because I'm done. I'm seriously just done with trying.
How do you prepare for it, though? I mean, we see Fnatic. I think they're the ones that are the Fnatic and LMQ have got the starkest contrast, right? LMQ yesterday looked ridiculously good, and today they looked ridiculously lost. Fnatic have this incredible performance against Samsung Blue, and then drop the ball elsewhere. I mean, how do you come into this? Double lift, some thoughts?
I think a lot of it comes down to these teams are... You have to be really flexible in your style. You have to be able to play against so many different styles of teams, especially in the Group of Death. I mean, this group, I've been wrong on like every prediction today and probably like every other day. But anyways, it's just really hard because you don't know if these teams are able to adapt to the styles of Fnatic, of Samsung Blue. It's just so hard.
I think it's not exactly the teams being able to adapt, but tunnel visioning on what they're doing. Like, we see these teams play the same strategy like 2-3 games in a row, and then it fails, and then they realize, oh, we got to change. Then they lose again, and then, oh, we changed. Put it into a winning strategy, then ride that one against all the other teams. Doesn't work again, and then it fails. They need to really just be understanding of why these compositions and strategies work against each other. It touches up on what you mentioned about being flexible.
So Crumbs and Crepo, Cloud9 and Alliance respectively, what are they going to do in the other half? Alliance, hit and miss. They picked up a win against KaBuM. They've had 2 close-fought losses. I think that's the way I'm going to phrase it. Against Cloud9, they were still in it for a while. Against NaJin Shield, they were in it for a while. Cloud9, on the other hand, the Talon pick, their playstyle, what are we expecting from the respective teams?
I think Alliance just needs to sit down, watch those replays, and analyze where they went wrong strategically. They now know, they need Froggen on a playmaker, they need comfort champions on everybody else, but they need to analyze their mistakes, especially in terms of rotations and in build paths in certain cases as well.
I think that NaJin's probably feeling very comfortable in the position that they're in. You know, they're playing KaBuM one more time. That almost certainly guarantees them a 4-0 in their group already. So I'd expect Cloud9 and Alliance to have each other in their sights and nobody else. So, as you said, watch the replays, but I think for this matchup, the mid laner seems to be the most impactful thing. We saw NaJin kind of exploit mid lane, bringing out a talent pick from high that did not pan out. So I think if Froggen can try to do the same thing against Cloud9, it might just turn the tides in their favor.
Well, they do play that tomorrow, game 2 of the day. Not a lot of time. Alliance then play NaJin Shield later in the day, so not a lot of time for them. Talking about the schedule, we are back tomorrow with another full day of action, starting with the match between Fnatic and OMG. Then, as I've mentioned, Alliance will battle the North American team Cloud9. We'll actually close out the day with Alliance returning to the Rift to take on Korea's NaJin White Shield, potentially maybe their final match of World Championships if they continue losing. We will see. Right, those matches will begin 3 hours earlier on Saturday. So it starts at 8 a.m. Central European Summer Time. And a special note for those of you in the Pacific time zone, those matches will hit your browsers at 11 p.m. tonight. So make sure you set a reminder because you don't want to miss any of the action. I would once again like to thank all of our special guest analysts for sharing their insights on all of our matches for today. For myself, the casters, and the entire world's broadcast team, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you back in approximately 14 hours for day 3.
Which is too soon.
Not soon enough. Lovely.
Excited for today. All these matches on paper Viper look really close, so it should be a very action-packed day.
Meanwhile, Tab's taking all the damage, will be brought back to life thanks to his support. Zephyr jumps on, there is the hook coming in, they kill Shug, can they kill Tab? He's still going! Again, Fnatic decide, screw it, let's take it! Back range onto Acorn, we'll get the one, Heart will be the next one! Sneaky less than half HP, Balls is there as well. Oh! They finish him off, they do get one.
This entire day is going to be beast cementers, but for sure here.
Yellowstar again goes down without the rest of the team as he tries to pull them away, but they will not follow him. They will be looking for the W.
The monsoon lands. Danagons is going to get focused. He gets burnt on down. Shug goes deep. Punts and left straight back in towards the line. Death Sentence land pulls him in. Dade taken out. Slides out the way. Yeah!
Comes down to this one day, and then it's all what matters.
Wicked jumps on towards them. They force them back onto the mountain. Alliance will finally take their first victory.
可以有机会让大家看到我们中国选手的实力。
He gets away. No, Sand comes around. Yellowstar hooks in. He's in trouble now. He will go down.
To be the best, you have to beat the best, so I have no fear at all.
Onto Acorn, will get the one for nothing. Take down Samsung Blue.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Day 3 of the 2014 League of Legends World Championship. Coming to you live from Singapore. But the teams in this group stage only have 2 days left to prove themselves to head on to those quarterfinals. The action is coming to you from the Singapore EXPO, where you can see NaJin White Shield heading into the venue. Moments ago, Fnatic in their ready room, focused faces as they get ready for a do-or-die battle, which will be against OMG. Much more smiles in the OMG camp. Welcome, guys. I am Trevor Quickshot Henry, and helping me cover today's matches is a fairly impressive quartet of experts. Kicking things off with Mitch, Crepo, Force Balls. Welcome back to the desk. Next up, Neil, Prolly, Hamad from Complexity. Next up, of course, Alberto Crumbs Rengifo from Team Dignitas. And, of course, rounding out the table, LCS caster and general raconteur David Freak Turley. Welcome back, guys. Before we get into today's games, we're halfway through the Singapore group stage, and it looks like we need to follow Crumbs' lead and rename Group C from the Group of Death to the Group of Life, because right now, quarterfinal hopes are still alive for every single squad. So with that in mind, I want to ask you to go back in time, look at our original predictions, our original assumptions of this group, and give us some more guidance, from Philosopher Crumbs on the next 2 days of games.
I think that what we saw happen so far is that the teams are getting to know each other. They understand the strategies that are happening, and into every tournament happens a metagame, right? The tournament metagame is kind of developing, and people are understanding what's happening, like what champion is good, what benefits, and I think Crepo has a good point to touch on that.
Yeah, I kind of want to jump on that metagame point there as well. We talk a lot outside of the desk already. Just coming into this tournament, we expected a lot of these picks like Maokai, Lulu top, but we've seen Aurelia in other regions, and that has stepped up. If we looked at the win rates, Crumbs pointed out yesterday, Lulu's absurdly low, and Aurelia is doing really well, really high win rate, a lot of picks. If we go to the support side, Thresh showed up again. He always tampers off in the Western regions, but once these Korean playmaker supports, or even somebody like Moore just plays him up to its limits, is such a good playmaking champion. And then in the top lane again, Rumble. He definitely showed up, new meta pick in this tournament, and people are slowly running out of bans. There's only so many bans you have for these 4 champions, and there's plenty more you have to do. Zed comes to mind as well.
Yeah, I agree. And sort of speaking of what's shown up at Worlds, really, I also kind of want to think back to when we ranked all the individual players coming into it in the preview show, because it's hard to kind of categorize an individual player until you see them play against each other. So kind of all we had was perceived strength of region. We're like, well, the Korean's the best, unless you're someone like Name who's got name recognition. So specifically the Group C mid laners, I went and looked at a bunch of stats on them. Peke is actually having a really bad tournament, especially early on. We said he was number 3 in the group. He's playing number 4. He's down 6 CS at 10 on average. He is the slowest average mid laner of level 6 of anyone in the tournament. He is the slowest person to reach level 6 in the mid lane, so his early game is atrocious. He's the second slowest level 11, only ahead of Naru of Dark Passage, so a really bad start to him. Xiao is actually the most lane dominant. He has the highest CS lead. He's +5 at 10 minutes of anyone in his group. He has the highest CS at 20 of anyone in his group, and he's laning really well, something we knew about him from North America, but it's still working here. Cool from OMG is a big playmaker. He's actually the fastest level 6 of any player in the tournament. 6 minutes to level 6 there. He's also the fastest to level 11 of anyone. He's 32 seconds faster than Xiao, a minute 16 faster than Dade. He's making plays for his team. Dade, meanwhile, he's kind of well-rounded. Second highest CS at 10 lead, second highest time to 6 behind Cool, highest gold of any mid laner, so his team's doing really well. And so you have these guys doing different strengths for their teams.
Probably, is that what you expected?
Yeah, I was actually kind of surprised. What Crumb said about the teams kind of learning each other and then playing off of that, I think that's really prevalent in the mid lane. Looking at Cool and Xiao, it started off kind of passive. In the first few games, there weren't many kills or anything like that. And then as the tournament's progressing, Xiao's killing people, Cool's killing people, and there's a lot more blood in the mid lane, which is what I expected in the beginning. So I'm really glad that that's kind of coming to fruition. The aggressive mid lanes are coming out now.
Well, I'm happy you talked about the mid lanes. It's a natural segue. It's not going to be a killing one, but as we move on, the one world's big play that we're going to highlight from yesterday from Twitter comes from the Samsung Blue versus LMQ matchup, and that CV Dragon tweets, Dade playing around with LMQ in the mid lane at 10% HP. Balls of steel, and telling them who is their Dade. Roll out Yasuo.
They keep fighting. Oh, John the Waters completely misses. This time around, Joe goes out. There's the ultimate.
Right here we have No Name trying to death.
He's gonna catch on to one, and he gets away. Ackerman comes in. He's taken low and breakable from Moore, just about stopping the damage. Death Sentence land pulls him in. Dade taking low, slides out the way. Moon into trouble. He goes down.
Desperately trying to kill Dade, trying to make a name for himself, but ultimately.
Yeah. I think the Lantern from Hard actually was the one thing that just gave him the final shield before his flow kicked in and gave him another shield. And that's really hard to land recently in a cluster of 5 people because it only shields Thresh and the person you're trying to shield. And if you misclick that a little bit, yeah, you just kill him.
Manages to survive.
Yep.
Right, you guys at home can share your favorite moments from those games with us throughout Worlds by tweeting them to us at LOL Esports with the hashtag Worlds Big Plays. Let's also take a moment to check out some of the escapes from yesterday as players narrowly avoided death in a segment that we call
Damn Jukes.
Thank you very much. Right, first one is NaJin White Shield versus Alliance, and watch. he manages to get out with his life.
Well, it's only Fnatic. I mean, he's up against the Chrono Keeper. Why wouldn't Watch be perfectly suited here? What I really like, though, is that Watch knows he doesn't need this shield to survive, so he ward hops instead. It might have been cooldown based, but basically because he ward hops away, Nif can't land a second auto attack here, so pretty crucial that Watch gets away like that.
So close indeed. The next one comes from OMG versus Fnatic, and this is Sun getting away with his life.
Yeah, actually, the play is actually in the wrong direction here from Yellowstar, but I'll give it to that. What he could have done is throw the Lantern right here in between the turret and the wall, and that would have blocked Sand. Lantern has a small collision radius, and that way you can really screw with enemy ADs. And if you ever do that, that's called a crepo, by the way.
Yeah.
Called a crepo, calling dibs
I
on
want my
that
own
one.
play named after me, and I can never do it because I can't get to Worlds anymore.
Well, hopefully next year.
One time.
All right. If you guys check out today's schedule, you can see that we have got some ridiculously colossal battles ahead. It all begins with a rematch battle between Fnatic and OMG, and immediately after that, Alliance and Cloud9 will face off once again. Alliance really need a win in that matchup. That will be followed by LMQ versus Fnatic. The action keeps going into the last match of the day, where Alliance will once again do battle, this time against NaJin White Shield. For stats on the teams and players, as well as spoiler-free VODs, features, photos, and much more, head over to lolwesports.com. While you're there, you can play Armchair Analyst and visit the complete schedule to pick the teams that you think will be victorious in today's matchups. Now, we'd like to give us some information. Head to Twitter and tell us which player in your mind has been the biggest star in the Singapore group stage so far and why. I'm going to ask a couple of guys on the desk. Prolly, you're first. Who, let's be honest, which mid laner has stepped up in your mind?
Why would you say mid laner? Come on. I hope this curse doesn't transfer, but Xiao has really impressed me. During the regionals, he wasn't that strong on the assassins he picked, but now he's coming out, and I think he's making a really big name for himself. He's always even or ahead. I haven't seen him lose a lane really yet, and that's kind of something that's really strong with the team.
And Crumbs?
To me, it has to be Gorilla. All the games that NaJin White Shield has won have been off the back of Gorilla's playmaking abilities. He's got multiple games on Thresh, and every hook, they hook and the entire team is ready to follow up, and it just leads to their victories.
So I think they're going to get a silver on the back of Gorilla.
Right, so we've heard from some of our guys. We want to hear from you. Tweet your responses to us at LOL Esports with that hashtag words. We will pick our favorite responses and share them with you later in the show and get some of the input on what you guys have to say. Let's head into our first match of the day. It will, of course, be Fnatic taking on OMG in a rematch from yesterday that, truthfully, was very one-sided in OMG's favor. Both of these teams came into play, and Fnatic simply were outplayed in the mid-game. They were overconfident, they were over-aggressive, and they bit off more than they could chew.
Now, I'm not impressed with Soaz picking Lulu. I really liked him taking Aurelia, and he's just not having a good tournament on these champions that are full-on supporting. We know he's this guy that wants to be carrying. He wants to be making a name for himself, and Lulu's not the champion to do that. Just play Aurelia. She's been doing excellently in the tournament, and you'll see more success with it.
I think Soaz actually used to be a good Lulu player. He just needs to get into the right mindset in that particular game as well. Like, he was just overextended once ahead of his lane when he had vision on the bottom side of the map. When every lane was doing well, they could have snowballed the game. What his team needed from him that game wasn't a Lulu carry. They needed Lulu with utility, and they could have done that. But he tried to overextend and win his lane too hard, and he got punished for it. And the one weakness Soaz has, he has a really big champion pool, he's a really good player, but he's a very emotional player. And you could see it at the player camp. Every time they ganked him, every time they dove or roamed him, you could see his face just get a little more angry, a little more sad every time. So if teams are watching for that, he may expect to be camped even more.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about the team on the other side of the rift. It is, of course, OMG. For both Fnatic and OMG, this is a battle where it's getting close to do or die. They're bottom of the table, 1 and 2. OMG, terrible day 1, better day 2. Sort of the opposite for Fnatic. They've also been up and down, Freak.
Yeah, here's the weird thing. So for Fnatic first, if they play the way they did against Samsung Blue, they would probably be able to just win Worlds if they played every single game that strongly, because it was such a good performance. But we keep seeing these incredibly hit-and-miss performances. The same thing, of course, for OMG as well. As you said, Trevor, their first day really lackluster. Their second day so good, and it still hinges on Cool to me. Again, right? He gets level 6 really fast, level 11 really fast. He's the playmaker there, and if he can keep going, they'll do well.
I definitely think Fnatic's game yesterday against OMG was almost a mistake. It really just seemed like Fnatic just, wasn't in their element. But I think this matchup is really heavily favored to Fnatic if they play the way they do against, like, Samsung Blue.
Well, I think we've heard a little bit of insight into both of these squads. I want to put you guys on the spot for the first game of the day and hear your predictions. Who do you think is going to win this do-or-die battle? Which team will show up? We were discussing it over breakfast or dinner, whatever it is now. And there's some split decisions in production. I want to know if there's split decisions here. Crepo, you are first on my list. Fnatic or OMG, who's picking up the win and why?
Even though they lost yesterday, I think I'm going with Fnatic still, because I think if they look back at their game, their mistakes were relatively easy to fix. You know, I don't think they should give him Zillion again for one, and for the second part, you know, Soaz, he lost lane early, then he got camped. I mean, it was all pretty avoidable and just snowballed out of their control. Plus, I know Fnatic, once they get beaten, they have this fire and this like passion to just show up again. They did it first day as well. They got horribly underperformed. People were calling them out. You know, Fnatic's not going to do well. And once you rule them out, they do well again.
Blue. Yeah. Right, Prolly.
I'm going to go with Fnatic with this one. I definitely think Cool is kind of strangled right now with his champion pool. He's played 2 assassins and not done well, and the one game he did win was with Zillion. So if Fnatic bans out that Zillion or is ending up picking it, I think Peke is going to, you know, be able to take advantage in that mid lane.
Well, a lot of faith in Fnatic thus far. Crumbs, let's see if this continues.
It does not.
Okay, well, there you go.
I'm going to go with OMG. And I think that the matchup is going to be a little bit reminiscent of yesterday's, in which OMG took an early Aurelia, and I want to see Aurelia be contested by both these teams, because what we see now is with that E-Max build, you get that 2-second stun at level 9, which can turn any fight around really heavily. So I really want to see going or an OMG take an early Aurelia, build a team comp around that, and then snowball from top lane.
Final thought from Freak?
I think Fnatic's going to take it. I think as long as they don't go really over-aggressive early game for kind of no reason, they should be just fine. It's just a matter of Fnatic showing up, getting past the early game mistakes, and being this Fnatic that's going on their now 13th, hopefully top 4 in a row.
So Philosopher Crumbs is the only odd one out on this desk. He's been right before, folks. Let's take a look at the fan vote over on lolEsports.com and see how you guys are voting. 74% of you said that Fnatic will walk away with the win, so mirroring the sentiment from the analyst desk. We'll be heading over to the caster desk for the first game, but first, the European LCS teams tell us about the adjustments that they find themselves being forced to make in Singapore.
Right now, it's an awesome Fnatic to prove that Europe is a strong region, and we had a really rocky start, and it's not going so well yet. But I still believe we can make it.
It's funny, like, we have beat the Korean teams, we are supposed to be the hardest, and we have lost to the other 2 teams, which everyone kind of thought we would win.
We have to cut down on the individual mistakes we're making, because we do get caught out a lot, and that was the reason we lost against NaJin White Shield.
NaJin Shield taking back so many hooks. Shulk just getting too close with no vision of where NaJin White Shield were.
We have to talk a lot about our ban and pick phase, because I felt like both our game against OMG and LMQ, we gave away a bit too much, and our composition didn't really make as much sense as our composition versus blue.
It's really important that people stay calm and don't panic, because when you panic, you make mistakes, and that's really bad this happen.
Like people call the Korean machines, we have to be more like that, have no emotion during the game. You just have to play it safe and be more methodical.
For me, it's really important that the EU reach as well. We saw SK losing already, so Fnatic and us are the last hope, and I think that we both make it out of groups.
An improved pick and ban phase is what Reckless says that Fnatic need in this one. We're going to see if they can improve that one. Guys, we are going to be taking a look at the starting lineup for this game. On the blue side, from the European LCS, it is, of course, Fnatic, with Soaz in the top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, xPeke in mid lane, Reckless the AD carry, and Yellowstar on support.
And that means on the red side, representing the LPL, it's OMG. In the top lane is going, jungling is Loveling. In the mid lane, it's Cool with San at AD carry and Dada at support.
So as we get towards pick and ban, we have a little bit of, I guess we can call it news at this stage. OMG will only have 2 bans this game.
Yeah, we have to mention they were docked to ban yesterday. I'm sure everyone remembers the pauses in OMG's first game and on the first day, and then also paused yesterday. Now, the reason those happen is there is a pre-game checklist that the teams have to sign off on, that all of their in-game settings are acceptable to them. OMG paused on day 1 because they didn't like the noise levels in-game. That was an unauthorized pause. They were given an official warning. They did it again yesterday, so they lose a ban.
Well, only 2 bans against Fnatic in A, and I think the analyst said it right there. If this game is definitely do or die at the bottom, I guess we can call it, of the group, but you've got to come up big today.
You have to come up big. Fnatic knows about these as well. The teams are all kind of filled in and put in the loop, so they also have to change their pick and ban strategy. But does this kind of, fluster them? There's more to be picked? Do they realize that OMG can get something they want out of this as well?
And specifically on the red side, I think it just hurts them a little bit more. Fnatic has been having those pick and ban problems. It's something they thought they would be having before the event. It's something that has happened in a lot of their losses here, both of their losses actually. And now that there's fewer bans, I really wonder how OMG is going to adjust. Normally, you're seeing the red side ban pretty much Alistar and Zilean almost every game. OMG's not actually doing that, so this could definitely change the landscape of this pick phase more so than the ban phase.
Well, we see the Aurelia being banned out already, both going and Soaz finding the 1 win the teams have on those that top lane champion. Lee Sin being taken out as well. That was banned by Fnatic in the first time these guys played, but being on the red side, that's in OMG's hands to ban out. Still waiting, a little bit slower here, as OMG figures out what they want for their second and final ban.
Feel like that's an interesting choice from OMG's side. I mean, Fnatic and Cyanide in particular on Lee Sin, he's not been impressive on Lee Sin all season. Played 4 games of it, 1 for 3, like, just not been all that good on Lee Sin. So for me, that is a questionable ban from OMG's side.
There's a chance it's a throwaway ban, too. We actually saw a blue side team not ban yesterday because they didn't necessarily want to decide what to ban. And here, Fnatic throws their 3rd ban. OMG, they let the timer run out for their loss of ban. We'll see what they throw in as their final ban, or if they even decide to ban something here. Fnatic did ban the Zilean, which is a little surprising, and it would open up OMG to ban Alistar and have a fairly normal ban phase.
I do think that's a surprising Zilean ban as well. Cool kind of went off on that. It's something you could probably control and not give him that 7-0-4 game, but it will be an Alistar as a final ban. Soaz has been seeing that come in, and I think every team's been seeing that coming against their top laners throughout Worlds.
Yeah, Alistar is actually the only champion who is 100% picked or banned in every single game so far at Worlds.
Well, that trend continues here, and Fnatic with first pick. What are they going to go for? Maokai, for example, has managed to sneak through the banning phase here.
Yeah.
Yesterday's game, Lulu top lane, we've already heard that people not too convinced with that, but it will actually be Rumble locked in for Soaz.
So, first off, Maokai's not much of a Soaz champion. So when he went through the pick and ban phase, I thought maybe that's a little dangerous. However, a lot of teams have been baiting Maokai picks in order to play Rumble. It has had mixed results. The 2 Rumbles we saw at the end of yesterday were a combined 0 and 15 on the scoreboard, so it's definitely counterable in the early game if the lane is heavily focused by the opponent. And I wonder if OMG is going to try and pick a composition that can do that. Thresh is pretty big for Dada 777.
Also pushing Cyanide onto Elise, or Jarvan most likely in this one. Didn't have too good of a Jarvan game to start off the Worlds here for Fnatic's team, so we'll see what he can feel comfortable on as the Kha'Zix and the Thresh are locked in.
While I don't disagree with the Rumble pick on Fnatic, I wonder how much value they were getting out of being on the blue side there. You look at Rumble, who hasn't really been first picked at all, versus Thresh, who LMQ was willing to throw a first pick on against OMG to much success. If you look at Dada's champion pool on OMG, it's Thresh and then a bunch of stuff he doesn't seem very good at. So giving that away, in a sense, to let OMG pick it, I feel like is a bit of a flub by Fnatic.
Well, we are going to see Fnatic here locking in Nami. Will be the 2nd showing for Yellow Star on Nami. Of course, we caught a lot on it in their previous game. KaBuM also coming out then for Reckless. That's actually a new champion for him at the World Championships. Played a couple of games on Lucian and 1 on Tristana so far. We'll see what he can do here on KaBuM.
Keeping it diverse. It's usually the Trist or the Kog'Maw for Sand, so you're grabbing one of those, maybe the Trist for him. They like to go to that late game fight.
And I really wonder if they're going to continue to try and go for that late game fight, because so much of the success we saw yesterday from teams was abusing mid-game power spikes before teams could make it to the late game. They already have the Rise in there. Their AD carry choice will really define whether they go mid-game. Corki or Lucian would mean a little bit more mid-game for them.
Well, it will be Lucian there locked in for Sun. See exactly what he can do with that. Again, a new pick for him, playing Tristana Cogmore so far. We also see the Rise locked in as well, so that's a new feature on this OMG team for Fnatic. They seem to be right on plan here. We'll see Elise come into the jungle with Cyanide, and Peke is going to show us what he's got on Syndra.
Definitely more decisiveness from Fnatic into the pick and ban phase. The only game they've actually won so far at group stage was with Cyanide on that Elise. They have a ton of pick potential, both Syndra stuns and Elise cocoons, which can be followed up with Nami bubbles. So it can still be that Fnatic playstyle, but this time with a little bit more teamfight oomph. The only problem is they're very heavy into magic damage if OMG is able to stack some of that.
Now, speaking a little bit with Reckless as we were getting painted up with makeup in the room earlier.
And you look beautiful, by the way, Rick.
Thank you so much. I love the eyebrows. As I was saying, they said, a lot of people said, the Zed, the Kog'Maw, you're unsafe. He said, I get to the Quicksilver Sash as fast as possible, and the team realizes that we don't fight until then.
And the question will be whether that becomes a problem or not. I mean, Reckless was off split pushing one of the games. Fnatic got dove by LMQ very quickly. Obviously, they've constructed this team composition in a little bit different of a way. If they are dove a little bit early, Rumble is incredibly hard to dive against, so they are a little bit more well prepared for such a situation. But man, I wonder if Fnatic can get the mid-game together here.
Going to be such an important clash for both of these teams. Both of them sat, of course, in the table at 1 win and 2 losses. Samsung Blue and LMQ just above them on 2-1. So you really have to win this game if you're looking to come out of the groups. And, well, it's kind of all or nothing at this stage. You've got nothing to lose.
We almost don't know what's going to come from Fnatic, right? Taking down Samsung Blue, losing to other teams. It's been so topsy-turvy coming into this Worlds. Anything can happen, and that's as always.
It is the group of anything happening, obviously. Fnatic
group of life.
beat the
box of chocolate.
The best team. This group is like a box of chocolates. You never know what you're going to get.
Yeah, I have to give Crumbs definite credit for that one. Pretty incredible analysis of how this group goes. But guys, now that the champions are locked in, which team do you guys think are going to win? Tweet at LOL Esports using hashtag FNCWin or OMGWin, and we'll see who your support has gone to once we get into the game. Fnatic, of course, as pretty much ever, I think through the entire year they've had the fan vote on their side, but this is the game where they really need to rally. They have to win.
Well, the mid-game is the game we're talking about. Mid lanes and mid-games, but mid-game controlled quite well. Yellow Star throwing down pink boards all over the place. Right now, the highest one to lay those down. We'll see if the Vision continues to control the game for Fnatic here. If OMG starts to go hard out of the gate, we are on to the Rift. We're going to see what we get in here in the lane matchups.
Yeah, the Vision will be such an important battle for Fnatic with the Syndra and Elise trying to find catches and avoid the aggressive dives that OMG has been able to execute in the past. Obviously, a lane swap is very possible as well. SOAS needs to be able to get early levels more so than anything. The Rumbles we saw get shut down yesterday took an exceedingly long time to hit level 5, which is when Rumble can start kind of fending for himself with some ranks and Flamespitter. Can't wait to see the first 7 minutes or so of this game. It will decide a lot.
And I feel bad for these Rumbles, at least in the last 2 games of the day. They've turned into the Mundo dive. If you can get them before 5, just keep diving. Keep diving. Has a pretty rough escape. It looks like they're trying to switch up the lanes here just a little bit to see an early advantage, but OMG is going to get right under the skin of Fnatic with some deep wards to start this one off and get all the vision that they want on Blues to keep track of Cyanide.
Yeah, wards down. We actually saw a little bit of this yesterday, but was generally not followed up on. This time around, OMG actually still sitting there in that curved brush. So we'll see if they actually move away. There is, of course, that ward in the death brush from Fnatic, so they can see that OMG have gone in there. And we'll also see that, maybe more importantly, OMG have not, up until now, actually moved.
Until they see OMG leave the brush, which is right now with Cool, they could have surmised that maybe they recalled. It's a little bit unlucky that Cool took that path back. Now we can see basically all of OMG's plans, and Fnatic will get to react to them. They're not swapping back up to meet the 80 carries. We're going to either see a lane freeze, which is what he's trying to pull off right here, or a fast push. I wonder if Fnatic will go for that. And I wonder also how the top laners are expecting to get experience. At the moment, they're doing the double jungle.
You can see pulling in San, kind of controlling the minions there so they can lock it up as much as possible. And the jungling to begin. Looks like they're going to go right through this ward. So Vision privy over to the side of OMG that they're getting invaded as they thought they would. It's really about the first move. Who can trick each other? Because in the beginning of these games, everybody knows what each other is doing. It's who can really go outside the box and make the first move.
And I actually kind of like what Fnatic was doing there, taking the Wolf before the blue buff, because specifically since they're doing a buff trade, the later they take the enemy's buff, the more they're going to deny it later in the game. OMG obviously took and fully cleared Fnatic's blue buff about a full minute ago, and the respawn is going to be desynced now.
So, Reckless and San both getting free lanes up until now. Dade just waiting up on that top side. Yellowstar in lane as well. You see going, joining Lovely. And of course, Soaz will be with Cyanide as well. Gonna be 4 men coming down towards this bottom lane.
And here's the main difference. Fnatic did not freeze the bottom lane. OMG did freeze the top lane. So Fnatic is forced into the fast push / dragon take style of play right now. And they're just going to go straight for the dragon. This is a calculated trade.
That ward really paid off. Seeing that invade and now seeing the fact that dragon will be done here at 3:30 in. The timer will be had, and maybe even more vision from Loveling as he tries to make his way in. This is going to be solo, and he's walking right over a ward. A good bubble could really make
if
his
this stops
day
them
bad.
from doing the dragon, it's fantastic. Fnatic delayed on that, and OMG was able to rotate down their bottom lane for a swap. That's a big win for OMG because they get the solo lane experience for their AD carry, and they do not lose out on the global gold. So big time wins, especially since the turret didn't go down in that lane either.
That's basically all you need to do at this level. Put a ward down there so that they know that they're spotted, and usually that's enough to just force these teams away from going for that early dragon where they're losing a lot of health and having to juggle the aggro between them. And when we're talking about juggling, Peke doing well so far here in this mid lane, throwing his stuns out, which didn't quite connect onto Cool that last time around, but interesting to see how Peke does here with this Syndra. How, of course, Cool does on Zed. Cool, for me, not being as impressive as we would have maybe hoped for him to be so far. There's always time, though. We still have 3 games to play.
And yesterday, in the game they did win, his Zillion was spectacular.
That
basically took over the game. He killed Peke 1v1, and then he punished Soaz in the top lane. Zed versus Syndra, everybody has trouble against a good Syndra, so Peke, we'll see if he can punish Cool here.
See how well he comes out of this one. Seen Cool get his Yasuo and whatnot and still be taken down. Seems like he could be a little bit flustered in mid if he's not getting that help from Loveling. And right now, obviously taking the lane bully of Peke. This puts it 40-26 in CS in that lane. Not going to need too much help from Cyanide there, so hopefully he can focus in other places. Top laners now to match up here. Going level 4. Soa has his 2, so he's happy to sit here and farm under the turret for now.
Easy peasy, really, for Soaz. Once that lane is pushed up, go and just trying to do a little bit of damage to him underneath the tower as Cyanide was spotted coming down bottom as well. Force going actually to recall. Already he's got that tier stacking up, so he's not going to be too worried about that.
I do have to point out, though, that Fnatic lost this lane swap. Soaz is behind in experience by going, and San is ahead of experience to Reckless. Just the failed dragon attempt, even though it doesn't show in the gold, definitely shows an experience, and it gives OMG advantages in the side lanes. If they can get a gank off in the mid lane, it would pull an advantage there, but a level 6 Peke will make things pretty dicey.
A little bit of chaos can cause a lot if you're pulling the opposing team out of lanes. Peke here hitting 6 as he said. Whoa, nice lantern just off on the side. Dade out of save San from too much trouble with level 5 to a 3 and a 4. Especially with that Lucian damage, they could easily start to trade a little bit. Loveling here, looks like he may help and offer a bit of that assistance.
Actually spotted coming to that top side, so Fnatic aware that that was all going on. This mid lane, though, is the shining light for them so far. Cheeky from Yellowstar, just stop San recalling. But that mid lane, the shining light for them. Peke 54-39 CS up. Not being back to buy just yet, but actually waiting quite a while, and the presence of Yellowstar enough to actually stop San from going back.
At this point, it's a wave and a half that San could potentially lose to his turret, so Yellowstar stopping him those few times will definitely maintain an edge in this lane for Fnatic. It's really a nice play there by Yellowstar, just taking the risk to walk up that far because they were down in experience in that lane. Now they can potentially pull a bit of an item advantage with better back timings.
Have to pay attention to just how strong the play is of San, of Cool, getting very emotional in the losses on the first day. Have to keep their mind in the game and really keep playing strong. San, easily one of the carriers along with Cool coming in for OMG.
So Hex Drinker was the first item here for Cool. Obviously not really a surprise going up against that big AP threat of xPeke in the mid lane, who incidentally himself not been back as of yet, still sat on that single Doran's ring. Obviously limits what he can do right now, but when he does go back, I'd imagine he's sat on a decent chunk of gold at this point. I think got his blue buff as well, so maybe thinking, do I really want to go home? Actually, there is Cool going to dive in onto him. Peke has the death mark on.
Very close to going down. And OMG, like you said, Jat, they are 6s across the border, at least higher level right now, and really taking this laning phase to Fnatic.
One of the big reasons that Cool was able to go aggressive there was because of the support roam from Dade. His Thresh definitely showing a lot of presence, but they do not actually gain that much from it. Peke needed to go back to base anyway. He would have liked to delay a bit longer for his team's Unholy Grail, but now, again, roaming Dada 7.
Very close to getting hit up. Yellowstar giving himself a quick spell. That movement speed passive from Nami gets him to safety. He gets out swimmingly. So 9 minutes on the board. Still no kills to come in here, and just a slight gold lead due to the CS back and forth for now. San and Dada happy to push this one up to the turret, keep the harass going.
So we mentioned in Champion Select that both of these teams actually have fairly strong mid games, which will make it even more important that they can capitalize when they get a power jump in items. At the moment, San was able to go back and get his BF sword, so he needs to punish this Reckless lane before Reckless can go back and finish some of his components. Phage and Trinity Force will generally be when Reckless jumps ahead of San a little bit. The same thing goes kind of across the board. If Gogoing can complete his Rod of Ages, that's a big jump. If Soaz can complete Magic Penetration, that's a big jump for him. We have to track those things and see if the teams act on them, because Fnatic has struggled with that a little bit in their defeats.
Soaz as well, struggling a tad. 0-2 on his Lulu. Outspoken about those AP champions in top lane. And even with a loss on Aurelia in the regular season, he showed very well on it. A lot of people have here at Worlds. This time on to Rumble, down 20 CS. Can he still make an impact? The ults are going to have to hit in the fights with the way he's down right now.
Peke a mile off there with that stunt. Let's see if Fnatic can actually open anything up here. Loveling is already waiting in the side brush on that mid lane in case Fnatic do come around. There is a pink ward cleared out, so maybe OMG will be left somewhat guessing in this mid lane. There is a stun coming in, but you see Loveling stuck around long enough. They're actually going to dive towards Peke. Deathmark is down. Peke's not going to survive this one, but he does get the kill on the way out and gets the first blood even.
He just barely fell prey to that one, and Soaz teleports down. Equalizer doesn't quite get it. Let's see if they make use of that teleport more than just a one-for-one trade, though.
Still the pressure on the mid lane. Cool's grabbing double buffs off of that one. Soaz does come down. He overheats on the harpoon shot, not leaving him in a safe situation. That means Scrap Shield can't be used. A bit of a mistake there as Soaz tries to put the team on his back for a quick second. He is forced to go right back to Yellowstar and Cyanide for safety.
Yes. Very key there.
Able
to get
no way.
Soaz. Honk landing from Dade, and there comes Coolin with the lantern, and Soaz. You see him on the player cam in that bottom left-hand side and just shaking his head. Like, literally, the teleport was too slow for him.
Yeah.
Gets caught out of position, was possibly looking not to go down after the first hook lands on him and Cool let it go. And then he's trying to recall in an area where he's just going to go down. And now OMG not only getting the kill, they're going to get the dragon as well.
Yeah, even if they wanted to contest this, Gogoing could just teleport down and rise and force an uneven fight. Let's just take stock of everything that OMG gained there, despite Fnatic basically throwing the kitchen sink at them. It was a counter gank to the Zed ultimate when they showed up with Yellowstar and Cyanide. A, they didn't prevent the kill. B, they still burned exhaust. C, they burned the teleport. And D, Zed got 2 kills and didn't even die once he came back from base plus the dragon. Everything there went OMG's way.
Very different from Soaz coming in with these plays. That backing in somebody's jungle. Not very respectful. Thinking that there were 3 of his wards around doesn't mean that there isn't one from OMG. And that is big plays for Cool in the mid lane. I guess it doesn't matter if he's on that Zillion or now he gets that Zed. He is doing work with the help of the jungle and the help of the Roman Dada. Fnatic now trying to answer with a bit of their own, and it's going to be the teleport coming in from Going. Will he be able to activate? He flashes over it. Yellow Star's going to be hit. The tidal wave does come out, but OMG just surfs over it, and they're going to keep this one going. Loveling, can he get in? He does go for the flash. Going's auto is going to get that one and secure the kill, and OMG starts their rampage.
All 5 members of OMG in the bottom lane. Fnatic trying desperately to keep up with the speed of OMG's collapses. Thus far, they have been unsuccessful. So I was trying to take a turn in the top lane.
Yeah, that's their answer to this one. You see the effectiveness of Going's teleport compared to what Soaz ended up doing there in that mid lane, and should be giving OMG that tower on the bottom side. It will be that tower going down. Top lane, not sure if Soaz has really got that one low enough, and we can already see that OMG have started to move in, have a good deep line of wards inside of Fnatic's jungle. And Cool is hurting with that Cutlass in there on top of the Hex Drinker.
And this will be a big test of these teams' mental fortitude if the first 2 days weren't a big enough test already. Considering OMG's story coming in here, they started the group 0-2. To be able to come out of that, potentially win their next 2 games, would just require an immense amount of mental strength. You take Fnatic as well, having to beat Blue to come out of their slump as well after losing on the first day. It's just so hard for these guys to every single game have to show up knowing that a loss could eliminate you from the group.
Both of the teams much more improved than on the first day, but the question is, when it comes down to it, who improved more? So far, it's OMG as they start off the game 3-1. Peke able to get his blue. They can keep that to him. It'll be very good. Cool's, he's going to be receiving it, but not a necessity.
And this is where Cool now may start to shine, headed off onto those side lanes. Actually, Loveling going to come around, try and steal away the red buff, and tries becomes a lot easier when you've got that smite available. Takes that one down. Meanwhile, Soaz forced to use his ultimate in the top lane to get rid of that minion wave. And Fnatic slowly but surely seem to be falling to pieces.
And we were talking about those mid-game power spikes. There's a Rod of Ages completed. The BF sword almost an Infinity Edge onto Sand. Fnatic trying to group to make up for it, but they just strictly don't have the spells right now. Dade gets caught way out of position.
Nicely done. The calling coming across from Sand. He has not finished the Infinity Edge, but he's still able to put out big damage with all the pieces on it. Cool's trying to keep this one going. Yellow Star with the double bubble to keep this one a bit disengaged, as only one was lost on each side, but that's Reckless down.
He just got evaporated by the OMG team. Sand, though, gets real aggressive. The fact that OMG actually trades 1-for-1 despite Dada dying before the fight even began shows how far ahead they actually were there, and it's actually a pretty good trade for Fnatic at the end of the day.
And we talk about it being a mid-game centric group pretty much everywhere. They have the items right now, they're spiking, and they're perfectly creating these fights for themselves.
Infinity Edge will be in for Sun in just a little while. Got all 3 parts of that one. On the other side, though, for Reckless, after that death there, Sheen and Zeal in there, Phage still to come, and the rest of that Trinity Force going to be lacking a little bit behind. Fnatic, though, actually pushing back here, and they may have got this turret.
If you first fail, try again. However, they lost their minion wave. OMG is pushing the side wave. They are investing a lot to try and get this one, and they could not even finish it due to the fear of the OMG collapse. Tanking that turret without minions and without a real tank on the Fnatic team is pretty dangerous.
Cool, I think, is this one. I mean, Peke at half HP. Soaz was tanking the turret there. No one was hitting the turret. All a little bit disjointed here so far from Fnatic. Definitely need to basically forget their problems, I think, and get their head into the game, because so far not been making the plays that they need to. There's a stand a chance of coming out of this. What is I mean, I'll give the respect to that. This is a ridiculous group of worlds, right?
Absolutely.
I mean, very, very hard to call. There is a hook from Dada. The turret already being pushed. A culling being used straight away by San will actually force Fnatic back somewhat, but the minion wave's already gone.
The combination of power that OMG has on their team right now, with the evolved W from Loveling to poke in and just create setup for Rise and Zed to obliterate a fight, seems like it's a little too much for Fnatic to deal with. We talked about Rumble and how he was going to need to secure experience in the early and mid games. Soaz has been shut down, level 8 to level 10 of Rise, and he is a non-factor at the moment. They just get completely sieged out by OMG.
Sieged out indeed, and now everybody trying to share experience throughout these lanes. As I said, Reckless earlier said, for instance, Zed, I'm going to get a Quicksilver Sash. Well, you are so far away from that right now, and OMG is right on the front doorstep. Oh no! A pie to the face of Reckless as Cyanide dodges out on that one, and it looks like he will be getting popped by the death mark. He goes down to Cathian Surprise, could finish going, but he flashes over the wall. Sound with a beautiful relentless pursuit to save himself as well.
OMG sat on that equalizer and got flanked very well by Fnatic. They're desperately trying to get away because that gank actually went pear-shaped.
Double slow for Soaz, and he's going to finish off with a flame spinner. Meanwhile, Peke chasing cool, lands the stun. One, he's in the bush. Oh, he's juking round, but well, I got excited about that one. Peke able to finish off plenty of HP, and just like that, Fnatic bring the kills back even. Let's see what they can do with it.
That was sneakily reminiscent of Fnatic's fight in the semifinals against Royal Club when they came back in one of those games where everyone was hit around the side. They get initiated on because OMG thinks they have a good fight, and then Soaz and the rest of Fnatic Cavalry come down and just decide to wreck the fight. Whether or not that gives them a window to take the Dragon or not will kind of decide if they pulled even in this game or not.
That is definitely something to remember, that these teams finished a lot farther than they're putting up the performances will show this year. Fnatic definitely wants to get out of the groups. OMG, they're fighting for their lives as well.
You're absolutely right, Riv. After these teams' performances last year, falling out in group stage would be a monumental failure, especially for OMG. When you look at the LPL region, the other two LPL teams are already in the quarterfinals. If they don't make it, they're essentially the black sheep of the LPL scene.
Yeah, definitely a lot of pressure coming from that.
Oh, Cocoon lands onto Sam. The stun from Peke will be chained on as well, but not a follow-up there. And Fnatic, you can see, despite having the control on this bottom side of the river, have been very, very hesitant in starting off the Dragon. They know there's only a couple of thousand gold separating the two, and here comes the hook. Oh, it was so close to landing onto Cyanide, just wide from Dade.
These teams don't necessarily want to start Dragon. If a team does start Dragon, it would be OMG because they have much better fight peel. Fnatic doesn't really want to deal with Rise right now, especially if they have to funnel in a line. If Fnatic is to win this fight, it would be about a tremendous equalizer. That one is okay.
An equalizer they can't really follow up on. It's going, able to just use his ult and really get out of that. Cyanide is the focus, forced to repel in defense again, but he's just going to go down the itsy bitsy spider. Goes down the spout indeed. Oh, Yellow Star on the edge. Gets hooked by the tail. Peke trying to do what he can. Is able to drop cool on this one, but I don't think the team can answer. This is a dangerous spot for him to be in right now.
And just like that, Fnatic being jumped on here. San is actually low. Peke coming back into the fight. Big stun onto Dade. Reckless will actually pick it up with the Cathian Surprise. And Peke, you know what? He's still fairly healthy here. If he can get into the right position without catching a hook, without being room prison, I think wisely here, OMG decide to back away.
Peke was trying to flank that entire fight and could just never land quite the right stun. It was a very push and pull fight. OMG was able to collapse as a team a little bit quicker and find the right things. The equalizer actually took Sun and Dada pretty low, except Peke, if you can see around the back, was never quite there, and Rise and Zed did enough damage to just charge straight into Fnatic. It was a really testy, disengaging fight here. Some nice bubbles, some nice skill shots, really what ends up securing kills, and some really clutch shields. That ultimate from Cool actually kind of prevented San from dying earlier in that fight. Peke could have killed both of them if he played his cards a little better.
So flash from Lovely in there as well. Obviously, meant that Reckless had the bit of extra power that he needed to finish off San.
So we see 3 Brutalizers quickly finished up. OMG continuing to just put damage within their builds to keep these fights going and keep their strength up. Peke, around the sides of these fights, he now has his Zanyas. He's kind of at a 3-1-3, been a little hidden in getting his score. So if he can stay out of the focus zone and the attention of OMG, he might be able to clean up these fights for the team.
Yeah, you can see Fnatic still has a lot of fight power in these. However, they have to make their comeback, in my opinion, before Dada finishes his Aegis or his Locket at this point. Because Fnatic's team, top to bottom, even Kog'Maw, the AD carry, does a large amount of magic damage. And as soon as Dada finishes that Aegis, everyone else on the team will get 20 magic resistance, which is actually a pretty substantial amount of percentage defense against magic damage from Fnatic. And I think once that happens, if OMG still has a lead, the team fights become substantially easier for OMG.
The composition that Fnatic have just make it very easy to itemize defensively. See the Hex Drinkers in there as well already for both Lovely and Cool. Fnatic here just trying to get a bit of vision back on their side of the jungle. As xPeke saw already that Cool was around there somewhere and guessed right as he throws the column over into that brush. If you look down the farm at this stage, just to kind of touch on that one, there's a massive difference if you look at the top laners. So has 97 CS, going 164 plus 303 on the scoreboard as well. I mean, going is getting to the scary stage really quickly.
And if you look at the gold disparity, that's pretty much where it all lies. Between them and the jungler, mid lane, AD carry, and supports are all pretty comparable as far as power goes. So in a perfect world, Soaz could kind of trade himself for going and Fnatic could fight 4v4. But Rumble isn't exactly a split-pushing threat, so he has to team fight. Unfortunately, that draws in the most farm member of the OMG team.
We also have to remember Cool, he gets big as well. They can put this into the 1-3-1 and really start to spread Fnatic thin. They have a good siege stop here. Obviously, they can clear the waves as it grabs to the turret. Rekkles and xPeke able to stop that up, but it only can last so long. OMG will go under the turret, whether it's full health or not, and they will continue to get these fights. They still have a 3,000 gold lead with what's been going on. The Dragon up in 2 minutes, and that side of the map is quite dark. So I might see a little bit of focus start coming to that.
So both AD carries actually just recalling out of lane, which means a finished Ghost Blade on one side, and almost the Blade of the Ruin King done for Rekkles as well. Should have it the next time that he does go home. But for now, Lucian going to be feeling strong about this one. The Blade of the Ruin King done for Zed. Of course, Rise has been stacking up that Rod of Ages on his tier for quite a while now. Going. A lot of people were, I think, relying on going to do so well for this team. And so far here today, definitely delivering when it really matters. Cool himself also at 4-2-2 on that Zed, but we start to see it get a little bit more difficult for him as things go on. You know, Quicksilver Sash will come out for Rekkles to get rid of the Death Mark. The Zhonya's Hourglass already done for xPeke to, well, at least try if he gets the timing right to dodge the damage of it.
Seeing the builds coming out from Loveling and Cool as well, those Hex Drinkers hopefully stopping that front end burst of xPeke that would nearly zero them out. This could be that time it happens. Again, dodging out on the ultimate. He's going to go ahead and pop his Zhonya's though. Nice time for the Death Mark.
Just a couple mid laners playing the matchup properly there, dodging each other's ultimates with various different mechanics. Fnatic, I think, gets the edge off that one. You can see Cool has to go back away. As you mentioned earlier, Riv, the vision control is in Fnatic's favor. They have placed tons of wards this group stage. Also, Yellow Star has been a ward killing machine, killing a ward on average every 2 minutes, which is pretty remarkable. Gets another one there, and Fnatic is trying to set up this Dragon. Even though Soaz has been behind the whole game, the fact that he has hit level 11 right now is massive, getting the second rank into Equalizing. If he can land a good one, Fnatic still has a chance, as Aegis has yet to be completed by OMG.
So this is where I'm interested in how decisive Fnatic are on the Dragon area. See that they've got vision down already, thanks mostly to Yellow Star, who's been in there, got that pink outside of the pit, but they're still a little bit cautious of how OMG are going to play this one. Loveling just using his upgraded Void Spikes there to poke away as much as he possibly can. The pink ward comes down and Dade going to step forward. Nice little lantern just to get vision of the Death Brush as well will reveal that pink ward has been placed. So Fnatic, while they have positioning, OMG are just on the border of the river.
Fnatic would love to wait a few more seconds. The Zhonya's almost up for xPeke. Great ward clearing here. They're super able to protect these pink ones right now. They got to make sure they're really the objective fight, not the all-around in the middle fight. That's where OMG can really take a hold of this.
It will really depend on how Going can approach this fight and whether or not Rise can land some nice AoE. Additionally, Cool's ultimate, whether or not he can land it onto Rekkles, since there is no armor and no QSS on him as of yet. There's one try. Can he get him?
There's the answer for you. Goes right back into the base. Oh, he pulls back the shadow, but he gets hit. That turret shot did go back to him as well.
But he pulled the entire Fnatic team into the base, and OMG is just taking the Dragon. A 1-for-1 trade that results in a Dragon for OMG is a great move for OMG.
Yep, Worth is called there by OMG, and they will just back away from that dragon, getting another kill onto Cool, and increasing their gold lead to a pretty substantial amount as well at this stage. I mean, got control of things. One thing though that we have to say about Fnatic, even playing from behind, they turtled yesterday pretty damn well, and you've still got to go pretty deep to crack the nut.
Going deep indeed. Doesn't seem like Rekkles and the team can stave off the pressure. He said, we got to wait for the Quicksilver Sash. Well, OMG is not going to wait.
Hey,
full bore right now.
Cool dove past the second turret for Rekkles right there. It was actually kind of, in that moment, Fnatic's entire mentality falling to pieces. We've heard the analyst desk talk about it a fair bit. It's a little bit like the old style of protect the AD carry. Everyone wanted to protect Rekkles right there, but they just could not. Cool went too deep. Fnatic did not have protection really built up for that type of assassination. They needed either a knockback or a silence or a stun or something to stop him from comboing Rekkles, and they didn't have it. Everyone wanted to try. That's why they tried to peel back to do damage to Zed. It just opened up a massive vulnerability. It was unable to protect Rekkles, and it just extended OMG's lead.
Rekkles right now trying to keep himself safe with a bit of movement speed. Coming off that phage, the Fury boots built up quite early for him as well. So those hits count and he can get to safety. Let's see where they continue to go off of this one. Peke to still hold the bottom lane as Cool keeps presenting himself.
Oh, Sam actually getting hit there by the Cocoon, but no real follow-up. And we talk about this whole protect the AD carry here, but no Quicksilver Sash coming out for him. There's no Mikaels to really help him out on that front as well. And Mikaels, as we saw yesterday, funnily enough, can be the difference between your AD carry going down and you losing the game, and you've been able to hold and defend.
Yeah, there's a sneaky heal onto Mikaels as well that could definitely help out if Cool jumps on him. However, the gold just hasn't been there for Yellow Star. So much gold into Pink Wards hasn't been able to quite complete it, and he's not close yet either. So Rekkles will kind of have to fend for himself. You can see they're trying to keep Cool away from Rekkles. They're actually answering the split push with Peke, which will limit Fnatic's ability to force fights here, because generally Syndra is used as that long-range safe initiator, and they can't do that when they have to answer Cool's split push. This is actually a rare execution of a split push by an LPL team. Normally in the LPL, they'll split push for a little while, but then the other teams are so good at forcing 5v4s, they can't do that. Yeah. Fnatic doesn't have the team to force the 5v4s if they have to answer the split push with their main initiator.
And it can't use Peke the way they want. We saw them take down Samsung Blue with a great pick comp. Ahri's fresh, great plays around the map, but if Peke's down here, he can't be scattering the weak with Fog of War. They can't be clearing out what they need, and the fights won't come their way.
What are 4 versus 4? OMG, if they get a hook, basically relying here on Dade or even a flash engage from Go-Go, and they'll catch someone out of position, whether they'll jump straight on that 4 versus 4 and see what they can do with those 2 mid laners completely out of the fight. For now, though, they're basically jockeying for position around the Baron area. That vision being thrown down and taken away mainly by the supports. Lovely actually getting slowed there. Will be forced to jump out, slowed from the Harpoon. The Cocoon almost landed as well.
Look at Cool, so big already. Has the Banshee's Valence, the top of a stacking rod, and already able to throw in that cooldown with his Glacial Shroud. He is fearless to approach Rekkles, as Cool has been. So we'll see OMG kind of hesitating now before they go back into the fray.
And I think we know the reason for that hesitation. That Fog of War toggle just showed us that OMG has lost vision. That siege happened for a long time while they're setting up a split push from Cool, but they didn't really gain anything, and now they have to blindly go in and check vision. They kind of need their team there as well, but they're just surmising that Fnatic has went back to base as well, so they're getting a few wards in, but nowhere near the amount of control they need around Baron buff if they're going to set up a split push.
Another thing we've been seeing teams doing is laying down a lot of wards and then leaving. So all these are now clearable for OMG if they want to get in here.
Well, yes.
They're too scared.
If you're going to put your pink wards down, well, that doesn't seem like OMG are too confident about going for that at this stage. Dade basically left alone on that front, whilst that top lane actually did go down. The minion push picking up a bit of extra gold for Fnatic. We are going to have The Dragon coming up in less than a minute. Cool was already around the area. Cyanide looked to be trying to get in from this one, but not able to do anything. And OMG thought they were going to push down the mid lane. Fnatic did as well. They pinged it and tried to rotate back through the jungle.
And you can see OMG's split push has kind of been called off here. Cool was not able to get an edge onto Peke, except now because Cool returned to the main squadron before Peke did, they can actually get the pink wards in the area and reclaim the Baron that they have the strength to reclaim. As a 5v5 unit, they are much stronger, and it's all about the catches here. Or if Fnatic can just go for a turret, despite being blind on Baron. It's actually a huge risk right now because OMG could be doing Baron. Fnatic pushes mid.
Wow.
They're going to trade here, but...
Very bold.
How much are they going to
trade?
It was a really delayed move onto Baron.
Fnatic are pushing straight up that mid lane. Baron is going to go down here for OMG, but they may lose an inhibitor for it. They're going to recall, though. Oh, Fnatic have already got the turret. The inhib's going down. That's a trade that Fnatic will probably say, we'll take it.
Watch this flank from OMG, though. Going is behind them. I just don't think the timing syncs up right. Fnatic has a good chance of getting away from this one unscathed.
Very nicely done. Definitely a mistake by OMG to stop the strategy that was keeping Fnatic from getting anything. They switch up one thing and Fnatic says that's what we needed.
Well, plus the Dragon, that's a fantastic trade in gold as long as Fnatic can avoid a 5v5 fight.
Well, they'll avoid everything because OMG say, you're going Dragon, let's do the same to you. We're going to push straight down this mid lane. Inner turret being tanked up here by Going. That one should go down. Fnatic dawdling a little bit there. There were a couple of recalls cancelled. They actually lose their inner. The inner's going to take damage as well.
Reckless is still farming the side lane. It's a 5-man LPL team with Baron. They're willing to die.
This is what we saw with a mistake in the Tristana game. Reckless not being with the team. OMG saying, past the turret we go. Taking down the inhibitor turret. Loveling jumps in to make sure Peke cannot start to stun and clean things up. Reckless is still pushing the bottom lane. They lose the inhibitor, and it looks like they could even have a top to go for as well, but somebody does have to take care of Reckless.
It is a huge investment by Fnatic to be willing to trade inhibitors. That could have been held 5v5, but they're trying for more. They are trying to keep the pressure on OMG here. It's a Rise going back for Reckless. I think he gets one turret for the inhibitor. Do not agree with that call in the slightest, but maybe he gets two. Let's see.
He does. And
does it cost him his life?
Honestly, Fnatic might not be too upset about that. There's a flash in from Going. Reckless himself will flash, will heal, will slow down Going, and slows into a crawl as well. And Reckless looks like he's walking away unscathed from it.
What a crazy set of map movements right there. They trade inhibitors, and now there's a second exposed inhibitor by OMG. When you look at the big picture, Fnatic crushed OMG in that exchange. Even though they were doing exactly the thing that everyone was telling them they shouldn't do and they themselves admitted they were doing wrong. Reckless stayed away from the team. He split pushed a side lane while OMG was grouped up, but this time Fnatic did not get caught. It wasn't the fault of Reckless there. They did not lose the game. They actually gained an advantage off of that.
Definitely Fnatic trying to match wits there, and they said, well, we can do anything, you can do better. Came out on top with another inhibitor turret in the bottom lane. Very much so going to pay off as Baron being down, the map objective free, so they don't have to worry about anything on the top side. Pressure can be really pushed by Fnatic now, wherever they want to go. Still down 4,000 gold, though, throughout this entire game.
Red buff delivery service there for Reckless. He's going to need to carry the team here. So much of his farm, he now has his QSS. Soaz is also about half as CS up as the opponent top laner in Going. Kog'Maw has to do a lot of work in these fights.
And that's a key thinking, where's the logical next move for OMG? Down at the bottom lane by the looks of things. And they would be right on that as well. OMG are moving in. We've got Loveling to the side, and Peke is going to be having horrible flashbacks about this kind of scenario with a Thresh over the side of the wall. Not going to be wanting to get too close.
Just stay away from this turret. I feel like the danger is way too great for the value of this turret. If anyone flanks behind them, OMG still has Baron, and it's effectively a 5v5 in an open area.
They may be able to catch OMG off guard now with the Quicksilver Sash and the Mikhail's being finished. May give Reckless what he needs to get himself in a good position. Like you said, though, Peke, the Nightmares are coming in. We can see him staying quite far behind as he takes care of Cool in the mid lane.
Yeah. I guess OMG is delaying a little bit. Cool actually wants to go back to buy an item. Everyone on OMG is deciding to not push their luck. You can see actually their Baron had worn out, so staying down there would have been ill-advised. And now it's all about ward control around Baron again. Both mid lanes inhibitors will be respawning shortly. And honestly, it's still game on. OMG has a slight edge, but it's later now, and potentially Fnatic has the answer.
And the pressure only grows. Literally going 1-3 in the group of death is a death sentence. It is not going to be the easiest thing to get out of.
Well, you're probably not going to get out of it, are you? I mean, we did see EDG sneak through the 3-3 group phase, obviously having to play that tiebreaker game, but I don't know, I just feel like the loser of this one is going to be on such a downer, because they're just going to be feeling absolutely crushed, knowing that this game is so important to them. But we're also at, almost 40 minutes on the clock. Fnatic have got 2 open inhibitors. There's an inhibitor down on Fnatic's side of the map for OMG to push. You make one little mistake, which honestly either of these teams could make at this stage, and you push in and you're probably gonna win.
Just erases that progress.
It would. They played the entire year, they played the entire group up until these last 10 to 20 minutes of this game could potentially end it for them. They're both 1-2 already, so obviously some mistakes were made in the group for these guys. OMG definitely holds the upper hand. Fnatic needs to make a play. They are a playmaking team.
OMG now flexing their muscles, saying we can just walk in here and start getting some pop shots onto the inhibitor. Loveling with the blue buff, able to just continuously throw out that spread of spikes and keep the disengage. But the double bubble goes out. Scatter the weak. That's the ultimate on 2. That's going to be Loveling, and he goes down. Soaz is overheating, and they got to back off here. The miscommunication can really throw this one off, but all of Fnatic pulls back at the same time. Nicely done. Loveling down.
And a hero minion saved Cyanide after that repel. The one guy who'd wandered into the base allowed him to get back in and also made the hook from Dade miss. At that point, it was all about the catch and the exhaust on to going actually in that fight. Going would have wrecked Fnatic with his 314 CS and near max item build, if not for that exhaust. But even so, it's 1 kill. It kind of resets things. Fnatic was solo from the fight. They're still trapped in their base.
Do this again.
Yeah, it was really just a nice catch. Let's see who gets it first. It was Yellow Star leading the way with the hardest skill shot. And it caught him while he was jumping, so he couldn't jump away once the CC was down. Gives them an easy jump here. And honestly, watch Talon go up. That one minion chasing in, he's able to recall too. Dade didn't see that minion, otherwise that's where he would have thrown the hook to. Close one.
The real MVP. Got Baron coming up here, Stun actually coming out. They've hooked in the spider. Cyanide down to less than half HP. He couldn't follow through. That's a good culling coming out from San. Is that going to be enough here to force Fnatic to back away and give OMG a Baron?
So many things could go wrong at this Baron fight, however. The fight squad of OMG wanted to go in. If the equalizer's missed, it could mean a whole lot of damage required to win this fight. Zanya's, however, there. Everybody's got their way to dodge ultimates, but they're going to have to dodge this Baron.
So as down at the bottom, he teleports in. That's a pretty critical hook. He still has Zanya's, though, and there's the Mikhails that we talked about. Fnatic does have some options now, but OMG looks strong.
Clearing out some wards, making it safe. Looks like they may try to get a push down here. Will they try to trade this once again? They don't really have vision of OMG. It's going to be Peke forcing this mid lane in quite a bit.
And Yellow Star's going to play a big role here as well, with the fact that he can still heal people up, so they've got a bit more staying power on that Baron area. But it looks like OMG have said, okay, let's just get away from this one. Let's heal Dade up and go back in afterwards. Cool is there. Fnatic are actually headed down to Dragon, which is not going to be directly spotted out by wards. I think this is a wise choice, sending Reckless alone for that one and keeping the rest of the team in that mid lane so that OMG don't rush over to Baron.
It's a slight amount of catch-up that Fnatic is still playing. These teams had such strong mid-game power spikes, and then because the split push was not effective for OMG, it's kind of propelled this game into the late game. And now that we're here with such pick-heavy teams and honestly not super tanky people on either side, it just becomes an incredibly volatile game. Peke gets the right target, he could burst him down. Likewise, if Going just gets in the right spot in a team, he's going to take everyone on Fnatic to half health and just allow Loveling and Sun to completely take down the team. Also, Baron goes down so quickly because of all the damage, but they're not willing to fully commit because Rumble or Rise, depending on who starts Baron, can wreak havoc inside the Baron pit. So it just becomes an incredibly cautious and testy game that is more about vision control and rotations than it is about straight up team fighting.
And 2 pings onto the inhibitors here for Fnatic. They're going to try and make OMG walk to the beat of their drum for a second. How will they answer? OMG has a bit of vision of Fnatic moving around, so they know when they need to go back and they know when it's a bluff. They send going and Dade mid, so they're not have to worry about that middle inhibitor. Looks like the rest of Fnatic will join Peke in the mid lane, all sitting on top of that mid ward, hatching it right now. So OMG could be just planning a flank to come in on this one.
This is where Peke wishes he had that teleport casted and just to get in the back of him, kill off a couple of inhibitors and join in the fight afterwards. It's not going to be the case this time around though. So that's not exactly a building killing machine either, so we'll see what the move is. So tense here. We can see that both teams very worried about the positional play on Baron and the quick push then up that mid lane to those open inhibs.
And we can actually see in that teams are terrified of recalling because it opens up the Baron vulnerability. They're all sitting on some pretty generous pots of gold right now. Everyone on Fnatic there except for Yellowstar, over 1,000 gold. Almost the same story for OMG. You can say OMG has slightly better efficiency since the last time they shopped, but it's still very scary. There's a catch a bit by Going.
Peke gets hit. That's the ultimate from Going. He is able to get out alive. The shield comes in from the Seraph. Will be safe. Dada gets hit up from a living artillery. Reckless starting to pick up kills for himself. Did throw down the Quicksilver Sash to stay safe in that one.
That's kind of the only way OMG finds a fight is Going walking into them. Again, it's 1 kill and on a support though. Let's see if Fnatic can turn any type of benefit off that kill.
This is where decisiveness is really going to play into things. Peke's ultimate's going to be coming up pretty quickly. Quick cooldown on that one. They're going to take this in him. Will they go for the bottom in him as well?
Flanking from behind.
There is the Culling coming through. Yellowstar down top. There is Lovely coming in. Quick exhaust though will mean that he has to back away. Fnatic get the in him, but now they're in a scenario where they're at half HP and Baron's maybe not even a realistic target. They've got to keep OMG away from that as well.
Very back and forth in these fights. It's only getting more and more tense, and with Fnatic to do this, they are getting the pushes in the lanes. They can work off of these minions that are helping them.
And yeah, this is where the sustain of Yellowstar comes in really handy. They don't really want to go back to base, so they need to be able to sustain up, but at the same time, they need to provide threat so they can stop OMG from going in there. Reckless getting hit by that actually kind of scares OMG, making them think there's more people inside.
Got no vision of it either, so what are they going to do? Actually starting to push down that middle lane. Fnatic sending the low HP members back to heal up so they can come back into this fight. OMG actually have positional advantage here on Fnatic running into that in him. So of course did recall, so he's going to be back at that one. Fnatic should at least be able to try and defend, but also have to be real careful that you don't get hooked.
And there's some Winions on the side of Fnatic as well, maybe taking down a second inhibitor, but Peke is way away from home. Great equalizer.
Equalizer does shut it down. The Zanyas may have been a bit too early on that one. It is, and he goes down in the end. Fast fingers are not going to keep you alive in that case. Soaz could be having a bad day here as well. The bubble staving off a bit of aggression, but another hook to come in. And let's be honest, 147 CS down, he's not going to be able to provide much.
And with 2 solo laners down for 50 seconds, there is a real danger of losing the entire game. Luckily, OMG doesn't have minions in the base, so at the very least, this is an OMG Baron.
That blue blob hanging out right now on the side of OMG.
Can they get the inhibitor? It's so close. I'd love to look at that inhibitor right now. They're gonna get it.
There it is. And the minions doing the work for Fnatic. OMG though, moving up towards Baron. 3 men that are left alive from Fnatic are going to come across, but they're going to be too late for this one. Baron is already going to go down, and Fnatic just need to back the hell away from that one. Or are they just going to push this mid lane through? Of course, super minions going through in that one, and
this is bold.
Such a crazy game in terms of how the lanes really are set up at this point.
Probably a little too bold if they wanted to harass 5v3. Remember, just a few wrong moves with downed inhibitors on both sides. One wrong move or misstep is game. We've seen, even though OMG has held a gold lead here, their ability to initiate fights is quite lacking. Unless Fnatic splits up or collapses down, in a bad way, they don't get caught. And Going basically has to run into a team and room prison a person in order to make anything happen, or Dade has to land a hook. That's kind of the only ways OMG finds fights, and as soon as one person does that, Fnatic tries to stun lock them and burst them down with their single target damage. So obviously it's another Baron for OMG. It gives them some 5v5 advantage, but they won't be able to force a 5v5 advantage when they're down 2 inhibitors. I mean, this is one of the only situations you'll ever run into where the team down 2 inhibitors isn't actually in a position to lose the game, but in a position to win the game. It's just going to take some time.
Sure, Fnatic is ready to continue these fights. The Infinity Edge built up onto Reckless. It looked gruesome throughout the mid game, but they were able to stave off enough fights, get the items they need, and now Reckless absolutely in carry form. Peke with a double version of staying alive. Zanya's on top of his Guardian Angels now, and the Void Staff. Pretty much everything completed for him, full build for that Syndra. The plays to be made now, and really, just off on the side.
You can't land them all.
It's like you were saying, Joe, the one mistake is going to mean everything now.
Yeah, and funnily enough, as we say, as we see the Dragon being done by OG, Fnatic are actually pushing into this top turret, and they're going to take this one as well. So that is another tower going down. And funnily enough, Fnatic have more towers up in the game than OMG.
They've played a fantastic rotational game here, being able to just be where OMG is not and get a quick jump on them. However, I feel like that last one was a little bit risky. It's like an outer turret, and if anyone from OMG would have been able to flank, they could have taken them down. Fnatic's just going for the classic Fnatic push here, and because Fnatic killed the inhibitor in the bottom lane, or because Fnatic's minions did, they're actually kind of guarded against the bottom lane push, which would be the next logical place for OMG to go. Zed just couldn't push it fast enough by himself, and OMG is having to run to the beat of Fnatic's drum right now.
Whole bunch of question marks going across the map at this point. Where is everyone? Looking at some of the builds. Look at this for Loveling. Not going really for any defense other than the Maw of Malmortius. So he's going to be getting popped in these fights if he's not getting resets right away. And we've seen the fast fingers of Yellowstar throwing down an exhaust immediately. So their kind of fight prowess is just going downhill the longer this game goes. Not for going though. Not for Cool. They're trying to get the split push in and still trying to get that rise scale up. It's pretty much there at this point though. So they need to make the impact now because Reckless is at the king of carry point with Kog'Maw right now, and he has the Peel Squad and Cyanide and Yellowstar to keep him alive.
About to hit 50 minutes into the game as well. It's still a 10k gold lead for OMG, but, well, it could be 10 or 100 very, very soon here because everyone's going to be maximum build. And then it's not going to matter all that much. And you can see the nerves from both of these teams. You saw the recalls on both sides of the map as they try to outdo each other. Both of them scared that the other team's going to be pushing straight down one of those lanes, trying to fast push for the win or for at least an inhibitor at this point.
And something that suffers greatly in 50-minute games is actually ward control. We haven't gotten to a 50-minute game because all these mid-games have been so explosive, but as soon as people need to get that 6th item, they lose their ability to buy wards, which is why both teams are doing double scrying orb, because they can't rely on vision setup anymore. They need to scout with mini clairvoyances with those double scrying orbs just to hope to find the right fight. It makes the game having a much higher probability of catches.
That's a big ult to be down. Peke not being able to use that in the next fight. They're going to trade back. It's going to be a backing. Cool, though. How fast does Fnatic move on this one? Sand does throw out the culling, and everything is given a bit of breathing.
And you saw, actually, Loveling didn't take a huge amount of damage from that ultimate from Peke. It's because a lot of magic resist has actually been built by OMG. Everyone on their team, aside from Dada777, who has 99 magic resist, has 100 or more magic resist. Now, if you're not factoring in penetration, 100 MR would mean you actually take half damage from magic damage abilities. Obviously, Fnatic has built some Void Staffs and Sorcerer Shoes, so it's a little bit better than that, but the type of damage reduction OMG gains from those things is actually pretty great.
Pushing from OMG down that mid lane, although their AD carry is not home. He's gone and picked himself up the red buff before they start to move in. We've also got 1.5 minutes for the next Baron, which, the way this one's going, you have to feel will be part of the equation in the ending of this game. Fnatic simply just going to push those waves right back at OMG.
If there's a fight that goes wrong here, the game is over. If OMG can catch Peke or Reckless, they probably win. However, for Fnatic, they would need to win an entire team fight to have the time to go back down the other side and take out the inhibitors and Nexus turret just based on the positioning. And because Fnatic has a fairly pick-based team, they're getting 1 or 2 kills and generally not team fights. But I've seen stranger things. This game has been absolutely crazy. 52 minutes in.
52 minutes indeed. 50 seconds left on the Baron, which could mean life or death for these teams here. 11 to 10. That gold lead, 10,000, 11,000 in favor of OMG right now. But Fnatic finding ways to play from behind, making it work for them. Still waiting on Reckless here to do some big moves for the team. We don't even have 18s across the board yet, so they're still looking to get a bit more out of them.
Actually, Cool has moved down towards that bottom lane to try and put a bit of pressure on that front. Fnatic have already pushed up to the halfway point in middle. Cool's going to be recalling, Sand's going to be recalling, which gives Fnatic, at least for now, position on Baron and allows them to get some vision down. OMG are just going to come right back at them and do the same though, surely.
Yeah, Fnatic has a bit of an edge here because they have 2 sight stones, so they can get slightly better vision coverage. They're just going to go for this one. They kill it so fast, and they know Zed is actually killing their inhibitor, so game on.
Baron going down quite quick, not going to have much from Ardent Blaze. Baron goes down. How many do they send back? It's going to be Cool doing quite a bit of work. He gets the inhib. Looks like he's going to be forced to back though, and Fnatic will not look to make any forward moves off of this without the vision of the full team of OMG at this point. Bottom lane could be another inhibitor.
It was actually pretty key that Fnatic didn't recall in the Baron pit and instead ran away as a team. Otherwise, it would have been pretty easy for OMG to just interrupt all their recalls with a culling from San. Therefore, they actually do the opposite of what OMG did earlier. They trade their own inhibitor for a Baron. Such is the cycle of this group.
And honestly, anyone's guess as to who is going to come out on top of this one. There's a dragon at least for OMG. This time Dade actually hit his hook, was able to go sailing over that wall to do the dragon with the rest of his team. Fnatic is still inside of their own base though, just trying to make sure that those waves are pushing in their favor. Actually having to push all 3 lanes here because even top's pushing against them.
You can see how much OMG doesn't like that split push. Like you said, Jat, a little bit of a style change. They have everything they could to start spreading Fnatic thin, but it's always a death ball for them. It might be hurting them a little bit.
And I have to say, Soaz with the death cap is kind of caught up to Ryze in items. Ryze hits 6 items in a cheaper fashion than most mages because of his mana itemization. So Going was very close to capped 15 or 20 minutes ago. He is only slowed down in that sense, and since Soaz was so far behind, even though he still has a slot for wards, with the death cap, packs a monstrous punch on Rumble now.
It's going to be a long fight when this one actually does finally come down with those Guardian Angels starting to pile up. There's a stun from Peke that doesn't quite have the range to catch anyone from OMG. The hook goes wide, almost landing on Cyanide. Almost seems to be the word to use here over and over and over and over again because things so close to landing. There's actually the stun from Peke onto San, and Fnatic starting to move through again. Almost a bubble landed by that pink ward as it was cleared out, and you can see just how scared Fnatic are of making a mistake.
Those hooks, those lockdowns really putting a lot of pressure on the supports right now to hit the Mikhails for the ADs to make sure they're using the Mercurial Scimitars. There is a lot to get yourself out here. It's not just a one and done. Fnatic trying to push in for that though, looking to get the win here. Nobody wanted to go 1-3 on this group. Like we said, that would be a death sentence, and they are trying to push for the victory here.
The entire path to their season can be decided on this push. They're getting very close to being pushed off. Every hook could mean the group, depending on how it goes down. Another one falls wide, but they get shut up!
Dade is going to go to half HP, uses the Mikhails there though to get out of that stun lock, and honestly, Cyanide is very low here, of course, has that regen of both the Baron, has Yellow Star keeping him all topped up as well, and Fnatic gonna step in now towards that inhibitor. Another hook comes wide from Dade. Another cocoon goes wide from Cyanide. The inhibitor though going low. Soa's actually getting trapped up here. Will use the He's on his as a cocoon. Dade goes down. Reckless on the killing spree. ROMG gonna try and push back now. It's 5 versus 4 with the inhib down. Bottom inhib open as well.
OMG is just so unable to find a fight. Going can walk in for a rune prison, but the Zhonya's will disengage the stun.
Very close. Mercurial Scimitar coming out of the hands of Sand. He also uses his heal on that one. It's going to be Deathmark going down, cleared off onto Reckless. He keeps himself quite safe, but the Baron keeping him healthy here. The Guardian Angel still up for Peke, and they pursue on.
Yeah, it's so tense right now. A lot of ultimates down. Peke is incredibly low on mana. Going wants to find this fight, and Fnatic gets both inhibitors.
Honestly, the health bars there are an open invitation really for Going to just dive into the middle and blow them all to pieces, but Fnatic have now backed away. Their inhibitor has respawned, and they're going to walk away having killed 2 of OMG's inhibitors. But again, super close on those fights. Yes, they got the kill, but not able to finish this one off. We're tied at 11 apiece in kills, and we're approaching 1 hour.
Approaching
game, and we're still no closer to finding a winner.
Oh, but ladies and gentlemen, our longest battle was TPA versus Starhorn Royal Club at 56 minutes. We just surpassed that. These guys are definitely taking it to the long haul here, giving the test down to the last drop.
Based on experience, guys, I haven't seen games go much longer than 80 minutes. So in that sense, we are closer to finding out who wins, because it's going to be over pretty soon. It depends on just whitewash fights and who can get the catches where. It could really be off of anything. This is actually the 2nd time OMG's, maybe even the 3rd time, I've lost count, that OMG's 2 inhibitors have been cycled. The fact that they've been able to regain presence after losing 2 inhibitors is just ridiculous. And now maybe they can get the middle inhibitor down once again. Fnatic, Reckless, stop killing minions, go back to base.
Oh, I want to see a base race. But it looks like they are going to have to go back way too far up these inhibitor turrets. They're going to lose an inhibitor here. OMG can't really move much off of this. They only had that mid wave, and it's not really a game stopper for them to go to the Nexus turrets. They are waffling quite a bit here. Fnatic
no one goes back. Soaz is thinking about going back, but he still has his teleport. They could rush this 3rd inhibitor, actually, because of the delay. Maybe Fnatic is a mastermind of turret killing.
Oh my gosh, they are going to take down the inhibitor. Going comes in though. They managed to catch Peke. They're going to get him down, but the Guardian Angel will bring him back to life. Cyanide has to go up in the air. The Zhonya's from Peke is not going to be enough to keep him alive. Cool gets one. Lovelin's at the back. His GA goes down. Cyanide's GA goes down. Cyanide dies in the end, and now they've locked up Soaz as well. He will use the Zhonya's. Still the flame spinner doing the damage, but going on a rampage. 3 men down for Fnatic with 70 seconds spawn timer.
3 kills. Where does OMG go? Do they try to get the kills, or do they try to finish the game? They have super minions in the mid wave, but super minions are bearing down on their own Nexus turrets. It's a guessing game. How much experience do they have in these situations to know what will happen?
They're not going to be able to do much. Those minions did not get there to call in the mid-minion wave when it spawned, so they're instantly on the Nexus turrets. That is going to go down, and they may be even able to kill.
By Reckless.
Oh my God!
No one on OMG is back to base yet.
Cool.
Nobody is back to base.
Oh my God, those Nexus turrets, they're going down. The super minions might win the game. The recall's coming in from OMG. They're trying to stop them going through. The Nexus has taken a bit of a beating, but OMG are back onto it.
OMG gets nothing but the gold that they can't spend from that one fight. Instead, they lose an outer turret and the remainder of their base turrets. The only 2 structures for OMG is their top lane inhibitor turret and their Nexus top lane inhibitor. All their turrets are dead.
Peke, why you no Kassadin?
And if you look at these fights, guys, it's Fnatic's actually just sold a GA for Peke here. What's he going to grab? Actually just rebought it.
Well, it's on cooldown right now.
Right.
So he's thinking with his extra gold if he could buy a better item. He probably did that to see if he had the gold for a big AP item, but he did not, so he did the undo button.
And if you look at it, that was OMG's Guardian Angels going down first, then Fnatic. So if Fnatic goes into this fight again without the window of those being up for OMG, should be in Fnatic's favor statistically, but by that.
And statistics don't count anymore, I'm afraid. Fnatic starting off the Baron. OMG nowhere near it. This is a Fnatic Baron. 62 minutes in. 61 and a quarter, if we're being really accurate. Goes over to Fnatic. They're still 10k gold behind, but that gold doesn't mean anything either, similar to statistics. Fnatic going back to base. not really spend the money that they don't have for items.
That's the 4th Baron that's gone down in this game. There are some items that people were able to buy. Reckless got rid of his boots. He's actually slower now, but will pack a bit more of a punch damage-wise. Considering all the people that want him dead, I actually don't know if I agree with that decision. However, they need to be able to stand and fight. That's why everyone is actually working on a Guardian Angel. It looks like that's going to be Soaz and Cyanide's next item. But I don't think the game will necessarily come to that. The only downed inhibitor on the map right now is actually Fnatic's. And based on their track record of 5v5 fights, this is going to be testy knowing they're down both Guardian Angels. Once again, the next fight, even though it may not, could decide the entire game.
And you can see how much the players are kind of wondering, what can I buy here? We have sells and rebuys coming from Sand. Cool, sold that Guardian Angel, now has that Banshee's Veil. There it is.
That's
and
huge for
keep going. Yeah, absolutely. They're trying to keep everything they can at the most efficient. They don't have much in getting off Yellow Star there. The inhibitor will go down. The calling used for the breathing room. Everybody's going to back away, but only for a second.
OMG has to do something. If they let Fnatic kill all 3 of their inhibitors,
yeah,
the game is a waiting game. So they gave up that one with almost no opposition. Maybe they're hoping Peke runs low on mana. That's probably not going to happen. They can probably give up a second one without losing the game, but it would be tough. They have to try a little bit harder for a catch.
Yeah, Dade has got to be a big hero, I feel, for OMG. He's received quite a bit of criticism as well in this role. He has to land the hook to get them going. They're going to lose that second inhibitor. Fnatic, I'm sure here, are going to be going for inhibitor number 3 and try and pressure OMG right onto that open nexus.
I'm surprised Fnatic is still pushing through this area. I'd expect them to loop all the way around the outside and just go for inhibitor number 3. They still have 2 minutes left on this Baron buff, and based on how poorly OMG has defended the first 2 inhibitors, they should just go and get the 3rd one. They're actually going to stop. May as well take a red buff and a Wraith Camp.
Stop indeed. Just like Sky says, oh, we're about to win? Let me take a Wraith Camp.
You don't need it, Reckless. You have 2,000 gold in your inventory and your max items with double elixir. A total waste of time.
Oh, Dade's gone out in the base there with the cocoon. The stun comes in and he flashes away, but he needs to heal pronto. Fnatic are onto that 3rd inhibitor.
At lock of the Iron Solari, also keeping it with a bit of HP. We hear Ghostblade going off. That was coming in from Cool, but he's not really able to use anything off of it. Cyanide is seeing if he can get the edge over here with the Cocoon. The follow-up coming in from Peke, possibly. Peke all elixired up, glowing like a star right now. Everybody is across the board, getting all the stats they can here at the end of Baron, buffing Fnatic with maybe what they need to pressure in for the last push here.
And for Fnatic, both the Guardian Angels have returned for them. This is the fight OMG has to take.
It's going to be Cool going in. Oh my god, he gets Reckless. He had no chance to use pretty much anything, and it didn't matter because they did get it on him. Soaz, Peke, very hurt here. Leveling goes in, gets the hit up. He's stunned, but he jumps again. Tries to go for Peke. They've lost now Soaz and Reckless. How will OMG move off of this? Because they still have to guard their base.
We said that OMG needed to put up a fight before inhibitors all go down. And at the very worst case, they'd have to do it before that 3rd inhibitor. Zed is a god.
And he's getting the kill as well. That gives him the rampage. And if he can stop Peke from recalling, the last man left alive here for Fnatic.
I don't know.
Can push. I mean,
they're going to try. They have long death timers, right? They're using Going to hold off 1 wave of super minions. He can teleport in once he's gotten a little bit of a reprieve, and OMG has a strong push down the mid lane. I wonder, and they have minions behind them. That's the key thing. They could actually end this game with the 3 to 4 people if Sand comes over from that bottom lane and pushes against Peke in the next 20 seconds.
You can see Soaz hands on head, Reckless, a possible 15-second savior to come in here and help Peke out. No Guardian Angel.
The minions are right there.
Peke's is up. They are pushing in for the final one. It took 65 minutes to get onto the Nexus turrets. Both OMG's Nexus turrets are down, but somehow still persevering. Cool, eats a shot, he goes down. That was an execution, but it doesn't matter. The time is still 70 seconds, and somehow Peke, by himself, staves off an entire team.
And again this game, do you think it's going to be over? There's Soaz, it's not Cassidy, but it's Rumble.
Soaz TP to the top, he's going to go for the Nexus here as well. Soaz trying to be the hero. The recall's coming in, but Soaz is on it. One goes back, the rest come in.
He's not going to get it.
Down. I don't think he's got the damage here, but the super minions are coming in. I say he's not got the damage for the Nexus. He's down to half HP. He's already used his flash, and he will end up falling down.
Yeah, but they're playing the stop the recall game, and Reckless is on the heels right now.
The recalls.
Living artillery, he's going to stop Sign. He has
to. One of the big damage dealers. Going's gonna make it in. Peke's there. Here comes Cyanide as well on the end. They're focused on the Guardian Angel Lasagnas. Can Cyanide slip in as the spine runs this one?
God.
Will they be able to get it? Peke up from the Guardian Angel. A few more hits. Will this really happen?
No, they didn't get it! Oh my God!
They saved the Nexus. It's Yellowstar trying to get in. Inhibitors are spawning left and right. The top one has still come up, but OMG also stopped their Nexus from going down.
I've never seen a professional game this close down the stretch. Everyone is expecting it's Fnatic. They're going to finish it.
Look at Soaz as well.
Oh,
so close for Fnatic. Oh my gosh. I can't believe that we're actually witnessing this one. We said that this game was going to be close and it was do or die for both teams. But I did not expect it to be going like this. Got a Baron in a minute, guys. We may end up waiting for that one.
So let's take stock of what is actually alive in this game right now, because it will key in to the next set of advantages. Fnatic lost one Nexus turret, which means the next time OMG pushes, it will be easier for them to take it down. They've also lost protection of their second inhibitor turret, so if OMG gains an edge, they can push in a little bit more decisively. However, OMG is still down every single turret on the map, but they were able to get all three of their inhibitors alive at the same time. Obviously, their Nexus was one hit from death, and they have shown that they can beat Fnatic consistently in team fights. That should give them confidence, especially if they have a Baron buff. But they have to be worried about the back door. Luckily for them, Soaz on Rumble is not the fastest of people who can backdoor things. It's a very slow process on Rumble. With Baron being up in 3 seconds, based on the respawn timers, OMG will get this, and it's about whether Fnatic can get in position for an inhibitor. I don't think they can. OMG, one hit away from defeat, may actually have the upper hand again.
Well, the Baron is going to go to OMG. Fnatic too slow to either push that mid lane through or to get over and challenge for the Baron. And now it's Fnatic who may just well be on the back foot. Being one auto attack, one sneeze away from taking down the Nexus and winning the game to keep their hopes alive, are now up against a Baron up OMG.
Let's check out the gold.
Got a little bit of gold to spend.
Oh my, 30,000 near on cool. It's 27,200, 27,400. Some amazing gold amounts coming in for this game, and we're over 200,000 gold combined between the teams here. One more minute, and we got a 70-minute game, gentlemen.
And, you know, another hour, we'll have a 2-hour game as well. I don't know when this is going to end.
Thank God.
because the Nexus was one auto attack away.
Now they have 3 inhibitors back up, and they're on the push.
A down inhibitor on Fnatic, one down Nexus turret, an exposed bottom inhibitor, and the confidence of winning multiple team fights in a row. Fnatic is in real trouble right now after being so close, not to mention the emotional toll it is to not actually win after that ridiculous teleport play and Nexus attempt.
We say often, oh, Dade getting stunned up. Are they going to dump onto Yellowstar taking a lot back? But Dade is down. Reckless gets the kill. But here comes the dive onto Reckless, but he gets away thanks to the use of that Quicksilver Sash. Cyanide going to get his GA pop. Can they follow up from this one? He's going to flash away. Actually will escape, but that bottom inhib's going down.
Reckless flashed away when he put the Bio Arcane Barrage on. That's when he's doing the long-range damage. He has not been able to hit auto attacks in this fight. San over the wall with his flash, is able to get out. Summoners down across the board on both sides. Cool has his up. He could still try for initiation here along with Going and Loveling. Their flashes are up for big aggression.
You can really see just the massive amount of magic resistance people have built on OMG right there, diminishing the effectiveness of that Fnatic team fight. However, they killed Dade. They have 2 downed inhibitors, so they're trying to trade the inhibitors very quickly before super minions would end up killing their own base, just so they can stall out this game, because if they got into another fight while they're down 2 inhibitors, they may lose. They're trying to use this one death timer of Dade to end it, but OMG isn't going to let it happen.
Oh, the flag from Going, they're going for Reckless, death box down, shot down here by Lovely. Who's the next target? Soaz is in between them, but they're going for Yellowstar. Second man down, make that 3rd and 4th. Peke will fall. It's an 8 for OMG, and that's going to be the game.
71 minutes in, OMG pulls yet another trigger and going the man of the hour and 10 minutes at this point. 500 CS, 5-0-15, finds the fight. The only way OMG gets fights, and he does it again. Last Nexus turret, game.
Great pressure. OMG's Guardian Angels up, going head first in that fight to the downed Guardian Angels on the side of Fnatic. They sit on those death spawns as their Nexus goes down, and OMG picks up the win over Fnatic.
I'm a little speechless after that game. The emotional toll that these teams just underwent is something else. Because not only was this the closest competitive match I have ever seen with a Nexus going to one hit and not falling, and probably about 10 inhibitors dying and respawning throughout the game.
Nexus turrets down forever.
But also, the fact that these guys were both 1 and 2 in the group of death, and a loss would most likely mean they don't make it out of groups.
Yeah, right.
A win puts them at 2 and 2, and they are just as alive as anyone to make it into the quarterfinals. Yeah, Peke's face says it all.
They know what this means. Trying to stave off the play they brought to the playoffs, a bit shaky. We're not able to find their footing here on the international stage just yet. They still have more games to go, but it is going to be a hard-fought run for them from here on out.
I just don't really know what to add at this point. One auto attack away from winning the game. Look at Reckless.
How many times?
Absolutely crushed by that.
How many times is Fnatic going to watch that VOD over and over again to think if they did one slight thing better, they'd be 2 and 2 in the group?
And that's the pressure. This is the reality of professional League of Legends.
So
you know?
true.
So much pressure on these players to come so close to winning the game, yet somehow so far as well. Getting aced and OMG pushing them back. That game gonna go down in history. Amazing, absolutely amazing game.
And to happen on this stage as well, I can't believe that it actually happened here. The agony that Fnatic must be going through is something else, but also the relief that OMG must be feeling right now, because their Nexus was 1 hit away from death. And it's just, honestly, applause to both teams, because that was one of the best games I've ever seen.
Some extreme emotions.
Don't forget, guys, you can highlight your favorite moments from today's games by tweeting them to @LOL Esports. I think you should just link the VOD to this entire game.
Just do it.
Don't forget to use #World'sBigPlays when you actually do link that entire game. Though, guys, we're going to head over to the analyst desk because, let's be honest, there's a lot to say about that one.
How on earth are you meant to start? First and foremost, thank you to Singapore, because the 2014 World Championship just keeps delivering. Second group stage, another day starts, another ridiculous game. Yes, there was lots of mistakes from both squads, but that's what made it very interesting. First and foremost, we've got a couple of replays, but the first one I want to say, if Soaz had used a Rumble ulti on minions instead of the Nexus, this late game, right, Crepo, talk to me.
I just want to point out, if you magically see me tipping forward, it's because I broke my chair because I was jumping too much during this game. This game was just absolutely bonkers. And you can call out so many people for doing the wrong thing, but I just want to call out fucking going, dude. And I just swore on air because yes, exactly, that's what happened. He played so well. Did he even die once this game?
0 deaths.
0 deaths.
5, 0, and 15 on Rise in a game that went 1 hour and 11 minutes long.
This is why you don't give him Rise. The guy's just a monster.
And not to mention, he's playing against a Rumble, a Syndra, and a Nami, so they have a lot of things to catch Rise when he comes in for damage, and you have to avoid all of that, because if you hit by one, you're going to hit by the rest. So by avoiding all of that, staying unkillable is pretty impressive.
Well, I want to talk about some of these fights before we break down some more of the match. Let's pull the first replay up onto the screen. This is Fnatic trying to make a positive play. They were trying to do this little backdoor maneuver and the inhibitor. This is a moment where OMG could have actually won the game. Let's roll this clip out and maybe Freak, give me some insight about what Fnatic might be thinking and how OMG counters.
So this is interesting because I think Peke makes the right choice here, first of all, in choosing to die in his GA. I think there is a window for him to pop the Zhonya's here, but basically it means the entire team is stacked on top of his corpse. He's going to Zhonya's on a Rumble ulti, so Fnatic are kind of playing the Peke bait, right? He probably shouldn't have been hooked to begin with, but for what it's worth. The problem, though, is that Reckless only has so many things he can dodge here, and the game is kind of dive him. He's got to run back as much as he can. The rest of the team can die out as well. And also the big thing is now he's got this downtime where his W's down, and he can't help anymore.
Probably.
The biggest thing here actually is just why this fight happened the way it did, it was because soaz was still down in base, and he was said, hey guys, I have TP. Fnatic pushed us forward for just a brief second, and OMG immediately capitalized on it. You saw Flash Rupers in from Rise and Flash Hookem coming out from the Thresh, and that's exactly what you need to do. But now, this is where it gets a little crazy.
Yeah, this is one of the moments that I know myself and Monte Cristo are jumping and yelling and screaming, going, go for the Nexus. OMG, look at the minimap. They're chasing Yellow Star and Reckless. They're going for kills.
They could just meet them in the base. I'm pretty sure Yellow Star and Reckless will find you in your base if you're defending your Nexus. So just go to the base, push down mid, kill them there, and just end the game.
Cast your mind back yesterday when xPeke was playing Ahri and Winions helped him take out Dade. Winions today for Fnatic take out 2 Nexus turrets. I mean, I don't know what Fnatic are paying the minions in the Rift, but they're definitely in Fnatic's back pocket.
And I've actually been in games like that. If you're ever at a state where the Nexus turrets are dead, literally all you need is if you reach an inhibitor unseen, the game ends. You cannot recall and kill 5 champions by the time you kill an inhibitor or Nexus. All Fnatic needs to do is be like, control one of the jungles, and then see the team leave the base, and the game is over. That instant, you just walk in, the game ends.
Crumbs.
I think in that last...
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. You're the only person that predicted OMG would win this game, and now I'd like to hear from you, knowing that you've got some,
I foresaw that the game would go on in such manner. One hit, because I too have been a part of certain situations. So, yeah, the game was very chaotic from pretty much every single state of the game, starting from like level 1s, fighting each other in the top lane where soaz TPing left and right and lost a huge lead, and it just snowballed from Rise getting a really huge lead against Rumble, and the Rise was single-handedly able to give OMG a really strong team fight presence. Otherwise, Zed is not going to do anything in a team fight, but the Rise got so far ahead that he, with a massive AoE against a team comp that wants to stay together, is going to decimate them.
I'm happy you mentioned that. We do actually have a special replay with Monte Cristo later. Before that, we have to replay the Nexus attempts. Let's pull up the series of replays that almost ended the game. Roll this clip out. And this is the soaz equalizer I was talking about. He gets up to the Nexus, and instead of using his super minions with him to kill enemy minions, he throws it onto the enemy steps.
Yeah, I think if he had used it against the minions, he would have guaranteed that when he moves around, right here, he's getting himself isolated. So he's going to be receiving way more damage from Kha'Zix. He needs to stay with the creep wave to guarantee him staying alive for longer.
Just want to point out in the bottom right of your screen, Reckless is doing the right thing. He cancelled, I think, 3 bases, killed 2 people there as well. 1 base went through, and we actually did what's ended up being was the Kha'Zix that actually ended up defending all of that. But this is the moment where you want to be the hero. You know, like a year from now, you want to be in the highlight clip. You want to be that guy, but sometimes it's just not smart enough to rush to be that guy.
Look how close this Nexus goes. I can only think to myself, if that equalizer had got a super minion to the Nexus, 1 hit, that could have been game. That could have been a Fnatic win. I mean, Crumbs, what do you think? Yes, no, maybe?
Yeah, no, I agree completely. I really think that even if that wasn't it, he really needed to make sure he didn't get isolated Qs from Kha'Zix. The damage goes up by a huge amount. Just make sure you stay hugging the creep wave and flash out of him when he throws up. Flash at W instead. Don't flash the other way. Like, the isolation damage is one of the best things Kha'Zix has in his kit right now. You need to dodge that.
Yeah, probably final thoughts.
Yeah, actually, xPeke was in a similar situation, and when he walked up to the Nexus, he used all of his skills on the minions instead of saving it for the enemies. So it was soaz by himself making that decision. It wasn't their team not knowing what to do.
Such an incredible game. All right, guys, we are going to break down some of the early game that delivered us to the late. We're going to throw it over to Monty, who will walk us through some of those lane swap scenarios. And, you know, with the Rumble in the game, it's something we'll continue to see throughout the rest of the World Championship. So, Monty, over to you.
Thank you, Quickshot. So, lane swaps. We talk a lot about them in League of Legends. They're a big feature of the professional scene. They are probably the most complex strategy that exists in this game at the current time. They're the furthest away from a player's solo queue experience, and you have to know so many scenarios. So we're going to take a little bit of an interesting approach right here, and I'll try and walk you through what a professional team would be thinking in this kind of situation. So you have to start here with the teams themselves and what they want. So Fnatic here, they have a dominant lane with Kog'Maw Nami against Lucian Thresh. So presumably, one would assume they would want the 2v2 and the 1v1, especially since Rumble tends to be weak in the lane swaps, and we actually do see a lot of teams having a lot of success in the last day or so against Rumble by using lane swaps effectively. So as we start to roll this clip, we're going to look at Fnatic's vision. And right here, you can see that there's an invade coming in from OMG onto the blue buff. The response is that Nami is going to walk in to ward enemy blue. So they have a very good idea this is coming. Now, it looks like Fnatic wanted to initiate a lane swap, KaBuM already up on the top side, but once they see the invade, they're going to actually switch the KaBuM Nami back down into the bottom lane. We're to speed it up here for a little bit. So the blue will go ahead and be taken by OMG. Now, top lane, we'll see Lucian. Now, if we look up at Lucian in just a second after the blue is taken, we're going to see that he has frozen the lane. Now, let's pause here. At this point, there's a fast push going on now down in the bottom lane from KaBuM and Nami because they want to have control over this dragon. You can see the dragon right there. Dade should have already recalled right here to contest because the lane freeze is happening and because they have these wards. OMG has the wards down on the bottom side. So let's move forward. Instead, they're going to go to the red buff. They decide to take wolves, OMG, and move up. So double buffs will be completed. Dade should already be walking down into that bottom lane. There is, however, a ward here in the river from OMG, so they're going to see the start of this dragon as they start to set up right here, right as the wave hits the bottom turret here at level 1, or tier 1. So we will see OMG now walking down into the bottom side and start to harass. Now, at this point, Fnatic gets a little scared and they pull off before they see Thresh and Ryze in the ward. So Lucian is still freezing up in the top side, getting a lot of XP and gold. Now, when they walk down into the bottom lane right here, of course, you can see it very small in the corner, Ryze is going to get this. So let's pause here. What they're going to see is KaBuM disappear from the map. And they should have anticipated the recall in this situation. So there are several opportunities here for OMG. Namely, they want to start getting this Ryze up in levels, as we're watching from OMG's vision. There's also a large minion wave developed on the top side. Since the support and jungle are already on the bottom side, the ideal situation after KaBuM recalls, and Krepo and I had a long discussion about this, that you want to push down and push this wave down into the turret and then have Ryze TP into the top lane to catch this giant minion wave. Meanwhile, Lucian should freeze as long as possible and recall. Because if KaBuM recalls, he's going to come back into a lane with an item advantage. And considering they already have the dominant lane, you really don't want that to happen. So if we roll right here again, we'll see Ryze walk down. But instead of pushing out the wave into the turret and having Ryze get a ton of XP and gold up in the top side, and then having Lucian walk bottom to another frozen wave, we instead see the jungle and support from OMG recalling. And what this will allow is, as we look at the bottom lane, because the freeze stays top and the minions aren't transferred over to Ryze, this is a great example of how to get your top laner even more ahead. So at this point, we do see that there is an XP advantage on Ryze, but it could have been even greater than it was. And OMG also gets themselves into a situation where they have an item disadvantage in the 2v2. So OMG did get a little advantage from this, but it's nowhere near as large as it could have been due to the fact that they didn't use the Ryze TP properly. And this is really why lane swaps are so complicated. There's so many different situations that can develop over the course of a lane swap, and it's easy in retrospect to see what the ideal situation would be, but that's where the deep strategy and the tactics tend to come in. So hope you guys enjoyed that. I know it was a bit long-winded, and we'll head over to Shox right now to hear from OMG's top laner, star of that game, playing Ryze.
Thank you very much, Monty. I'm Eva Shox supporter. As you said, here with OMG's top laner, Going. Played one of the best games I ever seen. First question, Going. Tell me what was going through your head, what you were screaming to the team when Fnatic was one hit short of killing your Nexus.
我们这次看到你作为一个上单选手在这里面完全展现出了你的实力，所以我们第一个问题是我们想知道，在当时 Fnatic 只差一下就可以把你们主基地打掉的时候，那时候你对队友的尖叫的时候，你心里面你在想什么？
我当时心里就在想，如何把那两个英雄击杀吧，然后当时就很紧张吧，然后就尽自己的能力吧，然后 所有技能都甩出去吧。当时我和灵耀就有一个很好的一个配合吧，就是他去把辛德拉杀了，我去杀蜘蛛。如果不是这样的话，我觉得我们很难就保住那个基地。
At that time, I was super nervous, and the only thing I'm thinking about is how to kill that 2 champions. So I had a very collaboration with Loveling. We threw all our skills on them, and I think we did pretty well because we split the work. I asked the Loveling to kill Syndra, and I killed Elise by myself. I think we tried our best. We put all our efforts there.
Tell me a little bit more about how you stay calm, because you are the late game Rise. You didn't die once. How do you keep your cool knowing that it's all on you?
能告诉我一下，你们是怎么，就是你自己是怎么保持镇静的？而且作为一个后期英雄瑞兹，你怎么让自己是一直处于这样良好的状态里面，来在后期carry全队？
可能就是一些比赛的经验，还有心态上的东西吧。就越紧张的时候，就越要保持那种镇静吧。然后瑞兹这个英雄，因为后期是一个很强势的英雄嘛，然后我觉得我们一定能赢的，就打团很大优势。
So it's basically based on my experience and my emotion. That's super important. And the Rise is a pretty late game champion. So from our perspective, the more nervous we are, the more important it is to keep calm down, to collaborate with the whole team. That's how we win that.
Talk to me a little more about your emotions. We saw your inspirational video in Road to Worlds. How have these last 2 days been, going from a deep low on day 1 to an unexpected high here in this game?
我们当时在那个冠军之路的这个纪录片视频里面也看到你个人的一些故事，我们很想知道，在你参加总决赛过去2天，你自己的心里面的想法。从一开始第1天表现整体来说并不是特别理想，到昨天和今天的整体表现越来越好，你自己的心路历程是怎么样的？
其实第1天的话，我自我感觉状态都挺好的，就可能感觉自己队伍挺强的吧。然后遭遇了失利之后，就发现团队上存在很多问题。然后我们打完就直接去看一遍一遍的录像，然后把问题都找到了。我感觉这种感觉就非常的好，就是所有大家团结一致嘛，都想为了赢这个比赛，然后做出了很多的努力吧。
So in the first day at the beginning, our team actually felt pretty good about our status, and we unexpectedly lost 2 games. So afterwards, we did a lot of homework. We reviewed the videos again and again to find our problems. I think it's super important to collaborate with my whole team and find the problem and improve ourselves in the World Championship games.
Yeah, and what a game it was here. Final question. We have seen your amazing talent in the music video by OMG. What can we expect from your further musical career going?
这场比赛真的是太令人难忘了。然后我们的最后的一个问题是，我们也看到你之前在 OMG MV 里面你在音乐方面展现出来的天赋，我们想问问看你在这方面之后有什么想法？
这个都是俱乐部帮我们安排的吧，就唱歌什么。我们平时也很喜欢去唱歌的，就一群小伙子嘛，去唱歌啊什么的，就很开心吧，可能。而且在训练的时候，我们也经常就玩着就唱歌起来。
So that's what the club arranged for us. And in our spare time, we also hang out with the whole team to the KTV and enjoy ourselves. So it's pretty casual that sometimes we also sing a song in the game during our practice. I think that's our tradition.
Well, it's amazing to hear. Great game. Congratulations, KaBuM.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much indeed. We're going to take a short break to catch our breath. And when we return, the excitement continues with an LCS rematch as Alliance takes on Cloud9. Don't miss it.
Loveling stuck around long enough. They're actually going to dive towards Peke. Deathmark is down. Peke's not going to survive this one.
Peke gets hit. That's the ultimate from Going. He is able to get out alive. The shield comes in from the Seraph. He will be safe. Dade gets hit up from the living artillery.
Cool, guess what? Loveling's at the back. His GA goes down. Cyanide's GA goes down. Cyanide dies in the end. And now they've locked up Soaz as well.
Peke up from the Guardian Angel. A few more hits. Will this really happen?
No, they did it! Oh my God! They saved it! Soaz is in between them, but they're going for Yellow Star. Second man down, make that third and fourth. Peke will fall. It's an 8 for OMG, and that's going to be the game.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to kick off our next match, where Alliance will be taking on Cloud9 for the second time. And this match could be the battle for second place. If Cloud9 wins, they will be 3-1 in the group, and Alliance will be 1-3. So this scoreline would give Cloud9 a very good chance to advance to the quarterfinals, on the assumption they can take down KaBuM as well. Let's talk about the matchup. Both of these teams gonna look to set themselves up as best they can, but Alliance got some much needed confidence after taking down KaBuM yesterday. They're still 1-2 in the group. Freak.
Yeah, Alliance came in with, I think, a lot of hype into this tournament. They are a phenomenally strong team. They proved that they are the best team in Europe through the qualifiers, but we're seeing some kind of strange individual misplays here. Nif, his Zillion game wasn't super hot in the game they lost a little while ago. He had kind of an odd build, had no CDR, had no mana regen, was kind of strange. We keep seeing weird item builds come out. I know Crepo and I love to talk about this, where people kind of buy weird things. But I know the skill is here in these guys. I know that they can be the strategically strong team, the individually strong team. They just need to show up as the team we watched all throughout the summer split.
Yeah, and their opponents this game, it is Cloud9. They're 2-1. They dropped the ball yesterday to NaJin Shield. Crumbs, I feel like their head or their strategy wasn't necessarily in the right place against NaJin Shield. It didn't really work out.
My big question mark for this matchup has to be Hai. You know, we saw him perform excellently against Alliance in the first game with the Syndra pick, but NaJin White put Hai into a champion that is just not beneficial for the team comp. You have Talon, and Talon is not going to set up the team comp, and he's not going to be able to split against Zed effectively. So as a shot call, you're kind of just like, oh, well, I got to play without really using my champion to the fullest that I can use it to help my team out. So I think that if Alliance, with a redefined idea into their team comp and focusing their bans on Hai and putting on something that is not going to be a playmaker, he's not going to be able to affect the team, they should be doing pretty well.
I actually disagree a little bit there. I think that what Hai did was fine. He went even in CS in lane, like 90-90. The biggest point why that game was lost there was just the bottom lane just wasn't up to par. 2v2, they didn't win the race for level 2 even though they tried. They didn't lane swap even though it would have been beneficial for all parties involved. And Cloud9 has just shown how good they are at lane swaps. And I think I just want to see Cloud9 lane swap again and show that just that intellect that Meteos has.
Short final thoughts before we get to predictions, probably.
I think Cloud9's going to fix their ban pick phase because they know Hai is going to be focused. So at this point, they get a chance to counter pick mid. So it's up to Hai to prove that his pool is bigger than what we've seen so far, and they can deal with Froggen's, ferocity.
Well, let's see where you guys are putting your predictions. Freak, I want to know, which side of the Atlantic are you siding with? Cloud9 or Alliance, and why?
The best coast, the west coast of the Atlantic, the North American team, Cloud9 here. I think that the loss they had was a little bit uncharacteristic. Even though it was to a great team, I still think that they're normally much smarter in their decision-making, and as long as they don't hard engage with a late-game team comp 20 minutes in, they'll be good to go.
Crumbs?
I'm going to go with Alliance. I think that Alliance has a good idea as to what to do next after the teams get to know each other. So I'm really looking forward to this matchup.
Now, I know that the next two predictions have already been locked in, but the Prophet has spoken. Prolly, who's winning this game and why?
I'm actually the complete opposite of Crumbs. Not just because I'm choosing Cloud9, but because I think Cloud9 can adapt better than Alliance can. So after these games, I think they're going to be able to fix all their holes in their ship.
And finally, Crepo?
Yeah, I'm going to go with Cloud9 here. Not because I think they're by default the better team. I think a top-level Alliance at the height of their game can be better than Cloud9, but from what I've seen so far, they've been playing really well, and the last matchup just showed the disparity in terms of like intelligence when it comes to like macro strategy.
I think Crumbs is 2 for 2 when he's gone against the rest of his analysts in correct predictions. Let's see if he makes it 3. Yeah, let's see. Let's see how you guys at home have been voting with the fan vote according to lolwesports.com. It is much closer. 54% of the viewers are calling this one in favor of Cloud9. The players are just about ready, so we'll head over to our trio of casters for the next match. But first, Alliance's Shook talks about his growth from a solo queue player to being part of a pro team.
I've been playing League since beta. Since I started in 3 months, I became really good at the game and I just kept climbing and climbing. I enjoyed the game, but I was also good at it. I was one of the top-rated junglers in solo queue. I was quite known in high-low, but it was both for my Lee Sin and for my attitude in game.
I know him since season 1. In high elo I was playing a lot of solo queue too, and that time he had the reputation of being somewhat toxic.
I had a very competitive spirit.
Very often, if the game wasn't going well, he would just go AFK after like flaming his teammates and stuff like that.
I just got pissed off and I had to vent somehow, and I just chose to do it that way, but it's the wrong way. I was in a team back then. Like, I was pretty sure we were gonna qualify for the LCS, but 3 days before the event, I got banned. So not only me, but my team suffered from that as well. And I was more upset about the team having to find a sub jungler in such a short time. It was quite a failure. I wasted basically 1 year of being potentially in the LCS. I just decided to channel my competitiveness in like a positive way instead of a negative way.
He realized that LCS is bigger than solo queue, so he tries to improve every time.
What's happened has happened, and we don't really care about the ban. We look at the person he is now.
I wanted to get into LCS, but I just decided enough is enough. Like, just keep calm. Like, if you get frustrated, just take a break. Let's just play the game why it's meant to be played, to have fun. Ever since I saw people play own worlds, I just said I want to be there, so I'm gonna do everything I can. I think my expectations of me were pretty high, so when Alliance wasn't really doing that well in the beginning, like, I felt pretty bad because I knew we were capable of like beating everyone.
I think here in Europe he's just so much better than the other junglers, so he's looking forward to play against better people who can actually challenge him, and he really want to show that he's the best.
I'm not really afraid to fail. Like, everyone can have bad games, and it's just something that happens to everybody. Like, no one is perfect. Right now I respect the Korean teams the most because they've been looking the best to me, but I see some flaws in their play. Like, they make mistakes as well, so if we can capitalize on their mistakes, I think we're gonna have a shot. Despite the rough past, from amateur to #1 in LCS, I feel like it's quite an accomplishment. I'm glad I'm in Alliance, and I'm looking forward to what the future brings me.
Really great to see how Shook just basically turned his entire career around.
Yeah, and something that needs to be done as well if he wants to play in the LCS, so they still need to win this game, though.
Well, it is an important one, and I'm sure the crowd here is definitely ready for this rematch between the top teams in the European and North American LCS. So let's get straight into the starting lineups. On the blue side from Europe, it's Alliance with Wicked in the top lane, Shook in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, tabzi AD carry, and Nif on support.
Yeah, and on the red side, it is North America's Cloud9. Balls in the top lane, Meteos in the jungle. A lot of eyes on High in the mid lane as well, with Sneaky and Lemon Nation. And Lemon Nation's Notebook on support.
And we can't put it by Alliance that they just saw their compadres fall farther in their group. Pressure on Europe to really perform now.
Yeah, no doubt about that. I mean, SK, of course, already sent home. Yeah. Not looking good for Fnatic. I think Alliance, you know, coming in as the #1 seed from Europe, they're big hopes on them, but Cloud9 is a very scary opponent at this stage. Already beat them once and convincingly.
Yeah, and since we're all still kind of recovering from the last game, it's hard to wrap our heads around the fact that this game is just as important, right? If Cloud9 wins this game, they will need to defeat KaBuM to basically guarantee their way out of groups, whereas if Alliance wins this game, they're setting themselves up on a collision course for a tiebreaker with Cloud9 for that next spot. It's just as important as far as losing, dropping out of everything, and winning and still having a chance.
So where are the big picks then? What do we see here? We heard a lot there from Shook and how he really wants to test himself against some of the best junglers in the world. Will we be seeing a bit of jungle focus in this game? For me, Shook, no, we've been seeing that he has been practicing a couple of different things from Korean solo queue. And the fact is, he had a ropey start to Worlds.
And the thing that I need to track the most here is Cloud9 on red side. They feel like their pick and ban, especially in this World Championship, is almost weaker on red side in comparison to their blue side than it has been in a really long time. The fact that Alliance now has the freedom to ban out the Syndra and the Rumble really puts a dent into Cloud9's overall strategy. I'm actually very surprised right now that the Zilean and the Maokai are both kind of going through. The last ban for Cloud9 probably has to be Alistar.
The top lane has usually been getting the last ban, figuring out how to knock them down just a little bit. If they get the Rumble, it's been focused, so That's out of there right away. Balls will not have a chance to play that because of his beautiful record on that champion. Maokai from Alliance. Now Cloud9 to answer.
And Maokai's been something we've been curious about the blue team banning, and they're letting Alistair through.
Wow.
All right, there's a few things to say about this.
Call me a liar.
It's surprising, but Cloud9 definitely does their research. They kind of trade the Alistair pick for the Zilean as one, and two, Wicked did not have a good showing on Alistair in the European playoffs. He had some very lackluster games. Balls is a talented Mundo player who can split lanes with Alistair, but yeah, when we see Alistair go through, he's usually a force.
I'd agree with you in saying that Wicked wasn't exactly a superstar Alistair player that we saw from him. However, he does have a 100% record with Alistair.
They still won the games.
4-0, yeah, exactly. And whilst his individual performance may have been needing some touch-ups, you know, he's put a lot of work in. We were talking to Alliance and they said, Wicked has really stepped it up this time, you know. After his performance where he openly said himself, I played terribly at playoffs. I need to step up for Worlds. And he's done that if you look at the hours he's put in practice. The question is, can he deliver in a big game like this? Looks now for Alliance, and I'm interested to see what comes out in the jungle because Kha'Zix has been banned.
Are they going to do it?
Been banned. He's going to pick Rammus.
All right.
Wow.
Awesome.
Did it.
So, I should have pointed this out earlier, but I pointed out in the first Alliance vs. Cloud9 game. Cloud9 targeted Shook with bans. They took away his Lee Sin and Kha'Zix, and I said he may break out Rammus if his two main junglers are banned. In the first game, he picked Elise, did 3% of his team's damage, did not complete a big item, and had a horrible game. Rammus is his most played champion in Korean solo queue by a wide margin. 30 games, the next closest is 10. He goes Sightstone and Spirit of the Ancient Golem with Moby Boots home guards and ganks straight through the lanes.
Just had a call from Season 1 and they want their lineup back. Alliance going with a pretty old school set of champions here. Of course, now back in the, I don't know if we can say that Rammus specifically is, you know, back in favor. Certainly for Shook he is, and he's been one of the junglers that has changed things around this year. Played a load of Riven mid-season in the summer split. Yeah. For Cloud9 though, let's focus on theirs because they got the Zilean Lucian from the first two picks. They take Ryze and Jarvan for their third and fourth.
Very interesting lock-ins. We can see why the Syndra and whatnot going out. Shook wanting an easy path. Also doesn't want to ride an equalizer right into the fight. But Meteor says if that's going to happen, I want to single you out with the Cataclysm. So the Jarvan gets bucked up for him. Not something very played by him, and actually not during the regular season at all.
And there's also not much sadder than a Rammus going about 500 miles an hour, getting stopped by Rune Prison.
Yep, that
Rise,
Ryze
and then
too.
You get a bunch of damage jumped down on it.
Gets slowed by Zilean if you can get out of it.
He's going to have to be really creative with the way he initiates here.
Well, if there's enough chaos from a Froggen on Ahri, maybe that's the case.
They really wanted to go old school. Anivia Corki. Why would they pick Corki? We've already got Cogmore in there.
I mean,
Irelia certainly fits that mold. And we're going to be seeing Froggen on Ahri. So we said this yesterday when we played NaJin White Shield that we want to see Froggen on a champion that he can come up massive in games. Ahri could be that champion for him.
He had some really impressive games on Ahri in the European playoffs. He actually did a very strange Ahri build where he rushed cooldown boots and then a Fiendish Codec and was basically using it to get off the quickest roam ganks possible and just increase the frequency. But you can only do that if you have absolute command over the mid lane. So it will depend on what High takes and whether it can provide a lot of pressure. What? They would.
You could Dark Binding Rammus as well on the way in.
They switched this up on us in the last second. I was thinking they had not picked their mid lane yet. And they end up going with Morg. I was just penciling that in as a support Zilean because I haven't seen High play it much. That's going to be very difficult for Froggen to roam on once Zilean gets a few points in his time box.
Well, we were wondering how these games are going to play out. The first one between these two, quite slow. Would anybody bring out aggression? And I don't think there's a way to go slow when you pick Rammus.
Well, Zilean can certainly slow you down.
This is true.
Morgana's going to stop you chasing into the team. Ryze has got the similar thing. Even Jarvan has to go a little bit more aggressive to knock you up and stop you getting in there. We also saw, by the way, of course, Nif getting his hands on Alistair. And we said that Nif's game yesterday on Zilean wasn't the best showing that we've had from Nif. And Alistair's a champion where you've really got to be on your game.
Yeah, there was a lot of fake outs from me. I don't know if Cloud9 and the Lions actually got faked out, but I was a little bit tunneled on the Alistar top lane and the Zilean on support because that's what we'd seen most of from these teams. But now I'm excited for the difference picks we saw here.
Well, I mean, that last game is definitely a difficult one to follow, the Fnatic versus OMG encounter, but we'll see if these two teams can match it. And as the players load in, who do you guys think holds the edge in this match? Tweet at LOL Esports using the hashtag ALLWin or C9Win, and we'll check out your votes during the game. For me, tough one to call, just based off past experience that we've seen so far at Worlds. I got to give the edge to Cloud9, but we're going to find out as we get into game.
And past experience that we haven't seen. Let's see if Shook can write the book here on how to be Rammus at Worlds. He'll be locking this one in, and he'll be rolling around the rift trying to create opportunities for the team. How will Cloud9 get in on this? Does the warding change kind of when you're playing against a Rammus?
I think so.
Warding deeper, you have to be safe?
I think you have to ward a Rammus once he gets his mobility boots, more like you would ward a Rengar, because he's going to be coming straight up the lane, most likely, instead of through the river. Also, Rammus is so popular in solo queue, oftentimes because he can go through wards and you still don't have the time to react. He's so fast once he gets those mobility boots with his power ball that even if he goes through a ward, you may not be able to retreat in time. A lot of that will have to do with his lane follow-up as well, with which Alliance has built a lot. You can see Wicked in the top lane on Aurelia has been maxing his Equilibrium Strike. You chain a stun as Rammus flies through ward, he will make it to you. Or in the bottom lane with Nip on Alistar. Same thing with the Headbutt Pulverize. Some very hard ganks to stop.
We saw Meteos getting calibrated a bit there. Flag toss a bit short. Next one should be good. Like we said, Jarvan really wasn't his forte throughout the season, so we get warmed up a little bit here in the beginning. Everybody giving each other quite a bit of respect to start this off, and the line of scrimmage is the river.
Already wards down in that bottom lane though, and Cloud9 got themselves inside the brush. So we'll see what they actually go for here, whether they're just going to hang around inside of that top side and hope that Alliance move in there. Of course, the Pulverize can be a bit of a problem in these early stages, but Dark Binding may be a good counter to that one, as Meteos here will be starting off by the blue, and Rammus for Shook. First time that we're going to be seeing Rammus coming out. That will be starting off down by the red buff.
Niv starts out with heal, so he almost immediately loses his lane presence. He actually used it to try and shove the lane with Trample a little bit while not taking too much harass. But as far as retaliating that Dark Binding, Alliance doesn't have any threat right there. I also like the fact that Lemonation picked Morgan to Alistar because Dark Binding can block a lot of his all-ins. It's an old pick for Lemonation. He's played it a ton in...
He's got good aim though.
He's got fantastic aim. He's really good at champions that require a little bit more setup and mental game because he's a very good predictor of things.
Also, all those picks we were talking about is going to give Shook hell if he tries to initiate with the amount that he can be locked down. It'll be very interesting to see how he works around that. Froggen making sure Meteos doesn't make an early visit towards mid. Shook starts off on his blue.
Rammus is actually a little bit vulnerable to early counter jungling. So Shook's start, he must feel relatively fortunate here to not be disrupted in any of his jungle paths. And a lot of people don't pick Rammus in competitive play because if he falls the slightest bit behind, he starts feeling really useless. Watching his first few ganks could very well decide this game.
Oh, good charm there from Froggen onto Ahri. It's going to give him quite the chunk of damage to put down. Did take a bomb for his pleasure, but that mid lane is somewhere that we're going to have to keep an eye on. Wicked also was chunked down earlier on, and again, Ball's going to go quite aggressive onto him, using a lot of mana early on. Looks like we're going to be seeing the first gank coming in as well from Meteos, and of course I curse that as he walks straight back into his jungle.
Yeah, hatching that ward right above Wraiths and seeing Balls, like you said, on something that he can be aggressive. He's been put on Shen in the past and things he has to play safe, and he's been vocal. He does not like that. He likes to be able to fight with the team or even control his lane by himself. More action to the bottom. Nif catching all the bindings. Good hands. Good hands.
So there was an old strategy in around Season 2 where Alistar would actually max heal in lane. COG used to run it with Vayne often, and they would just use Alistar to take hits while Vayne CS'd. Nif has yet to choose which skill he maxes, but he's definitely taking a lot of hits and trying to rely on that heal for sustain. It's a sneaky amount of sustain if you put many points into the heal. We'll have to track that since they are at a bit of a disadvantage against Black Shield in that lane.
Meteos is actually coming through the lane towards that top side of the map as well, maybe trying to get some early camping onto Wicked. See how that one all works out for him. There's another binding lands there onto Nif, that tormented soil. Getting a couple of ticks off as well, so Elimination so far been pretty much on the mark. That would obviously happen, as I say it, with these dark binding aims is what I wanted to say as one wildly misses and goes through the brush. But could also argue that he was maybe having a look to see if Shook was in there.
Very well could have. I mean, Rammus, we've yet to see that Rammus gank. He is going with a more conservative Rammus style, actually. An early Quill Coat instead of trying to get Boots mobility right away, but the Boots are on the way. I feel like that'll be his next buy.
Kind of rushing towards each one of his camps, probably, as you say, to get those boots, and we'll see what kind of effect he can put in the game. Meteos, we just saw him up top a little bit ago, paying consideration to Wicked on his Aurelia. It can and will wreak havoc if he gets a good laning phase. As you were saying before, Joe, Wicked also stepping up for the team, and when it goes well, the team also starts to play well around him. So if they can get that going, thumbs up for Alliance.
And they need it. They need Wicked to go big. They need Froggen to go big. I mean, Shook's playing Rammus in pretty much the game that decides if you go any further in Worlds.
I really want to see the effectiveness of that Rammus as well. Looking at all the things that Cloud9 has picked here, I mean, even just a Black Shield on whoever he powerballs into will deny the taunt. So he's going to have to be really creative. Hopefully he can just get farmed. Rammus has some of the best health scaling in the game in the sense because if he puts his defensive powerball, it gives him so much armor and magic resist, his effective health goes absolutely crazy. But that takes, once again, a lot of farm. And I don't know if Alliance has that kind of time.
Well, they'll have some time. Seeing the tears on the side of Cloud9, it gives them a bit to work with. Not a lot of damage is going to be coming out just yet. Meteos again. Consideration towards the top lane, and Wicked, he's not liking the situation. He's going to go ahead and hug turret because he's got a real nice push on this wave.
And this is kind of an old version of how to beat CLG EU, you know? Camp that top lane, catch Wicked out of position while he's playing his Aurelia. That's what teams did to try and take down the old CLG team, and honestly, why not? I mean, it worked back then. I feel that Wicked, you know, he's going to be ready for something like that. He's playing this one very safe as Froggen just flashes a charm by height, and again, gets the bomb back on his head.
Definitely seen out there. They have the idea of where Froggen is. That means Wicked now goes aggressive. Before he was playing completely passive, but that instance of knowing where Meteos was, he wants some damage.
Really good damage too. It's the Sheen Rush for Wicked. It's something he's been relying on. He gets such good damage trading with his Equilibrium Strike plus the Sheen proc from his auto attack just to burst him down, and Rise is a very vulnerable little guy up there early on in the game.
Well, we've yet to see Rammus come rolling out of the jungle, and he's going home again. 37 CS he's got.
He farmed really well.
Farming,
Past the 6, yeah.
A lot of farming in there, and will come back in with those boots of mobility. So this is where he can really get going.
He kind of pulled the Meteos on Meteos there, where instead of trying to pull ganks early, he just did a bunch of farming while he relied on his lanes not to die to ganks, and then outpaced the enemy jungler. He did hit level 6 first, he has more CS, he's got his boots of mobility first, whereas Meteos is still clearing jungle.
What's his focus? Every lane can supplement this crowd control that he brings as well. Stuns from all, charm in the middle. Looks like he'll go back for blue to make sure he can get power balls off more. Actually, he's going to give this one up to Froggen, as usual. Didn't think Froggen was going to have time to step aside. He has time for everything. Wave pushed up in this bottom lane, looking for these guys to hit 6, as Sneaky's done that first. And it looks like they're going to pay Balls some attention here as he hatches that one. Just sitting on a ward.
I'm a little concerned here why Shook is trying to gank through the river when Rammus ganks so amazingly through the lanes. Bit of wasted time there for old Rammus.
I wanted to reply with just okay, but I feel like we could get a fourth caster in here just to provide that for us.
The Rammus commentary.
And okay every now and then will certainly add to the atmosphere. Shook actually on top of a pink ward there. Will put a pink down of his own and spots that one that's actually been down for quite a few minutes. And Shook is going to be getting some clearage going on. So, where's he going to be able to get involved in the game? Because it's all well and good farming up. If you know, you need to make impacts here. You need to be able to get in there, get your lanes going. I suppose you could argue that while Meteos is farming as well, Shook could technically just keep playing that game.
Oh, Transcendent Blades onto Balls in the top lane. Wicked with the level advantage and the CS advantage here, playing it very nicely. I don't know if we're going to see more pressure. Shook's kind of, he doesn't know where he wants to go right now. He's kind of just hovering.
He still wants to punish that top lane. Something that happened in Cloud9's first game against Alliance is they allowed the Aurelia through. Now Alliance is going to try and punish. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Ball's actually meant to put down the stun on towards Wicked there. Shook comes rolling on through. First gank results in a first blood, but Shook might be in a little bit of trouble. Going to be chased here by Meteos. High is actually coming around as well. Going to get the speed up. There is the bomb coming down. I think that's enough. Yeah, the auto attack will help, and High is going to take down Shook.
I have to say, Balls did not play that gank properly. You would want to Rune Prison the Rammus and then run away from the Aurelia, but they were pretty close together. And then they also killed him not even near the turret, but at least he prompted the overdive. He knew he had the collapse coming back up, so he is behind Wicked's Aurelia, which is really scary, but at least he gave High a kill, so it's kind of a trade.
A little bit of back and forth, but Wicked to that Triforce faster, a very scary thing. He is not afraid to put his foot down and start making plays for the team. See what kind of advantage can be grabbed here in the bottom lane. So far, it is a 20 CS lead in favor of Sneaky. Shook charging up here.
Zoom.
Looks like he could zoom. That's going to be a face-to-face hit up. Wow, Meteos in the back pocket of High here. Gets the Zillion ult down. The Ignite will not tick fully, so he's not going to come back stronger. Might have given them a chance to re-engage, but they back off for this one. Summoner's blown in the mid lane.
And actually Shook there going for home guard, so he's going to be coming out of base with roughly 4,500 move speed.
That is the rough estimate of his move speed. It's also the common build you see on Jungle Rammus. It's very much solo queue, but it's also the most effective way of building Rammus. We'll see how quickly he goes back. Generally, you just burn a bunch of health and mana and you don't clear the jungle too optimally, but that doesn't matter because you get back to lane in an instant with home guard power pulse.
And it creates such a dynamic too that Cloud9 has to think about. The window for jungle ganks usually slows down after you get a gank, but he is going to be back every time, and something they can be caught off guard with. Not caught off guard on the first dragon. That goes over to Cloud9. 12 minutes on the clock.
And that was basically just Balls going bottom lane instead of back to the top lane. It will hurt him in the short term, and I think the main threat for Cloud9 here is if Wicked can run over Balls in that top lane, because based on the team comp here, Cloud9 needs that mid-game power spike, and therefore they need Balls to actually get to his Rod of Ages pretty quickly. And if Wicked is able to overcome that with a more powerful Aurelia that can then roam down and start taking over the game, it will throw a pretty big wrench into Cloud9's plans.
Good roam from Nif here. Up and Shook get in some wards. What's his Death Squad looking for the top lane? They considered, let's get Balls again while he's up here. Wait a minute. Balls isn't in his top lane. 4 people to the top side here. Maybe they'll get a turret out of this one. Wicked's been freezing it the whole time, so they think Balls is standing on his turret.
Yeah, they're prepping for a dive. Instead, they're going to get a turret, and it's actually a turret trade. It's almost like an early game lane swap, except it's happening in 13 minutes.
Yeah, and they lost the dragon just before that, which I suppose is very much Alliance style. You know, we're not comfortable enough to challenge for the dragon, give it away rather than losing a few kills as well. They do get that top turret back, but leaves them 1,000 gold behind us. Shook is gonna find Balls here. Let's see if Balls can actually get away. Nif moving in, the bombs start to come down. Charm will land onto Balls, but they've not got enough damage to finish.
Yeah, nice defensive showing there by High to just prevent the all-in, since it would have been chrono shifted away regardless. Alliance is in a pretty peculiar position right here. They burned a lot of their stuff to get that first catch on a ball, so they don't really want to show into the mid lane now.
They're pinging the top lane from Balls. He says Wicked is MIA at this point. Doesn't look like they really have the flank to get in on anything here. Good wards coming in from Cloud9 and both Alliance to try and make these work. Nobody really coming up with too big of an upper hand. The gold from the objectives in favor of Cloud9. And these lanes have opened up quite quick. There's a lot of roaming here. Whoa.
There we go.
Yep. Recall is not the same for a home guard Rammus than it is for anyone else, because he gets back to mid lane in about 5 seconds after recalling. He just bought a ward. Like, that was his only reason for recalling, but he filled up his health and mana, and then he just goes and takes blue buff.
funnily enough, I wasn't all that far away with 4,500 movement. Well, reaching 1,000 there, speeding out of base. Froggen will be getting his blue buff gifted over to him. Has a lead in the lane in terms of CS, but of course, Hai does have that kill with Zilean. Themes will be coming up first for Hai, along with his tier, of course, getting stacking. So building up those minor items. Similar scenario for Balls in the top lane tier, and has got the blasting one, so Rod of Ages will be coming into play soon. Trinity Force for Wicked, though, is a big item.
Pretty crazy how much Balls is trying to avoid this top lane. You do not want to give Wicked any bigger of an upper hand other than CS at this point, but Balls will fall farther and farther behind as this happens.
And that's the big reason Balls is avoiding Wicked in that top lane. I mean, Wicked is, unless he's willing to push into the second tier turret,
right,
not going to pull much pressure up, he should probably be pushing this as quickly as possible. However, he actually doesn't know where Balls is. He's hoping that he's denying him CS up there. Balls is just willingly denying himself. It's a potential danger, actually, because he is still going to fall behind in experience and gold. He's now 2 levels behind Wicked.
Oh, Shook might be in a little bit of trouble here. Although, there is a ward down. So they spot Cloud9 coming in. Cloud9 do get that vision down. And know that they need to be careful now on this bottom side of the map. There is the binding actually giving the position away. Shook says, you know what? I'm just leaving you guys to this one. Let's see if they can actually hold. Looks like they will, because Sneaky and Elimination not going to push any further.
A lot of forward wards put in this one by Cloud9. Let's see how they act on these instead of letting us get swept out. Meteos actually is going to just protect Hai as he backs in the mid lane. Shook standing on a ward as he throws one down. Have not seen gank coming from him too much. On the Rammus, it's been more of just in and out, put some wards down, not too many ganks yet.
Yeah, and with the Sightstone now, he's really heavily involved in vision control. Was not able to impact his lanes that greatly. However, the one lane he did impact was impacted in a very huge way. It's the largest discrepancy we see in this game. And you can tell Balls has to 100% avoid Wicked. It's a huge amount of map pressure lost. And if Wicked can make it down to this next Dragon fight, it will be very interesting.
Well, they are starting to move in. More wards cleared out by Meteos and Elimination. Bottom lane is pushed up, though, in favor of Alliance, so they can choose to get a bit of free turret damage. Wait until this next dragon comes in. There is a nice little binding through into the brush, which will catch directly onto Shook. Alliance deciding actually not to follow through on towards the turret. They do, however, have vision of Meteors coming down.
Wicked throwing in a Giant's Belt after the Triforce. Both him and Tabs now have that finished up. So this Dragon in 30 seconds. Some nice item spikes there. Sneaky getting his Infinity Edge in as well. So a lot of lanes staying close, barring that top lane. Oh, good trade back and forth. Froggen, we're out even.
And Wicked is just so strong right now. Even if there's evenness on other roles, he could completely turn the tides of this fight. It's all eyes on Wicked for Cloud9. How can they avoid this massive Aurelia that actually has a lot of health with the Giant's Belt and be able to continue to contest objectives?
Well, we're going to find out here as that Dragon does come live. Wicked actually headed to push the bottom lane out. We are seeing blue buff about to be given over to Hai. Aid him in this next fight. Alliance certainly have positioning on that one, and Elimination there stood right on top of a ward will allow them to see that binding coming through. The charm almost landing there, but didn't actually connect. An Alliance, they're moving for this bottom tower.
Even on the bottom side of the map, Wicked getting free farm. Now Shook and Nif joining him. Froggen will be there as well. How are Cloud9 going to react? A nice minion wave in mid will be able to split open the map for them.
Cloud9 made some pretty critical mistakes in their loss to White Shield yesterday, where they had a mid-game disadvantage, but they continually forced fights. Right now, their mid-game disadvantage is against the Aurelia, so everywhere Aurelia goes, they're trying to avoid. However, Alliance did beat them to the spot.
And then they're leaving Balls, the guy who has been behind back to guard. This is not going to work out too well. An inhibitor turret, sub 20 minutes coming in for Alliance. This is a stark difference from
Why stop there? There's only 3 people from Cloud9 defending.
This is an interesting one indeed, as they are going to go towards Bolt, takes all the damage, flashes away. He's got the Chrono Shift on. Looks like Cloud9 might be able to hold them off. Shook actually getting the heal there to keep him alive. It didn't quite finish off that inhibitor, but they may be headed off here as they try to escape.
Hopefully buying some more time for themselves. Froggen flashing already with the Spirit Rush down. That's 1 to 2 lockdowns. They could be cleaning this one up now. That's going to be Sneaky picking one up. No. Oh, yes, he does. He does grab one. Transcendent Blades coming off from the side here from Wicked. He throws a few out for the fans. He does get a kill for himself.
What a strange series of events there. Cloud9 was opting into the trade, and then they kept 2 people around for a little bit longer. Now they think they have a free dragon, but not everything in League is free.
No, big grouping.
Here comes Shook as well. They're going to go in towards high. He's got his ultimate back up though. Bomb on Wicked said Meteor's actually going very, very low, but where's the focus here? Everyone's low, but no one's down. Sneaky finishes off Nif. Shook's going to fall low, will be able to roll away. Wicked went super low as well, and you have to feel that Alliance could have done better with that scenario.
Something you have to keep in mind when you're running Alistar and Rammus is it is an incredibly low damage combo. So that's why that fight didn't go this way. We'll take a look at this fight once again though. Black Shield, super critical. Shook was trying to flash for the taunt, could not get it there. And honestly, Chrono Shift against a low damage team is remarkably efficient. Despite it being a 3v4, they could actually hold off Alliance. Alliance put a lot of investment into the inhibitor turrets, which is one of the reasons they didn't win that fight as well. Obviously the collapse here, Froggen flashed away early. Meteos ulted on for the secure. He had to flash out of his own creation because he was going to take too much damage, and Cloud9 was able to pick up a few kills. If they aren't punished for that open inhibitor, it was a great trade for Cloud9. Alliance is going to continue to trade turrets though, and it may be a bit too much to bear for Cloud9.
A bit too much indeed. You see Lemon Nation saying we need more damage. Needlessly large rod after his Sightstone as well. They are trying to be able to put out the power in these fights that alone Wicked is pretty much bringing right now, and the rest of the team is just going to scale up later. Tabs waiting to get to that point. These guys are going to be ferocious come another 10 minutes. Cloud9 really does not have an answer just yet. Lots of pink wards. That's really all they got to defend with.
Yeah, but 6 turrets means their map pressure is slim to nil. Cloud9 with the Zillion wants to accelerate this game, but at the moment, because they are down 6 turrets, they're pushed into a different mindset. Meteos is caught.
And he's dead. Tabs will pick up that kill, and a nice little bait using that pink ward to try and lure them in. Cloud9 thinking, okay, we can get rid of that ward. Actually, there is High going to get caught out. They leave him up here. Wicked's going to keep chasing him down. There is Rammus rolling on forward. Decides not to go too far, though.
And that was just a nice catch by Alliance. It's what they're going to continue to try and do. Ward control in the jungle of Cloud9 and get the small pickoffs. They're very careful about that Chrono Shift from High, and Lemon Nation is also being very careful about his Black Shield placement.
Eagle Eye Dark Bindings to come out, saving his life there along with the Black Shield. Sneaky and Balls trying to be a 2-man team as they push down the mid lane. Those turrets they have already dropped though, but they can't afford to spread themselves thin right now. It's going to be the buddy system as they have to clear out some of these wards. Alliance is left behind. Slow play right now from Cloud9, but not the case for Alliance. An entire split, an entire year for them to really produce this type of team, and it was shaky at the start coming into Worlds, but definitely showing up.
Right, when we look at Alliance's story as a team, they had a very slow start. It took them a while to learn how to play as a team, but also to play against their opposition. They built the team, though, to succeed at Worlds. Yeah. Now, at Worlds, you don't exactly have very long to adapt to your opponents. Their first round in this group,
not a luxury.
They went 1 and 2. They have to adapt now if they want to make it out of the group and find victory where they previously found defeat.
Well, let's see here. Froggen trying to get the cash on to Hide inside of his own jungle once again. Didn't quite get in there. Meanwhile, Sneaky quite happy to just push through. He's going to be taking the 4th turret of the game for Cloud9. And we're 23.5 minutes into this one, and 10 turrets are down already.
Well, there are a few turret kills in the last game, so maybe they're taking cues. We'll see if this one ends a little bit faster than Fnatic versus OMG. It's just as close here, though, in the mid-game. I do wonder how Alliance is going to find the right type of picks, because the Chrono Shift and the Black Shield are big blockers for Alliance trying to find the right kills.
Abyssal Scepter coming in from Froggen. Interesting. Usually see the Deathfire Grasp trying to pop a Zillion, trying to pop the support, but he goes for the magic resistance plus that magic shred. So,
well, they're really trying to diminish the damage from High and Balls at the moment. They don't think Sneaky's at a point where he is an adequate threat yet. Plus, they have Rammus, who can just be the one guy to taunt him and take all the Lucian fire. Well, then they just have to worry about the magic damage.
And with that DFG, High's just going to ulti whoever gets hit with a DFG as well. So we'll see how this one all works out. Waiting for Nif to maybe get started here, because once he lands a decent pulverize, there's good follow-up with the charms coming through. Actually, Cloud9 here, headed straight down this middle lane. They want to go on this inventory.
Lemonation's really low on mana for Cloud9 to be posturing so aggressively. That's what Nif sees. He goes.
The double headbutt pulverize from Nif with his ult on. They're on to Taz, but it's only Meteos. Ball's trying to focus that. Chrono Shift's going to come back up for him, but they're standing in Tremors right now, and it's a lockdown kill onto Taz. The Cathian surprise to deliver out the damage does not help, but Balls is on the run here. Alliance coming up on the fight overall. Actually, a 2-2 across the board.
The magic of Zilean. It seems like they would actually have an edge, but they have to kill Balls twice. Tabs and Nif actually get singled out by Sneaky on the other side of the fight while Wicked was diving Balls really aggressively, and somehow Cloud9 gets away with pushing a little bit deep.
Looks like Froggen might be trying to go up this mid lane here. Cloud9 actually full on recall from those 3 remaining men that didn't go down during that last fight. For Froggen though, it was just a case of clearing out on that middle lane. So let's watch this one again. Started off with Alliance getting bound up there by Elimination.
Yeah, obviously though, Nif is a little bit too strong to focus, and Wicked, sorry I was wrong, was looking at Sneaky but then decided to kill high. I'm trying to figure out exactly what happened to KaBuM. Meteos just killed him, straight up, and then Nif's ultimate ran out, so Sneaky was able to get the secure there. A very spread out and somewhat chaotic fight, which we will probably see a fair bit of, considering all the single target damage on Alliance. They will need fights to be a little bit spread out to avoid dying to what will be a lot of AoE from Cloud9.
And I'm interested to know what the comms are for Cloud9 right now. Usually only high in the team fights, but he's got so many different things to think about with being a Zilean. Who's he speeding up, slowing down? Who's he throwing Chrono Shift on? Is it really him still calling the shots in these fights? 5 pick wards down the line as Cloud9 is trying to stave off the push that Cloud9, or Alliance, just looking at what's on the screen and saying it, Alliance is pushing down. And we'll see if they can do that.
Well, if there's one thing I always want out of a Zilean who's on my team, Riv, it's someone who's willing to say, I got you. And since I speak so much on communication and the team has so much trust in him, it makes sense that he will be able to deliver those ultimates on the right targets to prompt aggression. But it's still going to be difficult with all those charms flying around.
Alliance again pushing up that bottom wave, because an open inhibitor.
Cloud9 doesn't have vision control over this dragon. It's real dangerous.
Whoa! Meteos going right between them here. Elimination going to get taunted in, but who are they going to go for? Wicked diving in the back. It's a good ultimate from Elimination, and the Culling is going to go through them. Ball's got the ultimate on him from Zilean. Elimination still alive here. Finally a flash in from Tabs. They've managed to lock up Balls, but he gets the kill onto Froggen. Shunk will actually go down as well. Balls are still going. And the bomb will get another one. Triple kill for Tabs on the other side though. It's a 4 for 4.
How?
Miraculously is the only word I can say right there. Alliance's low damage as a team really cost them there because the revived Balls cleaned up and they were never quite able to finish off high despite
Where did this go?
Meteos burning everything for vision. The fight starts, obviously, and now Cloud9 gets a decent amount of AoE down, but really, they were caught with their pants down when they checked this spot right here. Meteos dies pretty much without doing anything. Obviously, Tabs is wrecking face in the back of the fight, but he's the only one really able to wreck a large amount of face. Froggen gets killed by the Balls that he revives, and then it's just a comedy of no damage right here. Rammus, Alistar, they can't do anything. Tabs isn't at range yet until the last hit, and Rise plus Zilean take out a bunch.
Balls has been the focus of that Chrono Shift just about every single time. You can see him bringing out a blue elixir for this one. Cloud9's definitely want to get back to the fight. The teleport into the Death Rush. Culling coming out from Sneaky. Meteos missing the flag and drag on that one, and that is the re-engage. A nice orb of deception through the whole team from Froggen, but he's locked up right now. Can't deliver any more damage. They pick up 1. They pick up 2. They're on the Balls now with the headbutt pulverized, and they are going to get 4 kills for themselves. They're not going to lose any this time, though.
Finally, Alliance finds the fight they needed, and it's because they continually pushed the envelope. At that point, Meteos could not find the right engage. The triple kill that Tabs pulled off in that last fight gave him some powerful items, and they really just, that time, used the power of Wicked for a fight victory. Chick wanted some health, they're going for Baron.
Speeding on again out of the base, and High just going to recall here, spend up what he's got, heal back up, but Alliance are going to pick up the Baron. And a crazy little fight, and this time they did it right. They waited for the chrono shift to come down, stepped back and said, okay, let that run out, and then we can fight him once again.
Yeah, now with the Baron, they may be able to go and get the Dragon. They're just going to keep the pedal to the metal here. They were criticized heavily for not being able to capitalize on an advantage against White Shield, and also the entire game against Cloud9 because they had a slight disadvantage. Let's see if they keep pushing the envelope here. Wicked, though, in the wrong lane without teleport. Cloud9 might be able to take a Dragon, but it will cost them turrets.
Cost them turrets, indeed. They're getting everything that puts gold in their pocket, but gold items are not working. We see the Zhonya's up for elimination now, providing a little bit of help in the last fight, but with all those things being down, like you said, Joe, the chrono shift, that Zhonya's down. Those are the things Cloud9 needs to win these fights all the time. The Alliance just being ahead makes it that much easier. See this again.
Yeah, it was just a really poor engage by Cloud9 and a great disengage by Alliance. Vito's uses this flag combo for nothing, and Balls teleports in to a disengaged Alliance. At this point, Lemonation's like, fine, I'll do it, but the rest of the team had already used all of their initial initiation. He gets a stun off, there's no follow-up. In the back line is a whole bunch of pressure from Alliance. What is becoming a very strong tank line of Wicked plus Shook, Aurelia, and Rammus is a little bit too much to deal with for Cloud9. Sneaky can't clear out those champions just because of base stats, and they've stacked enough MR that the Balls, Rise, and the high Zillion can't get it done.
Well, Froggen here just getting himself that blue buff. There's a lot of wards down here for Alliance, and that's another point that they've been criticized on. Their vision, if you think back to that White Shield game,
oh man,
you can argue that they walked far too often into darker areas of the map where they just not got the wards down. Cost them the game in the end, but this time looking to not make that same mistake twice.
Yeah, Ruby Sightstone and a Spirit of the Ancient Golem by Shook. Even if his wards get cleared out, he's going to have a whole bunch more to place down. Ward clearing has been better this game for Alliance as well. You can see pink wards already down on the map, but pink wards still in their inventory, something that the best teams so far at the World Championship have kind of been doing. Alliance was actually second worst in the group as far as wards killed going into this game. I expect they're going to move up a little bit in the rankings after this one.
Yeah, just a tad. It'll be interesting to see those stats at the end of this one, which might be quite soon with the ferocity Alliance has put into this game. We will see High getting caught up there. May not have time. Even chrono shift. He wishes he could turn back time on that one. The inhibitor is going to be locked down here for Alliance. 32 minutes, and they are pressuring the base quite hard of Cloud9.
Cloud9 so reliant on Black Shield and reaction time, but with cooldown boots, once Shook gets that flash taunt, it's 2.5 seconds of not being able to cast that chrono shift, and they burst him down faster.
Second inhibitor going to be pressure. There's Froggen moving in. The charm did in fact go wide there, but Alliance come into the base with that Baron buff on, get 2 inhibitors down. Now they're just going to go straight to that top lane and start pushing that one through. And with, Alliance's composition here, they're quite happy to go under the towers, and they can blast you from range, especially when you've got the light of Kog'Maw in there.
It's definitely a change. Speaking with Cloud9 and watching their games, it was slow, slow, slow. Even against KaBuM, they said, we didn't want to make mistakes. Nothing silly, we'll play it slow. Alliance is attacking that right now, and the slow is not working for Cloud9.
No, Cloud9 is out of time as well. They didn't necessarily want to play this game slow. That's why we saw so many mid-game skirmishes.
Yeah.
And just flat-out giant team fights, too. But they lost the fights. Alliance was the victor, and they, with 2 inhibitors down now, are in prime position to end this game in the next few minutes. Let's take a look at this last flash taunt. It's just something High didn't expect.
Wablam.
Very last edge of that taunt. And yeah, there's nothing High could do since the Black Shield was actually on Lemonation instead of High.
And not quick enough to get the chrono shift onto himself there either. I mean, there was a split second where he wasn't locked up there,
but at the same time, you don't want to just use a chrono shift as soon as someone flashes on you. You need to use it right before someone dies. High can't be in the front line. Obviously, hindsight is 20/20, but Shook had the faster fingers there.
So Alliance finally got this wave pushed up on the top side of the map. Shook actually just going to walk on straight into that minion wave, and actually should get behind or away from his minions there to stop that bomb just wiping out that entire wave. Without that, I think Alliance still going to be playing this one cautiously.
And I will say, just a great job of Alliance to stack magic resistance. They've been playing these fights perfectly, almost ignoring the magic damage threats because of their items and being able to get sneaky in positions where he can't deal that much damage. It's worked wonderfully.
Wow. That graph really telling the story of this game. Very, very close most of the time. Been in Cloud9's favor as well, that gold lead, but big swing coming in for Alliance as Nif just threading those super minions up through the middle lane. They've actually got super minions going on to the Nexus turrets. They might have to give this one up.
Wicked with the Guardian Angel, not afraid to go in on this one. Nice Soul Shackle from Lemon with the Zanya's down, but he will follow quickly going down. Meteos is going to be the next one hit up. Could this be game already? The minion waves are hugely pouring in for Alliance right now. They could look to seal the deal. Ball's one of the last ones standing. Sneaky on the outside is just charmed right in, and it was a beauty. One more shot coming in from Tabs, does not take down high, and it looks like they are ready to seal the deal.
Well, the minions are already killing it for them. Their first Nexus turret went down without any problem, and Alliance going to go for one last kill here onto High to give them the ace, and will be able to finish off the game, tying them one apiece now with Cloud9, which means this group could be going tiebreakers.
Wide open.
It was a very impressive performance there by Alliance. They played crisply, and they also played quick. All things that were lacking from their defeats thus far in the group stage. Smart itemization, they worked around the pick and ban well with some unconventional things getting through. They capitalized on the Alistair, they withstood the Zillion, and they came out victorious.
And cut completely in half, a 35-minute game instead of a 70-minute one. Much more definitive here, coming out from Alliance. And wow, Shook bringing out the Rammus, getting in the heads of Cloud9 as much as they could. And it seems like, as Cloud9 said, they were a bit shaky coming into these pick bans. They wanted to be stronger. With Meteos going on to Jarvan, it did not seem like the engagements they wanted when they wanted the fights.
No, and that's the thing. If you put a lot of focus in bans onto Shook, you take away Kha'Zix, you take away Lee Sin. With those, especially the Kha'Zix, do you also hinder yourself?
Exactly.
It's a good question.
Meteos hasn't played much Jarvan in competitive play. It wasn't a terrible pick or a bad pick by any means, but he did not find good initiations with Jarvan, that's for sure. And Shook did find good initiations in tandem with Wicked, who, by the way, went off. That's a big thing that I think will change in the rest of these group matchups. It's his best champion by a mile, it seems like. Obviously, Ryze has been banned against him. He has a lot of faith in his own Ryze, or it's been picked away. But maybe targeting Shook isn't the right option.
No, and Cloud9 also had a lot of faith in that Aurelia as well. Not good faith, they were afraid of it. Balls just leaving the top lane saying, I died once, I don't want to go back there. That's going to be a huge crutch for us, and it actually was in the end still.
And as we talked about after this game, this does some crazy things to the group.
Right.
They're both 2-2 now, with games against NaJin White Shield and KaBuM left. Since they are tied in their own head-to-head, they may not even get a tiebreak. If one of them beats KaBuM and NaJin White Shield, which Alliance was very close to doing, they would just jump out of the group by themselves. I'm very excited for the next day and a half.
Well, it also sets up KaBuM to, whilst not many people are expecting them now to pull off a
thorn
big
in the side.
streak, yeah, they could spoil worlds for either one of these teams if they're able to pull off a bit of a shock victory.
I can't wait for that to happen if it does, because it's been a rather ridiculous day so far. We had the Fnatic 70.
We've only had 2 games yet.
Game. It feels like 3. There were enough inhibitors killed in that first game to warrant a whole day of matches, it feels like. And yeah, obviously Alliance feeling like the last European hope here. They needed to win this game, and now they're 2-2 in the group, still in position to make it out.
And they did step up. People are definitely going to realize when Wicked gets going, the team feels good around it. Froggen said himself, if things happen, it's on me. But it seems like everybody's taking a bit of the weight to even it out as well, to make it a lot easier throughout the game.
And you've got to, it's all well and good Froggen saying it's my fault if we don't succeed, it's my fault if we don't win and do well, but at the end of the day, League of Legends is a 5-on-5 team game that every single component of that Alliance lineup needs to be really on the ball if they're to win.
Yep, and Froggen was good that game, but the rest of his team was honestly better. It was Wicked and Shook getting those ganks early on, it was Nif finding the initiations, and it was Froggen following up and being a good teammate.
Well, as the teams keep fighting for those spots in the quarterfinals, don't forget to keep sending us your favorite players to us on Twitter at LOL Esports, along with the hashtag #WorldsBigPlays. For now, though, we're going to send it to Shox, who's standing by with one of the winning players from Alliance.
Thank you very much, Joe. I am indeed joined here by Alliance's Froggen after that victory over Cloud9. Froggen, talk to me about you guys' composition. We saw the Rammus coming out there for the first time. Interesting pick.
Yeah, so Shuk has played quite a lot of low elo solo queue in Korea, and everybody picks Rammus and Fiddlesticks, so he just tried to pick up Rammus, and it seems like it worked out.
It absolutely did. Talk to me about your pick for Ahri, and your quite defensive build going into this. Why did you decide to play it like that?
Generally, all the team is really squishy coming into the mid game, and all I have to do is dish out a lot of damage, and it doesn't matter if I focus one target on Ahri because they have Zillion, so it's better just to get tanky and more consistent damage output. And it also reduces everybody's magic resistance, which means Kog'Maw can deal a lot more damage. So it's just overall a really good build, I feel.
Yeah, great builds, great strategy in this game overall. Tell us a little bit about what happened in the first days here, not the Alliance we're used to seeing.
Yeah, we had some problems with our team compositions. We picked team compositions that's really out to play correctly, and this game we tried to pick an easier composition, and we got some really OP champions, so it worked out better.
How do you reflect on that personally? Because of course there's so much hype coming in and people saying Froggen is a real deal. Does it matter to you in the end as long as you get the win?
It doesn't really matter to me in the end because like this game, like Rammus and like Shuk and Wicked played really, really well. They had really good synergy and I just focused on shot calling instead of actually trying to make plays, even though I have a playmaking champion. So I think it's just overall the synergy in the team that needs to get going before we're really good.
Well, you talk about it needing to get going. You have NaJin White Shield rematch coming up. That is so crucial for you guys. Will you be able to catch up in time?
I think we showed that yesterday, that we could challenge them really hard. We just have a few things to fix, and then I think we could drag a victory back.
All right, it'll be a fantastic matchup. Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, and we're going to break down that game further at the analyst desk, and I'm sure our guys have a lot to say about it.
Thank you very much, Shox. Yes, we do have a lot to say, but first I just want to say 2 for 2 on the day. Crumbs goes against the rest of the analysts.
That's right.
Both predictions and gets them both correct.
I'm so happy I'm wrong.
Yeah. I'm glad you're wrong too, just for what it's worth. But it's worth pointing out, Crumbs
I'm glad I'm right.
I am too. He is the most successful player on this entire analyst desk. He's the only team to win a series in the NALCS playoffs.
Oh.
So I gotta say, of course he's right.
Good
on
on
that.
you, Crumbs. Well, let's talk about the game. Start with picks and bans. Rammus pick comes out. We've seen it twice this year from the Europeans. Once when Wicked actually played it top, and once when Diamond Prox played it against Fnatic. Not really competitive. Crumbs, I know you played it last year, if memory serves correctly. What did we think of it?
You said competitive.
Well, I like to see the Rammus. I like the Rammus, but I did not like to see the Jarvan from Meteos. Now, what tells me seeing that Jarvan pick means that when they early picked Zillion, right off the bat, they're already committing to a mid lane Zillion. That's because you're taking Jarvan because you want a physical jungler while having 2 magic lanes. So you have Ryze top, Zillion mid, really heavy magic damage. If you take an Elise, the other team can really itemize just full on MR and kind of negate 3/5 of your team comp. So they kind of stuck with the Jarvan in that regard, but I feel like they should have put something else. Like the Jarvan is just, it's such a hard champion to pull off, to be honest. Against Alistar, out of all champions, he can literally combo every ability that you have. And when you go in, he combos on your backline, and there's no way you make waves as big as he does.
So, Crepo, I like the Morgana pick into a lot of the single target CC from Cloud9. Picks and bans went out that way. The game felt like an extended laning phase, but Alliance seemed to have the strategic edge this time around, pushing around the map. Do you think that's true, or what's your opinion?
I'm not even sure. I think the early game, both teams had good responses to what was going on, but I think what the key factor that broke up and opened this game was a dive on top lane. Basically, getting Aurelia ahead, getting Shuk the necessary kill he needs, because if he sits on that build without getting any advantage ever, he's going to suffer through the mid to late game. Diving, if you saw that Balls, he just left that top lane. After the dive, he could never go back. Cloud9 was playing a very, very tower-focused game initially, and then transitioned into a dragon. Sure, and Balls sacrificed himself, but Wicked got so big that it was impossible to ignore in the teamfights, and I really think that play, that single play, is what basically tilted the game for Alliance.
Freak.
Yeah, I really agree. I really love these dive-focused junglers. We see a lot of teams who want to play a very slow early game. They wait to 50 minutes to do anything. But we've seen how darn good Alistar is. Hits level 6, dives turrets forever. We've seen Rammus, even with rank 1 ball curl, can just dive turrets and tank a bunch of shots and not care about it, and just set up these lanes for advantages. And I love these jungle top synergies where they get the one-on-one kill, that matchup snowballs, and it's oftentimes so hard to gank top because of the position on the map that lane is in. You can't flip the matchup back a lot of the time.
Crumbs, I see you get very excited.
Yeah,
before the
this
replay.
is really exciting. So the entire game, Meteos is really trying to counter gank a top lane gank from Rammus, and Rammus never shows up. And he goes, I think, twice, and then gives up on it. He's like, okay, you know what? I'm going to triple ward top. So he had a ward in river, a ward at Tri, and a ward at doubles to protect the gank from Rammus. And then Shook magically finds a way, and he just goes through the lane and gets a gank at the perfect opportunity. So he just never bit the bait that Meteos was trying to set up, and that ultimately snowballed. Like he somehow knew that Meteos was putting all of his attention on top, and he just completely bypassed it and won the game from that.
Well, let's accelerate to about 27 minutes into the game. There was 2 very dramatic team fights that happened back-to-back, just 2 minutes apart. So this is the first one at 27 minutes. We will fast forward to the one at 29 minutes when we get there. I think Krepo and Crumbs, you guys were very excited about these 2 fights. Krepo, kick us off for this one as we roll the clip out and tell me what's happening.
I just want to describe like what both teams are trying to do here. This is a very brawly fight. Meteos makes the mistake of going in here, and then Alliance kind of makes the mistake of overextending into the choke. They could just turn back on Meteos and try and kill him. Froggen does a good job jumping in, distracting, jumping back immediately right here as well. Wiki goes in deep. But this is the problem. If you engage into a Morgana, she can soul shackle us very efficiently, and that's why Lemonation was building that Zhonya so he could keep doing that later in the game. But eventually he fell behind, and that's why he needed to make kills more as well. The Chrono Shift kind of comes out too late. Bowser's already dead. But what ends up making this a 4v4 is Tabs moving to the left right here. He wants that Morgana so badly, even flashes for it. Keep your eye on Rise right now. Kills Froggen as he spawns. The bomb comes out on Nif later. And Balls basically picks up 3 kills because Tabs just wanted the Morgana. The game could have been over here already. And the fight could have just been played better on both sides, but it just shows you how much of a brawly type of game this comes, especially when you add Zillion into the mix with the Chrono Shift doing really good things sometimes and doing something really poor, as we'll see in the next team fight.
Yeah, now we're going to have a fight where the game actually is over after this one. So we start off and notice that Cloud9 has almost no vision into this. They only have a ward at Island. Now that's going to come into play later on when Wiki goes in, because they have no sight on high, but since he casts a bomb on them, on Wicked, he reveals himself and gives Wicked an opportunity to jump to him. So roll the clip. He jumps in right here. The TP immediately from Rise. So Alliance disengages, tries to get away from the culling, and right now Chrono Shift goes on accidentally on high. Meteos goes in. They need to leave at this point, but they get baited by the Morgana bind. Morgana goes in to try to distract him with a huge soul shackle, but it's too late. Rise came in into melee range of Rammus, gets taunted, and you just can't go in this positioning. You have to just leave. After Chrono Shift is down, you need to realize how big of an ability this is for your team comp right now, and just accept that they could have left the fight and just leave Morgana to go, but overcommitting to baiting themselves through a bind cost them the game and that fight.
Following the rest of the game, it was fairly clean from Alliance. They really didn't put themselves in risky situations. Probably, we haven't heard from you much this segment. What did you take of Alliance's team fights, or how Cloud9 played the matchup?
I really liked Alliance on like 2 big fronts. The first one was the team fights. I thought they did a really good job of splitting their focus. They had Aurelia and Ahri, and you never saw them just stack all on one person. They kind of kept their damage spread around. And like Froggen said in his interview, he got a tankier, more sustained damage build, which I thought was really important. And then the second thing was Alliance's way to win so far has been to focus ganks top. And all of that works really well against C9 because their bot lane isn't super prominent. Sneaky and Lemon haven't been like hard carrying games. So when Alliance is camping top, Cloud9 can't take that much because their bot lane isn't just like stomping that way.
Yeah, I just want to point out just a little bit more about that, like the debate about Mikhails against the Zhonyas. A lot of people on Twitter were calling out LM, like, why did you not build Mikhails? You know, is Krepo going to whine about this again? But I actually think if you're Cloud9 and you're ahead, I think Zhonyas is a really good choice for those fights because you can move forward and Alliance can't really turn as hard on you and just nuke somebody down because you'll have the black shields and the turns are very telegraphed. If you're behind, however, you saw they needed that Mikhails and they fell behind, and that's what cost them the game because you saw Shook at the end of the game. He knew there was no reaction speed on the black shield enough, flashed on into immediate blow up, and Hai couldn't even do a thing.
Yep, definitely the case. So Alliance keep their playoff chances alive. With that win, they are now 2-2. They also make Cloud9 2-2. This is making the group of life, as it were, or whatever it is, a little more interesting. All right, guys, we're going to step away for a moment, and when we come back, it is another cross-regional LCS clash as North America's LMQ takes on Europe's Fnatic.
They've managed to lock up Balls, but he gets the kill onto Froggen. Shunk will actually go down as well. Balls are still going.
Can't deliver any more damage. They pick up one. They pick up two. They're on the Balls now with the Pedva pulverized. The minion waves are hugely pouring in for Alliance right now. They could look to seal the deal. Balls one of the last ones standing. Sneaky on the outside.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are on to the third match of the day, and it's another LCS battle as North America's LMQ will be taking on Europe's Fnatic. Now, the first question we had coming into this game was, how does LMQ bounce back from that ridiculous stomp that they suffered yesterday at the hands of Samsung Blue? And now after today's first game, the bigger question is, how will Fnatic bounce back from that epic loss that they had? Let's start with LMQ. They were first. It was our first question. Crumbs.
We've seen Ackerman play Rumble, I believe, all 3 games. And to be honest, Samsung Blue was the one team that was able to counter it pretty effectively with a lane swap. LMQ does not look too proficient in these lane swap scenarios. So what I want to see is Fnatic pull a lane swap, maybe force him to take Rumble. I don't think it'll be a highly contested pick because SOAS did not look too comfortable on that champion today. So just let Ackerman have Rumble, even though it's kind of a risky pick, but deal with it like the way Samsung Blue dealt with it.
Question for Prolly. On the topic of Fnatic, we saw them fumble their lane swap, up for debate in the game 1 of the day. Do you think lane swapping is the way that Fnatic approaches this? And how do they handle the mental pressure of losing that 72-minute game?
I feel like their lane swaps almost seemed more as a way to hurt the enemy top laner than improve their own situation. So I think if they're in a bad situation, like, against the Rumble, I could actually see Fnatic opting for a 2v1 because they know it's going to hurt Rumble badly, instead of how it's going to affect their top laner.
I feel Fnatic, it'll work out if they initiate the lane swap, but the game we were talking about, they just had to react to a very late invade, and then reacting to lane swap is a lot harder. If you set it in motion, you know exactly the 2 cases that can happen, but if you get surprised and you have to scramble around the map immediately and react to it, it gets a lot harder to just execute that properly. However, knowing LMQ, I think they will rarely lane swap on their own. They will prefer to lane 2v2. So if you do that in your research and you will lane swap, you can basically predict that it's going to come out and you can play according to your plan.
So, Freak, I know I asked you earlier in the day to do some maths and help me figure out how Fnatic, with the help of xPeke and Reckless, can stay alive in this group. What are their mathematical chances at 1 and 3 at the moment?
Okay, so if they lose, they're out. They cannot make playoffs. 2 of LMQ, Samsung Blue, and OMG are guaranteed at least 1 more win, so there is no chance if these guys lose here. If Fnatic wins, there's multiple ways they can tiebreak. The entire group can go 3 and 3, or they can go head-to-head against LMQ or Samsung Blue in a tiebreaker here. Must-win game. Playoffs absolutely still alive for these guys.
So, Freak, with that in mind, we're going to move on to predictions. This is a difficult match to call. North America or Europe, Fnatic or LMQ. Who is your victor and why?
Well, I went with Apple Pie last time. I'm going to go and just flip-flop back over. I do think Fnatic, they still have the pedigree, the ability to buckle down and do so well. I think their bottom lane is still incredible. I think Fnatic can pull it through and keep the playoff hopes alive.
We're doing this reverse order. Crumbs, who's picking up your win? You are the prophet today, 2 for 2.
It is going to be LMQ.
Darn.
And why?
Sorry to burst your bubble. But I think that the first match that they had was a pretty good showing as to how I think the game will go. I think that LMQ will kind of be a little bit slow in the early game, but eventually when it comes to the grouping and late mid-game to late-game decision-making, I think that LMQ is going to outshine them.
Prolly, you're next.
Well, I'm with the Prophet, so it's pretty easy. I'm going with LMQ. I think the biggest reason is Ackerman up top lane, I think is going to be a mismatch for SOAS. I think he's going to do really well. And then mid lane, it's going to be a really close match, but I'm not going to tell what I think the outcome is because I'll jinx it.
Crepo, I think you know what's next.
Yeah, my prediction. I think both teams are very, very close, honestly. At this point, even though Fnatic had a rough match earlier, they're pretty 50-50. And both teams have exploitable weaknesses. We've seen, especially in both the games that they've lost, they basically lost with glaring weaknesses in their play, and I hope they fix them by now. I'm going to go with Fnatic, though. I do think their bot lane can break open that game. I think Peke will play better now than he did initially. The only worry that I have is Soaz, and we'll be tracking his player cam to see the emotions on his face, because he's such an emotional player, and I really hope he holds it together, and I really hope Fnatic wins this game.
Well, we're about to find out. 2 for 2 on the analyst desk. According to lolesports.com, Fnatic fans have chosen their team the favorites with 70% of the votes. Might have something to do with the late hours in North America. Now, our players do look very ready to go, so let's send it over to the casters for the game.
Thank you very much, guys. It looks like both teams are, in fact, ready for this LCS rematch. So let's check out the starting lineups. On the blue side, representing the North American LCS, it's LMQ. With Ackerman in the top lane, No Name in the jungle, Xiao in the mid lane, Vasily on AD carry, and more on support.
And on the red side from the European LCS, it's Fnatic. That's Soaz in the top lane, Cyanide in the jungle, Peke in mid, Reckless at AD carry, and Yellowstar at support.
And I think the most important thing to remember going into this game, if you're Fnatic, is even though it feels like they got eliminated in that last game because it's very close to being so, they're still only at 3 losses. They have beaten Samsung Blue, which no other team was able to do on their first try, and they are capable of beating LMQ. So if they win out, they go 3-3, and if a few things fall their way, they'd force a tiebreaker and still have a chance of making it out of the group.
The big question mark for me, though, and I think the question mark that everyone has is, have Fnatic been able to pick themselves up from, not even on the ground, probably somewhere underground after that last game, one auto attack away from winning it, end up losing it, and which obviously has really, really hurt their chances to come through this group. They've got to start here with a win against LMQ, but how do you pick yourself up from that kind of devastation?
The one eliminate that can stand for Fnatic right now is that they just need to eliminate the thought about that last game. Reckless needs to clear his mind. Those emotions were hitting him very heavy, and they just need to approach this as any other. Best of one. Here we go.
I wonder if fatigue, though, will be a factor.
So true.
That was a 70-plus minute game, and Alliance won pretty swiftly, so they didn't have very long to recuperate after that defeat to OMG, whereas LMQ has just been sitting here watching and smiling.
So first ban out of the gate is Irelia taken away from Soaz. Although last time these two teams met, of course, it was a Lulu pick for Soaz. Not exactly coming up big for him on that front. Syndra also taken away here from Peke. And of course, mid lane focus continues on Fnatic's side as they get rid of both Yasuo and Zilean.
Like the analyst desk said, Ackerman on Rumble each time. He did have that loss to Blue, but he plays it exquisitely when he can get it. Their last ban to be Kha'Zix, focusing a bit more of the jungle, actually focusing the jungle, not a bit more. We've certainly jungle ban so far.
And so much focus in the player faces, even just in the ban phase right here. Kha'Zix being taken away from Cyanide will push him a little bit away from his comfort zone, but his Elise has actually looked very strong in the last few games. And again, a first pick Thresh. Moore has been fantastic on him.
He has two wins out of 2 for Thresh, statistically brilliant for him, and he's had some real big moments for LMQ, and he'll be looking for that to really continue. And if you look at Soaz there on the left, he was the question mark that the analyst desk had, that Crepo in particular had, you know, said it over and over. This guy is incredibly emotional. We saw him kind of a facepalm moment at the end.
Hands in head more than hands on keyboard.
Yeah, definitely. At the end of that last game, and he's a player that definitely can tilt in the worst of times. Fnatic, though, are going to take Rumble away, so Soaz is going to be on that champion once again. We're going to see Cyanide on Lee Sin, which for me is not one of Cyanide's strong points.
Yeah, I mean, you have his stats right there. He's not good win-loss-wise in the playoffs or regular season here. I'm curious, though, giving the Maokai to LMQ. Soaz has not been a good Maokai. We've seen that matchup actually go in both directions, Rumble versus Mao in the top lane. And yes, it worked out a little bit for Soaz in that last Rumble game, but he was really far behind the Rise. And they just end up going with it again. Not much of what Soaz has picked outside of the Irelia has worked.
A good grab for Ackerman for sure. 3 and 2 in that on the season with 5 plays. Also gonna fit right in the style of the LMQ fighting. They'll be able to help out right away with these fights, teleporting in. Reckless on your screen. What will it be his carry this game? Looking at Lucian to lock in here, looking to go up against Vasily's Tristana. He's played right across the board, Cog, Twitch, and Triss. So if it wasn't the Triss, it would have been something else. Vasily feels comfortable this tournament.
And Reckless wants to be able to beat him early. He had the unfortunate experience of playing Kog'Maw with a team that could not peel very well for him last game and suffered when they got dove on hard. This time he's picking a mobile AD carry with a support who can peel very well, so I wonder if they're overcompensating for that fact. However, Lucian plus Janna is a very potent lane combo, specifically for pushing turrets, which is something Fnatic did amazingly well last game.
And this is going to be the debut performance of Yellow Star's Janna as well. Not played it up until now at Worlds or during the LCS summer split and playoff. So we'll see how he handles this one. What are LMQ going to be finishing off with here? No name on Jarvan. Definite possibility. Has played one game with that already. Actually had a pretty ridiculous game as well. Went 2-16 with that Jarvan pick. So really getting involved for LMQ's kills. And what will we see coming out of Xiao? Always pretty much impossible to predict what he's going to bust out.
I mean, he picked the Fizz yesterday against Samsung Blue, and they are just doubling down on this initiation despite being picked into a Janna. So I really want to see what the mid lane pick is here for Fnatic.
It's not going to be Leona.
Without that Syndra in the mid lane and a Rumble on the top, it's pretty much the same composition. LMQ brought to OMG. The Syndra actually, or Lissandra, I should say, getting locked in for Peke on the other side. Going to be seeing that coming into play. Definitely have to get some stats on that for him. Peke obviously having a large champion pool throughout the season, but a little shaky throughout that champion pool. So he was definitely trying to find some ground and which one would really work for the team.
And you have to go back pretty far, I think, for the last time that Peke played Syndra. If I was to hazard a guess, because I don't have the stats right in front of me, which slightly annoys me, but I'd say Spring Split last year when we were seeing the likes of Alternate then running those big Lissandra initiation comps.
It was forever ago, and also at Worlds last year we saw Soaz doing it. However, it's one of these Korean solo queue practiced in between the break between the playoffs and Worlds. Much like Shook played a lot of Rammus in there, Peke played a fair bit of Lissandra. It wasn't his most played, but it was very highly played. And it's kind of the pocket pick, which you have to break out with your back against the wall.
You've got to be perfect with it, though. I mean, you can't bring a champion to, especially a game this important, and just be halfway comfortable with that one. Got to hit the nail on the head with that Lissandra.
Absolutely. It's going to be crazy. That definitely puts you into the fights. If you take the claw, you're going to have to make the right moves, whether it's yourself or locking somebody else down. There's so many options, and you have to make the right one because you are committed in those fights.
Well, before we head onto the riff for Game 3 of the day, which team do you guys think will come out ahead? Tweet us at LOL Esports. I've said that so many times, I somehow forget it still. And use the hashtag LMQWin or FNCWin to let us know on that one. Of course, Fnatic always seems to have big numbers when it comes to the fan votes. We'll see if that can pull them through. They have to win here against LMQ. Otherwise, they're out. And even if they do win, it still requires other teams to basically do business for them.
They say that for Fnatic, but LMQ kind of has to win as well, despite having that 2-0 start. They tripped up a little bit yesterday. No one really expected them to start 2-0. Their wins were all in close games. It is that super competitive group. OMG has stepped up after the 0-2 start to go 2-2. LMQ does not want to fall into a tie there with OMG.
Let's see if No Name can get a sweep on this ward. Peke may throw down in the brush. Death brush down towards Dragon. If so, he may be looking to get into the jungle a little bit early. Just keep themselves safe for now. No wards actually even going down just yet. Want to get that full amount of time they can if anybody's to sneak in just after the laning phase starts.
Early wards going down in those bottom brushes as well. The last thing you want is getting a bit of tricky play coming your way at level 1 and falling behind right from the very get-go. Similar thing across the map. Actually, a sweeper use here by No Name right at the start to clear out Fnatic's vision on that ramp. And there's Peke's first blast onto No Name.
You don't see many junglers start the game with a sweeper, but it kind of means that LMQ wants to make a pretty aggressive posture early on in the game, maybe to scare Fnatic away from scouting that lane swap. Despite Vasily and Moore being spectacular in the lane at keeping CS up on opponents, they know when they're into a matchup that isn't super favorable for them. They're swapping Vasily away, Reckless is bottom. It's going to be a full-on swap.
Keeping the AD carry safe is definitely a way that both of these teams like to play. We see Reckless quite often off by himself, so LMQ is now going to start moving themselves in as they have walked right over a ward. But good scouting capabilities from the flag here. Will they be able to get out safe though? They're getting close
really
in
aggressive.
quite hard.
It's on the side of the AD carry for LMQ, so if Vasily really wanted to come down, he could, but instead it's just going to be this 4v4 smite battle to see who can get the red.
Oh, who's going to be able to get it? Actually, the buff will reset there. Regen a little bit of life. There's the hook going in onto Cyanide. Can they lock him up, though? No, they can't. Not just yet. Fnatic pressing LMQ back here, trying to get them away, but LMQ have pulled that red buff out to the back of the pit.
And the teams are actually not even willing to send their solo laners. The mid laner is deserted. It's actually a 3-on-3, but it's still going to be a smite fight. Vasily and LMQ's team get the red.
Oh, Joe, you were saying Cyanide may have some trouble on Lee Sin, but without a red buff as well, it's going to make it even harder. That red buff going over to NoName. They're getting what they want out of this. Peke tries to end the fight. He gets level 2 out of the lane. Locks them up with the W crowd control, and it looks like they could go hard on this one. Xiao now coming from the mid lane. That's going to be a takedown going over to Yellowstar. First blood over to Xiao on Fizz. A much different game for him than
They want to keep going, though. If they could barely get in range, Peke's flash is down. And guys, for a team that has trouble tilting sometimes after that emotional roller coaster of a loss to OMG, losing your red buff and then losing the ensuing fight for first blood could be devastating for their morale.
And for this mid lane, Xiao picking up first blood, getting him rolling early on. And now Fnatic say, well, yes, they're just going to steal our red buff. We're going to try and come back for this one.
Oh, man.
We actually see, though, that NoName is waiting inside of his own brush. He's going to come through, so he's going to challenge for this.
Fnatic is almost doubling down here. If they lose this red buff, they'll be impossibly far behind. This time LMQ is collapsing. Xiao is level 3.
Oh, Cyanide not looking good. So they waste more time trying to get things back, and they're only digging a deeper hole so far. And the game far from over, but the beginning falling very much in favor of LMQ.
Just an absolutely crazy beginning to this one. NoName gets double red. He will triple buff start, controlling the jungle. Cyanide just now hitting level 2, and as is the curse of Rumble players, falling behind again early. So as level 1 with 3 CS, 4 minutes and 20 seconds into the game.
Ackerman's actually going to have support from Moore here, so that means that he should have a much easier time picking anything up in this lane. See how that one all develops. After that first blood went over to Xiao in the mid lane. He's actually falling quite a while behind. Peke, of course, has the range to harass him there.
Jeez. Yeah, that's a massive CS advantage for Peke. Just considering the fact that he roamed first in that fight as well, and Xiao had time to clear the wave, it's because the early shove of Lissandra is incredibly strong. You can spam Q over and over. It will clear the wave quite well. Xiao could not jump into his area of control. And then Xiao also roamed down to prevent the second jungle invade by Fnatic. So that is the one small half victory they have, because the gold is still even in that mid lane, thanks to Xiao's first blood.
So can NoName turn up the heat with such an advantage? Nice crowd control by Peke to stop the Q from coming in. A little bit of that trident sting from Xiao. Fives in the mid lane. Mana much the same here, but it looks like Peke will definitely hit 6 first. Will be that roamer for the team if he can get out of lane. 89 to 11% there, even with the early game start. It's shifting. People believe.
It's Fnatic fans believing so much in this one because the early game did not necessarily go their way. However, Reckless has gotten a substantial amount of experience, and Janelution wrecks turrets, especially when they're against 2 level 2 people here. They have a 3-level advantage if you combine that lane right now.
With the harassment coming down, howling gales. Reckless trying to poke down as well. Actually, Cyanide did visit that bottom lane, but after his disastrous start, getting 3 buffed by NoName, it's probably better that he gets off there and gets some farm rolling. However, NoName is on this bottom lane, so Fnatic need to be careful there. So as is trying to leech from the brush.
He at level 2 at 6 minutes into the game. you need to be hitting level 6 in a minute from now if you're a solo laner. That's what Peke actually is right now. It just goes to show you how terribly far behind Soaz is. Yet Fnatic is kind of putting all their eggs in the Reckless basket right now, which I can't blame them for. They're letting Soaz fend for himself, but a level 2 Rumble doesn't really do much.
It's crazy. We always talk about Rumble being such a big thing for these objective fights, but the past few games, he hasn't even been laying down equalizers at the first 3 Dragons of a game. Teams are making sure of that. And the Rumble pick seems to really be a curse at this point. Ackerman in the bottom lane taking a lot of damage, trying to bait in this fight. Oh, walking back and forth, trying to get onto the Lantern, but he just can't do it. Reckless able to pull himself in a kill there and gets exactly what he wants.
A kill in a 2v3. That was a really poor gank choice by NoName. Under-leveled Maokai, low-level Jarvan with a Thresh. Even if Reckless wouldn't have flashed the knock-up, I still think they win that 2v3. Janna and Lucian pack such a punch right now. And LMQ made a mistake of trying to fight the strongest point of Fnatic when they have so many other weaknesses.
Can't necessarily hold this tower very well either there, with Jarvan taking the blast from Reckless. He's calling, so obviously used just at the end of that last fight. There's Cyanide, said it before, disastrous start for him, but on the second spawn of his red buff, he will be picking up his first one of the game.
I actually feel like LMQ should be forced to respect Reckless right now and do a lane swap, but a fight in mid.
Oh, he actually misses the Trickster on the way down. Peke's free to move around on this one. Chum the Waters comes out.
Ooh.
He ignites down. It's going to take a few more times. Already drinking on that consumable right now, and they push Xiao out of mid lane. Not going to help there, and Fnatic doing a great job at calculating their aggression and not trying to go too hard off of what they thought First Blood was going to be big.
Yeah, real big props to Fnatic for not completely going overboard after losing that initial red buff and playing to their strengths. It's going to work for now, but it won't last forever. This is actually how Fnatic won their game against Blue in a sense. They tunneled and channeled all of their farm into Peke and Reckless.
Oh.
Not a bad choice when Reckless is this strong on Lucian. BF sword and 2 long swords this early. He's a scary dude.
Where's the culling from Reckless? There is the dash in. One more will do it. He finishes off in style with the culling. You do not want to get Reckless going. Oh, let Reckless get going. It's 2-0 now. BF sword, double longsword.
You don't want to let him get going, but it's a little too late for that.
Yeah. Yes.
He shopped and he came right back off, being miles ahead of the game to just get another kill. Fnatic doing work here. Vasily needs to go meet up with that, but even he is behind in items.
Xiao starts to come out, and not sure that hook would have gone in their favor, to be honest. And Xiao once again forced out of lane. This Lissandra pick coming up big so far for Peke. Yeah. He's got a huge CS lead. It's going to be about 30 by the time this wave is all finished off. Vasily has, in the meantime, come down to this bottom lane, so that means that Ackerman gets a bit of spare time on his own on the top side of the map. More trying his best to hold on to this tower, but I think it might be going.
And it's really just an awesome counter pick from Peke in the mid lane with Lissandra. Not something many people would have expected, but he is really punishing Xiao every time he jumps up on Playful Trickster and rooting him afterwards for an easy-to-land Q. And even in the all-ins, if Peke does get caught out off guard, he can just ult himself to avoid a lot of the damage here. So he really holds all the cards in this matchup, and you're seeing that with lane pressure and Xiao being so far behind in front.
Watching Peke right now, you were kind of like, whoa, the Lissandra pick, it's from way back, but it looks like he's riding a bike on this one. Easy peasy, remembers how to do everything. 31 CS up in the lane, and it doesn't look like he's going to give up that advantage anytime soon. Controls Xiao for now. The AD carries keeping themselves well up there in the CS version, but Reckless can still bring that damage to the lane right now.
Right, so LMQ swap back because they have to, which does some very good things for Fnatic. Not only does it put Reckless into an advantageous matchup because Lucian will beat Trist at this point of the game, it also saves Soaz's skin because he is now in a position where he can farm against a Maokai who is a little bit behind in experience since they were trying to babysit him with a support Thresh.
Reckless sat at 2-0, Brutalizer was finished off after those 2 longswords were picked up with his BF sword. Gonna come back into lane and maybe some trouble, as we are gonna see Xiao diving towards Peke, gets locked up, Cyanide there, follows through afterwards with the Q, and Peke gets the kill.
Xiao has not played against Lissandra of Peke's caliber, I do not think, because he is getting toyed with in that mid lane. Peke's Lissandra is destroying the Fizz turret after the kill.
Already 11 minutes in, they dropped the first one, the big turret as well, and you already see Fnatic trying to control the buffs. This is going to be a big fight. The teleport coming in from Soaz, Equalizer getting laid down very nicely. LMQ is able to get out of that danger, but there's still more to be had. NoName going to try to come over the wall. Ackerman now back into the fight, laying down the vengeful Maelstrom to try and soak up damage. Peke gets hit up once. Ackerman now the focus of the fight. He's been behind a little bit. Now he gets taken down. Reckless trying to pick up that kill, and actually Ackerman lives on that one somehow.
Nobody on LMQ died there. I thought the Maokai was dead, but he actually flashed over the wall defensively to save himself from Reckless. And at that point, Fnatic didn't necessarily respect their cooldowns. Peke had burned almost everything on Xiao, and then LMQ was able to collapse to find just the right fight. I mean, obviously NoName lands everything. Flash has to be burned defensively, then Cyanide's trapped inside. Peke commits really hard at that point and loses all his mobility. Obviously, Equalizer from Soaz was actually pretty on point, but it's just such a scattered fight at this point. Reckless was late to the fight. I think that was the main decider. And what an aggressive move there by NoName to, instead of going over the wall towards his red buff, he goes for Peke and ends up getting them another kill. And a last second flash by Ackerman.
Crazy little fight. Fnatic here though have come back, diverged themselves in towards that dragon area, and will be picking up the first of the game. That puts them 2,000 gold in the lead here over LMQ. Meanwhile, Peke continues to just rack up the farm, causing Xiao to leave that lane again. Fnatic also getting in some good deep wards. Meanwhile, Ackerman between towers at this point, getting himself some farm across that turret, is going solo. Will actually end up getting finished off here, which will be LMQ's first of the game.
So as put any pressure here onto Ackerman, looks like it'll just be back and forth as he shows him this flame spitter. 3-3 on the board. Not too much of a gold lead in favor of Fnatic here, but it is enough for them to start getting some wards down defensively. They feel like LMQ is going to be trying to make some moves still, as they are a team to try and get themselves back in the game. It doesn't matter if they're down in gold or not, they'll try to make plays.
They definitely do not sit on deficits. When they lost to Samsung Blue, they lost really, really badly. It's because as soon as they start falling behind, they'll just force fights again and again, hoping that something goes right. The last fight actually kind of went right for LMQ. At this point as well, they have a slight calm before the storm. Reckless is sitting on close to 2,000 gold. He's hoping to get enough for his Infinity Edge, I think, before going back to base, because as of now, he's actually getting out-itemized by Vasily, which is allowing Vasily a little bit of farming. It's much needed time for Trist before Reckless gets even larger.
Speaking of out-farm, Peke all going in one direction this lane. 150 to 100 CS, a massive lead for XPeke. You see, it amounts to basically 1,000 gold between those two mid laners. They're currently sat on 1,500 gold. Vasily will be given that red buff, which is going to help him push out those lanes. Obviously, Reckless did shove it all the way up to get that farm so that he could pick up that Infinity Edge, which he just did on the back. And actually, they're going to close in on the wall towards Ackerman.
Kick up to the brush. They get a nice Sonic Wave, though, to keep the vision in the brush. Oh, they're just going to burn this one down, turn Ackerman into ashes in the end. They are going to be able to take him down once again. That one going over to Cyanide, making plays on a Lee Sin that was hurt quite early in the early game.
I'm really surprised Cyanide secured that kill. They knew Ackerman's flash was down and the backup wasn't close. I guess they were afraid of a Thresh Lantern saving, but it would have been very nice to get that kill onto Soaz to boost him back in the game. That being said, though, he could finish his Leandries, and this blue invade is very real.
And it's going to be taken away. Peke will get that one. Xiao with even less to work with. Does have a needlessly large rod now there, but Reckless is tearing through his outer top turret. That's going to go down before Vasily and NoName can get anywhere near it.
Doing a great job this game. Reckless definitely clearing his mind. The whole entire team clearing their mind. They seem to be playing very well together right now. No thoughts about that last loss. Reckless coming out big, 2-0-0. That's the Vasily 0-0-2. So facing up, Reckless is definitely going to be putting up some good damage with that Brutalizer on the backside.
Yeah.
So as now all by himself to the bottom lane to try and get back in this one. Just hitting 9. Well for himself, as he also had a pretty rough early game.
And we talked so much about Saw's rough early game, but the rough early game exists for Ackerman as well. Still no Rod of Ages, 16.5 minutes into the game. But like we saw, a pylon gank in the top lane, Saw's is in danger of the same thing happening to him here down bottom, except No Name actually feigned away when I thought he was going to go for it. Saw's did a nice job of hiding in the brush there to not let LMQ know of his presence, and therefore they didn't have time to set up the gank. Now they're coming, though.
Yeah, Fnatic going to start squeezing here a little bit. Yellowstar actually going to face check in. There is the hook landing, but where's the damage out of LMQ? Cyanide's going to come around. Monsoon was used by Yellowstar. Exhaust goes on to Ackerman. Can they keep him alive? No, they can't. But Reckless will reply with his 3rd kill of the game. And Cyanide's not done. Here comes xPeke. Where's the claw? He's not coming out.
Oh. They were afraid of diving because Xiao would be bearing down behind them. However, they do have quite an edge here. LMQ took a lot of damage from that entire engagement. Saw is actually going back to base. He does have teleport if he needs it. And Fnatic actually calls off the push.
Quite a bit used just for Yellowstar in that engagement. Fnatic felt like they could keep going, realizing the cooldown of the fight's a little bit more than the windows of opportunity that they have. A teleport in from Ackerman on Boots 1. Brown bags on the feet, not moving too quick.
We talked about Soaz potentially going on tilt and playing poorly. What about Ackerman? Yeah. Because his Rumble game yesterday was 0-7-0, right? This is 2 games in a row where he's had a big struggle to get going. Yes, he's picked up 2 kills in this one, but he is under the same stress of all of the top laners to get trapped in these lane swaps, under farm, but still trying to make plays.
Oh, Ackerman once again in a bad spot, and chat, that tilt is a very real thing. We saw it against Team Solo Mid at the regionals.
I don't even know what he was doing there. I mean, the Lantern was down to try and get him out, but he ends up getting locked up. Then Acid Twisted advance onto one man to try and escape, and it just means another kill goes over to Fnatic. Reckless 4-0-0. If there's ever a time that Reckless is going to carry you to victory, this is it.
Yeah.
Well, he needs to. Obviously, Fnatic still needs help in this group if they're able to close down LMQ. They have beaten Samsung Blue before. They would have to play them tomorrow and beat them. They'd have to go 2-0 against Samsung Blue in the group if they want to make it out of group stage. But that sometimes is the way Group of Death works. Let's take a look at this, though. So he was rooted, then he was stunned, and then he twisted advanced away. So you can't click the Lantern while you're rooted or stunned. So it seemed like he should have clicked the Lantern, but he didn't necessarily have the windows to, since it wasn't right on top of him, basically. Tricky little situation there, Ackerman. Now 5 deaths.
One of the things we've seen over and over, just a story that keeps repeating itself, is people getting caught out because they're not moving the vision with the team or clearing vision with the team. They just keep getting picked out, and there's no way to move that up. Now, really being a pain in the butt to Ackerman. 2-5-1. Hopefully for the team, we can stop this tilted play. 20 minutes on the clock, and Fnatic is really starting to tighten down on their hold here. Looking at the bottom lane, because right now they don't have to worry about the Baron. They don't have to worry at all. Ackerman's forced to back without a teleport, so Fnatic gets some free time with this turret. 3v3.
And Fnatic here, I mean, xPeke, if you look at him, Zhonya's can obviously use his ultimate on himself for that mini Zhonya's effect as well if needed. He's pretty hard to kill off.
Absolutely core on Lissandra, and we don't see so much Lissandra play, so we don't necessarily know too much about her late game scaling, but let me tell you, it's really, really good, especially with Zhonya's getting the potential for a double invulnerability, but more so the ability to claw into a fight, ult an enemy, and still Zhonya's yourself, and then get another cycle of damage out post Zhonya's. It is ridiculously hard to deal with the Fed Lissandra, which xPeke has become.
Fnatic reading the plays that Moore wants to make. They pretty much have LMQ figured out right now. Trying to give each other a little bit of assistance, but it takes the whole team now. Fnatic dictating and in the driver's seat. The bottom turret very prepped to be taken down. It doesn't look like they're leaving until they get it, and they're just starting to go around the horn here. Turret goes down. xPeke will not answer it and accept the claw as it goes the distance. Fnatic backing out now. Very comfortable in this game, but that's also what can get you in trouble. Can't get too comfortable. Gotta keep the pressure on.
And that's what they're doing so well here. And I mean, if you can close out a lead against Samsung Blue, then you should be able to do the same in theory on paper against LMQ as well. But we've seen stranger turnarounds. Well, let's be honest, we've seen strange things today. Game number 1 was definitely something that you want to be watching. If you didn't see that game, if you just joined it, just woken up or whatever,
go watch game 1.
Go back and watch game 1 later on in the day once these games are finished, because that was an absolute monster of a match. Fnatic, though, seem to be bouncing back well from that one. You can see the Infinity Edge Ghost Blade now done for Reckless. He's slightly unstoppable at this point. They're going to have to all in him.
And this is the point where Fnatic seems so comfortable. We keep talking about how Ackerman's getting caught out, but Fnatic, they catch people. That's what they do. This time, though, Xiao almost explodes Reckless, but he instantly flashed because he knew what danger he was under as soon as he saw that shard.
More and more of those from the behind plays trying to come out of LMQ. Very fast fingers by Reckless to flash out of that one. We'll see if they can keep it up. Fnatic, as we were saying, they seem to be at their peak when they're pushed to the end of their measuring stick. Now almost playing what would be the time of 3 games today, a 70-minute first game, and then coming into this. You usually see 35-minute games, so they are definitely being tested on the physical measure here as they come into this game versus LMQ. Doing a great job.
Yeah, and I think that's one thing that we sometimes underestimate. You know, we talk about the emotional pressure after losing that kind of game, but concentrating for 70 minutes and, you know, how that game went physically drains these guys. Like, they've not got a lot of energy left after a match like that, and Fnatic picking themselves up here, have close to a 6,000 gold lead over LMQ. Who themselves, you know, they've had a bit of a roller coaster ride. Brilliant start, but have slightly slipped away, and looking like they could be sat on 2-2 after this game.
I know. After starting 2-0, if you're LMQ, you're on top of the world. But remember, we kept saying it. It's the first day of groups. These groups are so competitive, things are going to change drastically. And they have. Fnatic beat Blue, LMQ at danger of falling to 2-2 after looking invincible, basically, after their 2 decisive wins on day 1. And there's still huge possibilities of tiebreakers in this Group C.
Fnatic pushing their wards up. The pink wards are moving with them now, except for that one. They may not be able to guard it too much. Nice safeguard right out of the Cataclysm. Trade for ults on both sides, however. xPeke trying to get a little bit more harassed down. Vengeful Maelstrom now out for Ackerman as well. And Fnatic is just getting all these little bits out of LMQ, making their movements safer. 24 minutes on the clock. We do have a minute for Dragon. That side of the map is quite dark. See some teams getting some wards on that. Soaz gets a bit of a final push on that lane, but he doesn't feel too safe about it.
What have LMQ got up their sleeves? I mean, they're going to wait here. Maokai obviously going to be getting beefier and beefier. Vasily at the point now where that Infinity Edge and Static shivering, so he's definitely hurting. We saw a couple of big crits in that mid lane, which will cause problems for Fnatic, but the problem is keeping him safe. Yes, he's got big range, as, you know, as we go later on into the game, but fact is that xPeke's got a, I don't want to say a risk-free dive into the team, but a relatively safe path in there.
Risk diminished for sure when you add to the fact that they can maybe lock somebody down on top of an equalizer. It's really ridiculous amounts of diving. And it's not like LMQ built the composition for protection. They have some decent protection with Thresh, but they're mainly looking to initiate against a team that is pretty far ahead. So they really do have to hope to get a catch right now against Fnatic and control vision. That's pretty much the only way they can come back here.
Fnatic been using those pretty much as tells where to put all of this AoE damage. Right now, actually, it's going to be on to Soaz. Does he throw down the equalizer? The team is there. He knows he doesn't need it just yet. Scrap shields and shields alike coming in from Yellowstar. Keeps him alive for now. There's the Claw going into the fight. What a twisted advance. He gets pulled all the way in. The equalizer shutting down the rest of LMQ from getting in. They do take down Yellowstar, but Ackerman has already fallen in the fight. xPeke's to focus. Goes for the double Zanya mode. Is they? Oh my gosh! The triple kill coming in from Reckless. They just clean up the fight completely with a bit of shock and awe.
And it was so close to being death, but that's that double invulnerability. Yes, Reckless picked up the kills because he is so fed, but xPeke created that opportunity, getting the cycles of his spells out in between his invulnerabilities, absolutely destroyed LMQ, and Fnatic has a huge lead.
feel for Ackerman though, taking the twisted advantage just at the perfect time, or at the perfectly wrong time, I guess you should really call it, to follow Peke all the way in. Started off well for Xiao onto Soaz though.
Xiao was a monster in starting this fight, and then even forcing Cyanide to flash over the wall, which is why LMQ felt so confident. This was their chance to make it back in. Ackerman follows all the way, which actually wasn't the worst thing, but then they pile in a little bit on top of Equalizer. Ackerman was way ahead of his team, and honestly, Peke, you think he's gonna die here, but it's invulnerability into a whole bunch of burst damage, and Reckless finishes them all off.
And that leaves Reckless at 7-0-2. Went back home, said, yes, okay, a Last Whisper I think would fit nicely. Yeah, you know, an Vamp Scepter, and I think I'll have a Nail Good Front Cloak as well. So, good bit of item coming in there for Reckless just to make him even stronger. But I mean, that's the kind of thing that you expect out of LMQ, right? They're behind, they feel like that they've got a slight edge for that fight. They go all in, and it is really all or nothing.
Yeah, and Reckless could finish those items all before Xiao has a Lich Bane. So the chances of him pulling off those assassinations were just diminished greatly.
These games, everything up in the air.
Oh, that's really bad news for Xiao. Going off to the side, the Howling Gale does connect. There's the kickback into Reckless, who says hello, dashes over the wall, dodges out away from Jobin's knockup. They're going to get both of these, and it's both of them that go to Reckless, and they're not done yet. More gets locked up, there's one for Cyanide.
And that's the way LMQ plays when they're behind. It leads to things like this. Fnatic just completely punishes LMQ's overaggression there. Some unlucky dancing from Xiao, pulls him into the rest of the team, and Fnatic flanks, kills him, and takes Baron.
As we were saying, we saw a little bit of this, mostly from Ackerman in the playoffs versus Team Solo Mid. Dyrus was able to take a hold of that top lane, but it just seems like everybody is going for broke right now on LMQ, and it's only digging them a deeper hole here.
Yeah, Ackerman not having a good couple of games, to be honest. He himself seems to be having a few problems. 2-6-2 he is this time around with Maokai. I mean, compare Mr. James Bond, Soaz over the other side at 0-0-7 with, you know, 2 full items in there and a blasting one on top. Not really much that can be done between them. There's another tower going over for Fnatic. Leaves them 6-1 up in turrets and a whopping 14,000 gold lead.
And also, we were questioning what else is Soaz going to bring out. The claimed Lulu that he plays, actually, Xiao once again getting dangerous. Soaz going hard. He has this Rumble now. Definitely a pick that he can come out on. We saw him very low in the early game, but he's played it to get to this point and really assist the team throughout the entire thing. Whole team right now doing great.
I wonder if Fnatic is going to try and keep the pressure up or just let off the gas for a split second to go and buy items, because we see a 15,000 gold lead, but you count that gold from the inventories and they're sitting on about 8,000 of that. So it's actually very smart now for Fnatic to let off the gas briefly, finish those really important items. Obviously, QSS Fury Boost completed for Reckless. You get a needlessly large rod on Peke when he decides to go back. Just good stuff across the board.
And the danger I think that LMQ now have is, yes, they're going to try and sit on those inhibitor turrets and try and get involved. Xiao and Soaz going to go head to head. And there is the equalizer coming down, and Soaz says, you know what, I kind of fancy this one. He's going to get the Sonya in the last second, but there is a Flame Spitter to come out and get in the 1 versus 1 kill. That is how far ahead they are.
You don't mess with 007, that's for sure. He's now 1-0-7 and
got the promotion.
Some nice Flame Spitter time, good Zonya's timing, and it just kind of goes to show, even though Fizz got the jump on him, Xiao is just completely under-itemed. He can't solo without his Lich Bane, and it showed there.
And we'll probably have Soaz approaching this soon as well. There's a ward right in the brush. His teleport's up. Fnatic feeling quite confident about hanging out in the base right now. They don't have too many sideways pushed up, so it looks like they're going to start working on that nicely. See, Baron has about just over 90 seconds left here for Fnatic, so they got some time to work with.
And I was going to make the point of, you know, when you're trying to defend those inhibitor turrets against Alessandro, who can just dive straight underneath, make that, and, you know, just get in there with the claw for the easy start to it. But they pushed down and they've already killed off that first inhibitor, so that will make it even more tricky. Reckless has stood on a ward, and that's a very useful sapling, actually, to come through just to make sure that that brush was empty before they tried to hunt down Reckless. Fnatic also pushing this bottom wave out and the top wave, so going to be pressure from both sides.
Right now, LMQ playing item catch-up, that's for sure. All the Zhonya's being finished, adding power, plus the utility of safety for Fnatic is just leaps and bounds above the fight capabilities of LMQ. We've seen LMQ try to force the fights, and it's not working in their favor.
And teams don't last long against a Fed Lissandra in these turtling situations, which I think we'll see fairly clearly here. Soaz is working up the minions on that bottom side, which could prompt LMQ into a bit of a hasty dive. However, Soaz still has teleport. We've seen the counter initiation, the initiation prevention, all those things from Fnatic. It looks like LMQ is pretty much out of options.
Hook not landing there onto Peke, and he just steps up along with Reckless, and they can chunk these towers down without any problem whatsoever. If any CC lands onto Reckless, he'll just QSS that straight off. And so, as I said before, taking a while to push this wave down, but he's knocking on that top inhibitor turret. And at some point, yeah, we see Ackerman actually moving over now towards that bottom side of the map. But a big calling onto Moore, almost taking him out in one swift move. Meanwhile, Soaz watching, taking down the top turret. Actually, Fnatic going to get engaged upon here. No Name dives in there. Look at that top tower. It's going down.
Fnatic playing this one well. Fancy relentless pursuit there to get out of Moore's hook. Kept Reckless completely safe. And like you said, Soaz just having his way with the top lane right now. It's going to have to call pressure off of this bottom turret for LMQ. Fnatic's loving it right now, and they are really looking to seal the deal. They don't want another 70-minute game whatsoever. Top inhibitor turret is going to be going down, going for broke. Xiao's in with Ackerman in the twisted advance. Reckless with the peel for himself with a bit of cyanide cripple on the end. Fnatic Peke will go down, but he's already delivered so much damage. The team's going to come in. They got the janitorial duty to clean this one up. Ackerman's going to be going down, not before he gets his own retribution kill over towards Soaz, and Fnatic to run amok in the base.
Whoa! Vasily actually has a few other things to say. He doesn't want this game to be over yet. Despite the nice fight from Fnatic, Vasily keeps it going.
Just about holding on to the base there. However, the minions are doing the work here. So that's one opening him on the bottom lane. Top lane in a similar position as well. Fnatic just going to back away here, get themselves an extra little boost of gold, which they are selling quite a lot. But here's that fight once again.
Yeah, we can take a look here. Obviously, Soaz took his time getting down here, which is one of the reasons this fight took so long. Peke also goes really hard on Vasily, but gets knocked into the turret a little bit by Maokai and Thresh, which is why he couldn't keep his sustained damage up. Reckless peeled so far back thanks to Xiao. It was a really one-sided fight, obviously, for Fnatic, but because they couldn't quite finish off Vasily, he's able to at least prevent the Nexus turrets from falling.
4 of 4 Dragons, 1 of 1 Barons. Going over. Next Baron about to be up in 50 seconds. Probably going to be Fnatic's as well. Not necessarily need it with all the minions flying in, but it'll definitely be something they can put in their pocket to make it that much safer. Good items coming out. Peke, we see him finishing up his Rabadons now, able to put out a huge amount of power. Even going down in that fight, got out so much damage that it still went in their favor with the rest of the team.
Yeah. That's how strong Reckless is.
He is terrifyingly fed right now. 13-0-4, very near to max items. Not even a Frozen Heart completed for Ackerman. Plus, you add to that, the extra AD the Jana Shield adds to him.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Oh, he's managed to just hop away, but the Q lands, and that is good night, Xiao. Peke picking that one up, and 2 men down. Fnatic gonna stop pushing through, get those super minions moving back into the base.
So Fnatic pressuring one last time is what it looks like it's going to take. The inhibitor now going down as Reckless approaches from the top lane with the minion wave here on his backside, and they are looking for Nexus turrets. Yeah, Ackerman's up in 6, Xiao in 24, but they are making sure it's every last bit of the base turned to shambles here before they head towards the Nexus turrets. They're gonna have to wait on some minions actually. Took a little time to take out those inhibitors.
But what a bounce back performance from Fnatic. After looking at their faces after the OMG defeat, they have really come out this game and played extraordinarily. Despite losing that buff at level 1, they just controlled the lanes in so many ways. Reckless and Peke played out of their minds, and Soaz, despite being completely obliterated in the early game, has played really well for the rest of this game. So I think for Fnatic, the model they have to go with is it's not over yet, because they'll be 2-3 after this, and they've already beaten Samsung.
Uh-oh, Death Brush. Who's going to be the first target? Ackerman actually diving to the backside, but he's going to be going down quickly. Yellow Star actually focused by Vasily, trying to get the resets. There's the equalizer. They've got to walk back over it. Double kill for Reckless. Can he get any more here? He will get more. And now they're on towards No Name. Are they trying to give a pentakill over to Reckless? They are. There's the Quadra. Can he get himself the pentakill? Cyanide and Peke both closing in. There's the slow. Xiao goes over the wall. Reckless comes in and gets the pentakill.
What a fight there for Fnatic. Yes, they had the huge lead, but if you need a mental pick-me-up after a devastating defeat, it's that. 18 kills for Reckless? That's absolutely absurd without dying. That is how you pick yourself up off the ground, and Fnatic is going to take down LMQ.
From tears to cheers, Reckless comes up with a pentakill at 18:04. 37 minutes on the clock. Not a 70-minute game this time. They put the nail in the coffin. They put the nail in LMQ. Fnatic comes up with the win.
Yeah, and after a performance like that, there is hope yet for Fnatic. We need to start talking about tiebreaker scenarios here for them. And for OMG, we need to start talking about whether or not it's cause for concern. Right. Because they're now 2-2 on the group and could very well be involved in one of those tiebreakers.
It's very difficult to look at this group and wonder what could have been, not just for Fnatic, for LMQ as well, starting off perfectly now, sat at 2-2. Samsung Blue, of course, at 2-1. OMG 2-2, Fnatic 2-3. So,
yep,
it's ridiculously close, and anything can still happen in theory.
OMG's been looking pretty good. So two things can happen. We can have a 4-way tie at 3-3. That could still happen. No one's at 4 losses yet, and no one's at 4 wins yet. You can also get a tie in the middle of the standings with Fnatic. This is just from Fnatic's point of view. The two tiebreakers that could work for them. If they tie with LMQ 3-3, Samsung Blue is 4-2, and OMG is 2-4. That's the second way they can get a tiebreaker. But I mean, they just have to sit and wait and prepare for the monsters of the group, Samsung Blue.
Absolutely ridiculous. I think you hit the nail on the head, Jat, when you said for Fnatic, the motto is it's not over yet. They got to keep rolling with that, but that kind of applies to everybody now, as we just said. The group still open and still very scary as a group of death.
And Fnatic have already beaten Blue, right? Which makes this group even more interesting, because you then look at it and say, well, can OMG beat Blue later on today?
They look much better than they did
Why
earlier.
not? Fnatic have beaten them. OMG have beaten Fnatic. You know how that whole system works. You guys, I know, love to utilize that system to rate teams for a long time.
It's the linear title belt. As soon as you beat someone, well, you're better than everyone they've ever beaten, clearly.
Don't have to play anymore. We're good. Just go.
And then, you know, Fnatic, as you said, they've got to kind of hope and pray that a few things do go their way, and they've got to beat Blue. That's the thing. And well, I guess if you're kind of going to go down to it, if you're going to qualify for the next phase at Worlds, for the quarterfinals, I guess there's no better way to do it than beating Samsung Blue.
One big thing that really amazed me here coming from Fnatic, the ability to change emotions like that.
Yeah.
And also bringing out the Rumble for Soaz and the Lissandra in the mid lane for Peke as new picks here at Worlds, and they shined on those picks.
And Janna, right?
Yeah, Janna, Yellow Star too. Can't forget about him.
They're able to break out. Maybe break it out before you're at 3 losses, but these things were super good, and a lot of them were counter picks. So the Lissandra was just waiting for someone to play Fizz.
Oh, and Reckless finished 18-0-4.
There's that too,
including the pentakill. Definitely a big turnaround game for Fnatic, and if you want to highlight any of those huge moments, make sure you share with us on Twitter. Of course, you can use the hashtag WorldsBigPlays and name them at LOL Esports. Now, though, we're going to join Shox, who's on stage with Fnatic's pentakill master, Reckless.
Thank you very much, guys. Reckless, you guys are still in it, yet the emotion compared to yesterday is completely different. Tell us how you were able to pick yourselves back up to get into this game.
After the OMG game, I was really depressed, actually. And unfortunately, I had some tears after the game. But in the end, you know, standing up and showing your teammates that you want to give your best is really important. So I tried to pull myself together after the OMG game and do my best in this game. And as you said, we're still in the run. and hopefully we make it tomorrow.
Talk to me about this game specifically and how you guys did that to get back in there. A lot of different picks coming in. And I thought you guys were sad off the player camps, but it seemed like you were just playing freed.
Basically what Peke suggested before the game was just to play for fun. And that's basically the whole idea behind this game. Since the mood in the team was really bad after the OMG game, so playing for fun seemed to help a lot. People just picked the champions they're most comfortable on, and then we ended up winning in the end, so it felt okay.
18 kills is pretty fun, I would say. Now, of course, turning your attention to tomorrow, it's not for fun anymore because it's all on the line and it's completely your own fate that you can decide.
So yeah, facing Blue again will be really exciting and interesting in a way because I think they will be out for blood this time in comparison to for last time. So it will not be an easy game at all. But this game is all or nothing basically. So I don't think we will give up without fighting.
Not giving up without fighting. That's what shapes a champion. Thank you very much. Congratulations. And as for us, we're going to break things down over at the desk.
Thank you very much, Shocks. And you just heard the voices of the audience there. Reckless, reckless indeed. What a fantastic game. Let's start. Let's go back to picks and bans.
No. Hang on, Jared. Predictions.
Now, I could not possibly have foreseen.
Carly, thank you. Thank you for sabotaging Crumbs.
I'm split between being happy for taking down the Prophet and also kind of sad that I'm so awful.
Professor Crumbledore, you started out really well, but then towards the end of the predictions, it's kind of going downhill. It reminds me of a certain season that you may have played in this game.
I'm almost certain that Reckles received a hug from Deft. Just like Deft received a hug
Deft
from
hugs
Rebels.
is that? Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Right.
Get a hug from Crumbs, you could predict a little bit better, maybe?
Not anymore. The false prophet.
Can I get away from
The prophet has fallen.
Let's get back to serious business. Game started off chaotically. Fnatic got 3 buffed and gave up first blood. They ran Lissandra into Fizz. Casters were talking about it being a counter pick. Reckless just went ham on Lucian. Let's talk picks and bans, team compositions, what you liked and didn't like, Prolly.
I actually loved Lissandra, specifically because I didn't even remember she was a champion until this game, because that's kind of like how far out of the meta I thought she was. But looking at the team comp, they have Rumble, Lee, Lucian, Janna, and then Lissandra fills it out really well because LMQ's team comp is all about diving in. And with Lissandra, you get an insane amount of CC. Janna is, Peel Master. And then you have Rumble, who's really good at kiting back because the enemy team's just going to have to run through that equalizer. And then on top of the team comp, the lane, they're talking about it being a counter pick, and you saw it be a counter pick. Fizz got that first blood and was down, 20 CS by the first buy. And that lane gets really bad because the only way Fizz can come back in that lane is if he all-ins. And the only way he can all-in is if he knows where the enemy jungler is or if he has his own jungler. And the time he does go all-in, he gets killed. Cyanide's there and kills him. That's what happens.
It's very fitting a name.
Now, I actually have to disagree a little bit with you on that because I think that Maokai single-handedly can dismantle a double AP comp that isn't necessarily very high damage, especially against a non-hyper carry, short-range AD like Lucian. Now, what happened, Ackerman decides to go on a feeding frenzy, and then the game kind of starts getting lost from there. And I love the Lissandra counter pick against Fizz, especially since Cyanide controlled the vision early with an early side zone, making sure that he knows where Jarvan is and that Fizz does not know where Lee Sin is.
We spoke a little bit about tilting and just the mental aspect of this game, and we spoke about top laner and we spoke about SOAS, but actually this game, it was Ackerman that was tilting, and I think we found the reason why and how that started. So I think we have a replay ready. I'm going to pray this works. So the replay on your screen, it does indeed. And basically, this is... The gank is coming in.
Get replays.
Exactly. Yeah. Get rewarded at the desk. Pavlov. Good job. Anyways, so Reckless is really hard to gank here because he's a mobile AD carry with a Janna that has a lot of peel. This gank could have worked a little earlier, but they're going to try again. If we roll the clip right now, what's going to happen is it's 3 people with relatively low damage, but a lot of crowd control. But look at Ackerman, he's already really low, gets cancelled by Tornado. There's no hook coming on Reckless because he's going to flash that really well. Combo misses, and right now, look at him. He's trying to click that. He's trying to click that lantern, but the reason that doesn't work is because Jarvan's flag is right on top of it. And if any object with a model is on top of the lantern, you can't click it. Or that's why Orianna Ball makes it so hard to last hit sometimes as well. And basically, that kind of put him on tilt, I think. He went to top lane, he was behind, soaz was suddenly ahead of him again, even after the disastrous level 1. And yeah, the feeding frenzy started.
Yeah, the moment for me that showed that he was not feeling it was when he was level 4 and Reckless walks into lane and he just says like, "Oh, you're in lane. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna be in lane here too." And then Reckless just runs him down the lane, gets a kill, and gets going.
We need to roll this on just a little bit. I want to highlight a point about Fnatic's team composition. It definitely had an early to mid game power spike that they executed well, much like the way they beat Samsung Blue. They didn't go for the super late game scaling. Freak, I want to call up the second replay right now and just kick this one off. I know you in particular were fighting quite a lot for this. Let's roll the clip immediately, and you're going to notice soaz getting chunked out. And, let's just talk through the awesomeness that happens.
Right, so no Lich Bane, but a Zhonya's means he doesn't do enough damage to kill soaz there. The Flash Shield, the Exhaust as well saves his life because it lowers the damage on the Trident, the passive damage. But basically, Fnatic has a great counter-engage comp. So when these guys dive in, first of all, Janna splits the Maokai for everyone else, so he actually doesn't reduce anyone else's damage, and the entire team funnels through an equalizer, including Fizz, who could have looped around the right-hand side instead. So Maokai dies first, not very tanky. Now the team's here. This is just sexy. This is just a 6 Zhonya's. And of course, it's, again, this low-damage Fizz who's already popped his Zhonya's trying to dive in and make things happen. And then it's a dangerous game being sexy and everything else happening. And I want to kind of tie this all together because you talked about a team composition that wasn't really built for late game that much. And I remember yesterday we had a game, it was Alliance, and people were talking about like, oh, why not have this all-in early game build, Bloodthirster Triforce Lucian, and try to win the game in 25 minutes because you're going to lose late anyway. Well, the thing is, if you hold a gold lead by having a mid-game comp, Lucian continues to outscale Tristana because Rapid Fire is nice, but an extra item is better. And so you had this Lucian who's supposed to fall off against Trist, but building properly stayed more relevant the entire time, and you saw that pay off.
And although like Lissandra's damage doesn't scale that well, like you said, Crumbs, she scales really well if her AD is huge. And Reckless got gigantic, so it didn't matter if she didn't do any damage. She's keeping everyone away from hitting Reckless.
All right, so with that win, Fnatic does keep their hopes alive. We're at the midway point into today's games. Holy crap, they've been incredible. The standings, Samsung White 2-1, LMQ 2-2, OMG 2-2, Fnatic 2-3. So they do have that additional loss with that additional game played. They play Samsung Blue tomorrow. The other side, Group D, NaJin White Shield, 3-0, Alliance, Cloud9, KaBuM. Let's quickly talk about NaJin White Shield as their match is coming up next. Freak, I know I asked you to do numbers. I'm going to ask you to do it again.
Yep.
What are their chances if they win? Do they guarantee a quarters?
So every single team right now has a chance to make it out into the playoffs or whatnot. If NaJin White Shield wins, they can still go 4-2 along with Alliance and Cloud9. Alliance and C9 can both beat Shield, beat KaBuM, giant tiebreaker there. Alternatively, KaBuM wins here. They can do another tiebreaker with Alliance and Cloud9 at like 2 and 4, something similar to that. Giant three-way tie at the bottom side. So honestly, even this game I don't think guarantees anything for sure.
Yeah, mathematically, a lot of options still viable. I do want to quickly mention in Group C for Fnatic, while yes, it is a must-win game tomorrow, they're also looking for some help to increase their chances of quarterfinals if other teams take losses. We're going to step away for just a moment, but don't go anywhere because the World Championship will continue with KaBuM Esports versus NaJin White Shield. The teams are taking to the stage. We'll be right back.
Has already fallen in the fight. Peke's to focus, goes for the double Zanya mode. Is they? Oh my gosh! The triple kill coming in from Reckless.
The kickback into Reckless, who says hello, dashes over the wall, dodges out away from Jarvan's knockup. They're going to get both of these.
Going for broke. Xiao's in with Ackerman in the twisted advance. Reckless with the peel for himself with a bit of cyanide cripple on the end.
There's the Quadra. Can he get himself the pentakill? Cyanide and Peke both closing in. There's the slow. Xiao goes over the wall. Reckless comes in. He gets the pentakill.